While the world of Naruto was still immersed in the Great War among the 5 ninja villages, Qingliu sought out Herta. Herta, would you like to learn magic? It is recorded that a grand battle erupted in the ninja world, where lightsabers clashed violently against primitives. And from that moment on, people lived lives of happiness and peace. While Muzan from Demon Slayer was still playing hide-and-seek with the sun, Qingliu approached the true sun. Bai'e, do you wish to save everyone? I know of a place. It is recorded that the moment the flames rose, the very notion of demons vanished from the world, and from then on, people lived lives of happiness and peace, while the celestial dragons in the world of One Piece were still carrying out their inhumane rule. Qingliu found Fique, Lady Fique. They need the Amber King. It is recorded that at some unknown time, the slogan "Everything for the Amber King" began to echo across the seas. So long as one believed in the Amber King, there was no need to fear the celestial dragons or the world government, and everyone lived well, a blissful life of 1996. The story begins. Brat, you're the one who's been shouting about wanting to see me. At the Herta space station, a Herta puppet halted its steps, its expression devoid of emotion as it scrutinized the utterly unremarkable man before it. Qingliu instinctively straightened his back, his fingers quietly tugging at the hem of his clothes, striving to appear less nervous. It's me, Qingliu, and I am a brat. I don't have time to listen to your self-introduction. Herta interrupted him without courtesy. A genius time is exceedingly precious. Get straight to the point. Why have you come to see me? Qingliu's smile froze upon his face. The meticulously crafted self-introduction, revised through 23 versions, had not even completed its first sentence before being strangled in its cradle. His freshly straightened spine bent down little by little. Herta turned to leave, her patience clearly exhausted. No, don't go. Qingliu lunged forward, wrapping his arms tightly around the puppet's leg. Ill talk. I'm actually an envoy of Trailblaze. Terry's another world, waiting for development, and I wish to invite the most intelligent Lady Herta in the entire universe to accompany me. Herta stopped. She lowered her gaze, looking down at the man clinging desperately to her leg. An envoy of Trailblaze. Her eyes swept over Qingliu several times. With your pitiful strength unable to defeat even one of my puppets, you dare claim to be an envoy. She let out a derisive laugh. Another world. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? When this genius was 3, no, even at 3, I wouldn't have believed such fairy tales. Not at all. Qingliu allowed her to shake her leg futilely, while stubbornly refusing to let go, flattering her all the while. Who in the universe doesn't know that Lady Herta possesses a beauty that topples nations? Unmatched intellect, unparalleled wisdom, the perfect union of brilliance and beauty, and both talent and elegance, truly the foremost genius in the entire cosmos. That is a fair assessment. Herta nodded, ceasing her attempt to shake him off, even lifting her chin slightly, evidently quite pleased with the compliment. For the sake of your sincerity, tell me what you want. Investment or credit points? Qingliu was stunned on the spot. What did she mean by that? Had she taken him for a swindler? Qingliu was a noble transmigrator, though presently somewhat down on his luck. That was merely because his time had not yet come. Once it did, everything would change. Did she not understand the saying, never bully a young man in poverty? No. Wait, it did seem that he was indeed deceiving her. This was called a benevolent lie, strategic asymmetry of information. After a brief moment of self-consolation, Qingliu continued his persuasion. Lady Herta, you misunderstand. I truly am an envoy of Trailblaze, and there truly is another world awaiting development. I can guarantee this with my character. Herta fell silent for several seconds, her eyes fixed on him as though they could pierce through his very soul. Are you certain? Her voice suddenly softened, yet inexplicably sent a chill down one's spine. Do you know the consequences of deceiving me? Qingliu nodded vigorously. Then you can mince me into pieces. A wager with your life. Tilting her head, Herta finally revealed the first expression of genuine interest that day. How intriguing. She raised her hand, signaling him to let go. Go on then. This genius has no interest in ordinary worlds. If it is merely a primitive planet, I have no inclination to indulge in childish games with you. I won't kill you. When the time comes, simply hand over the technology for developing other worlds. Anything connected to Trailblaze should hold some research value. Qingliu's eyelids twitched. It had to be said, Herta was indeed Herta. Everything depended entirely on her mood. In that case, Herta, would you like to learn magic? He suddenly lowered his voice, leaning in with an air of mystery. The kind that doesn't rely on technology, at all, drawing special energy directly from the body, breathing fire, summoning lightning, moving objects through the air, even resurrecting the dead. The body, magic. Herta raised an eyebrow, looking at him as though he were a fool. Are you dreaming? Even imaginary energy requires guidance. Extracting energy purely from the body. Do you honestly think what you're saying is scientific? She folded her arms. According to the law of conservation of energy, the chemical energy within the human body could at most produce a trivial discharge, and you claim it can breathe fire and summon lightning. Do you think the human body is a nuclear fusion reactor? Moreover, if such energy truly existed, it would have been discovered long ago. This genius has studied the universe for many years. What strange phenomena have I not encountered? That's precisely why it's called magic. Qingliu slapped his thigh. It is because it defies science that it is magic. It is because it is absurd that it is worth studying. Lady Herta, consider this a brand new energy system, a completely different set of operational rules from imaginary energy. What does that signify? It means you could become the first genius to study it. It means your name would be inscribed in the history of another world. Herta's gaze changed. Continue. Seizing the moment, Qingliu vividly began to describe the world of Naruto to her. As I said, it is another world with its own set of rules. To put it simply, my current situation is rather unique, perhaps due to the divine power of Trailblaze. I can perceive certain aspects of that world and even travel there, but that world is dangerous. Many people possess the kind of magic I just described. They call it chakra, and the nations there are constantly at war. Truly, I would not dare go alone. He shrank back, adopting an expression of pitiful helplessness. Seeing that Herta did not respond, merely blinking thoughtfully, he added fuel to the fire. And the people in that world are mentally unstable. They dissect others for research at the slightest provocation. They can manipulate souls. They can even dig the dead out of their graves and turn them into puppets. And it gets worse. They send 4-year-old children to the battlefield, 4 years old, at an age when they still wet the bed. They are forced to stab each other with kunai, killing without blinking. 4 years old. Herta's brow twitched. After 2 seconds of silence, she let out an ambiguous cold snort. That does indeed sound somewhat unhinged. Qingliu pressed on relentlessly. I know it's hard to believe, so I can take you to that world right now. Once you see it with your own eyes, you'll know whether I'm lying. You can take me there immediately. Herta's eyes lit up. Then she shot Qingliu a disapproving glance. Brat, next time, mention such important matters sooner. A genius time is precious. Do you know how many brain cells I wasted just now, doubting you? Those could have been used to research 3 new projects. Though her words were sharp, her tone softened slightly, and even her gaze toward Qingliu became more amiable. You thought I was still in the development phase, so you came to seek my cooperation to perfect the technology, didn't you? Qingliu paused, looking at her suspiciously. Otherwise, Herta snorted. Those who seek my cooperation always boast about how extraordinary their technology is. Yet, in the end, they all want to rely on this genius, supreme intellect, a so-called imminent breakthrough in curvature engines. Yet, they cannot even produce a blueprint, a universe-altering energy matrix that turns out to be nothing more than a glowing light bulb. Interstellar communication technology that is merely an amplified speaker. She folded her arms, raising her chin even higher. Truly valuable things are always hidden away for fear of being discovered. Those who dare invite me outright are either genuinely capable or adorably foolish. Which are you? Qingliu hurriedly patted his chest in assurance. Naturally, the former. Pure. 24K, pure substance. 100% content. It had better be. Herta cast him a meaningful glance before turning toward the teleportation zone. Since it involves crossing worlds, the connection with the puppet may be severed. Wait, Herta will come in person. Without turning back, she waved her hand. I hope you will not disappoint this genius. Otherwise, I understand. Minced into pieces. Consider yourself perceptive. Inside a guest room at the Herta space station, Qingliu lay upon the bed, one hand resting over his heart as he quietly felt the rhythm of its beating. Before his eyes hovered a virtual panel, visible to him alone. Compendium collection, progress 0%. Beginner, task. Proceed to the world of Naruto and explore it. Upon reaching 30%, 60%, and 90% exploration, achievement rewards may be obtained. Upon reaching 100% exploration, a special achievement reward may be obtained. Traversal available team permitted. This world allows a maximum of 4 individuals to enter together. The panel was concise and to the point, merely an achievement system that granted rewards based on the exploration of different worlds. Yet his system was rather stingy. Even the beginner's gift pack would only be issued after the beginner task had been perfectly completed. What a blasted system! Who knew whether this beginner task would be considered complete at 30% exploration, or only at 100%. He had received no blessing from any eon. Chances were he would be dissected as a spy the moment he crossed over. But now, there was nothing left to worry about. Though the world of Naruto possessed formidable combat power, its upper limit was merely the Sutsuki. At most, they could destroy a small planet, and even that required the absorption of vast quantities of chakra, amounting to little more than a limited OS technique. How could that compare to a star-destroying battleship, which could obliterate targets at will? Not to mention that Herta possessed countless curios and inventions. When the time came, bringing along a few pieces of equipment would make raising exploration progress effortless. The night passed without incident. Well, not entirely. He had a dream in which he entered the Naruto world in the form of a towering mecha, pummeling Sasuke, kicking Madara Uchiha, and even seizing the Nine Tails to raise as a pet. And then he was shaken awake. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw a beautiful woman with a pointed hat standing by the bedside, looking down at him from above. Am I dreaming? Qingliu blurted out to think I've seen an angel. Though why would an angel fancy dressing as a magical girl in less than a second? Words of praise slipped effortlessly from his lips. Herta's previously composed lips immediately curved upward. She brushed her hair back in one smooth, fluid motion. How could the beauty of an angel compare to that of this genius? Brat, you do have some discernment, but now is not the time for flattery. Get up, there is work to be done. She snapped her fingers. 2 Herta puppets emerged from nowhere, taking positions on either side of the bed, their expressions blank as they stared at Qingliu. Now, before departure, this genius will graciously conduct a free physical examination for you. Be grateful. Qingliu clutched his blanket and retreated several steps until he was pressed against the headboard. Why do I feel like you're planning to study me? Herta let out a disdainful snort, her chin lifting higher. I, Herta, have never stooped to coercion. You claim you are going to another world. Have you considered the issue of language? Whether your body can withstand that environment? Whether the composition of the air there matches what you are breathing now? With each question, she stepped forward. With each word, Qingliu retreated until there was nowhere left to go. If not for the value you possess, I would not bother with you, even if you begged. She stopped at the bedside, arms folded, her expression clearly conveying, this genius has deigned to lower herself, and you still dare complain. Qingliu froze in place. He truly had not considered the issue of language. In the Star Rail universe, language barriers were resolved through the implantation of synesthetic beacons, which could automatically translate any language into one the user could understand. But the Naruto world had no such technology. Once there, he would likely be reduced to gesturing with sign language only, to be taken for a fool, not to mention whether his body could even adapt to that environment. That had been close. Fortunately, he had not acted rashly. Otherwise, the language barrier alone would have halted him at the very first step. Forget exploring the world. He might not even have been able to enter the gates of Konoha. Lady Herta. Qingliu suddenly raised his head, a torrent of praise pouring forth, as expected of a peerless genius who embodies both beauty and intellect. Every word you speak, every action you take, leaves us mere mortals in awe. Not only are you breathtakingly beautiful, but you are also so thoughtful. You are the guiding light upon my path, the saving grace of my journey to another world. You. Enough. Enough. Herta raised a hand to cut him off. Spare me the nonsense. Hurry up. By the way, does your trailblaze ability have any other limitations? Qingliu shook his head. There are no restrictions on equipment. Only that, at most 4 people may go together. 4 people. Herta nodded thoughtfully. Very well, I shall first investigate myself. If it proves valuable, I will summon others for you. Summon others. Qingliu scratched his head, momentarily confused. Summon whom? Brat, are you truly foolish, or do you take me for one? She returned to the bedside, looking down at him. You specifically sought my cooperation, was it not because you wanted me to act as your bodyguard? You intend to do something in that world, do you not? Gather information, explore it, or perhaps acquire something from it. So, Herta bent down, bringing her face close to Qingliu. You need assistance, though this genius is unmatched in intellect. I have no interest in your messy objectives, nor will I serve as your bodyguard indefinitely while I remain intrigued by that world system. I do not mind you relying on me, but once my interest fades, you cannot possibly explore that world alone, can you? She straightened and clapped her hands lightly. Rest assured though, I do not know many people. Each one I do know is exceptionally capable. While I will not waste my time accompanying you, summoning assistance for you to accomplish your goals is hardly difficult. Qingliu opened his mouth, yet no words came. So, this was a genius. From the smallest details, she had already deduced his intentions. Before he had even spoken, she had laid out the cause, the process, and the likely outcome with perfect clarity. Then, he raised his hand, timidly. What is the cost? Herta blinked, revealing an innocent smile. Simple. Every world you explore henceforth will grant this genius priority in research. Since it is trailblaze, there cannot be only one other world, can there? Of course. She raised a finger, wagging it before him. Your name will be credited in the research results. After all, this genius is not some devil. The credit that is yours will be given to you. Qingliu fell silent. The terms sounded reasonable, yet something felt amiss. Isn't this exploitation? How could it be called exploitation? Herta looked utterly innocent. This is called mutually beneficial cooperation. You provide the worlds. I provide the connection. Sevrione prospers. How wonderful. She patted Qingliu on the shoulder and spoke earnestly. Brat, learn to be grateful. Do you know how many people outside are lining up to cooperate with this genius? A mere appearance from me can shake the entire universe. The fact that you can negotiate terms with me now is a blessing cultivated over 8 lifetimes. Qingliu's lips twitched. That was very much like Herta, but if he could establish a long-term partnership with her, it would indeed benefit him. Deal. He extended his hand. Herta glanced at it, but did not take it. Instead, she snapped her fingers. One puppet appeared holding paper and pen, while another carried refreshments. Write the report first. When you are finished, follow them for a physical examination. Me puppets will implant some emergency devices in you. She sat gracefully upon the sofa, crossing one leg over the other. Keep the report simple. Primarily, the power system of that world. I will prepare equipment accordingly. Qingliu picked up the pen, staring at the blank sheet before him, lost in thought. Where should he begin? Ninjas, chakra, or...
Oyagi merely felt as though he had taken a brief nap. Upon reopening his eyes, his arms remained the same arms, his legs the same legs. Stop staring. We merely implanted something inside you. It's not like we're performing human modification. You're still the same mediocre fighter. The Black Tower automaton beside him offered a timely reminder. Lady Black Tower has awakened you to come to her office. She has already finished her preparations. Once you arrive, you may set off. So soon? With a swift somersault, Aoyagi rose, not sluggishly but promptly, rubbing his eyes. I just slept a moment, and she's already done? How long have I been asleep? 3 hours, 17 minutes, and 28 seconds. The Black Tower automaton reported the time with precision. Enough time for a genius to tackle 3 research projects. 3 hours? Feels like I just closed my eyes. Enough nonsense. Time is life. Every minute and every second is precious for a genius. After uttering these words, the Black Tower automaton froze in place, its eyes losing focus as if someone had flipped a power switch. Offline? Oyagi waved his hand before its face, receiving no response. He poked the doll's cheek. Soft. Poked again. Still soft. Lady Black Tower is quite carefree, isn't she? Not afraid I'd steal her little doll? He leaned in to scrutinize the delicate face, finding it increasingly endearing. Little Black Tower is quite adorable. Having it as a figurine at home would certainly be impressive. A talking, moving figurine, especially a limited edition, unique in the entire universe. He stared at the automaton for 3 seconds, then glanced toward the door, back at the doll, and once again at the door. In the end, reason triumphed over desire. Forget it. If I stole it, I'd probably end up minced. He shrugged and briskly headed toward the office. The office door was ajar. Just as Aoyagi reached out to knock, Black Tower's voice called from within. If you're here, come in. What are you dawdling for? Aoyagi promptly pushed the door open and stepped inside. At the center of the office stood the imposing black tower amidst a cluster of instruments, surrounded by 7 or 8 automatons, each holding different devices. You've arrived. Black Tower merely scrutinized Aoyagi for a moment, furrowing her brow slightly. Do you need me to clear a dedicated area for you to open the portal? She asked directly without a trace of superfluity. That 1T be necessary. Aoyagi quickly waved his hand. But are you sure I can set off right now? No need to wear armor or anything. He gestured animatedly, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Are you doubting the wisdom of this genius? Black Tower frowned displeased. My eyes are the measure. What you need has already been installed. Just make sure not to stray too far from me, and you 1T die. But, TCH, she waved her hand impatiently, pulling a small spherical device from the pocket at her waist and casually tossing it to Aoyagi. Take this. It's a simple little invention. Carry it with you. An ordinary attacks 1T harm you. Aoyagi's eyes lit up instantly. This is Black Tower's invention. No matter how simple, it's something ordinary people wouldn't encounter in a lifetime. A treasure worthy of being recorded in the family genealogy for 3 generations. He didn't inquire about its exact durability. That would imply distrust of a genius. At times like these, lavish praise is the only appropriate response. Lady Black Tower, I am truly thrice blessed to have met a genius as intelligent, beautiful, generous, kind, gentle, considerate, and wise as you. Cradling the sphere, he looked like an infatuated fool, even rubbing it affectionately. You are practically my rebirth parent, my guiding light. I am enough chatter. Show me how you open the portal. Black Tower cut him off impatiently, raising her fist. If I find out you're lying to me, even if you praise me 100 times today, I'll knock your head off. Aoyagi shrank his neck and gave a sheepish smile, extending his hand toward Black Tower. What for? She stared at his hand for a second, her brow knitting tighter. Why do you keep reaching out to me? She snorted coldly. Do you think your hand could be prettier than mine? Of course not, your hands are far more beautiful. Accepting the gift and accompanied praise, Aoyagi was now ready to worship Black Tower as a deity. He hurriedly explained, to bring someone through the portal, I need to establish a connection with them. I haven't mastered the more advanced techniques yet, so I need you to give me your hand. That it? Black Tower eyed him suspiciously but said nothing further, only urging, next time, just say it straight. Don't reach out like a beggar. This genius's time is precious. I don't have time to guess your gestures. Immediately, Black Tower grasped Aoyagi's hand with a reversed grip. Her hand was soft, smooth, and tender, yet Aoyagi dared not take advantage. Until he produced something genuinely interesting, he trusted the maxim, don't tempt fate. He drew a deep breath and opened the interface in his mind. Teleport. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. With eyes closed and reopened, the surroundings had transformed from the space station's office to a forest. The air was thick with the scent of earth and fresh grass. Distant birdsong filled the air, accompanied by the faint sound of flowing water. This technology is quite intriguing. Black Tower clicked her tongue and scanned the surroundings. No spatial fluctuations, no residual imaginary numbers, no traces of quantum entanglement. Fascinating, truly fascinating. She released Aoyagi's hand and spun on the spot as if conducting an on-site survey. If this technology can be fully researched, it might lead to the development of an entirely new teleportation system, far more efficient than any existing technology. Why aren't you saying anything? She turned to Aoyagi, who stood motionless, speechless for a long while. What's wrong? Body not adjusting? Or post-teleportation side effects? Aoyagi finally snapped out of it, rubbing his temples with a peculiar expression on his face. Just as Black Tower was about to continue questioning, she suddenly noticed something, her gaze fixed on the top of Aoyagi's head. Why do you suddenly have a mask on your head? She stared at the fox-faced mask that had appeared out of thin air, blinked, and reached out to poke it. The mask was tangible, smooth to the touch, like ceramic but lighter than ceramic. You wouldn't happen to be marked by AHA, would you? Aoyagi gave a wry smile, rubbing his temples. I'm not sure if AHA has marked me, but the machine head did glance at me just now. Oh? Black Tower's eyes brightened further. Well then, go back and help me test the simulated universe. She paused and added, don't worry, it's not that kind of slicing test. Just enter and walk around a bit to record data. This genius is very interested in samples that have caught the attention of the star god. Aoyagi. So I'm still just a sample, huh? Enough, don't overthink it. Black Tower offered no further explanation and pointed nearby. Since you're here, go check out the magic you mentioned. There's smoke over there, so someone should be there. She strode forward, the hem of her skirt brushing fallen leaves, her demeanor as graceful as if she were strolling through her own backyard garden. Oh, and without turning her head, she added, "Keep that mask on for now. Don't take it off. It's a high-ass thing. Removing it would only cause trouble. Since he placed it on you, it means he wants to see you wearing it. When the god of merriment has his eye on someone, the best response is to play along." Oyagi touched the mask on his face, half amused and half exasperated. "Hurry up," Black Tower's impatient voice came from ahead. "What are you dawdling for? Didn't you say you wanted to see magic? This genius's time is exceedingly precious." Oyagi hastened to keep pace. Boom! Not far from the Hokage rock, Oyagi witnessed a colossal-tailed beast bomb reduce a small mountain to ashes. He stiffly turned his head, glancing at Herta beside him, who was intently fixated on the distant dark tower. His voice trembled. "Lady Herta, you're saying this is the smoke you mentioned earlier?" Silence. Herta did not even glance back. Her unblinking eyes remained fixed on the enormous nine-tails fox in the distance. Muttering to herself, she was busy analyzing the principles behind that black sphere. "Do not disturb me. Can't you see this genius is contemplating?" Oyagi said nothing but edged closer to Herta. After all, she had mentioned that the protective sphere she created consumed energy. Now was the time to conserve it. Every bit of protection borrowed was a bit saved. Every unit of power conserved was a victory. Oyagi prided himself as a thrifty, diligent man managing the household with excellence. That nine-tailed fox was peculiar indeed. Herta continued her soliloquy. After releasing the black sphere, the body would shrink but then quickly restore itself, refusing to remain enlarged for long. It was fascinating. The energy conversion efficiency was absurd, defying the laws of thermodynamics, energy conservation, and every other principle imaginable. She paused, then added, "But I like it." Oyagi wisely refrained from interrupting her train of thought, silently observing the battle unfolding afar. The nine-tails rampaged, and Aoyagi's pupils abruptly dilated at the sight of the iconic Hokage rock. Is this not the nine-tails incident? So this timeline corresponds to the very night Naruto Uzumaki was born? The legendary scene where the fourth Hokage was about to make his ultimate sacrifice? Sure enough, soon enough, the blonde-haired man, in a moment of utmost peril, diverted the tailed beast bomb aimed at the Hokage rock. Then he bit his finger, mysterious runes crawling over the nine-tails body. In the next instant, both man and fox vanished without a trace. Wow! Witnessing the legendary moment firsthand, though already familiar with the storyline, seeing it in person was an entirely different experience from merely watching through a screen. Like the earlier massive explosion, the first encounter was truly terrifying. Beside him, Herta shook her head, a mixture of excitement and bewilderment. "This defies science." She murmured, "That fox is one thing, considering its entire body as a gigantic battery capable of self-recharging, which explains the black sphere. But what about that blonde man? How can he perform spatial jumps without any equipment?" Upon hearing this, Aoyagi straightened his posture, chest puffed out, speaking proudly. "I told you, it's magic, and yet you refuse to believe." Hands on his hips, chin raised, his expression was provocatively smug. If it could be explained by science, would it still be called magic? Magic is precisely that which defies science. What science can explain is merely technology. Lady Herta, you're trapped in a fixed mindset. At this, Herta finally turned to cast him a glance, scoffing softly. "Don't get cocky. Though I don't yet fully understand what this so-called chakra really is, once I obtain a sample for research, some mere special energy 1T be able to stump this genius." By the way, Herta abruptly shifted her tone. "You mentioned this chakra can spew fire, discharge electricity, and manipulate objects at a distance. Is that true?" Oyagi's eyes narrowed to slits instantly. "Lady Herta, haven't you already accepted that this is magic? What happened to your scientific spirit?" Heh. It's irresistibly alluring. Suppressing his urge to laugh, he struggled to maintain a serious demeanor. Suddenly, an ingenious idea sparked in Aoyagi's mind. "Lady Herta, there is something I must confess to you first." "Speak." "This chakra is unique to the people of this world. One must possess chakra pathways within their body to refine it. However, individual constitutions vary, so," he paused, pointing to himself and then to Herta, "we may be unable to generate this energy within ourselves. It's a hardware incompatibility. The system simply can't be installed." Herta's expression instantly turned cold, her gaze like that of a scorned lover betrayed. "So you've been deceiving me all along?" Her voice was devoid of emotion, chillingly calm. "Where's the magic you promised? The research you said you'd undertake? And now you tell me the hardware is incompatible? Wait. Oyagi hastily waved his hands, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow. Please hear me out. He pointed to where the Ninetales had vanished moments ago, his speech rapid. But that fox was a being composed of chakra, a pure energy entity, completely natural, no additives. Moreover, this world possesses a special contract technique that allows chakra to be lent to others like a power bank. Imagine, if you could capture that self-replenishing chakra fox and have it lend you chakra, you'd have your blue bar. Then you could experience the charm of magic firsthand. His excitement mounted as his hands gestured animatedly in the air. More importantly, that fox is wild. In an instant, Herta understood Aoyagi's implication. She raised an eyebrow, her gaze resting on his face. You want me to go capture that fox? She paused. What's in it for you? Aoyagi gave an embarrassed smile, scratching his head sheepishly. Well, wasn't it you who said I should learn magic? If this goes awry, what if you don't take me along to play? Heh. He paused, then added, besides, you're so brilliant you'll surely discover more. You eat the meat. I'll have the broth. I'm not greedy. Herta stared at him for 3 seconds, then scoffed. Not aiming to accomplish your goal, but rather choosing to continue currying my favor. Huh? She folded her arms, a faint smirk playing on her lips. But you, little brat, have good taste. This genius's favor is not something a mere world can rival. Nodding as she analyzed, knowing what's good, understanding how to cling to power, and investing early, promising indeed. Indeed, indeed, Aoyagi quickly chimed in. Lady Herta, you are supremely intelligent, exquisitely elegant, a perfect blend of beauty and wisdom, talent and grace. From this day forth, I shall no longer trust Lyra. I will only believe in the pure beauty goddess. Lady Herta, unparalleled in beauty. Who is Lyra? Never heard of her. I only know Herta. All right, enough with the exaggerations. Herta impatiently waved her hand, but Aoyagi clearly saw the corners of her mouth remained lifted. Quite high, in fact. Let us go, she urged, striding toward the direction of the Ninetales. If that fox kills too many people, I'll have to negotiate with the locals later. This genius detests being entangled in troubles. Asking this and that is the most vexing. Moreover, she spoke with a hint of excitement. A wild fox, unclaimed, pure energy entity, and contractable. How intriguing. This genius has never raised such a fox before. Aoyagi hurried to follow, silently lighting a candle for the Ninetales in his heart. Ninetales, oh Ninetales, you'd better take care of yourself. But having a powerful ally feels truly wonderful. Look at those predecessors who traversed here, plotting with Sharingan, Byakugan, Sage Mode, Otsutsuki bloodline. Early days were like walking on thin ice, always worried whether they could even reach the other shore. Where is that compared to simply clutching a powerful patron? On the other side of the battlefield, the red-haired woman Kushina Uzumaki was currently using the 8-trigram seal to immobilize the Ninetales. Blood seeped from her wounds, staining the ground crimson. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze stood vigil beside them, cradling a newborn infant in his arms, who at this very moment was wailing loudly, tears streaming down his face. The colossal fox demon, the crying baby, and the wounded couple together formed a scene both heartrending and striking. Moonlight cascaded down, as if spotlighting this tragic tableau. Kushina, I will now use the dead demon consuming seal to imprison half of the Ninetales within Naruto, while I take the other half into the realm of the dead. Minato, that will cost you your life. Kushina lifted her head, eyes glistening with unshed tears as she gazed upon the man she loved deeply. Naruto is still so young. He needs his father. The village needs its Hokage. As Hokage, I must protect the village. Minato lowered his gaze to the infant in his arms, whose cries tore at his heart, and a gentle smile curved his lips. Trust in our child, he will be fine. Hey, you two. Need some help? The reward is that fox. A brusque voice shattered the tender atmosphere. Minato and Kushina froze simultaneously and turned toward the source. Under the moonlight, a man adorned with a fox mask atop his head and a graceful woman with a pointed hat were approaching them. The woman walked ahead with a casual air. The man followed behind, glancing around nervously like a reluctant attendant. Without so much as a hint of hesitation, Kuroto bluntly declared his purpose. Minato instantly slipped into combat readiness, clutching a trident kunai, eyes wary of these uninvited guests. His body leaned slightly forward, prepared to strike at a moment's notice, despite his grievous injuries and dwindling chakra reserves. Who are you? Why are you in Konoha? The Ninetales and Kushina also turned their attention toward the newcomers, especially the Ninetales, whose mood was tinged with complexity. It keenly sensed that the oddly dressed woman before it was targeting it. The feeling was peculiar. Not fear, not shock, but a mixture of curiosity and, more than anything, the excitement one feels when confronted with a new toy. Having lived for over 1,000 years, the The Ninetales had encountered countless humans. Some who feared it, some who hated it, some who sought to exploit it, others who aimed to seal it. Yet never had anyone evoked such a sensation within it. His tail twitched involuntarily. It was no fool. Though now freed from the Sharingan's control and burning with rage, it still retained its wits. After all the devastation it had wrought, setting the entire village ablaze and drawing the assault of numerous shinobi, these two newcomers bore not a speck of dust on their garments. Something was amiss, profoundly so. Kushina, meanwhile, gave little thought to such matters. She was close to death. As a Jinchuriki, losing her tailed beast meant losing her life. But Minato could still survive. Naruto was still a child. He needed his parents. As for the village, if these strangers truly could prevent the Ninetales from further destruction, then regardless of who they were, where they came from, or what their motives might be, it was far preferable to Minato sacrificing his life to seal the Ninetales. Without hesitation, Kushina reached out and grasped Minato's arm, shaking her head gently. She knew her husband too well. He would surely choose to sacrifice himself to protect the village and their newborn son. But she did not want him to die. She wanted Naruto to have a father. She wanted the man she loved to live, even if there was only the faintest glimmer of hope. "Hello," Kushina whispered weakly to Kuroto. "If you can stop the Ninetales from ravaging the village, it's yours." "Damn you, Kushina. Who gave you the right to decide my fate?" The Ninetales roared suddenly, its fury shaking the very air. "I am free, not the possession of anyone." Its claw surged forward, aimed at Kushina with lethal intent. "No matter how strange you are, if you dare covet me, you will die." With a piercing whoosh, the talons streaked toward Kushina's chest. Minato's pupils constricted sharply. He wanted to intervene, but the distance was too great and the strike too swift. Yet the envisioned scene of claws piercing flesh never came to pass. An immense metallic figure descended from the heavens, crashing down before Kushina and Minato with thunderous force. Its steel arm rose, iron fist steadfastly intercepting the Ninetales' blow. The collision sent tremors through the air. Oyagi's eyes instantly lit up as he looked toward Kuroto, his voice brimming with barely contained excitement. "Lady Kuroto, what is this?" "A Gundam. A true Gundam, over 6 meters tall, its sleek metal body gleaming coldly beneath the moonlight. This is the ultimate dream of man." Kuroto shot him an impatient glare but proceeded to explain, "An ancient war machine from many years ago. An old relic." She paused, her tone laced with disdain. "Took me a full half-hour to find it." "An old relic?" Oyagi stared silently at the imposing mech before him. To Kuroto, it might be just a mere toy, but he desired it immensely. How could he flatter Kuroto enough to earn this prize? Inwardly, he cursed the system. Flying system. Look at Kuroto, just a few kind words and she hands out rewards. And you? You want to explore the world? Risk your life? Pathetic. Utterly pathetic. Just as Aoyagi was about to speak again, Kuroto raised her hand to silence him. "Don't worry, I brought plenty of gear. You won't die. Just watch and learn." She hesitated briefly before adding, "This machine might be old, but it should be enough to handle creatures of this caliber. If not, I have other toys." Misunderstood and despised, Oyagi thought, wisely choosing silence as he settled in to watch Laser Sword Smashes Caveman. Indeed, the phrase was to be taken literally. From the very first clash with the Iron Behemoth, the Ninetales already contemplated fleeing. This metallic monstrosity was absurd. Though much smaller in size, its full-strength strike left not even a scratch. And when it landed a punch, the Ninetales truly felt the pain. What was worse? This iron mass fought without dodging or evading. The Ninetales would swipe with a claw, only to be met with a retaliatory punch. Soon, it realized it had taken multiple blows, its claws aching from the impact, yet the opponent remained utterly unscathed. Not a single chip in its paint. What was the point of continuing this fight? It was no fool. The Ninetales quickly put distance between them, its tail sweeping through the air as it opened its massive maw. Black chakra condensed before its mouth, the tailed beast ball. Its most formidable attack. Boom! The black energy sphere blasted forth, striking the Gundam's head with unerring precision. Seeing the hit, the Ninetales raised its head and laughed mockingly. "A tin can is just a tin can, but I am the most cunning of the tailed beasts. How does the tailed beast ball taste? Ha ha ha!" Its laughter thundered across the battlefield, audible to all. As the dust settled, the Gundam stood silently in place, its metallic sheen undiminished, not a fraction of an inch displaced. Its head remained intact, even reflecting light more brilliantly, as if freshly polished. The Ninetales' eyes widened in disbelief. "Impossible." Its voice cracked. "I saw it hit. The tailed beast ball can level mountains. This cannot be." The Gundam said nothing. It merely turned its head slowly toward the Ninetales. Then, with a twist of its wrist, a hum. The laser sword ignited, its blue radiance piercing the night with dazzling brilliance. The Ninetales' face of shock instantly transformed into one of terror. Hey, this thing looks somewhat perilous. It clearly observed the air around the blade warping and burning. The temperature of that radiant glow. It had lived for over a millennium and witnessed countless fire-release ninjutsu. Great fireball, fire dragon flame bomb, even S-rank fire techniques, it had endured them all. Yet none of those compared to the beam before it. They were not even worthy of polishing shoes in comparison. It had no doubt that if this thing struck its body, it would be sliced into pieces like cutting tofu. Just as the Ninetales was about to retreat, it grew even more horrified to see the Gundam before it take flight. Without any warning, it lifted straight off the ground, hovering midair. Its steel frame cast a colossal shadow under the moonlight, while the glow of the lightsaber bathed its silhouette in blue. It looked down upon the Ninetales as if gazing at prey awaiting slaughter. The Ninetales froze in place. At that moment, it finally understood. It seemed to have encountered an adversary it could not possibly overcome, no matter how hard it tried. Unlike Hashirama, this entity had taken its strongest strike head-on, causing it to unleash every technique it knew, yet still failed to subdue the opponent. One by one, the Ninetales' tails drooped. A thought flashed through its mind. That bastard Kushina had said something earlier. If it ceased destroying the village, it would be handed over to that woman? Perhaps that was not entirely unacceptable? After all, the other party had not struck to kill at the start, nor had they attacked immediately, showing no malice. In the distance, Oyagi quietly swallowed as he witnessed the scene. He turned to Black Tower beside him and asked, "Ms. Black Tower, you call this an antique?" Black Tower glanced at him casually and replied matter-of-factly, "Yes, this kind of weapon was obsolete hundreds of amber eras ago. I was just curious at the time, studied its principles and upgraded it a bit." Oyagi said, "He seems like a bumpkin? Never mind, better keep quiet. He is unripe, but ripe will bring change." Only silence followed. Meanwhile, the Ninetales faced an ultimate choice concerning its dignity and survival. Should it fight to the bitter end and be sliced into Ninetale sashimi? It would not die, but this person wielding such a weapon, would they truly kill it? The Ninetales made a decision that defied its ancestors. "That human," it spoke, its voice tinged with hesitation. "Is the contract you mentioned earlier still negotiable?" Black Tower ignored the Ninetales and instead turned to Aoyagi. "Does your teleportation have any restrictions?" Aoyagi paused, looked down at the panel only he could see, and carefully confirmed the information. There is a 3-day cooldown. That's all?" Black Tower asked uncertainly. "Just a simple 3-day cooldown? No energy replenishment required? No consumption of special substances? You're breaking the law of energy conservation? That's unscientific." Oyagi scratched his head, pondering seriously and guessed tentatively maybe when using the ability it already borrows some kind of power. "I just lack the wisdom to understand it fully yet." Black Tower's expression turned subtle. "You don't understand your own power so well? You only awakened a few days ago." Oyagi smiled awkwardly. Black Tower stared at him for 2 seconds, then waved her hand dismissively. "Forget it, we'll study it later. Let us handle the matter at hand first." She turned and looked at the Ninetales frozen nearby. The Ninetales maintained a half-defensive stance, its tails alertly raised, eyes fixed intently on the Gundam hovering midair. "Hey, Fox." The Ninetales' ears twitched. "I don't know what grudge you have with those people, nor do I care." Black Tower continued, "But I am very interested in you now." She enunciated carefully, "Will you come with me?" The Ninetales was dumbfounded on the spot. "What did you say? Did I hear wrong? Or am I under some illusion?" "I asked if you will come with me." Black Tower repeated impatiently, frowning. "Don't understand the common tongue?" The Ninetales thought it must be dreaming. Why else would it hear such a request? Usually, it wouldn't dare imagine such fortune. Now, having been defeated, the opponent actually proposed this. It hesitated. Could this woman be intending to capture it for slicing? Seeing the dialogue stall and noticing Black Tower's growing impatience, Oyagi hurriedly stepped in to mediate. "Ms. Black Tower, please don't be upset. Don't be upset." He gestured at the Ninetales and explained seriously. "This fox is simply stunned by your generous offer and momentarily at a loss. A fox so naive, suddenly encountering a remarkable genius like you, it's natural to be overwhelmed." "Generous offer? What did I say?" Black Tower looked at Aoyagi in confusion. "You said to take it with you." Oyagi nodded solemnly and began to explain. "You may not know, but in this world, creatures like the Ninetales with such destructive power are treated as weapons. Usually, they are sealed inside humans to grant those individuals the tailed beast's power, thereby balancing other nations. So this fox is typically transferred from one human host to another, with almost no freedom. Yet you merely took it away, not sealed it, which shocked the Ninetales. Black Tower's gaze grew stranger after hearing this. Then she pointed to Kushina not far off. So that fox was trapped inside that woman's belly? More or less. Oyagi nodded. This world calls it sealing technique. The tailed beast is sealed inside the Jinchuriki, who gains power while the beast loses freedom. A win-win. No, actually, the beast doesn't win. Sealing technique. Black Tower nodded thoughtfully, asking no more. Some things she preferred to study on her own. Asking others was no fun compared to discovering by oneself. She turned back to the Ninetales beside her. Hey fox. Her tone remained casual. To be brief, I need your chakra for experiments. You only need to cooperate with me for some tests when I require it. Other times I won't bother you. You can go wherever you like. How about it? The Ninetales' eyes widened further. Its beastly gaze was filled with disbelief. What on earth was this person? According to all prior scripts, after defeating it, she should have sealed it without consent, stuffed it into some unlucky soul, then periodically insulted and beaten it, forcing it to surrender chakra. After using it, she would toss it aside, whereupon it would brood in silence. Why was this one so easy to talk to? This is not the shinobi world. This is very much not the shinobi world. Seeing the Ninetales remain silent, Oyagi glanced surreptitiously at Black Tower. Sure enough, the big shot was growing impatient. As a prisoner of war, daring to repeatedly defy the victor was practically courting death. Oyagi cleared his throat and raised his voice. Hey, fox, Ms. Black Tower may be beautiful and kind-hearted, but if you keep ignoring her repeatedly, she will get angry. He nodded toward the nearby Gundam, where the lightsaber still glowed. The Ninetales shuddered instantly. Instinctively, it cast its gaze toward the towering mech hovering midair, and the blue blade humming softly in its grasp. The air surrounding the sword's edge continued to ripple and distort. It harbored no doubt that, with but a single thought from that woman, the blade would come slashing toward itself. At that moment, it would no longer be the Ninetales, but rather Ninetales sashimi. Sensing the Black Tower's growing impatience, it hastily spoke, a trace of urgency threading through its voice. Black Tower. You must say the beautiful Lady Black Tower. Aoyagi interjected at the opportune moment. The Ninetales quickly corrected himself, his speech accelerating. The beautiful Lady Black Tower. I will follow you. Let us depart immediately. Black Tower cast a glance at Aoyagi, who returned a smile. Neither uttered a word. Well done. After a long pause, Black Tower exhaled a brief commendation. Though merely 4 words, Aoyagi's posture straightened noticeably. The thigh praised him. What does that imply? It means his flattery skills have been acknowledged. It signifies that he has taken a firm first step down the path of currying favor. Maintaining this momentum, future explorations of other worlds would be as effortless as holding a knife. Black Tower paid no heed to Aoyagi's smug expression, merely extending her hand and waving it through the air. Instantly, the 6-meter-tall mech vanished, transforming into a streak of light that she slipped into the pocket at her waist. Aoyagi recognized that pocket. It was the strange artifact Arwan's pouch. Because the space inside had been continuously expanding, it had been sealed away. Originally, it was Ruanmei's possession, but for some unknown reason, it had lain gathering dust in Black Tower's display case. Unexpectedly, Black Tower had brought it out this time. He stared at the unassuming little pouch, lost in thought. Why would Ruanmei's belongings be in Black Tower's display case? The more he pondered, the more unsettling it seemed. Witnessing the Ninetales so easily tamed, Kushina and Minato were left speechless, utterly shocked. Kushina lay on the ground, her mind a blank. Ninetales, that was the Ninetales. And now, it had yielded so readily? Minato was equally silent. Yet, as Konoha's strategic asset, if the Ninetales were taken away by the other side, he drew a deep breath and spoke. Black Tower, Minato. Kushina weakly grasped Minato's hand, shaking her head. I have already handed over the Ninetales to her. The other party. She coughed violently several times, then, after a pause, continued. Having them help us out of this predicament is a blessing in itself. Let it be. Yet Minato remained troubled. As Hokage, it was his duty to protect the village. The Ninetales, as the village's strategic weapon, if simply taken away like this, would greatly diminish Konoha's deterrence. The other 4 ninja villages would surely be emboldened. Suddenly, a contingent of Umbu ninja arrived on the scene. Leading them was the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, clad in his shinobi vest and donning the Hokage's conical hat. His gaze swept across the ravaged battlefield, finally resting on Kushina lying on the ground. Medical team, tend to Kushina, he commanded in a stern voice, then turned to Minato. Minato, what is the current situation? Minato gripped his kunai tightly, After a moment of hesitation, he explained truthfully. Kushina used the Ninetails as a bargaining chip to compel those two over there to intervene and halt the Ninetails. Now the Ninetails has been subdued. What? Sarutobi's pupils constricted as his voice rose a few octaves. Minato, the Ninetails is the village's strategic weapon. How can it be so easily used as a bargaining chip? His tone was laced with clear dissatisfaction. You will watch over Kushina here. I will negotiate with those two. Before Minato could reply, Sarutobi, accompanied by the principal forces from the Hyuga, Ino Shikacho clans, dashed toward Black Tower. Elsewhere, Black Tower and Aoyagi strolled leisurely, the immense form of the Ninetails trailing behind. It deliberately softened its footsteps, wary of provoking displeasure from the lady ahead. Black Tower led the way, her hat pointy, skirt swaying gracefully, demeanor elegant and composed. After only a few steps, a dozen or so shadows suddenly descended from the sky, encircling the two and the fox. Black Tower cast a displeased glance at those surrounding them, finally fixing her gaze on the leader, Sarutobi. Without mincing words, she challenged him. I have fulfilled what I promised you. Now I have matters to attend to and no time for your interference. Stand aside. Sarutobi's expression darkened slightly. He had never been spoken to in such a manner. Even the daimyo would courteously address him as the third Hokage. And yet, this mysterious woman dared to speak to him with such audacity? But as a seasoned politician, he suppressed his displeasure and spoke in as even a tone as he could muster. You have helped us overcome a great difficulty. On behalf of Konoha, I thank you. However, spare me the pleasantries. Black Tower cut him off abruptly, lacking even the patience to hear him out. I am a genius with no time to listen to your thanks. The deal was simple, you provide the fox, I provide the effort. We are square now. Move aside. She waved her hand as if shooing flies. Sarutobi's face darkened completely. Miss, the Ninetails is Konoha's tailed beast, a crucial strategic asset to the village. You cannot simply take it away. The agreement you made with her, he gestured toward Kushina not far off, was a decision made under special circumstances and lacks formal validity. Moreover, she does not have the authority to dispose of the village's tailed beast. Black Tower's brow furrowed deeper. So, what are you trying to say? Sarutobi's voice dropped gravely. You may leave. But, he paused, his gaze drifting beyond Black Tower to the massive fox behind her. The Ninetails must remain. The Ninetails' mood grew even more complicated. Standing behind, it watched these two factions bristle with hostility over the claim to itself. This was a first, the first time it viewed others disputing over its ownership from a third-party perspective. Strangely enough, it felt somewhat pleased. Aoyagi had little desire to negotiate with these people either. Having read Naruto, he was well aware of the nature of shinobi, each utterly self-centered, unwilling to heed others regardless of what was said. It was always you say this, I insist on that, and even if you killed them, it would not alter their resolve. They were nothing short of madmen. Yet, considering these individuals might prove useful for his future explorations of the ninja world, and fearing that a displeased Black Tower might suddenly make a move to eliminate them, he quickly stepped forward to mediate. The most noble, most beautiful, most wise, most kind, most elegant Lady Black Tower, he began with a lengthy string of honorifics, seeking to calm tensions. Please, do not let a group of natives spoil your mood for magical research. He changed tack, flattering her anew. You see, these natives are simply so blinded by your extraordinary beauty that they subconsciously overlook your unfathomable power, which is why they behave so rudely. If you were to display your strength casually, they would surely retreat. Black Tower's previously sullied mood brightened immediately. Indeed, who could blame her for being incomparable in beauty and unmatched in wisdom across the universe? To bicker with a group of natives was truly beneath her status. Since they insisted on witnessing her power, then so be it. She extended her hand, and a staff taller than half her height materialized in her grasp. The staff gleamed crystal clear, its apex adorned with a colossal gem. She waved her hand impatiently at the Ninetails. Fox, move aside. Don't blame me if you die. The Ninetails shuddered instantly, its colossal form retreating at a speed utterly incongruous with its size, then crouched low to the ground. That posture, that swiftness, that practiced finesse. There was not a trace of the proud arrogance typical of the nine-tailed demon fox. Be alert, Hiruzen Sarutobi bellowed, brandishing his Rui Jingu Bang horizontally, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Kuroto. The Hyuga clan's expert immediately activated his Byakugan, while the Ino Shikacho trio swiftly formed a formation. The other Umbu ninjas drew their weapons, entering combat readiness. Dozens of eyes stared intently at the exquisite woman clutching a staff, yet Kuroto appeared utterly oblivious to their scrutiny. She merely raised her chin slightly, swept her hair back with her left hand, then lifted her staff and gently swung it downward. A dazzling white light flared forth. That brilliance outshone the sun itself, transforming the pitch-black night into something akin to broad daylight. Everyone instinctively shut their eyes. The next moment, boom!
A deafening explosion resounded.
When the light faded, the onlookers opened their eyes, only to be struck dumb simultaneously. From the tip of Kuroto's staff stretched an immeasurable fan-shaped expanse, utterly barren. The earth had vanished, the rocks had vanished, the trees had vanished. Everything was gone. Only an endless wasteland remained. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood rooted, nearly losing grip of his Rui Jingubang. He had lived for decades, witnessed countless ninjutsu techniques, seen S-rank jutsu, forbidden arts, tailed beast bombs, even the legendary ninja god. But the woman before him merely flicked her staff lightly, leaving an endless ruin in her wake. He could not help but wonder. Had her attack been aimed at Konoha, the village and all its inhabitants would have been obliterated instantly, without even a moment to react. As for escape, an endless wasteland like that could erase 10 Konoha villages in the blink of an eye. Where could anyone flee? His lips moved, attempting to speak, but no words emerged. Although equally astonished, Aoyagi quickly recovered. As a prodigy who had met the erudite Kuroto thrice, he was unsurprised that she could have destroyed an entire galaxy. Such destructive power was merely a trifling display. Truly just a trifling display. The Nine-Tails was different. It lay on the ground, its immense body like a small mountain, yet its beastly eyes brimmed with the relief of having escaped catastrophe. Fortunate that it had not launched a sneak attack just now. With a single strike like that, even the Sage of Six Paths would have to dodge. Moreover, it clearly saw that when Kuroto unleashed her skill, she even flicked her hair back. Flicked her hair. That graceful, composed, and nonchalant gesture looked nothing like someone taking matters seriously. Evidently, she was merely flexing her muscles, not considering them as worthy opponents at all. This realization stirred complex emotions within the Nine-Tails. Having lived for over 1,000 years, it had always been a figure feared by others. Now, it was the one being utterly overwhelmed. Yet strangely, it felt neither anger nor humiliation. Instead, a peculiar sense of reassurance. Indeed, this was what the Nine-Tails had overheard earlier during the conversation between Aoyagi and Kuroto, words like natives and old relics. Though it did not fully grasp the meaning, it could infer that these were descriptions of a vast disparity, so great that the other side did not even deign to take them seriously. No wonder she did not seal it. With such overwhelming power, even draining it completely might not be feasible. Its own tailed beast bomb, at best, could blow up a mountain, but required a long charge. And hers? A mere wave of the staff, a flick of the hair. Gone. The Nine-Tails' thoughts began to stir actively. This person seemed utterly indifferent to its combat strength, merely curious.
No ceiling, no subjugación.
No confinement in a dark cell, just cooperation in research? What kind of divine treatment was this? The Nine-Tails' eyes gleamed with newfound interest. Meanwhile, Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others remained stunned in place. The Hyuga clan's Byakugan user continued to scrutinize the void, as if hoping to discern some clue, but his Byakugan revealed nothing. There was nothing there. The Ino Shikacho trio exchanged glances, each seeing the same question in the other's eyes. Had they almost died just now? Kuroto no longer looked at them. She retracted her staff and spoke mildly to Aoyagi and the Nine-Tails. All right, let us go. This place is no longer suitable to linger. With that, she stepped forward and resumed her walk. She sought a place of natural beauty to begin her study of magic. The Nine-Tails rose to follow. Cough, cough. Aoyagi cleared his throat gently. The Nine-Tails paused, lowering its head to look at the human wearing the fox mask. It did not underestimate him simply because he had not displayed his strength. Obediently, the Nine-Tails bowed its head, adopting a posture of attentive listening. Aoyagi pointed toward Kuroto not far ahead and reminded the fox. Fox, now this is where I have to say something to you. Lady Kuroto, the most beautiful, kind, wise, and elegant being in the entire universe, would not proactively mention certain matters, but those of us who have received her favor cannot help but consider them. He paused, looking meaningfully at the Nine-Tails. Are you really going to stand by and watch Lady Kuroto make her own way? The Nine-Tails hesitated. It glanced at Kuroto's figure, then at the forest floor. Indeed, the forest path was treacherous, overgrown with weeds, strewn with rubble. Not exactly convenient for a lady in a skirt. Suddenly enlightened, the Nine-Tails immediately extended a tail carefully to Kuroto's feet. Beautiful Lady Kuroto, its voice laced with flattery. Thank you for restoring my freedom. The forest path is rough. Please allow me to carry you for a while. Kuroto halted, looking back. Her gaze shifted from the nine-tails tail to its eyes, then finally rested on the quietly smiling Aoyagi. Then, she suddenly laughed softly. "You rascal." She looked at Aoyagi with a playful glint in her eye. Quite the tactician, it seemed. Aoyagi bowed modestly but could not help the corner of his mouth curling upward. "Want that old relic from just now?" Kuroto saw through his thoughts immediately. Aoyagi's eyes brightened as he stared directly at Kuroto. A faint smile played on her lips. "Then keep up the good work. If your performance is good these 3 days, I'll give you a few more when we return." What more can be said? Braving fire and water for Lady Kuroto. Aoyagi hurried forward a couple of steps, reaching out to steady Kuroto's arm. "Honored Lady Kuroto, please allow me to support you onto the fox. Watch your step." Kuroto cast him a sidelong glance, disregarding his obsequious demeanor. She lifted her foot, stepped onto the nine-tails tail, then leisurely climbed onto its back. Aoyagi was not offended. He chuckled softly and climbed up after her, sitting at a comfortable distance. After all, there would be many opportunities in the future. Someday, he intended to ride the coattails of fortune to the pinnacle of life. The sweetness of clinging to a powerful ally was already apparent to him. If he could acquire 3 or 5 Gundams, he would scour the entire land of the hidden leaf village without hesitation. With a 100% exploration rate, would he not seize the opportunity to strike back? Meanwhile, the Nine-Tails quietly took note in his mind. So those formidable iron giants that utterly defeated him were mass-produced? And such things could be gifted at will? His eyes widened slightly. He had personally witnessed the combat prowess of that mech, 6 meters tall. A steel frame, wielding a laser sword capable of flight and able to withstand a tailed beast bomb unharmed. Weapons of that caliber could actually be given away. In an instant, the image of the Black Tower in his mind was elevated once more, even subtly surpassing the Sage of Six Paths. What fate's child, what prophesied one, what destined person. Now all he needed was to cling tightly to the leg of the figure before him, and the old Sage of Six Paths would never dare raise his voice at him again. A bright future lay ahead for the fox. Along the way, Black Tower did not idle. She sat astride the Nine-Tails' back, propping her chin up with one hand while casually stroking the Nine-Tails' head with the other. The Nine-Tails stiffened all over but dared not move. After all, it had lived for thousands of years. When had anyone ever dared to touch its head like this? Yet, recalling the white light from moments before, it decided to endure it. After all, it did not shed fur. A body composed of energy, yet tangible, and able to sustain Black Tower's murmuring, it was even more unique than Suiyong. Aoyagi explained beside them. "I know this. Chakra in this world is quite special. It can evolve into water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and also yin and yang attributes." He paused, recalling the knowledge from the hidden leaf village, and continued. Yin attribute is spiritual energy, used to cast illusions or perform some form of cognitive alteration. Yang attribute is physical energy, which can heal wounds and strengthen the body. "You seem to know quite a bit," Black Tower remarked, casting him a glance tinged with surprise. "What else? These alone cannot satisfy my fantasies about magic." Aoyagi shifted closer to Black Tower. "This is just the basic use of chakra. Some individuals with outstanding talent can mix different chakra attributes in specific proportions." With his hands miming stirring something, he said, "Then new ninjutsu techniques can be born. For example, water plus wind creates ice, fire plus earth produces molten lava, and so forth." Black Tower raised an eyebrow. Attribute fusion, creating new substances, that piqued her interest. It was somewhat reminiscent of the alchemy she once studied on a certain planet, combining different elements to generate new matter. Intriguing indeed. But unfortunately, Aoyagi spread his hands with a regretful expression. Such fusion is very dangerous. They use their own bodies as reaction chambers to merge chakra internally. If not careful, they might end up destroying themselves. He paused, adding, "So far, only about a dozen cases of successful dual attribute fusion exist in this world, and there is only one recorded success for triple attribute fusion." Black Tower looked at him suspiciously, her brow furrowing slightly. "You mean they simulate this within their own bodies?" "Exactly," Aoyagi nodded matter-of-factly. "Otherwise, how else? There are no devices or instruments, only their physical bodies to endure. Those who survive possess extraordinary talent. Those who don't simply perish." Black Tower fell into contemplation. This was the first time she had encountered such an unfathomable concept. Though the terms differed, in essence, both imaginary energy and chakra were powers that could be guided and utilized. Even if this world lagged behind, there should be some basic experimental apparatus, right? Suddenly, Black Tower cast a strange glance at Aoyagi. This world doesn't lack technological development, does it? Aoyagi pointed to the surrounding environment. Dense forests, rugged trails, but no traces of modern civilization. Not even transportation devices existed, he said. Black Tower fell silent. It was the longest silence she had maintained since arriving in the shinobi world. After a long while, she exhaled without further inquiry. Instead, she patted the Ninetails' head. Fox. While we have time, don't waste it. Show me your abilities. The Ninetails' ears twitched. Nothing too extraordinary. Just use that chakra thing to breathe fire or spit water. Anything will do. I want to take a look, Black Tower said, awaiting the performance. The Ninetails halted, frozen in place. It stammered for a long time but could not utter a single word. You don't only know how to spit those black spheres, do you? Black Tower immediately sensed something amiss with the Ninetails, her tone laced with incredulity. The Ninetails remained silent, and silence was consent. Oyagi chuckled quietly beside them. Tailed beasts, you know how it is. They don't die, have enormous chakra reserves, and possess incredibly powerful bodies. A single slap outperforms any ninjutsu. Fire and water styles aren't even as effective as a scratch from their claws. Moreover, those ninjutsu require study, hand seals, and fine chakra control, tedious to no end. If you have the time, it's better to just unleash a tailed beast bomb. The Ninetails, being the strongest with the largest chakra among the tailed beasts, naturally had no interest in ninjutsu. However, Oyagi's eyes glinted as he suddenly wore a scheming smile. My sincerest apologies, Lady Black Tower, for my previous oversight. His tone bore a hint of self-reproach. But this is a trivial matter. There is more than one tailed beast. I recall that not far from here, in the hidden sand village, there is a tanuki. It enjoys learning and knows many techniques. Wind release, magnet release, and reportedly even sealing jutsu. Surely it can assist you. Hearing this, the Ninetails was utterly dismayed. What? It was inferior to Shikaku, the constantly shouting tanuki? It wanted to lose its temper but dared not, thinking of the powerful figure above, so it held back. Black Tower, looking at Aoyagi's mischievous gaze and then at the stiff, statue-like Ninetails beneath her, smiled slightly. That smile was laden with meaning. Did you hear that, Fox? My time is precious, and I won't waste it here with you. Just one question. Can you breathe fire before dawn? Startled, the Ninetails nodded hastily. Yes. I learn quickly. Before dawn, I will definitely breathe fire. Good. Black Tower nodded in satisfaction. Then she requested a portion of chakra from the Ninetails. Next, she drew out some unfamiliar items from the pouch at her waist. These objects had peculiar shapes, some resembling instruments, others like test tubes, or unknown materials. Altogether high-tech artifacts unlike anything Aoyagi had ever seen. She began tinkering on the Ninetails' back. Aoyagi understood that Black Tower was eager to attempt deconstructing chakra. He refrained from interrupting. It's late at night. Best to get some rest, he thought. He shifted his position and lay down comfortably on the soft, fluffy fur of the Ninetails. The fur was very soft and warm. Finally, he glanced at the panel before him. Exploration rate, 16. 16? So soon, without doing much? It seemed reaching 30 exploration rate would be swift. Hopefully along with the novice gift pack. A powerful ally was good, but since the ally had a peculiar temperament, he would hold on to both hands. The next day, Aoyagi woke naturally. The rising sun cast its warm glow upon his face, the air redolent with the fresh fragrance of grass and trees. He opened his eyes to find Lady Kuroto still engrossed in her own affairs, while the Ninetails, at some unknown moment, had ceased its movement. The surrounding landscape, adorned with mountains and waters, seemed to be Kuroto's design, having commanded the Ninetails to halt here. Awake, without lifting her head, Kuroto casually tossed something his way, a ring. Come, help me test the results of my research. Aoyagi instinctively caught it, examining the ring in his hand. The band was pure white, smooth to the touch, made of a metal unfamiliar to him. At its summit was embedded a gem that appeared remarkably high-tech. What is this? He inquired. Didn't you say before that our physiques differ from those in this world, making it impossible to directly extract chakra within the body? She paused, shaking the device in her hand. So I took a different approach, linking the so-called chakra to nerves through a conductive metal, which is this very ring you hold. Oyagi looked down at the ring, his eyes widening slightly. Simply put, this ring was an external chakra meridian system, could store chakra and guide its flow. Kuroto, having tidied her belongings, regarded him leisurely. Well then, you'll need to experience its effects yourself. I've only stored a small portion of chakra inside it. Try and see if you can use it. Why don't you try it yourself? Oyagi countered. Kuroto snorted softly. How do you know I haven tea? Or do you think I'm some evil scientist using others as guinea pigs? She waved her left hand, the index finger adorned with a ring identical to his own. Raising her chin, she declared, I am the greatest genius in the universe. Naturally, I'm the first to test it. Yet she faltered, the rare hint of frustration creeping into her tone. But this fox hasn't yet learned how to breathe fire. Without a reference, I can only control the chakra-s flow inside my body. I can't yet transform it into lightning, flames, or any other form. She pointed at the ring in Aoyagi's hand. That's why I need you to try. You know more than I do, don't you? Let me see what tricks you can conjure. Realizing his misunderstanding, Aoyagi averted his gaze, somewhat sheepish. As a competent lackey, he understood perfectly well that what his benefactor desired now was not explanations but results. Silently, he slipped the ring onto his left hand, on the ring finger just the right fit. And then, he asked, looking up, how do I use it? Guide it with your consciousness and then try, Kuroto responded succinctly. Aoyagi felt an urge to complain. It was like playing a soul game and asking for detailed instructions, only to find the manual simply said, pick up a weapon and kill the enemy. Guide it with consciousness? How exactly? Meditation? Trance? Or silently chanting incantations? Life is not easy, Aoyagi sighed. Ultimately, he chose to endure it alone. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath, focused his mind, and thought, activate. In the next moment, he truly felt it. A sphere of energy about the size of a fist, residing within the ring. The sensation was peculiar, as if an additional organ had manifested. He attempted to guide it to his fingertip, and succeeded on the first try. The chakra flowed obediently along his will, streaming out from the ring, ascending his finger, and finally gathering at the tip. Opening his eyes, Aoyagi stared at the faintly undulating chakra atop his index finger, momentarily stunned. It seems rather straightforward, he mused. Like moving a finger, no difficulty at all. Success? Kuroto leaned in, eyes unwaveringly fixed on his fingertip. Now try to make it into fire. Transforming into a theoretical master, she began an impromptu lesson. The chemical principle of flame is a chain reaction involving electron stripping, forming plasma. Aoyagi rolled his eyes impatiently. Lady Kuroto, he interrupted. This is magic. How can you apply scientific principles here? He wiggled his finger seriously. From my experience, this is when imagination must be unleashed. The more you think it's unscientific, the less it obeys. The more you accept it as natural, the more compliant it becomes. Imagination. Kuroto furrowed her brow, evidently dissatisfied with this answer. Yes, imagination. Aoyagi closed his eyes and began to ponder. He recalled the wind-style jutsu from Naruto. It seemed to involve rotation generating airflow, airflow becoming wind. Then, a miniature tornado appeared at his fingertip. Only as tall as his finger, slender and translucent, yet unmistakably a tornado. It spun at his fingertip, stirring a gentle breeze. Aoyagi's eyes lit up. Glancing at the wide-eyed Kuroto beside him, he cleared his throat and, brimming with pride, extended his fingertip toward her. Look, Lady Kuroto. He deliberately prolonged the last syllable. Magic, oh. Kuroto's eyes widened even further. In those beautiful eyes now shone two words. Teach me. Almost involuntarily, she exclaimed, Quick, teach me. As Kuroto suddenly leaned closer, a captivating fragrance enveloped Aoyagi. Too unfair. Not only was she brilliant, but also stunningly beautiful, exuding a scent so alluring it left no room for others to compete. Taking a deep breath, Aoyagi stepped back half a pace to create some distance and explained, Simple. By harnessing the property of rotation, you can generate wind. Rotation? Kuroto, ever the executor, immediately began to try upon hearing this. Seconds later, a miniature tornado appeared at her fingertip, slightly larger and spinning faster than Aoyagi's. She opened her eyes and studied it silently for a few seconds. Then, with a click of her tongue, she muttered, Teach. This worked? Her tone was tinged with confusion, disbelief, and incredulity. But it's not scientific. She tried something else. If wind is rotation, what about friction? In the next moment, blue electric arcs sparked at her fingertip. Tiny, crackling, and sizzling. Tentatively, she touched the arcs with her other hand. A slight tingling sensation made her recoil, shaking her hand. A bit numb. Her gaze fixed on her fingertip, her expression complex. It's really lightning. How does this work? It's all chakra. Rotation becomes wind. Friction becomes lightning? This isn't scientific. Aoyagi watched as Kuroto muttered impossible repeatedly. Yet her hands alternated between conjuring wind and lightning, water and fire. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Is this the wisdom of a genius? Mouth protesting the lack of science. Yet the body honestly reveling in the joy of magical girl antics. Truly enviable. Unlike himself, could he also? Well, that S settled then. After playing for a while longer, Aoyagi gradually noticed a problem. The Ninetales was unervingly quiet. The colossal fox lay almost motionless on the ground. Its head bowed low, 9 tails neatly gathered by its side. The entire creature curled into a compact ball. That posture, that expression, that sheepish little glance. Surely it hadn't yet mastered fire breathing? Aoyagi couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth curl into a wild grin. He contemplated with a mischievous delight, when suddenly a sharp slap landed upon the Ninetales' head. Fox, Lady Hecata has already mastered the art of fire. What about you? The Ninetales stiffened abruptly, his fur bristling on end. Don't say I didn't warn you, Aoyagi murmured in a devilish whisper. Lady Hecata is the most intelligent being in the universe, and she abhors associating with fools. If you can't even learn a single fire release technique, TSK. He deliberately left the sentence unfinished, though the implication was unmistakable. The Ninetales shuddered, lifting its head to begin protesting. No, there's a reason for that. I have too much chakra, too much to finally control. Yes, that's it. Having an excess of chakra is a torment. As it spoke, it grew increasingly convinced it had found a brilliant excuse. Growing excited, beautiful Lady Hecata. It turned to her. I, Kurama, possess the greatest amount of chakra among all the tailed beasts. Combined, the other 8 don't equal me. Puffed out its chest, its 9 tails waving arrogantly in the air. Together, they are no match for my power. Hecata ceased her actions. The fireball in her hand suddenly fizzled out, dissolving into a wisp of azure smoke. She lowered her gaze, casting a disdainful glance at the Ninetales. Though Aoyagi had partly intended to intimidate the fox, his words held truth. She genuinely disliked interacting with fools. Yet, as the Ninetales had just stated, it possessed the most chakra. Serving as a reservoir, it naturally had the greatest capacity for replenishment, enabling her to explore a broader range of magical applications. As for the other tailed beasts, she currently had no need for such vast chakra reserves. This fox's chakra would suffice for her research over a considerable span of time. Though still curious about the principles of chakra, the allure of magical girls was simply irresistible. At present, she could conjure fireballs by sheer manual effort, commanding the elements at will. Upon returning, she could boast to Wanmei, who spent all her time solely studying life sciences and had surely never witnessed such magic. A subtle smile tugged at Hecata's lips. However, now was not the time for such thoughts. Lacking sufficient scientific equipment, she refrained from blindly developing chakra applications, as that would be a waste of precious time. Removing the ring from her finger, she looked down at the Ninetales. Fox, I've heard you possess a contract that allows you to share chakra with others. How does it work? Of course, she was not one to bully him. She stated her terms plainly. If you provide chakra for my research, I can release you immediately. At the words release you, the fox froze completely. Could leave? The Ninetales instinctively scanned the surrounding forest, unable to recall the last time it had felt the embrace of the woods. Freedom was right before its eyes. Yet soon, hesitation crept in. Could leave, yes, but who could guarantee those leaf shinobi wouldn't recapture it? Kushina seemed near her end, yet she had left behind a child. The fox might not enjoy freedom for long before being dragged back again. Locked once more in a dark cage, forced to serve as a jinchuriki, treated as nothing more than a weapon. The so-called freedom was but a fleeting respite. Its gaze settled on the woman before it. This woman was different. She had defeated it without sealing it. She desired its chakra but did not coerce it. She granted it the right to choose, though that choice was harsh. After weighing the options, the Ninetales lowered its massive head, locking eyes with Hecata. I can divide myself into 3 parts, it rumbled in a deep voice. 2 portions can serve as energy for your research. As long as the chakra is not exhausted all at once, I can regenerate. The Ninetales raised a single finger. But you must protect me from being recaptured by those leaf bandits. Hecata tapped her arm with a finger, bluntly stating, this genius cannot guard you forever. I am only sheltering you now because I find you somewhat intriguing. Once that interest fades, begging me will avail you nothing. Her words were curt, but such was her proud nature. She would not soften out of pity, nor yield to supplication. Her aid was always governed by interest alone. Sensing the atmosphere growing tense, Aoyagi's eyes lit up. Isn't this a perfect opportunity? He clapped his hands to draw their attention. Lady Hecata, I have a splendid idea. Speak, she responded. Clearing his throat, Aoyagi began his performance. Though we have obtained chakra, this world harbors other secrets. For example, that village possesses the Mind's Eye, a rare bloodline ability said to transform one's deepest desires into power. There's also the Byakugan, which allows one to see several kilometers around with mere eyesight, clairvoyance, long-range vision, and many functions. Lady Hecata, you must still be interested in this world, yes? Hecata nodded. Indeed. But one must eat a meal one bite at a time. My current priority is to study chakra applications. As for the rest, this world cannot escape me. There will be ample time for research later. Oyagi agreed, you speak wisely. But surely, a sublime genius of your stature cannot endure roughing it every visit? That would be unbefitting of your status. Hecata's eyebrow twitched. Aoyagi pressed on, consider you are the greatest genius in the universe. Conducting research on such a backward planet demands a proper base, a laboratory, a place to rest. The Ninetail's ears twitched. So, it asked, since you seek refuge, why not establish a temporary base here? Aoyagi spread his hands. You need not lift a finger, just leave 2 relics behind, and the rest can be entrusted to the Ninetails to construct. That way, next time you come, a ready-made laboratory and research materials await you, saving much trouble. The Ninetails also gains your protection, avoiding capture. Agreed. Hecata waved her hand, instantly summoning 2 Gundams. Her efficiency was unyielding. Oyagi's lips twitched in an effort to smile, though he knew the time was not yet right. He had to restrain himself and first persuade the Ninetails to work for him. Recalling the most sorrowful moments of his life, he quickly addressed the Fox. Fox, Lady Hecata means these 2 Gundams may remain in the ninja world indefinitely. But as you know, Lady Hecata's status is exceptional. Even if she visits infrequently, the base must match her stature. Also, concerning valuable ninjutsu, weapons, and secrets, I can only tell you, Lady Hecata is never stingy in rewarding those who prove worthy. The Ninetail's eyes gleamed brighter and brighter. It gazed at the imposing mechs, then at Hecata and finally at Aoyagi. I understand. It nodded heavily. Prepare yourselves, for I shall now divide my chakra. After relinquishing 2/3 of its chakra, the Ninetails shrank dramatically, its form deflating like a punctured balloon to 1/3 its original size. Though still sizable, it no longer radiated such an overwhelming presence. Hecata glanced at it without a word. This was a transaction entirely equitable. The Ninetails received sanctuary from her, along with 2 antiquated Gundams. In return, she obtained chakra from the other party, which she would employ to delve into the study of magic. As for the Ninetails being duped by Aoyagi into both establishing a base and collecting ninjutsu, that was solely due to the other's lack of cunning. She was simply herself, the universe's most extraordinary genius, Kurotoa, never imposing, always relying on voluntary consent. She lowered her gaze to the ring in her hand, now brimming with the Ninetails chakra. The mana was at full capacity, signaling the commencement of formal magical development. Kurotoa tossed the ring back to Aoyagi. Take it. If you devise any new tricks, be sure to inform me. With those words, she slipped the ring onto her index finger once more. Miss Kurotoa, Aoyagi suddenly interjected. The ring looks far better on the ring finger. Kurotoa paused, lifting her head to fix her gaze upon Aoyagi's left hand, where an identical ring was neatly worn on his ring finger. Her expression grew subtly complex. You brat, she sneered playfully, this genius enjoys research, yes, but I am by no means ignorant of the ring's significance. She lifted her chin slightly, her eyes twinkling with mischief as she locked onto Aoyagi's. What is this? Do you fancy me? Aoyagi remained unfazed, a smile unwavering on his face. For a genius such as yourself, is it not only natural to be admired? He spread his hands wide. In the entire universe, how many can claim to be as astoundingly intelligent, breathtakingly beautiful, extraordinarily talented, and possessing such distinguished charisma? To admire you is merely a reflection of normal aesthetic judgment. To not admire you would be the true anomaly. Kurotoa touched her cheek, her gesture self-adoring yet natural. Indeed, to admire her was but human nature. Ultimately, she settled the ring on her index finger. Yet, after surveying Aoyagi from head to toe, she remarked, you have yet to pique my interest. Kurotoa stepped forward a couple of paces, tapping his shoulder. Keep striving. When you develop ideas worthy of my exploration, I might grant you the honor of beholding me. Retracting her hand, she added with casual indifference, as for making me like you, don't even entertain such a notion. This universe contains no one worthy of me. Oyagi's mouth twitched slightly. Goodness. Such a promise, grand and generous, yet equipped with an anti-addiction system. One moment she encourages effort, The next she completely quashes any thought of slacking. Truly, this was quintessentially Kurotoa. He glanced down at the ring on his ring finger, choosing not to dwell further. One's capabilities dictate the scope of one's ambitions. At present, he was but a mediocre warrior who could only open teleportation portals. A few jokes were tolerable, but to recklessly believe one possessed cheats was sheer foolishness. The gaze of the Scholar Supreme was merely curiosity about another world. Ahara's mask was simply for amusement. The rewards of the compendium remained unknown. Until the rewards were in hand, they did not belong to him. Aoyagi deeply understood this principle. Grow slyly, and don't be reckless. Noticing Aoyagi had ceased his flattery, Kurotoa withdrew her gaze and turned toward the Ninetales. Fox, she began, I have already authorized those 2 robots. You may now command them directly. As for their specific functions, you must discover them yourself. The Ninetales' eyes instantly brightened. It turned toward the 2 Gundams. Tentatively speaking, turn around? The Gundams all turned backward in unison, their movements synchronized. Raise your hand? The Gundams all raised both hands simultaneously. Take 2 steps? The Gundams all stepped forward twice, causing the ground to tremble faintly. The Ninetales' grin widened until it burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, even I have my day. I wonder who dares speak loudly to me from now on. Silence. Kurotoa waved her hand impatiently. If you want to play, go elsewhere. Do not disturb me. I am about to begin researching magic. The Ninetales immediately clamped its mouth shut, though somewhat slapped in the face. What kind of fox would it be otherwise? Lady Kurotoa held a special status and privileges were naturally hers. Henceforth, no one else was permitted to speak loudly to it. Reflecting further, it now possessed 2 weapons rivaling even the 6 Paths Elders. What would come next? It lifted its gaze toward the distant horizon. That was the direction of Konoha village. Quite the mystery. Grinning broadly, the Ninetales, accompanied by the 2 Gundams, strode into the depths of the forest with an unrelenting gait. Watching the Ninetales depart, Kurotoa turned back toward Aoyagi. Immediately, Aoyagi grasped her intention. He quickly stepped aside, vacating the prime riverside viewing spot, and extended his right hand in a gesture of invitation. Miss Kurotoa, please demonstrate your supreme magic here. Your most devoted audience will eternally cherish this historic moment. I shall proclaim to all that I bore witness to your magic. An awe-inspiring, unforgettable spectacle. Kurotoa cast him a satisfied glance and refrained from dismissing him. She approached the riverbank, her staff, taller than herself, reappearing in her grasp. Sunlight streamed down, the river babbled softly, and a gentle breeze stirred her skirt and the brim of her hat. The scene resembled a painting of exquisite beauty. Then she raised the staff. Observe closely. This is Kurotoa's advanced magic, water magic without incantation. She paused briefly, the staff's tip pointing toward the river's surface. Rhapsody of the deep sea. Instantly, the waters began to converge. They swirled and ascended, coalescing into a colossal sphere of water. Boom! The water sphere exploded. Countless droplets blossomed in the air like fireworks, or shattered stars. Beneath the sunlight, each droplet refracted a spectrum of colors, captivating the eye. As the droplets fell, they detonated a second time midair. Then a third. Then a fourth. The entire river danced. The whole sky shimmered. Though the attack's power was nearly negligible, the spectacle's grandeur was unparalleled. Aoyagi stood rooted, dumbfounded. Though he had anticipated something of the sort, witnessing Kurotoa's display still drew a sharp intake of breath. It was evident that Kurotoa truly cherished magic. He opened his mouth to speak, but no words emerged. At last, he simply applauded silently. The applause echoed over the river, mingling with the myriad water droplets, as if celebrating the performance. Kurotoa sheathed her staff and looked back at him. Aoyagi understood immediately, inhaled deeply, and shouted with all his might. Magnificent, peerless, breathtaking. I have never seen such beautiful magic in my life. Miss Kurotoa, you are truly the embodiment of a magical girl. No, a goddess of magic. The magical girl Kurotoa is unmatched in beauty. A faint smile curved Kurotoa's lips as she flicked her delicate hand. Very well, I shall send you 2 more robots. Thank you for your generous favor. Aoyagi responded without hesitation. A wealthy benefactor was indeed worth flattering. Kurotoa's advanced magic without incantation. Fire magic's dance of the blazing flames. With a graceful flick of her staff, a ring of fire erupted above the river's surface. The flames spun and soared, ultimately transforming into a fiery phoenix ascending skyward, exploding into a shower of fiery sparks. Stunning. This one was splendid as well, truly worthy of Lady Kurotoa. Oyagi's applause rang out appropriately. Kurotoa's advanced magic without incantation. Wind magic's waltz of the storm. A fierce gale arose, sweeping the fallen leaves by the river into the air. They twirled and danced, eventually forming a massive tornado. My heavens! Miss Kurotoa, you are truly the goddess of magic incarnate. Oyagi adeptly played the role of an attentive audience member, responding to everything said, his emotional engagement fully amplified. On the other hand, this was simply too captivating to behold. For a continuous hour, Hecate unveiled several magnificent techniques, each derived from the various attributes she currently possessed. Every single one was a feast for the eyes. Moreover, Hecate delighted in striking different poses whenever she unleashed her skills, rarely repeating the same stance. Sometimes she raised her staff high, other times she extended a single hand forward, occasionally she spun around swinging her staff, or leapt up to deliver a downward strike. Each movement a visual delight, graceful in motion, striking in appearance, and accompanied by dazzling special effects. This was a spectacle far beyond what ordinary people ever witnessed. Oh no, actually, not even ordinary people could see this. It was Aoyagi's first time. Rounding up the numbers, he had witnessed Lady Hecate's very first performance. Lost in his whimsical thoughts, Oyagi chuckled softly to himself. Hey, peeping on a lady isn't exactly a commendable act. A voice interrupted. Startled, Oyagi hadn't yet fully registered the sound when he saw Hecate twirling her staff, the tip pointing toward the depths of the forest to one side. Her movements flowed seamlessly, executed in one fluid motion. The staff was held diagonally, her hat brim slightly lifted, her gaze sharp and piercing. Damn, how could someone be so stunningly cool? At that moment, Oyagi felt as if Hecate resembled Yuan Shao drawing his sword to confront Dongjue. No, even more striking. And he himself was merely the love-struck Cao Cao standing beside her. Absolutely breathtaking. From the forest depths came a sigh. A streak of golden light flashed, and Minato Namikaze appeared before the two, his expression tinged with bitterness. His blonde hair was slightly tousled under the sunlight, and his blue eyes conveyed a complex mixture of emotions. I thought I made myself clear yesterday. Didn't that old man tell you when he returned? Minato took a half-step forward, then retreated. He drew a deep breath and said, the third Hokage has already told me everything, but as the current fourth Hokage we need the power of the Nine Tails. I must be responsible for the village. That is my— Oyagi interrupted with a light cough, cutting off Minato's unfinished sentence. His expression turned unusually serious. Sir, may I ask how your wife is doing now? Pain flickered across Minato's face. He clenched his fists but said nothing. Then I'll put it differently. Oyagi's gaze locked with Minato's, his voice softening. Sir, after bringing back the Nine Tails, how do you intend to utilize its power? Are you willing to sacrifice your newborn child? Minato's complexion darkened further, but his feet remained rooted as if nailed to the ground, unmoving. Naruto is my child. He gritted his teeth, speaking each word slowly but with unwavering conviction. He will be the prophesied child spoken of by the teacher. He will end the wars. I believe in him. Oyagi sighed deeply. Looking at this stubborn man before him, he suddenly understood why the world of the Hokage was so chaotic. Each person was so self-centered, always believing that sheer conviction guaranteed success. He turned toward Hecate and shrugged. Apologies, please forgive me for wasting your precious time. He gestured toward Minato. I have no intention of hiding anything. This fourth Hokage before us possesses exceptional spatial aptitude and knowledge of sealing techniques. If confrontation can be avoided, perhaps he could assist you in refining your magic. Spatial aptitude? Hecate raised an eyebrow. She pondered for less than a second before turning to Minato, shaking the ring on her left index finger. That fox lent me part of its chakra for research. I have already set it free. You needn't bother trying to capture it. I gave it 2 mechas, your efforts would be futile. Minato's pupils contracted slightly. 2 mechas? However, Hecate shifted her tone, fixing her gaze on Minato. I'm intrigued by your teleportation technique. Shall we make a deal? Minato began to contemplate. The Nine Tails was gone. But if it could secure a powerful weapon for Konoha, certainly not a weapon of war, as he would never grant that. Hecate seemed to anticipate his thoughts and refused before he could speak, her tone tinged with disdain. That brat put it quite aptly. The people here are a little off mentally. Providing you with weapons would only lead this place to ruin. Although I care nothing for your survival, that brat just now spoke of his wife and child. I suppose he does not wish to see this planet destroyed. She waved her hand dismissively. You can consider other options. I will remain here until the day after tomorrow at the latest. When you've made up your mind, come find me. Minato was silent for 2 seconds. Then he bowed deeply. Thank you. Straightening, he glanced at Aoyagi beside him before employing the flying thunder god technique. Disappearing instantly, only a faint spatial ripple remained in the air. Hecate gazed quietly at the residual space, her eyes narrowing slightly. After analyzing the lingering fluctuations for several seconds, she withdrew her gaze and turned to Aoyagi. You brat. Her tone carried a hint of amusement. You're fooling that fox. And now you're speaking for that blonde-haired one. What exactly do you want? Aoyagi blinked, then smiled. Clearly, Lady Hecate, the wisest of all, could not be deceived. He pointed to himself. The price one must pay for exploration is to thoroughly understand this world before setting off to the next destination. Hecate's expression showed suspicion. You don't mean you're tricking me into continuing as your bodyguard and concocting this excuse to fool me, do you? Lady Hecate, such words wound me deeply. Aoyagi feigned sorrow, sighing dramatically. A mere alternate world, compared to your favor, anyone would make the right choice. Besides, with the few antiques you've given me, I can easily finish exploring this world. I certainly wouldn't waste your precious time by keeping you as my bodyguard indefinitely. Fine, I'll take your word for it. Hecate seemed to accept his explanation, picking up her staff again and turning to walk toward the riverbank. After a few steps, she suddenly halted, not looking back. If what you said about resurrecting the dead is true, I might try to bring someone back for you. But whether you can cling to that lifeline depends entirely on your own abilities. With that, she continued forward, her skirt swaying gently in the breeze. Having seen off Minato Namikaze, Aoyagi praised Hecate a little longer. It was a routine task, after all, and had to be completed. Then he began experimenting with chakra himself. As it was his first encounter with such extraordinary power in his life, he remained quite intrigued. After some attempts, he had roughly replicated most of the abilities Hecate had just used. Then Aoyagi realized that to unleash the true power of ninjutsu, one must compress it to inflict high damage, whereas he and Hecate had been allowing it to diffuse freely. He had thought himself a prodigy, but in the end, he had learned only superficial flourishes. Yet Aoyagi was undeterred. As the saying goes, strength is temporary, but style lasts a lifetime. With a Gundam at hand, who would still try to fight barehanded? The day passed swiftly. The sun dipped below the horizon, and night descended. Hecate pulled out a collection of bottles and jars from her bag, arranging them upon a large stone by the river. Each container was uniquely shaped, yet without exception, none appeared ordinary. Watching her prepare for another round of experiments, Aoyagi could not help but voice his concern. Lady Hecate, don't you need to rest? Without even raising her head, Kurotate continued to fidget with the assortment of bottles and jars in her hands. What is it? Do you wish to behold my exquisite sleeping visage? Aoyagi exaggeratedly rubbed his temples before clutching his chest, adopting the expression of one deeply afflicted. Lady Kurotate, I implore you to cease your sorcery. Resisting your allure under ordinary circumstances already demands a battle against my very instincts. Should you continue to tease me thus, I truly do not know what I might be compelled to do. At last, Kurotate turned to face him, her gaze calm yet tinged with a playful glint. Aoyagi drew a deep breath and solemnly declared, I find myself unable to resist becoming your loyal hound. His face solemn, the air thickened, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, until suddenly, a stifled laugh escaped. Kurotate raised a hand to cover her mouth, but her crescent-shaped eyes betrayed her amusement. After a considerable pause, she lowered her hand, a lingering smile playing upon her lips. You little rascal. She spoke, wearing a fresh expression as she regarded him. I admit it, you have succeeded in amusing me. She paused briefly, then suddenly proposed, since you desire to be my dog, I shall grant you the opportunity. Aoyagi was momentarily stunned. If you can keep my interest alive, I shall reserve a room for you aboard the space station, and occasionally afford you a chance to curry favor. How does that sound? Aoyagi remained silent for several seconds, contemplating. The offer appeared tempting, yet in a certain sense, it was tantamount to reducing himself to a mere pet. Although he had indulged in some flattery before, it had been a calculated effort to win Kurotate's favor, a necessary endurance before truly coming into his own. Though seemingly subordinate with the pioneering divine power he possessed, Kurotate was compelled to engage with him. Fundamentally, they were equals. Accepting her proposal, however, would imply that his personal aspirations were limited, and Kurotate would likely lose genuine interest in him as an individual, thereafter engaging with him solely for the exotic allure he brought from another world. Taking the initiative to approach Kurotate was an entirely different matter. Clearly, this was an exceedingly unprofitable bargain. Having understood everything, Aoyagi deliberately misinterpreted Kurotate's meaning. Lady Kurotate, are you certain this is not a reward? Kurotate blinked in confusion. Oyagi continued swiftly, think about it, so long as I can continue to pioneer, you will inevitably be curious about the things from another world. Therefore, I would have opportunities to ingratiate myself from time to time. SNT your offer essentially giving me a room for free? He spread his hands, wearing an innocent expression. This is plainly a benefit. Kurotate studied him intently for several seconds, her gaze as if trying to see right through him. Such an insincere little devil. She snorted softly, a trace of disdain in her tone. Wanting everything at once. Do you know how many people in the universe yearn to be my dog? Lady Kurotate, you misunderstand me once again. Oyagi hastily waved his hands, his face blooming with a flattering smile. I am, of course, one among them, dreaming of nothing else. He extended a hand and rubbed his fingers together slyly, grinning craftily. If you were to grant me 3 more Gundams, I could even call you my master right now. Truly, immediately, with no hesitation. You dare to ask for something over a mere title? Kurotate laughed, exasperated. She withdrew her gaze and resumed fiddling with her bottles and jars, evidently too lazy to entertain this insatiable scoundrel any further. Yet after a few seconds, she abruptly ceased her movements. No, wait. She turned her head and looked at Aoyagi again. I've given it some thought. You little rascal wouldn't work without some benefit. She analyzed. If there were no gains in pioneering other worlds, you wouldn't be so enthusiastic. So you must know something, right? Oyagi smiled without replying. Kurotate did not press further and said directly, very well, I shall assist you in this world as an early investment. She held out all 10 fingers. When we return, I will provide you with 10 mechas, each with unique functions, to aid you in your exploration. You will cooperate with me on some research. How does that sound? 10? Oyagi's eyes widened slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Lady Kurotate, you know, he began, his tone tinged with reluctance. I bear the great task of the pioneering star god, and Aha is eager for entertainment. I am quite busy. He paused, then added, moreover, what I receive does not depend solely on me, but rather on what the venerable Akaviri grants me. If you are willing, Lady Kurotate, I can share a portion of the rewards I acquire with you. Kurotate fixed him with her gaze for several seconds before nodding. That is acceptable. I am not one to fancy just anything. Her prompt response was typical of Kurotate, never one to dally. Just one thing, don't forget. She extended her index finger, waving it before Aoyagi. Notify me when the new world is unlocked. When I return to this world, you must not refuse me. Naturally. Aoyagi nodded earnestly. The next moment, he reverted to his ingratiating demeanor. By the way, Lady Kurotate, do you really not need rest? He gestured toward the bottles and jars and expressed concern. Staying up late is bad for your complexion. Kurotate snorted lightly. I am particular about my sleeping place. This inn on a native planet is unworthy of a genius such as myself. Very well. Oyagi did not press further. He found a flat spot and lay down. With Kurotate present, there was naturally no need to fear danger. Before drifting off, he glanced once more at the panel. Exploration level. 34. HM? Oyagi was taken aback. 34? He remembered it being 16 in the morning. How had it suddenly increased so much? Had he come into contact with anything? He had merely stayed by the river, watched Kurotate play with magic all day, and chatted briefly with Minato. Wait, Minato? He looked at the panel, lost in thought. Could it be because he had interacted with a key figure? Or was it due to the Ninetales? Or perhaps because Kurotate had researched the application of chakra? He scratched his head, unable to understand. Oh well, an increase was a good thing regardless. He would explore further once he reached a higher level, cautiously developing, avoiding recklessness. Minato Namikaze's arrival was swifter than Aoyagi had anticipated. By the afternoon of the following day, he had arrived with Hiruzen Sarutobi and the other Konoha elders. A grand procession. Oyagi stood half a step behind Kurotate, watching the group descend from the trees, tempted to make a sarcastic remark. Is this manner of entrance supposed to be impressive? The spectacle was indeed considerable. Kurotate yawned. Oyagi narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the newcomers. Although Minato Namikaze was the Hokage, the central position was occupied by Hiruzen Sarutobi. This old man, retired but not relinquished, stood more prominently than the current Hokage, a living embodiment of a shadow regent. Beside him stood the cold, bandage-wrapped man, Danzo Shimura. Oyagi leaned slightly, whispering into Kurotate's ear, Lady Kurotate, that one-eyed old man. He might harbor sinister intentions. Oh? Kurotate inquired. What sort of sinister? Beneath those bandages, he likely concealed a Sharingan. Oyagi chose his words carefully. That I could unleash a forbidden jutsu called Izanagi. which could transform an unfavorable reality into a dream, essentially granting a one-click undo on death. Don't underestimate this genius. Who do you think I am? As the greatest prodigy, the only one capable of temporarily confounding me is the star god. She then pointed at Aoyagi. Though your warning is trivial, I shall ensure you are not beaten to death, out of gratitude for your goodwill. Aoyagi. Very well, since the Thai himself says there's no problem. He can watch the show at ease. Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forward, taking several strides before halting roughly 10 meters from Hakuto. The old fox truly lives up to his reputation. Even his choice of standing spot is meticulously calculated. He was the first to speak. Lady Hakuto, our village possesses numerous ninjutsu techniques, as well as abundant mineral resources and metals. May I inquire what sort of trade you seek with us? Hakuto didn't bother with pleasantries. She simply extended a finger, pointing directly at Minato Namikaze. The knowledge of that blonde-esque sealing techniques and the ability of teleportation. How audacious! A thunderous roar shattered the silence like a sudden storm. Danzo Shimura strode forward decisively, a chilling gleam radiating from his single eye. He approached Sarutobi Hiruzen's side with a forceful demeanor. The second Hokage's flying thunder god technique must never be so readily handed over to an outsider. I do not consent. Hiruzen's eyelid twitched. He knew Danzo all too well. This was not a defense of the village, but a bid to seize the spotlight for himself. Danzo's greatest flaw throughout his life was his inability to distinguish stage from reality, forever believing himself the protagonist, with everyone else merely actors delivering his lines. But the problem was, the figure standing on this stage now was a monster capable of erasing the entire hidden leaf from the map with a single finger. Hiruzen cast a quick, uneasy glance at Hakuto. Good. The other party showed no immediate intent to strike, so there was still room for negotiation. Taking a deep breath, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned and bellowed directly at Danzo. Danzo, who gave you permission to speak at this moment? His voice thundered with immense volume. His face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his neck. Now, at once, apologize to Lady Hakuto immediately, then return to your route. A hush fell over the assembly. The expressions of all hidden leaf shinobi shifted subtly. This was the first time anyone had witnessed Sarutobi Hiruzen so fiercely rebuke Danzo. They had quarreled before, but the usual dynamic was this. Danzo would sneer sarcastically, Hiruzen, you're too soft, and Hiruzen would respond earnestly, Danzo, you're too extreme, before both stepping back and resuming their tacit understanding of trading barbs. To openly berate him in front of everyone like this? TSK, 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 that was a scene only seen in dreams. But soon, those in the know grasped the gravity of the moment. Danzo had not been present at the last encounter. He had not personally witnessed the terror that woman embodied. Now, by provoking her, given her power, Danzo was likely to meet a gruesome end. And Sarutobi Hiruzen's preemptive strike, though it publicly stripped Danzo of face, was actually a move to save his life, speaking the harshest words, performing the kindest act. Hiruzen, oh Hiruzen, your love for the dark underbelly of the ninja world runs deep indeed. Several insiders looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with altered gazes. However, Danzo was unwilling to accept this kindness. He stared at Hiruzen with disbelief, his eyeballs nearly popping from their sockets. He raised a trembling finger, pointing at Hakuto beside him. Hiruzen, I have done so much for you, and this is how you repay me, even now in the name of the village's welfare? You curse me for siding with an outsider who plots against the village? Hiruzen. He suddenly raised his voice. Have you forgotten the ideals of our teacher? Have you forgotten the last words he left us? Silence. Danzo. Hiruzen's voice roared louder than his own, like a sharp slap across Danzo's face. He did not claim the title of Hokage nor assume any official airs. He simply crushed him with pure volume. Now, at once, immediately, return to your route. Finally, Danzo fell silent. He was no fool. His basic survival instincts remained intact. Hiruzen's refusal to invoke his Hokage status indicated genuine anger this time. Why? His single eye slowly shifted toward Hakuto. Because of this woman? Hiruzen feared her? Danzo knew that although this woman possessed the power to easily annihilate the village, she had no chakra. This was confirmed by the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. The intelligence was absolutely reliable. Therefore, he did not regard Hakuto's personal strength as formidable. She merely wielded a certain destructive weapon. A bold idea suddenly sparked within Danzo. If he could obtain this weapon, ambition, like a bonfire doused in gasoline, exploded within his chest, setting his entire being ablaze. Without waiting for Hiruzen's reaction, Danzo raised his hand and commanded coldly as iron. All route operatives, heed my order. Capture that woman alive at all costs. Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned in disbelief, glaring at his old comrade. But it was already too late. More than a dozen root shinobi appeared simultaneously from all directions, brandishing kunai as they charged toward Hakuto. Such a close range. No matter how powerful this woman was, it was well known that any living being would perish if slain. Danzo's lips involuntarily curled upward, a gleam of determination flickering in his single eye. Steady. Kunai sliced through the air. Explosive tags whistled with the wind blades, fireballs, and water bullets rained down in an overwhelming barrage, all directed at Hakuto. The density of the assault was absurdly high, nearly sealing off all possible escape routes. Not a single corner remained for evasion. Not even a fly standing there could survive without being blasted to bits. Yet no one was harmed. An invisible energy shield emanated from Hakuto, enveloping both her and Aoyagi. The kunai, ninjutsu, and explosive tags all collided with this barrier as if striking a steel plate, completely repelled. The scene grew awkward. The root operatives froze, their movements suspended midair, expressions blank. These elite among elites, these killing machines who had crawled out from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, now resembled cavemen beholding a smartphone for the first time. Before anyone could process the shock, Hakuto's cold voice drifted forth slowly. This genius does not truly enjoy fighting and killing. Though most people to me are little more than talking monkeys, occasionally their noise irritates my ears, and I simply choose to ignore it as much as possible. Her voice grew icier, but that did not imply she would always yield. Hakuto lifted her eyelids. Those usually languid eyes now burned with freezing intensity. Since you have chosen to strike, prepare yourselves to bear the consequences. As her words fell, the surface of the energy shield suddenly erupted in a burst of blue and white electric arcs, crackling and dancing. Within 0.3 of a second, they shot outward. In the blink of an eye, the root operatives who had been baring their teeth moments earlier were struck by lightning. No screams, no struggles, not even a moment to react. 12 men, 12 bolts of lightning, 12 piles of ash. Clean and precise. All the hidden leaf shinobi present, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, swallowed hard. You could call the root operatives inhuman, emotionless, even brand them as mad dogs bred by Danzo, but you could never accuse them of incompetence. Those root shinobi who lacked strength had long since perished. They never survived to this day. Those who remained were the elite of the elite. Ruthless veterans clawed out from countless missions. 4 Jonin and 8 Chunin combined equated to the combat power of 4 standard teams. And in a mere instant, all gone? No trace of a body left behind? Fugaku Uchihara's lips twitched uncontrollably, and instinctively, he reached up to touch his Sharingan. He cast another glance at the ashes drifting away with the wind, feeling for the first time that his eyes might be failing him. The next moment, impossible. This cannot be. It's an illusion. Danzo Shimura screamed madly. He turned around, his one eye wide open, bloodshot scara glaring intensely, devoid of any chakra fluctuations. This defied all logic. His voice grew louder, increasingly hysterical. It's an illusion. Someone, help me break this genjutsu. No one moved. Everyone stared at him as if questioning his sanity. Danzo's mental defenses were visibly crumbling, or rather, he simply refused to accept the reality. 12 people. 4 elite jonin. 8 chunin with special abilities. This was nearly all the top-tier forces Root could muster. A private militia he had painstakingly built over more than 2 decades. If all these people were truly dead, Root would become a hollow shell. What would he then use to compete against Hiruzen Sarutobi for the position of Hokage? What would he use to realize his grand ambitions? No, he would not accept this. Danzo tore off the bandages from his face, revealing a crimson, 3-tomo Sharingan beneath. Drawing a kunai from his waist, he gripped it tightly with both hands, embodying the image of a cornered old wolf. Die, you inherently evil demon, he roared as he charged toward the Black Tower. If I kill you, the genjutsu will surely be broken. The electric arc remained silent. At the moment Danzo approached the energy shield, a blue-white arc of electricity suddenly snapped out with a sharp crack. Devoid of any dramatic effects, Danzo disintegrated instantly into a pile of ashes, just like the root shinobi before him. Hiruzen Sarutobi watched his old friend turn into a handful of pale powder, swaying unsteadily as if about to lose his footing. He reached out to grasp something but caught nothing but air. In contrast, the heads of several other clans could not help but let the corners of their mouths twitch upward. A mixture of suppressed laughter and embarrassment played across their faces, their complexions flushed red, shoulders trembling like a troupe of comical clowns. TSK. The voice of the Black Tower echoed once more. So you intended to run away? Her gaze leisurely shifted toward a large tree on the other side, a playful smile curling on her lips. You really don't take this genius seriously, do you? Everyone followed her gaze and saw an ordinary tree. Its trunk sturdy, its foliage lush, indistinguishable from the thousands of others scattered throughout Konoha village. The Black Tower snapped her fingers. With a sudden, agonized scream, the tree seemed to cry out, "Let go of me, old man." Everyone was startled. That voice, was it not the voice of that immortal Danzo?
À transformation technique?
Since when? Soon, Danzo Shimura appeared before everyone once again. Only, he looked somewhat different. His Sharingan had turned completely milky white, devoid of any luster. Fugaku Uchiha's brow furrowed tightly. Izanagi. That was the forbidden jutsu of the Uchiha clan, transforming the damage inflicted on the user into an illusion, at the cost of permanent blindness in the Sharingan. An outsider had not only acquired the Uchiha clan's triple Tomo Sharingan, but had also brazenly mastered their clan's forbidden technique. Fugaku's fists clenched until his knuckles cracked. The irony was palpable. Danzo slumped to the ground, trembling all over, the blind white eye staring emptily ahead. He finally understood. This was not an illusion. This was not a dream. That woman was a demon risen from hell. A true demon. I just said it. The Black Tower's voice drifted down from above, measured and unhurried. If you choose to act, be prepared to bear the consequences. Danzo's pupils contracted violently as he turned his head, screaming hoarsely toward Hiruzen Sarutobi's direction. Sarutobi, save me. Hiruzen Sarutobi's lips moved. Lady Black Tower, he spoke almost simultaneously, trying to plead on Danzo's behalf. But it was too late. The electric arc descended again, the blue-white glow flashing briefly. Ashes floated into the air, joining the other 12 piles, indistinguishable from one another. The wind blew once more, leaving nothing behind. Hiruzen Sarutobi's hand froze midair, his mouth slightly agape, his entire body as still as a statue. After a long while, he slowly closed his eyes. Lady Black Tower, his voice hoarse as if rasped over sandpaper. This is Konoha's fault. The Black Tower casually nodded. Good that you understand. She clapped her hands. Now, from this moment onward, the price you must pay will be tenfold. Silence fell over the entire gathering once more. Her words rendered the scene into a solemn hush. I recall you have other nations? Her tone was light and airy, her eyes never meeting Hiruzen Sarutobi's. Of course, I am not interested in your conflicts. I only want what I desire. If you refuse to trade, I can always seek other countries. Having said that, she pulled out a cell phone from her pocket, her slender fingers tapping the screen a few times, and a countdown timer of 1.5 hours appeared. You have 30 minutes to consider. If you wish to leave, I won't stop you. This genius always value mutual consent. With that, she tucked the phone away and gracefully took a seat by the riverside, crossing her legs with an air of elegant leisure. Hiruzen Sarutobi and Minato Namikaze exchanged a glance. Both were sharp-witted and instantly grasped the true meaning behind Black Tower's words. She claimed not to coerce. But how was this not a threat? With the technique just demonstrated erasing root with a snap of her fingers, if Kumogakure gained such technological support, or any other village in Sunagakure obtained this level of power, how far would Konoha be from annihilation? Yet, she gave them only 30 minutes to decide. 30 minutes, barely enough to convene a decent meeting. Even if all clan leaders and senior advisors were summoned immediately and locked in a heated debate, consensus would not be reached. Hiruzen Sarutobi felt the weight of the Hokage's hat pressing heavily upon his head. Time ticked away minute by minute. 10 minutes passed. After several more minutes, Hiruzen finally spoke, his voice hoarse. Lady Black Tower, may I ask? He bent further forward, his smile tinged with obsequiousness. If Konoha trades with you, will you still trade with other nations? The moment he voiced this question, several Konoha senior officials held their breath simultaneously. This was a critical inquiry. If Black Tower traded exclusively with Konoha, then Konoha would gain a unique technological advantage, crushing the other 4 great nations and restoring the supremacy of the era of Hashirama Senju. But if Black Tower sold the same technology to everyone, then what Konoha had spent so much to acquire would merely return them to the starting line. The only beneficiary would be Black Tower herself. Black Tower frowned but utterly ignored Hiruzen Sarutobi. The atmosphere grew palpably awkward. Hiruzen Sarutobi parted his lips, intending to utter something to ease the palpable awkwardness, yet found himself at a loss for words. Observing this, Aoyagi stepped forward. He took 2 strides ahead, facing Sarutobi and his companions, gently shaking his head. Gentlemen, let alone Madam Haida, I'm almost reluctant to explain any further. The Konoha delegation exchanged glances. However, in the spirit of acquaintance through conflict, I shall reiterate once more. Aoyagi raised a single finger. Madame Haida is the most intelligent, the most beautiful, and the greatest genius in the entire universe. Her time is exceedingly precious. For things of the same kind, a single sample suffices. Understood? The Konoha group looked at one another, their faces slowly breaking into bitter smiles, dominoes falling one after another. So that's it. So the universe's most brilliant genius is truly not boasting, but simply stating her credentials. She really is an extraterrestrial. No wonder her methods are so unfathomable. No wonder she knows nothing of chakra yet casually conjures attacks more outrageous than the tailed beasts. She simply isn't from this world. Sarutobi took a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous emotions swirling within. He adjusted his Hokage hat. Sir, he said, looking at Aoyagi with considerably more courtesy, Konoha can only offer ninjutsu and ores. I wonder what Madame Haida can provide us with? Aoyagi waved a finger. Madame Haida has already made herself clear. She is asking what you desire. He paused, adding, except for weapons of war, she can grant you anything. The moment these words landed, every heartbeat in the room skipped a beat. As long as the price is right, he elongated the final syllable, immortality is merely an inconvenience. Silence engulfed the space. Though the price for immortality might be steep, Aoyagi suddenly smiled like a demon. If obliterating your planet is considered a C-class mission, then achieving immortality might cost the equivalent of tens of thousands of S-class missions. Hiruzen Sarutobi and Minato Namikaze shared a look. All present wore the same expression. Old man. Subway, cell phone, JPG destroy an entire planet? Immortality? Can such things be measured by mission rank? Reason told them it was impossible. How could such matters exist? Immortality? Planet destruction? These were the stuff of myth and legend, yet the facts stood plainly before them. Madame Haida had no reason to deceive them. Did she even need to? She could erase Konoha from the map with a single hand. Why bother with lies? In other words, the fact that they were still alive and negotiating here meant that the other party adhered to her own code of conduct. If it were them, anyone daring to launch an attack would have already sealed their fate, their ashes scattered long ago. But Haida had only exterminated the aggressors and calmly continued the business discussion. What did this imply? It meant that, in her eyes, the weight of those dozen or so lives was roughly equivalent to squashing a few ants. Not cruelty, but genuine indifference. Just as one does not deliberately count the ants crushed while walking. Sweat beaded on Sarutobi's forehead. He parted his lips, wanting to say something, but found himself utterly speechless. He glanced at Minato Namikaze, who returned a wry smile that said he too was at a loss. He looked then at Tsunade, who turned her head away, and at Hiruzen En, who had closed his eyes. Sigh. For the first time, Sarutobi felt utterly powerless. Very well, Aoyagi took 2 steps forward, crossing his arms. Bring forth all your valuables. Madame Haida, no, this trivial matter need not trouble Madame Haida herself. I will ensure the peace of the shinobi world for you. How does that sound? Sarutobi's pupils contracted sharply. Peace in the shinobi world. Those 4 words were the ideal of his teacher, Tobirama Senju. They were the dream of his teacher's elder brother, the shinobi god of the world, Hashirama Senju. A dream countless lives had been sacrificed to chase but never grasp. Could it truly be realized? Sarutobi did not doubt Madame Haida's capability. Rather, he feared that once she departed, the shinobi world would plunge back into chaos, just as it had after Hashirama's death. When Hashirama lived, there was peace. The moment he died, the first shinobi world war erupted. Peace maintained by might was never genuine peace. It was a palace built on a volcanic crater, resplendent but always on the verge of being consumed by spewing lava. What are you worried about? Aoyagi's voice interrupted his thoughts. Sarutobi lifted his gaze, meeting Aoyagi's eyes that danced with a half-smile. Worried that after Madame Haida leaves, war will resume? Sarutobi was momentarily stunned. He had not expected the other to read his thoughts. After a brief silence, he nodded slowly. Aoyagi looked upon the old face etched with concern for his country and people and scoffed. The scoff was brief and soft, yet all present heard it. Then Aoyagi's expression shifted, becoming profoundly serious. His eyes fixed unwaveringly on Sarutobi, those previously smiling eyes now devoid of warmth. A free spirit like Madame Haida cannot be constrained. So I said, you hand over your valuables to Madame Haida. The matter of peace in the shinobi world, I shall take responsibility for. He raised his right hand, fingers spread, palm facing upward. I swear upon the great pioneering star god, Achivali, as long as Madame Haida has even 1 in 100 million chance to return to this planet for a visit, I will ensure there will be no more wars. He stepped back, returning to stand beside Haida. Decide. Half an hour is almost up. With those words spoken, he raised a hand, drawing his index finger slowly across his neck. Waste Madame Haida's time again, and I'll wipe you all out. Survival or annihilation. That has never been a choice. Minato Namikaze took a deep breath and stepped forward. Sir, Konoha can offer all the secret ninjutsu of the shinobi world. Please bless our village, that it may endure forever. Minato, Sarutobi turned sharply, staring at him in astonishment. The third Hokage, Minato said solemnly, locking eyes with Sarutobi. I will take responsibility for the consequences of this deal. Upon returning to the village, whether I must resign as Hokage or spend the rest of my life repaying this debt, I accept it. But, Sarutobi's lips moved slightly, only to be cut off immediately. I am the Hokage now. Sarutobi was stunned. He had never imagined those words would ever be uttered about himself. He had been Hokage for over a decade, accustomed to standing at the heart of decisions, accustomed to suppressing Danzo with the phrase I am the Hokage. Now, hearing those words from Minato's mouth, directed at him, left him momentarily dazed. He suddenly realized one thing: he was truly growing old. Not in body but in spirit. He had believed Minato still needed his guidance, his oversight, his assistance in critical moments. Yet, at this very moment, the young man with golden hair standing before him no longer required anyone else. Minato Namikaze was simply Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, the pillar of Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi slowly closed his eyes, a bitter smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Very well. One word, uttered as if it drained all his strength. Oyagi had witnessed the entire ceremony of passing the Hokage's mantle in silence, inwardly giving Minato a nod of approval. To be honest, he had always thought Minato was almost too good to be true, gentle, powerful, kind, considerate, a veritable ideal straight out of a shoujo manga. Yet at this moment, he perceived in the young man something else entirely: a hardness. This was the true visage a Hokage ought to wear. Squinting his eyes, a subtle smile curled at Aoyagi's lips. With genuine interest, he regarded Minato. I thought you might say your goal was to help bring peace to the ninja world. Minato was momentarily taken aback, then offered a wry smile. Casting a glance toward the ominous black tower not far off, he withdrew his gaze, his voice tinged with a trace of despondency. The conflicts among the great ninja villages have persisted since the Warring States period, spanning over 100 years. I cannot conceive of how to erase the hatred between them. He had endured the ravages of war. He had personally buried fallen comrades and heard firsthand the lamentations of those who had lost their families. He understood what hatred truly was, not merely an emotion, but a contagion that passed from generation to generation until all had forgotten why they hated, only that they must hate. And he could find no cure. Looking upon Minato's weary face, Aoyagi felt a sudden pang of sympathy. Hatred, perhaps, it was no wonder. After all, no one could sit beside the man who had slain their father and share laughter. Aoyagi bore no interest in playing savior, nor in unifying the ninja world. If it happened to align with his mission, he might lend a hand. To be frank, his earlier suggestion to help realize peace in the ninja world was purely a matter of efficiency. Exploration was a peculiar thing. Without a guide, reaching 90 or even 95% completion was relatively effortless, but it was that last 1 or 2% that proved most exasperating. Sometimes it was a trivial secret, a buried ruin, or a detail everyone deemed insignificant that prevented full completion. Planning a thorough, carpet-like exploration of the ninja world in advance was always wise. Under the banner of achieving peace, overturning every corner of the land and gathering all its inhabitants in one place to glean the hidden history from their mouths, though time-consuming, was far more efficient than wandering aimlessly. If that still failed, then only the company could be called upon. However, this meant that aside from the final exploration reward, there would be nothing else to gain. The company operated thus. They would squeeze every individual and every inch of land dry. By the way, he suddenly clapped his hands. I recall you also have Sharingan and Byakugan? Minato blinked. He did not respond immediately but turned to look at Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hizashi standing behind him. Without hesitation, Uchiha Fugaku stepped forward and bowed slightly toward Aoyagi. Our Uchiha clan has no objections. I can decide on this matter and offer 1 pair each of the 1 tomo, 2 tomo, and 3 tomo Sharingan. However, these are eyes cursed. If Lady Black Tower can break the curse, I ask that you inform me of the cause. His gaze locked with Aoyagi's. Our Uchiha clan bears too much pain. Beside him, Hyuga Hizashi muttered curses under his breath. Old Fox. As fellow leaders of ocular jutsu clans, he immediately grasped Fugaku's intentions. Resistance now was futile. Minato's agreement guaranteed Konoha's continued existence. If Fugaku opposed it for the sake of his clan, he would assuredly stand against the village itself. He knew well the state of Konoha. Once this matter concluded, the village would undergo a thorough reshuffling. The Uchiha clan, in particular, was in a special position. Everyone was nursing a grievance, and if Fugaku refused, given the tense relationship between the clan and the village, he would likely become the scapegoat for their collective fury. Though the Hyuga clan's reputation was comparatively better, who cared now? Everyone was simmering with anger, and that anger could not be vented upon the Black Tower. It had to find a target within the village. Fugaku had no intention of being the lightning rod, nor did Hisashi. He nodded in agreement as well. Our Hyuga clan is also willing to offer 3 pairs of Byakugan. For the village's sake, even at the expense of family interests, I, Hyuga Hisashi, am prepared to make that sacrifice. Oyagi's heart swelled with delight. The legendary eyes from the 5 villages' skirmishes, the Byakugan and Sharingan, were evolved bloodlines of the Otsutsuki lineage, their importance rivaling that of the tailed beasts. If obtained, they would certainly boost exploration progress significantly. Awakening, Aoyagi habitually glanced at the interface. Exploration progress, 45. Time until cooldown ends, 13 hours, 45 minutes, and 16 seconds. An increase again, rubbing his eyes to confirm he was not mistaken. He sat cross-legged on the ground and began to analyze the composition of that 1%. It must be from the Root Ninjas and Danzo Shimura yesterday, as the others had already been encountered. But Danzo, that old schemer, gave far too much. Or, could it be that he was already dead? Was this 1% the greatest value of Root itself? Oyagi cast this troubling thought aside, tidied himself up quickly, and approached Lady Black Tower with a beaming smile. Lady Black Tower, there's some food stuck on your tooth. The smile on Aoyagi's face froze instantly. Instinctively, he licked his teeth, then realized he had not eaten any vegetables yesterday at all. Lady Black Tower, you truly have a sense of humor. He chuckled awkwardly, steering the conversation back on track. Only 13 hours left, and then we can return. Black Tower remained silent, sitting quietly, her ever-calm and unruffled face now bearing an unexpected trace of seriousness. I thought you would stay in this world, she suddenly said. How so? Oyagi blinked, momentarily unable to follow her train of thought. A genius's mind was difficult for ordinary people to grasp, but for the sake of a powerful ally, he decided to play along for now. Lady Black Tower, you understand me. Placing a hand over his chest, he continued, my little schemes all lie within your acceptable bounds. I dare not even dream of anything beyond that. I know. Black Tower's gaze remained steady, her eyes perhaps endowed with special abilities, yet their effect was ultimately limited. Her tone was devoid of emotion. You sought to use my hands to help you decode, so you could explore this world further. It is only natural, I bear you no ill will. What intrigued her was this was, after all, another world. She fixed her eyes on Aoyagi's, enunciating each word. Yesterday, under my name, you basked in your own grandeur. Anyone who could have easily defeated you treated you with deference, bowing and scraping, as if ready to erect a memorial tablet in your honor. You could enjoy imperial treatment here, yet back at the space station you would only be my servant. Oyagi's mouth twitched. Though true, could she not be so blunt? I find myself somewhat curious about your thoughts. You are well aware that, for at least the foreseeable future, certainly until next time, it will be impossible for me to accompany you here again. She spoke these words with unwavering certainty. Aoyagi remained silent for a few moments before deciding to respond to a question with another question. Lady Hecata, have you suddenly developed an interest in humanity? No. Hecata's reply was crisp and decisive. I merely realized that you, this little rascal, are quite adept at sweet-talking. If I didn't get to know you beforehand, rushing to recruit you might result in you doing something utterly unprecedented. Me? Oyagi blinked, then pointed a finger to his own nose. Lady Hecata, you are perhaps overestimating me a bit.
I am somewhat flattered, truly.
To be remembered by a genius like you means I must at least be a renowned figure in the universe, perhaps a star goddess emissary or some high-ranking official in a corporation. But I'm just a nobody. Without the ability to pioneer, you wouldn't even spare me a glance. Dangerous thoughts? I wouldn't dare entertain them. Indeed. Hecata cut off his rambling disdainfully, turning her gaze away. You may be somewhat clever, but your actual strength is abysmally weak. Oyagi, all right then, I've been disparaged. To have one's strength called abysmally weak by the universe's top genius, right to one's face. Although it's true, could you not be quite so precise about it? Oyagi silently wept within, then quietly chalked this grievance up to his golden finger. Golden finger, oh golden finger, you must come through for me. It would be best if you could utterly astonish Hecata. When that day comes, she will have to end every sentence with please. Pretty pleased to me. The more Aoyagi thought about it, the more delightful it became, and a smile began to creep uncontrollably across his lips. What are you fantasizing about? That smile is truly disgusting. Hekida's voice fell like a bucket of ice water from the sky. She shifted away with disdain, putting more distance between them. Dare to show me that expression again, and don't blame me if I kill you. Oyagi jolted, his smile instantly vanishing. And oh no, he wildly waved his hands. I was just wondering what kind of gifts those people might send. I'm curious, that's all. Humph. Hekida gave him a monosyllabic retort. Oyagi decided not to engage further on that matter. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. No sooner had Aoyagi finished speaking than a yellow flash descended from the sky. Minato Namikaze held a sealed scroll in his hands. Lady Hekita, Mr. Aoyagi, this is everything that Konoha has been able to collect. All the ninjutsu, including some recorded in the Book of Seals, as well as secret techniques voluntarily provided by various clans. There are also various mineral samples ranging from common iron or to chakra metals, everything we could find. Furthermore, the Toad Sage from Mount Myaboku sent a gift as well, which we included in the scroll. Hekita nodded and handed Minato a Gundam. Within your village, it can be controlled by you without issue to safeguard your village's security. The rest you can discuss with it. Now open the scroll. I am not yet familiar with sealing techniques. Oyagi was stunned for a few seconds upon hearing about Mount Myaboku's contribution. Then overwhelming joy surged through him, making it difficult to remain composed. Exploration points, 101,143,195, 248, 271, 293,321. The numbers leapt wildly upward. Congratulations on completing the Exploration Level 30 achievement. Reward unlocked. The beginning of pioneering. The beginning of pioneering. To the very end, your basic attributes increase by 1 point each day with no upper limit. 1 point per day? No upper limit? Could it be that even Aoyagi can enjoy the luxury of growing stronger simply by lying down? Thank you, Master Goldenfinger, for this gift. Newbie gift pack activated. Reward obtained. The endless beginning. The endless beginning. This is an unending journey. Each world you step into will grant you a random talent from that world. Current talents. Crushing Iron, Star Goddess. Bet your journey has attracted the curiosity of the Star God. By following the destined path, you gain corresponding attribute bonuses. The closer your actions align with the Star God's expectations, the greater the bonuses with no upper limit. Hokage, Chakra Dominator. As an otherworldly visitor, you have discerned the essence of chakra. You are not studying to control chakra, you are commanding it. You can manipulate chakra at will, unfettered by any conventional limitations. Woohoo! Time to take off. From this moment onward, as he strives to grow stronger quietly, Aoyagi shall be the most devoted disciple of fertility. Praise be to the medicine master, the compassion of the medicine king. What are you smiling about? That's even more disgusting. Hekida's voice cut through the air like a splash of cold water. Having just stowed away the items Minato had delivered, Hekida turned to find Aoyagi standing there, smirking with a vacant look, as if possessed. Hekida frowned in disgust. This little rascal. Give him a bit of kindness and he dares to throw a party. Give him some sunlight and he thinks he can plant the sun. Aoyagi cleared his throat. He took a deep breath, straightened his posture, placed his hands behind his back, and lifted his chin slightly. Then he pinched his throat, coughed twice, and, with a voice tinged with solemnity, declared, Lady Hekida, during these 3 days in the ninja world, I have been reflecting. Just now, I finally realized. Hekida looked somewhat surprised and curious. Realized what? The hatred in the ninja world stems from unequal distribution. He waved his right hand fiercely, his aura surging like a mighty river. People are forced to slaughter one another over resources, villagers turning blades against their own. As long as this cannot be resolved, war is inevitable. And I shall end all of this. Hekida blinked. What nonsense are you spouting? What business is this of yours? She paused, raising an eyebrow as if suddenly entertained by a more intriguing possibility. What, are you planning to become the emperor of this world again? And straighten your tongue when you speak. If you keep twisting it, I'll pull it out. Oyagi shuddered. He resolved not to argue with Hekida. His back remained rigid and unmoving. That was his last shred of pride. Lady Hekida, you misunderstand me. His voice returned to normal. Yet the aura of undertaking a grand mission only intensified. A mere emperor cannot compare to my great resolve. He tilted his head back at a 45-degree angle, gazing skyward. The more I contemplate, the more I sense the fragility of life. The deeper I delve, the more I appreciate how precious life truly is. Therefore, he inhaled deeply, spreading his arms slowly wide. From now on, I shall be the most devoted disciple of fertility. His voice echoed faintly. I will ensure that this ninja world shall suffer no more pain. All is dedicated to the fertility medicine master, the compassion of the medicine king. He froze in that pose, arms outstretched like a statue. Shut up. Hecata, unable to tolerate any more, moved swiftly and headbutt him solidly on the forehead. Thud. Clear. Resonant. Go throw your tantrums somewhere else if you want to act crazy. Hecata withdrew her hand, her face filled with regret. Medicine master? Has your brain been corroded by chakra or what? Me too. She shook her head, self-mocking. I actually expected you to say something profound. But I'm really stupid. Truly. Aoyagi. Why does that sound so familiar? Hecata grew increasingly vexed. Her brows knitted ever tighter, fingers beginning to gather strength once more, aiming squarely at Aoyagi's forehead. Suddenly, Aoyagi pressed his entire face against the fist of Kuroto, as if afraid she might miss her mark. Kuroto's motion faltered, her fists suspended midair. What are you doing? She demanded. Aoyagi closed his eyes and drew a deep breath. Lady Kuroto, you are unaware, he began, inhaling again. Before your fist arrives, the first to reach me is the delicate fragrance of your graceful hand. I intend to savor it a little longer. Kuroto's expression shifted from puzzlement to shock, then to revulsion, all within less than a second. Get lost, she snapped, delivering a sharp kick to Aoyagi's rear. Awoo! Aoyagi yelped, but soon scampered back eagerly. Seeing Kuroto raise her leg again, he hastily waved his hand. Lady Kuroto, I admit I was acting mad just now. But I never lied to you. I truly intend to make abundance my primary destiny path. With that, he slowly opened his right hand. Palm upturned. Faint virtual energy flowed through the lines of his palm, that unmistakable aura unique to abundance. Just moments ago, the benevolent apothecary has already responded to me. Aoyagi's voice calmed. Therefore, I shall help bring peace to the ninja world. Kuroto lowered her raised leg. She stepped forward, bent over, and examined Aoyagi's right hand closely. Though the virtual energy was sparse, it undeniably existed. No wonder you brat suddenly grew so confident. She withdrew her gaze, the disdain in her tone softening slightly. So you've embarked on the abundance destiny path. She paused, her brows furrowing once more. But I still can't quite understand, what have you done that would earn even a glance from the apothecary? Nu. Aoyagi wiggled his fingers. The benevolent apothecary is beautiful and kind-hearted, the most generous being in the universe. If you ask him to open his hands, he will give. No reason required. He placed both hands over his chest, eyes closed, a smile playing at his lips. That is the greatness of the apothecary. Are you so proud of yourself you're even out of breath? Kuroto's tone turned a shade hostile. So arrogant. Aren't you afraid I'll give you a good thrashing? Shy. Aoyagi's usually straight back bent a few degrees. He hurriedly took a few quick steps back to Kuroto's side. I'm just trying to be serious. After all, in a way, I can now say I am an external incarnation of the benevolent apothecary. HM? Kuroto grew intrigued, nodding at him. Explain. Aoyagi shrugged. Literally as it sounds. If there were a group in the ninja world begging me for blessings, and I couldn't deliver, he smiled mysteriously, lowering his voice. The benevolent apothecary would step in personally. He would use my hand to bring down nourishing rain upon the ninja world. This was the power bestowed by his stellar god Esbet talent. The magnitude of his deeds determined the extent of the stellar god's power granted. And the apothecary's blessings required no reason, no conditions, no cost. Whenever someone prayed, he would answer. So, if enough people prayed for blessings, I could ascend right then and there to become the abundant stellar god. Of course, the talent had its limitations. Once the blessing ended, he no longer met the conditions, and his strength would vanish accordingly like a trial card. But there's a benefit. As long as I continue to practice abundance, the apothecary can see me. If the apothecary can see me and I don't go looking for death, most likely I won't die. If I don't die, my other talent will keep activating. Then, even if I don't undertake the Pioneer Codex collection quests, surviving for several amber eras, I'll be able to shatter planets with a single punch. Aoyagi took a deep breath and gazed upward at a 45-degree angle once more. Praise, abundance. Praise the apothecary. You really are one lucky devil, Kuroto muttered, somewhat vexed, twirling a strand of her hair around her finger again and again. I've only met the machine head thrice. Do you know what it means to meet a stellar god once? Her words grew more animated as she pointed at Aoyagi with her finger. Just a few days, and you've met the machine head, aha, and now the apothecary. She paused, as if recalling something, her finger hovering in the air. Oh, right, you're still the pioneer envoy. Oyagi opened his mouth to respond, but before he could say a word, Kuroto's expression shifted. Her voice suddenly brightened. Want me to study you? Before he could answer, she eagerly leaned in and poked his shoulder. I always feel like you're hiding other secrets. Oyagi shivered under the poke, goosebumps rising. He quickly stepped back several paces, clutching his body tightly with both hands. Lady Kuroto, this is sexual harassment. He paused, perhaps feeling that mere words lacked impact, and added, I sell my art, not my body. Kuroto stifled a laugh, covering her mouth with one hand, but chuckles escaped through her fingers. She laughed for about 3 seconds before abruptly ceasing. Her change of expression was nothing short of cosmic. She extended a single finger, first pointing at Aoyagi, then at herself, chin lifted slightly. Brat, this genius has money if he wants, talent if he wants, looks if he wants, and figure. She glanced down at herself, nodding with satisfaction. A mere ordinary fellow like you normally wouldn't even have the privilege to see me. Now that you're lucky enough to be touched by this genius, you should be secretly pleased. Oyagi's mouth opened, then closed again. Kuroto gave no chance for interruption and continued her tirade. Still selling art but not your body? She snorted. If I were you, I'd seize this opportunity. While this genius still takes an interest in you, cooperate obediently. She drew a circle in the air with her index finger, coaxing. Then, even if I lose interest later, you can brag to others that the great Lady Kuroto studied you. How about that? Pretty generous, right? Oyagi retorted. That was then, this is now. Suddenly, he straightened his chest and patted it proudly. I am now the otherworldly envoy officially appointed by the great apothecary. He finished with a firm gaze and a smiling mouth. I am no longer the man I once was. Oh? Kuroto stared at him, stunned for a moment. Then she drew out her voice, the pitch rising at the end. Brat, playing hard to get now? She held up 5 fingers, spreading them wide. Her nails were painted with a faint polish, inviting one to taste them. I have 5 brand new latest model robots. Going through fire and water, Lady Kuroto. Aoyagi sprang forward as if propelled by a spring. Arms spread wide, his face a picture of ingratiating delight, his smooth transition worthy of an Oscar. Want a hug? Great Lady Kuroto. Kuroto did not move. She stood her ground, arms crossed, fingers tapping her arm absent-mindedly. Well, she spoke slowly. Not selling art but not your body? That's different. Oyagi answered confidently and righteously, completely forgetting he had been clutching his chest shouting sexual harassment only 3 seconds earlier. Performing arts without selling one's body, that notion applies only to others. Lady Herta, as a cosmic-level prodigy and a stunning beauty such as yourself, to be favored by you is a blessing I have cultivated over 10 lifetimes. Upon uttering these words, he vigorously nodded, demonstrating his utmost sincerity. Herta took a step back, creating some distance, and casually reached out to adjust her pointed hat, tapping twice on its brim with her fingers, producing a crisp, rhythmic sound. Humph! You sure know how to flatter yourself. Favor? Don't make me laugh. The corners of her mouth curved downward in disdain, her contempt plainly evident. But I must admit, you've piqued my interest enough to warrant some research. She nodded thoughtfully, her gaze sweeping over Aoyagi before a playful glint surfaced in her eyes. Jokingly, she said, if you cooperate fully with my research now, perhaps when I get a new inspiration, I might reward you with the honor of kissing my shoe. How's that? Tempted? Oyagi stroked his chin, pondering for a few seconds. If it were a jade foot, I might consider it. The smile vanished instantly from Herta's face. That look of disdain seemed to materialize into a tangible brush, meticulously sweeping Aoyagi from head to toe. Then she took several steps backward, retreating even farther than he had just done. Still a pervert, she muttered softly. You never know what's in a person's heart. Oyagi was immediately displeased. Hey, Lady Herta, he preemptively retorted, pointing a forefinger at her. You were the one who started joking first. He paused, feeling his comeback lacked strength, and added, what's this? Only officials can set fires, but commoners can't light lamps? Was that really a joke? Herta's eyes grew even colder with disdain. If I hesitated any longer, you'd probably have pounced on me. Oyagi opened his mouth, then closed it again. After some thought, he decided to argue from a different angle. Couldn't it just be that my acting skills are too good? Cut the act. Herta's voice was icy, her eyes betraying no falsehood. She extended a finger, wagging it at Aoyagi with each word punctuated by a pointed tap, rhythmically accusing, you're nothing but a pervert. Oyagi said, I need to seriously consider whether to call for reinforcements to help you. Why is the stakes getting higher? He added, Lady Herta, practice more if you're not good enough. If you can't stand losing, then don't play. Of course, he would never dare say such words aloud. Not in a million years. Though he had lost face before Herta and been branded a pervert, Aoyagi felt no unease whatsoever. After all, things were different now. The more secrets he kept, the greater Lady Herta's tolerance for him became. Anyone familiar with Herta knew she was a rare genius who, if interested in you, might even forgive you clinging to her thigh. Naturally, this only applied if her interest was sufficiently piqued. Otherwise, you'd be shredded into mincemeat afterward. Still, Aoyagi dared not truly take liberties with Herta. Though he now possessed the means to survive, conquering the ninja world was no feat achievable by individual strength alone. He needed allies, and Lady Herta was undoubtedly the mightiest thigh to cling to, wealthy and beautiful to boot. To earn rewards, a little flattery was no shame. Everything was for the sake of the rewards. Lady Herta, Aoyagi said, bowing deeply with a humility rare for him. Upon reflection, I find your admonishment most apartment. Compared to a great genius like you, my path is still long and arduous. Thus, to express my contrition, please allow me to instruct you in magic. Herta blinked once, twice. Magic? She seemed to be confirming a joke. You? Teach me? Initially, Herta found Aoyagi's apology somewhat palatable. The brat finally realized his place before the great Lady Herta. But then he said he intended to teach her magic? Herta, the actual sovereign of the Cosmic Genius Space Station, the simulated universe's creator, the greatest magical girl scientist, had heard many jokes in her life. Yet this one ranked among the top 3. Who was Herta? A magical girl. In terms of magical talent, she claimed second place. No one in the entire universe dared to claim first. How could a mere Aoyagi compare? Aoyagi was not surprised by Herta's reaction. Snap! He snapped his fingers. Then, Lady Herta, behold! His voice rose sharply as he proclaimed, Aoyagi's super magic flight spell. Chakra wing manifestation. Borrowing Herta's previous incantation with slight modifications, he shouted it out without a trace of embarrassment. Not a bit. When one's confidence reaches such heights, embarrassment ceases to be embarrassment. It becomes performance art. The moment his voice fell, magnificent azure wings unfurled slowly from his back. Like a peacock displaying its plumage, the chakra-formed feathers shimmered in the morning light, each glowing with iridescent radiance. Aoyagi controlled the wings with a gentle motion, lifting himself into the air in a manner that defied all logic. He struck a pose, one hand on his hip, the other supporting his chin, gazing down at Herta with a slight, knowing smile. How is that, Lady Herta? His voice drifted down from the sky. What do you think of my super magic? A faint gleam appeared in Herta's eyes. Coach, she thought, I want to learn this. Aoyagi spun in midair, not done yet. Seeing no immediate response from Herta, he flourished his arms grandly, even more flamboyant than before. Aoyagi's super magic gravity spell, universal attraction. He stretched out his right hand, fingers splayed as if grasping for something. Herta looked up intently, scrutinizing every exaggerated gesture, trying to discern the essence of the magic hidden within the flamboyance. Suddenly, she noticed her hat lift into the air. It rose faster and higher, until Aoyagi caught it deftly. He glanced down at the hat, then back at Herta, a brazenly radiant smile spreading across his face, before placing the hat back on his head. How is that? Aoyagi crossed his arms in midair, wings fluttering gently, looking down arrogantly, his hat worn askew, his expression smug. Am I not quite magical? Before he could finish the word magical, he noticed Herta suddenly draw out her wand. Stop! Lady Herta, I was wrong. In less than a second, Aoyagi's smug expression vanished completely, replaced by a desperate plea for mercy. Spare my life. He descended at a speed at least 3 times faster than when he ascended, landing, folding his wings, removing his hat, and offering both hands in a seamless, fluid motion. Lady Herta, please forgive me. His voice emerged from his bowed posture, muffled. It's truly because your eyes are so discerning that even your hat is so captivating. I momentarily could not control my instincts. He lifted his head slightly to gauge Herta's expression, then quickly lowered it again. Perhaps you think I am flattering you, but I genuinely believe that someone as perfect as you should embark on a path of pure beauty. This path seems tailor-made for you. You are truly the very goddess of purity. Offering his heart to Lady Herta. Humph! With a swift motion, Black Tower snatched back her hat and pressed it firmly onto her head. Her fingers tapped along the brim to ensure it was securely in place before she finally spoke. Don't think that a few compliments will make me forgive you. Her tone was icy, yet the final hum of the word carried a barely perceptible upward inflection. so subtle that one might miss it without close attention. Who was Aoyagi? He could tell.
I understand. I truly do.
He rubbed his hands together in a manner reminiscent of a street vendor's ingratiating gesture, which, surprisingly, seemed quite natural coming from him. Lady Black Tower, you have aided me so much, though I have merely been fortunate enough to grasp a fraction of magic. I would never forget my roots. He lifted his head, his gaze sincere as it met Black Tower's face. Please believe me, Lady Black Tower. My loyalty to you remains steadfast as ever. The corners of Black Tower's lips twitched upward ever so slightly. Words sound sweet enough. Show me some genuine sincerity first. Make me satisfied, and I'll reward you extra when we return. Loyalty. Aoyagi saluted solemnly. Then, with quickened steps, he approached Black Tower's side. Lady Black Tower. The principle behind that chakra wing transformation earlier is as follows, he began to explain. Naturally, standing so close, he could not help but catch the subtle fragrance that clung to her. Aoyagi assured himself he could endure this minor hardship. As long as he could help Lady Black Tower master magic, such discomfort was trivial. The lesson stretched late into the night, so late that the moon of Konoha had ascended beyond the window frame, and Aoyagi's throat was nearly hoarse, no doubt also due to his sneaky deep breaths taken while teaching. Yet it was worth it, for Lady Black Tower had learned much advanced magic. And with each new skill she mastered, his loyalty was further cemented. Praise, abundance. Praise the apothecary. Praise Lady Black Toweress. Never mind, better not praise that, lest it be mistaken for something perverse, though he was already considered eccentric. Lady Black Tower. Aoyagi's voice rang out in the night. The teleportation is ready to use. He paused, his gaze involuntarily drifting to Black Tower's hand. Shall we return to the space station now? Having just acquired numerous advanced chakra techniques, Black Tower was in high spirits. Upon hearing Aoyagi's question, she generously extended her hand. Agreed. Aoyagi gently took her delicate hand. He deliberately waited 3 seconds, one to feel the warmth, one to confirm the texture, and one simply because he did not want to let go. A flash of white light, and the two were transported back to the space station. Lady Black Tower, we have succeeded without disgrace. Is that why you held onto my hand so tightly? Black Tower lifted her other empty hand expressionlessly, waving it before Aoyagi's eyes as she fixed her gaze on the left hand still clasped by him. Aoyagi had not expected his subtlety to be noticed by Black Tower. But, who was Aoyagi? Now blessed by abundance, his skin was as thick as his fate was strong. I just wanted to bask a little longer in the aura of genius, He feigned seriousness while speaking nonsense, then wisely released her hand and took 3 steps back, re-establishing a safe distance. He added, I just admire strength a bit more. Black Tower glanced at him but did not engage with the remark. Her eyes seemed to say, what you admire is not strength, but longevity. By the way, Lady Black Tower, Aoyagi rubbed his hands again, his expression shifting from ingratiating to expectant. You promised me a Gundam before, didn't you? He did not specify the model, confident that Black Tower remembered. A genius's memory required no reminders from mortals. Black Tower did not reply directly, instead waving her hand carelessly. Footsteps echoed down the corridor, and a Black Tower automaton approached with precise, measured steps. The automaton stopped before Aoyagi, expressionless and identical in demeanor to the original. Black Tower pointed to it. From now on, if you need anything, seek her out. She will prepare what you require before your next mission. The cooldown period is still 3 days, right? Aoyagi blinked, instinctively checking his mission panel. Exploration level, 321 cooldown time, 47 hours 56 minutes 32 seconds. Yes, still 3 days cooldown, he confirmed with a nod. Then just wait for now. Black Tower turned and began to walk away, but after 2 steps, she stopped and glanced back, adding, I've already updated this automaton. If you have any questions, ask her. Watching Black Tower's retreating figure, Aoyagi reached out with a beckoning gesture. Lady Black Tower, she did not even flick an eyelid. Her pace was unhurried, the hem of her garment flickering as she rounded the corner, disappearing crisply at the end of the corridor, leaving not a word of farewell. Aoyagi's hand hung awkwardly in midair for 3 seconds before slowly lowering. He shook his head helplessly. I'm used to it. That is Lady Black Tower for you. Unfazed, doing as she pleases, utterly indifferent to others' opinions. He turned to the Black Tower automaton standing nearby. The automaton stood silently, as aloof and refined as its original, radiating the same chill that made one want to, what are you looking at? Little Black Tower was the first to speak, her voice just as proud as the original's. Lady Black Tower said, from now on, you belong to me. Before she could finish, her voice turned into a shriek, for Aoyagi bent down, slipped his hands beneath her armpits, and lifted her entire form into the air. Little Black Tower's legs flailed wildly. Hey, 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 what do you think you're doing? Put me down. Or even if Lady Black Tower said to look after you, I'll still give you a good whack. Don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. Oyagi did not release her. Instead, he raised the automaton even higher. Little Black Tower, I'm merely curious. He paused, his gaze lingering on the automaton's face, then grew dreamy. She can be so beautiful. Beautiful? Little Black Tower's flailing abruptly slowed, as if a program had triggered a keyword. Her struggling noticeably diminished. She instinctively tried to place her hands on her hips in the classic pose, but with her arms still held, all she could manage was a futile hip thrust in midair, resembling a penguin attempting to applaud with its wings. Eventually, she merely snorted, her tone shifting from irritation to a hint of pleasure. I'll give you that. I'm the most attractive among all the Black Towers. As she spoke, her expression switched instantly from aloof to proud, as if this reply had long been prepared, waiting only for someone to trigger it. Indeed, indeed. Oyagi smiled and nodded eagerly without reservation, then changed his tone, revealing a hint of regret. Although it was Lady Black Tower who sent you to look after me, Oyagi cannot simply take everything for granted. Saying this, he slowly set Little Black Tower down, bending slightly to meet her eyes on equal footing. I am no saint. He patted his chest twice with muted thumps, but I understand that some things are achieved through mutual support. His cheek drew mere inches closer to the petite Black Tower. There's a long road ahead. Oyagi's voice softened to a whisper, so perhaps we can loosen the reins a bit. From now on, I'll do my best not to boss you around. You, on the other hand, he paused, his gaze sincere as it locked onto the Black Tower's eyes. Just let me occasionally admire your breathtaking beauty. The Black Tower remained silent. Her exquisitely delicate eyes narrowed slightly as she calculated. No work, no orders to follow, only the occasional compliment on her looks. She realized she wasn't losing out at all. Not only was she not at a disadvantage, she was in fact profiting handsomely. Upon reaching this conclusion, the Black Tower immediately relaxed completely. You've got some sense, you little rascal. She crossed her arms, finally managing to place her hands on her hips with a slow, deliberate air. Purely in terms of looks, Miss Black Tower ranks first, so that would make me second. Indeed, indeed, Oyagi nodded eagerly, as if pounding on a drum. Since you're sincerely begging me. She emphasized the word begging with particular weight. I shall be magnanimous and occasionally let you feast your eyes on my magnificent visage. Having said this, she nodded with great satisfaction, awarding herself full marks for that declaration. Oyagi smiled as he lifted her up once more. But this time, it was not the rough hold-high manner. Rather, he cradled her like a cherished doll, drawing the figure tenderly into his arms. He had wanted to do this for a long time, ever since he first laid eyes on the Black Tower doll. The craftsmanship of these figures was astonishingly exquisite. Their surfaces felt warm and smooth to the touch, lacking any cold, plastic artificiality. Instead, they bore a subtle warmth somewhere between porcelain and human skin. Except for the mechanical joints, every other part was indistinguishable from a real person. Who could resist cuddling such an adorable doll? Certainly not Aoyagi. He was no saint, merely a common man, one who could not resist the urge to gently stroke anything cute. The Black Tower initially struggled feebly in his embrace, but under Aoyagi's relentless cascade of flattering praise, she soon accepted and even indulged in the affection as if it were her due. Humph, you lucky bastard. She muttered softly, it's only because I'm magnanimous that I give you this chance to curry favor. Consider yourself grateful. Yes, yes, Miss Black Tower is super cute. Oyagi echoed, rubbing his cheek against hers. Guided by the Black Tower, Oyagi traversed several corridors until they reached the guest room prepared for him. The room was modest in size but fully equipped. A bed large enough for three to roll around on. A minibar stocked with a complete selection of beverages, and a panoramic window stretching from floor to ceiling, revealing a starry sea he could gaze upon endlessly without weariness. Oyagi placed the Black Tower on the small coffee table beside the sofa, then himself collapsed into the sofa with abandon. He stretched luxuriously, limbs splayed wide to occupy the entire breadth of the sofa. Ah, he sighed deeply, a sound born from the depths of his soul. Then lazily, he flopped onto the armrest beside the sofa, resting his chin there with the expression of a thoroughly defeated saltfish. Black Tower, he tilted his head, voice weak. Miss Black Tower said you had some questions for me. Did she give you any other instructions? The Black Tower sat upright on the table, her back straight, legs neatly together, and hands placed decorously on her knees. She glanced briefly at Aoyagi before explaining. Miss Black Tower has already sent a message to Ms. Ruan Mei, informing her of your situation. Oyagi's ears twitched slightly. Next, if Ms. Ruan takes an interest in you, she might add you as a friend. Interest? Oyagi repeated the word with a hint of puzzlement. Ignoring his interjection, the Black Tower continued. As for whether you can rely on Ms. Ruan's assistance, that depends entirely on your own abilities. She paused, then added, also, the robot Miss Black Tower promised you will be prepared before your next departure. A robot? Oyagi's saltfish demeanor brightened by about 30% as he lifted his head slightly. A Gundam, Black Tower, that's a Gundam. The disparity between those two words was greater than the difference between the financial report of Interstellar Peace Corporation and my own bank balance. Call it whatever you like. The Black Tower replied impassively. It's just a fighting machine. Oyagi opened his mouth as if to correct her but ultimately gave up. Forget it, Black Tower. You just need to be cute. Gundam stuff. That is a kind of romance only men understand. He was confident that Mr. Walter would have endless topics to discuss with him. Then, the Black Tower's voice grew suddenly serious. Miss Black Tower told you not to slack off. Oyagi was silent for a moment, the laziness on his face fading slightly as the corners of his mouth tightened. Understood, he said. With the reward of the golden finger in sight. He also wished to meet more people and see more diverse landscapes. Oyagi considered himself an ambitious individual. Just yesterday, he had resolved to improve himself and had even mapped out a precise schedule for the next 3 days, from gathering information about abundance to chakra training. He had created a complete timetable in his mind. Then he slept straight through until noon the following day. Oyagi's eyelids twitched. He emitted an indistinct nasal sound and tried to bury his face in the pillow to evade the light. The pillow ignored him, the patches of sunlight ignored him, and the entire world silently witnessed the downfall of an aspiring youth. Eventually, a subtle sensation of being watched roused him from slumber. He emitted a feeble yawn, the sound drawn out and curling at the end like a sloth yawning in slow motion. He blinked drowsily, his vision sharpening from blurry to clear, and the first thing to greet his eyes was a small figure standing by the bedside. The Black Tower. She stood beside the nightstand, her height exactly level with Aoyagi lying in bed. Her right hand was raised high, as if preparing for some precise strike. Her eyes fixed unwaveringly on his face without a single blink. Oyagi did not question why a doll would stand by his bed watching him sleep, nor did he ponder the intent behind the raised hand. He simply smiled with the unique expression of one freshly awakened, his voice hoarse. Good morning, Black Tower. Then, as if instinctively, he reached out and grasped the right hand she held aloft, gently shaking it. How did you know I wanted to shake hands? He released his grip, the smile on his face deepening. Sure enough, Black Tower, our tacit understanding is real. The Black Tower withdrew her hand. Please refrain from saying such nonsensical things to a doll. Oyagi's smile stiffened momentarily. He stared at the face before him for 2 seconds, then reached out and touched the Black Tower's cheek. You're not the same Black Tower as yesterday, he stated firmly, without a trace of doubt. The Black Tower was momentarily taken aback. She did not pull away but tilted her head slightly, curious. Why do you say that? We are the same batch. The same model of doll, she added. Both the programming and the modeling should be identical. Oyagi withdrew his hand without answering immediately. He gazed at the face before him, so nearly identical to yesterday's, yet in his mind's eye, a distinct image surfaced. The Black Tower of yesterday, kicking her legs energetically when he lifted her high. Identical faces, yet the feeling was entirely different. In theory, they ought to be the same. Oyagi nodded, acknowledging her logic, but he still felt that she was not the same person. Little Black Tower offered no rebuttal, merely waiting silently for him to continue speaking. Oyagi pondered for a moment, then suddenly spread his arms wide. Little Black Tower made no move. She did not even step back, standing there calmly as she gazed at his outstretched arms. What do you mean by that? She inquired. A hug, Oyagi answered matter-of-factly, swinging his open arms. Ms. Black Tower told me yesterday that if I ever had a problem, I should come to Little Black Tower, he explained as he slowly lowered his arms, shifting into a more relaxed posture with his hands resting on his knees. But I couldn't bear to let such an adorable Little Black Tower work too hard. Even though you're a doll, you still wear down. So I figured I'd spare her a lot of the work. She only needs to show her face occasionally. He smiled, squinting his eyes as he indulged in a daydream. After all, Little Black Tower is super cute. Just looking at her lifts one's spirits. Little Black Tower listened without any change in expression. What does that have to do with a hug? She genuinely did not understand. Is it hard to understand? Oyagi scratched his head. He thought for a moment before deciding to use an analogy. It's like this. Ms. Black Tower is a genius. So many people worship her. Ms. Black Tower is stunningly beautiful, so people want to take a second look when they see her. And Little Black Tower is adorable, so when I see her, I want to give her a hug. Upon finishing, he suddenly had an epiphany, letting out a realization-filled "oh" as he clapped his hands. Sorry, I forgot you're not her. Little Black Tower is the most special. She is the prettiest among all the dolls. But I'm the prettiest, the Little Black Tower before him retorted instantaneously. Though her tone remained calm, her speech was just a fraction quicker than before. Then why do I still think she looks better? He tilted his head, adopting a serious expression, his brows furrowed slightly. Leaning in closer, he let his gaze roam carefully across Little Black Tower's face, from her forehead to her eyebrows, from her eyebrows to her eyes, then to right. He extended a finger and gently tapped her eye's corner. His expression solemn, he said. Her eyes seemed brighter and a bit larger. Impossible. Without hesitation, delay, or any sign of hesitation, Little Black Tower's face was pressed right up against Aoyagi's. Look again. Her voice remained soft, but each word was filled with unwavering determination. My eyes are the prettiest. Having spoken, she held that face-to-face pose motionless, her eyes wide open. Staring at this face so close at hand, Aoyagi suddenly burst into laughter, doubled over with mirth, reaching out to pinch Little Black Tower's cheek gently and tugging it slightly. The texture was soft and tender, like squeezing a dense marshmallow. Ha ha ha, you've been tricked, Aoyagi exclaimed. Little Black Tower froze. The face he was pinching first registered a brief moment of confusion before swiftly shifting to annoyance. She slapped Aoyagi's hand away with a crisp snap, stepping back half a pace to create a safe distance. Can I understand this as you going crazy in front of a doll? The Black Tower doll stared at him with an eerie gaze. Aoyagi straightened up, withdrawing his hand and placing it back on his knee, but without any trace of embarrassment or awkwardness. He watched the Little Black Tower before him with keen interest. Not at all, he said. I'm just marveling at whether you really are merely data. Little Black Tower paused. Why do you ask that? She did not answer directly but instead tossed out a question. Also, she continued, you're a strange person, always obsessing over some inexplicable matters. Strange? Perhaps. Aoyagi shrugged, admitting it without any psychological burden. Then, like a dog unwilling to let go of a bone, circled back to the original question. But can't I ask this question? Or do you not know? He gazed at Little Black Tower, his eyes devoid of pressure, filled only with pure curiosity. It wouldn't hurt to tell you. Little Black Tower spoke calmly. Her voice remained soft, but she slowed her pace somewhat. As a doll Ms. Black Tower uses for remote connection, we are relatively special compared to other dolls. Beyond the most basic data, each time Ms. Black Tower remotely controls us, we can learn many new things ourselves. Her gaze settled on Aoyagi's face. In theory, your previous feeling was correct. Each of us dolls is the same, yet different. We are all parts of Ms. Black Tower. Aoyagi lengthened the sound and nodded vigorously. I see now, he repeated. No wonder. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. I still think the Little Black Tower from last night was cuter. But I'm the cutest. Little Black Tower was instant in her reply once more. The moment the words escaped her lips, her expression stiffened subtly, as if she realized something in that instant, but it was too late to retract. Aoyagi chuckled again softly. Is this the underlying mechanism of the Black Tower dolls? No matter who it is, if you challenge their claim to being the cutest, it triggers this reaction. He recalled the expression of the Little Black Tower from yesterday when she said, I'm the most beautiful among all the Black Towers, then looked again at this one who blurted out, but I'm the cutest, and tried to pretend nothing had happened. Adorably peculiar. Truly adorably peculiar. He decided he would say you're not the cutest more often in the future. Not because he was a bad person, but because, well, perhaps he really was a bad person. But who could resist a doll who would rise up to defend the title of cutest? Little Black Tower eventually slammed the door on her way out, leaving only one sentence squeezed through the gap. Pack your things. This afternoon, the Stellar Express will arrive at the space station. Ms. Black Tower is busy now, so the reception will be handled by us. Little Black Tower. The Stellar Express. Before meeting Black Tower, he had already learned from the Cosmic Network about the Stellar Express's role in helping the celestial ship Luofu fend off the extinction Lord Phantom Hollow. He had scrolled through many posts, some serious battle reports and analyses, some fan-like effusive praise, and a few obviously offbeat fan artworks. He glanced at the latter once before closing them, reasoning that he needed a pair of clean eyes to face this world. So the story had long since begun. He had just not expected to encounter the Stellar Express now. Not exactly a surprise, yet not entirely anticipated either. After all, reality is not a game. Every jump of the Stellar Express consumes real fuel. Cannot teleport instantly by clicking on a map, shuttling back and forth daily between 2-star regions. But since the encounter had come, he might as well go meet them. He looked down at his palm, a slight smile curling his lips. He was now an explorer emissary. One truly blessed with talent, a bona fide explorer emissary. After tidying up briefly, Aoyagi saw that there was still time and decided to take a proper tour of the space station. Having come all this way, not exploring Black Tower's space station would be like going to Disneyland and only sleeping in the hotel. A real loss. The corridors of the space station were far quieter than he had imagined. Along the way, the surroundings were filled with diligent researchers engrossed in their work. Each one remained steadfastly focused, their heads never lifting as their fingers danced swiftly over virtual keyboards, or huddled together whispering softly over data charts bearing names even Aoyagi could not comprehend. Their unwavering dedication to the tasks at hand was such that one could easily imagine that even if the space station suddenly erupted with alarms, these individuals would first complete their current experimental steps before contemplating escape. They were nothing like the non-player characters in games who stand idly by, waiting for the protagonist to approach and initiate conversation. Occasionally, someone would glance up at him, but their eyes would quickly avert, returning without hesitation to their meticulous work. Aoyagi paid no mind to this. He was by no means a figure of great renown. In a place like the Black Tower space station, teeming with geniuses, his reputation was probably less notable than a malfunctioning coffee machine. Rather than striving to assert his presence, he was more interested in visiting the Black Tower's repository of curiosities. He recalled that there was a scoring gun there. Aoyagi remained curious about how many points he could achieve. Lost in thought, he rounded a corner and nearly collided with someone. More precisely, he almost bumped into a pink-side ponytail. A young girl stood in the middle of the corridor, clutching a stack of data boards. She wore the standard researcher's uniform, a white coat with dark lining, a work badge emblazoned with the space station's logo dangling from her chest. Her hair was neatly tied into a side ponytail, adorned with a circular hair clip on the other side. She looked both capable and carried a hint of youthful playfulness. It was Director Asta. The moment Asta spotted Aoyagi, she froze briefly. "Why, you must be." Her voice trembled slightly, barely above a whisper. "Mr. Aoyagi, who drew the personal attention of Lady Black Tower herself on your very first day." The length of that title startled Aoyagi. "You know me?" he asked, scratching his chin in surprise. He had only been on the station a short while and hadn't he even located the coffee machine yet. Yet someone already recognized him? Asta nodded emphatically, causing her side ponytail to swing twice. "I know a little. Lady Black Tower entrusted me with preparing a great deal of exploration equipment." She paused, her gaze becoming subtly nuanced. After a few seconds, she asked, "May I inquire about your relationship with Lady Black Tower?" The moment the question escaped her lips, she seemed to realize something and quickly waved her hands. "I'm just curious. Really just curious. Since I began working here, this is the first time I've seen Lady Black Tower go to such lengths for one person. Not only did she come in person, but she also handled everything herself." Her voice trailed off into a whisper, yet the gleam of gossip in her eyes blazed visibly. Aoyagi instantly grasped the situation. So, she was a curious young lady eager for gossip. He thought to himself. Technically, he was a partner collaborating with Black Tower, but that answer was obviously too plain, almost meaningless. Yet if he went too far, Black Tower might very well reduce him to mincemeat. Thanks to the abundant blessings he currently possessed, he might survive, but Black Tower could still take action. Closing his eyes, Aoyagi pondered for a few seconds. Ultimately, amusement won overwhelmingly. Ahem, strictly speaking. He paused for a beat. Lady Black Tower is kinda my half-master. Asta covered her mouth with both hands, as if afraid her jaw might dislocate on the spot. Master? The word slipped softly through her fingers like a feather landing on cotton. So Lady Black Tower plays around like this behind the scenes? Her mind had probably begun to replay some unspeakable scenarios, as evidenced by the deep blush creeping up her ears. Quickly, Aoyagi waved his hands, attempting to quench the wildfire of gossip in her mind. "Director Asta, you misunderstand. This master is not that kind of master." He paused, feeling that this explanation still lacked clarity, so he added, "I'm merely a fortunate individual under Lady Black Tower's care." Asta's fingers relaxed slightly, revealing half of her face. The shock in her eyes faded just a little, but only just. Her spirit of intrigue still burned fiercely. "I can't go into specifics." Aoyagi carefully chose his words, sensing that further elaboration might trigger Black Tower's remote sensing capabilities. "Just consider me a collaborator who has business with Lady Black Tower." Finally, Asta lowered her hands. Yet the astonishment in her eyes remained, like the watermarks left on a beach after the tide recedes, bright and unmistakable. After all, the word master paired with Black Tower was, in some sense, quite fitting. Even if they shared a bed, it would be Lady Black Tower being served by Mr. Aoyagi. Realizing her thoughts had taken a wrong turn, Asta's face flushed a vivid red, from her earlobes down to the base of her neck. She hastily waved at Aoyagi. Sorry, Mr. Aoyagi. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll be off. We'll talk again soon. Goodbye. Before Aoyagi could finish speaking, she was already clutching her stack of data boards and briskly trotting toward the end of the corridor. Her footsteps faded away, and silence once more settled over the hallway. Aoyagi stood in place, watching her disappear, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The wealthy lady was unexpectedly lively. Though he had no idea what she was imagining, the slight redness on her earlobes made it abundantly clear. Her thoughts were far from innocent and thoroughly so. With his hands in his pockets, Aoyagi continued forward in high spirits. Today was truly a good day. On the way to the containment module, Aoyagi noticed something intriguing. Little Black Tower figurines were scattered everywhere. No matter where he looked, if he searched diligently, he could always find a small figurine quietly standing its ground. Most of these figurines were inactive, frozen in their final poses. Passing by one, Aoyagi couldn't resist poking her shoulder with his finger. No response. He tried a few others, still nothing. Compared to the animated Little Black Tower, these figurines were like unopened books. No matter how exquisite the cover, they were just sheets of paper. Soon his interest waned, and he quickened his pace toward the containment module. The containment module was far quieter than the common areas. The lighting here was cooler, and rows of transparent display cases were neatly arranged, each housing various mysterious artifacts of uncertain origin. Aoyagi stopped in front of one display case. Inside rested a gun. Calling it a gun was a stretch. It resembled more an object molded into the shape of a gun by some indescribable force. Embedded in the gun's body was a large eyeball, currently closed as if dozing. The stock bore strange, indecipherable patterns, and a label below was neatly inscribed with 3 characters. Scoring gun. Found it. He coughed lightly twice in anticipation. The large eyeball on the scoring gun suddenly snapped open. It blinked drowsily, then focused on Aoyagi, its gaze shifting up and down, left and right, scrutinizing him thoroughly. The 0, 1, 2? The calibration gun commenced its analysis, ultimately fixating repeatedly on the number 0. Aoyagi immediately pressed his face forward, locking eyes with the calibration gun in a silent, intense stare. You wouldn't be malfunctioning, would you? Before, you insisted I was 0 and I didn't challenge you. Now, how could I possibly be 0? He spoke with earnest conviction. He roughly understood the shifting sequence of numbers. The initial 0, 1, and 2 likely represented some range of fluctuation. The trio of question marks in the middle, according to his deduction, most probably referred to the star god. Throughout the course of fulfilling his destiny, his strength would oscillate within a certain range, with the peak being the star god. This was easily comprehensible. Yet the persistent 0 at the end carried a pointed implication. Was it not insinuating that Aoyagi himself was that very 0? The calibration gun declared the final result once more, its tone crisp and resolute, leaving no room for doubt. Then the large eye gleamed with satisfaction before closing, as if it had completed its day's work and was content to clock out. Aoyagi's teeth itched with frustration. It was not that he cared deeply about the score. Truth be told, he was well aware of his own capabilities. But this 0, no matter how he looked at it, felt like a deliberate provocation. I will definitely come back. Aoyagi left behind that vow, muttering curses as he turned away from the containment chamber. His mood was far from pleasant. Yet, within his heart, he had set a goal for himself. He would strive to become stronger and make the calibration gun see him in a new light. Though the Black Tower space station appeared modest in size, its facilities were impressively comprehensive. With the assistance of Little Black Tower, Aoyagi successfully unearthed a wealth of records concerning the Abundance Apothecary. The station's archives were far more extensive than he had anticipated. Information about the Abundance people, the Abundance destiny, and the Apothecary, revered and feared by countless individuals, occupied an entire wall's worth of data. Cradling a stack of data tablets, Aoyagi found a quiet corner and began to peruse them diligently. Since he intended to major in the Abundance destiny, he knew he could not afford to be negligent in his studies. A proficient, Abundance, destiny traveler must not act recklessly like those Abundance spawn. Previously, he had been arrogant, not giving it much thought. But now, upon reflection, those he was dealing with were all star gods. Great opportunities, yet fraught with peril. Besides the benevolent apothecary who watched over him, the demonic the magnificent imperial Bao Siming, might also have him in their sights. After all, the talent star goddess Bet not only granted him power but, in a sense, revealed his coordinates. It was well known that the hunter star god was merciless towards abundance spawn, swift, precise, and ruthless, never hesitating, never causing collateral damage. If he were to act recklessly, with abundance spawn and his location exposed, what might Imperial Bao Siming do? It was a chilling thought. Aoyagi pictured the scene vividly. Just as he caused chaos in the shinobi world, a beam of light would obliterate him along with the entire realm. Even if the apothecary mercifully pulled him back, the cycle would repeat endlessly. Light strikes, rescue, light strikes again, an eternal torment. What a hellish joke. One must always harbor a measure of reverence, no matter the time or circumstance. With this in mind, Aoyagi clasped his hands together, bowed slightly, and sincerely intoned into the void. Praise be to the apothecary. Praise be to the Amber King. You sure believe in a rather eclectic assembly of star gods. A voice suddenly rang from behind him. Little Black Tower had somehow silently appeared a mere 3 paces away. Her gaze shifted from Aoyagi's face to the stack of books he held, lingering for a moment. You're going to study abundance? She remarked. Forget it, that's not important. She produced a communicator and held it out to him. It was a model he had never seen before. The device's body was crafted from an unfamiliar material, cool and smooth to the touch. Not metal nor plastic, but more like an exquisitely polished jade, though much lighter. It looked incredibly precious. This is the latest multifunctional communicator, Little Black Tower explained. Ms. Ruan May's contact information has already been added. She'll be reaching out to you shortly. Aoyagi accepted the communicator, turning it over twice in his hands. His gaze then fell upon a small pendant attached to the device, a tiny Black Tower figurine. Small and round, it bore little resemblance to the aloof Black Tower lady, but bore a striking likeness to the Little Black Tower before him. The craftsmanship was astonishingly intricate, even including a miniature hammer clipped to the waistline. At first glance, Aoyagi found himself utterly captivated. The old communicator? Who is that?
Sorry, no idea.
Don't contact me on that anymore. I'm afraid the new communicator might get jealous. Enough. Little Black Tower's voice pulled him from his reverie. The train crew will be here soon. She tilted her head slightly. Set aside your matters for now. Come with me to meet them. Aoyagi carefully tucked the new communicator into his pocket and rose to his feet. Let us go, he said, his tone brimming with anticipation. Little Black Tower had already turned and taken a few steps before pausing to glance back at him. By the way, she said, don't mention anything about being a half-owner or similar nonsense in front of the train crew. Aoyagi was momentarily stunned. Black Tower lady asked me to tell you, Little Black Tower added, then continued walking without looking back, leaving Aoyagi standing there with a complex expression. So the Black Tower lady already knew? Was the gossip speed on the space station a bit absurd? But then again, the Black Tower only forbade him from mentioning half-owner remarks, not denying the notion itself. Could it be that the Black Tower lady truly enjoyed playing such role-playing games, preferring to occupy the dominant position? The control chamber was far livelier than Aoyagi had imagined. As he followed Little Black Tower inside, a clear, bright female voice rang out from the other side. Black Tower? Black Tower. I'm here to test the simulated universe. Are you around? Aoyagi turned toward the voice and saw a gray-haired, elder sister type wearing a top hat. She was shaking Little Black Tower's arm back and forth. By the way, have you noticed anything different about me now compared to before? She asked, pushing her hat up deliberately. One had to admit, was she not the reincarnation of Archivali, the cosmic succubus? The combination of the elder sister aura and her lively, contrasting personality made her hard not to like. Of course, this kind of liking was not the romantic kind. He drew an imaginary red line in his mind. Raccoon was only 2.5 years old and was definitely going to get zapped if he wasn't careful. Aoyagi shifted his gaze away from Xing and looked toward the others. A pink-haired girl hurried forward and tugged at Xing's sleeve. Xing, stop showing off your hat. March 7th's voice was clear and pleasant. Let Black Tower lady examine it first. After all, you've just gained a star goddess glance. Before heading to the next stop, it's best to have Black Tower lady check it over. Xing turned his head, chin slightly raised. March, please don't speak like that. I'm no longer a child. I am now a major shareholder of Pinaconi. Their conversation continued, but Aoyagi's attention turned to the others. Dan Heng stood silently a short distance away, arms folded across his chest. As if sensing Aoyagi's gaze, he slightly turned his head and looked over. The two locked eyes. Dan Heng's gaze was serene. After a few seconds of observation, He gave a slight nod, a subtle greeting. Oyagi smiled softly, refraining from immediately approaching to converse. Looking further into the distance, there stood a gentle woman with crimson hair. She lingered on the outskirts of the crowd, her face adorned with a smile as she watched several people frolic ahead. Noticing his gaze, she too smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. It was none other than Himiko. Aside from her, Aoyagi did not catch sight of Walter or Sunday. They were likely still aboard the train. After all, the space station was not an amusement park. Not everyone brimmed with enthusiasm. Let us go. The voice of Little Black Tower echoed softly in his ear, neither loud nor faint. As fellow pioneers, I believe you should share some common ground. Before Aoyagi could fully process these words, Xing over there had already noticed the situation on this side. Black Tower. She released the arm of the doll she held and hurried over in 3 brisk steps. Why have you activated so many dolls today? Have you heard about my deeds? When she uttered the phrase my deeds, the brim of her top hat lifted slightly. Everyone turned their gaze in this direction. Little Black Tower nodded toward the group. I have familiarized myself with your circumstances. I will now take this little brat to examine his internal condition. You may continue to rest here as usual. Having said this, she pointed to Aoyagi beside her. This little brat might be connected to your star rail. I do not know much myself. All I know is that he is a pioneer envoy. You may talk among yourselves. After finishing, she stepped aside, leading Xing toward the office. The air fell silent for roughly 2 seconds. Pioneer envoy? Almost simultaneously, the group voiced this phrase, then fell silent again, their eyes widening in unison. Aoyagi appeared youthful, dressed in casual, everyday attire. The fox-faced mask perched atop his head was somewhat intriguing, though it seemed more ornamental than a piece of combat gear. Most incongruous was the stack of books cradled in his arms, all concerning abundance. A person who claimed to be a pioneer envoy, clutching a pile of abundance books? Himiko was the first to react. She stepped forward and stood before Aoyagi, extending her hand. Greetings. I am Himiko, the navigator of the Star Rail. It is a pleasure to meet you. Aoyagi reached out and shook her hand. Hello, Sister Himiko. He switched to a more familiar form of address, his smile growing more genuine. Then he released her hand and took a half step back, maintaining the appropriate social distance. Just call me Aoyagi, he said after a brief pause, seemingly weighing his words before continuing. A mainline mission involves being a pioneer envoy responsible for exploring other worlds. Other worlds. March 7th, who had somehow gathered nearby, blinked curiously, her gaze flickering across Oyagi's face multiple times. Could it be another star rail? She tilted her head. Or has the pioneer star god been resurrected? Oyagi smiled and shook his head, interrupting her burgeoning imagination. No, he said. To be precise, my current status is rather special. He glanced at those present. If you are intrigued by other worlds, you may experience one with me. March 7th's eyes brightened once more. However, the number of people I can bring is limited. Aoyagi held up one hand, fingers spread wide. 5 at most. We can depart no sooner than 2 days from now, and we must stay for at least 3 days before returning. After speaking, he quietly awaited the group's reaction. Himiko's voice escaped softly through her nostrils. Is it a special world? She inquired. Oyagi nodded. Sort of. He pondered his choice of words and decided on an analogy Himiko would immediately grasp, perhaps akin to Mr. Walter's situation. The effect exceeded his expectations. You even know about Mr. Walter? Himiko was genuinely surprised. She was well aware that Walter was searching for a way home. Over the years, the train had traversed countless star systems, visited innumerable civilizations, and scoured ancient star charts and data archives. Yet no clues about that world had ever surfaced. That world seemed erased from the universe's coordinates, existing solely within Walter's memories. And here stood this young man she was meeting for the first time, knowing about Walter's plight? Dan Hung also looked over, curious. Oyagi met everyone's gaze in turn before finally resting his eyes back on Himiko. I apologize, he said, spreading his hands slightly. I understand what you want to say, Sister Himiko, but the other worlds I can reach differ from Mr. Walter's original world. You can think of it as a similar situation, he corrected himself, but not the same place. Himiko nodded slightly, signaling him to continue. That world possesses a power system entirely distinct from our current universe, Aoyagi explained as he extended his left hand. Therefore, I refer to it as another world. His fingers spread slightly. A flame flickered in his palm, then abruptly transformed into a sphere of water. The water sphere shifted into a tiny whirlwind, which dissipated, followed by arcs of electricity crackling between his fingers. Aoyagi gathered the remnants of these 4 elements, slowly bringing his left hand together, fingers closing in unison. Like this. Wow, how marvelous. March 7th covered her mouth in astonishment, her fingers parting slightly before rubbing her eyes. How did you do that? She stepped closer and asked. Himiko also stroked her chin, analyzing. Indeed, there is no trace of imaginary energy fluctuations, but it must be utilizing other forms of energy? Oyagi nodded and withdrew his left hand. Correct. That is a different world called the Shinobi Realm. It is a unique energy there known as chakra, extracted from within the cells by the locals. March 7th's eyes lit up. So this girl could also have the ability to breathe fire and discharge electricity? She instinctively extended her own hand, turning it over twice as if to confirm whether some latent potential lay hidden within her cells. Then she looked up, her face filled with longing. Coach, I want to learn this. Before Aoyagi could reply, a calm voice spoke from beside them. March, that's unrealistic. Dan Heng had silently moved closer. His gaze shifted from March 7th to Aoyagi, his tone objective and composed. No matter what kind of energy it is, cannot simply appear out of thin air. The Shinobi Realm's ability to draw such power from cells likely means their physiology differs from ours, right? Oyagi nodded crisply. Exactly. Ms. Blacktower and I have been to that world. From what I understand, people there possess the divine tree gene. The divine tree is the source of power in that world, enabling them to extract this special energy from their cells. He added, simply put, they have the hardware. We do not. March 7th immediately sighed in disappointment but stubbornly pressed on. Is there no other way? Oyagi looked at her drooping expression and could not help but smile. However, he said, if you're truly curious, you can wait. March 7th's ears twitched in response. Ms. Blacktower was diligently studying this power, suggesting that perhaps in the future, related artifacts could be mass-produced. Akira Aoyagi gave a slight shake to the ring on his finger. What I'm using now is essentially the chakra borrowed from that world, facilitated through this ring. It's like a contract with one of the tailed beasts from the ninja realm. Mitsuki's eyes brightened anew. Himiko smiled as she gently patted Mitsuki's shoulder. All right, little Mitsuki. Her voice carried a warm amusement. Our train still collaborates with Ms. Blacktower. Once they develop something, we can simply purchase a set. Mitsuki nodded, the disappointment on her face fading considerably. That's true. She counted on her fingers. No need to rush after all. If it comes to actual action, there's always the versatile teacher Dan Heng. Dan Heng remained silent, accustomed to such mentions. Himiko chuckled softly, choosing not to dwell on the topic further. She turned her gaze back to Akira, her eyes gentle yet tinged with curiosity. So, Mr. Aoyagi, may I understand that you might eventually discover Walter's homeland? The moment the question was voiced, a subtle tension permeated the air. Dan Heng's gaze briefly sharpened. If this could truly aid Mr. Walter, it would undoubtedly be a boon for the train. Akira did not respond immediately. He pondered for a moment, furrowing his brow slightly, lips pressed into a thin line. Finally, he nodded. There's a probability, he said, but it will require considerable time. He paused. It's somewhat different from your own exploration. I might need to fully explore that other world before embarking on the next. After speaking, he smiled to himself. That indeed will take a very long time. However, the corners of Himiko's lips lifted into a warmer smile than before. Hope is always a good thing. I'm sure Walter would be delighted to hear this news. Akira returned her smile, the corners of his mouth twitching upwards involuntarily. The atmosphere among the train crew was quite pleasant, though it was a pity he had his own path to follow and could not journey alongside them. Before he could dwell further, Himiko's gaze had already fallen upon the stack of books cradled in his arms. Her eyes lingered momentarily before she looked up and inquired, Are you encountering some difficulties? Perhaps we can be of assistance? Then I thank you, Sister Himiko. Akira came back to himself and smiled, offering the books to her. Himiko took them and glanced down at the cover of the topmost volume, Fertile Destiny Studies, From the Benevolence of the Medicine King to the Fertile Spawn. Before she could open it, Akira began to explain. Well, he scratched his head. I'm currently planning to major in the destiny of fertility, so I intend to collect some books related to the fertile destiny to study. Himiko was momentarily taken aback. Aren't you a bearer of the exploration order? Why are you majoring in fertility now? Mitsuki by his side opened her mouth, then closed it again. She, too, could not grasp the necessary connection between the two. Sister Himiko, this matter is rather complicated. Akira took a deep breath. Simply put, my exploration ability is limited to leading people to other worlds. But the ninja realm I am currently in is embroiled in constant warfare year-round. He continued, his speech quickening slightly. So I'm thinking of trusting in multiple star gods, taking multiple paths. Himiko, Dan Hung, Mitsuki. Is that even possible? Then the benevolent medicine master gave me a glance. Akira finished the sentence he had left unfinished, his expression turning subtle. Perhaps because I have ventured into other worlds, besides the benevolent medicine master, the Imperial Bao Commander of Destiny has also taken notice of me. He pointed to the stack of books in Himiko's hands. If I don't deepen my understanding of the records related to fertility, what if one day I accidentally create a fertile spawn? He made a bow and arrow motion, accompanying it with a sound effect. Whoosh! Bang! Great Storm God might personally reward me with a rocket. The members of the train crew exchanged glances. This was indeed a rather grim prospect. Blessed by fertility yet exposed to the gaze of the hunter, no wonder Akira was clutching books about fertility. When it came to the star gods, Himiko found herself at a loss for words. Matters concerning the star gods were beyond even her as a navigator. Even if all the scholars of the universe were summoned for a symposium, they likely would not reach any definitive conclusions. Those beings who traverse the star seas are never entities that mere mortals can define or explain through words. The only thing she could do was one thing: be cautious in all things. Her voice was soft but laden with gravity. It was the most sincere and restrained blessing from a senior who had navigated the star seas for countless eras, bestowed upon another about to embark on a similar path. As for the records on fertility, once our train organizes them, we will send them to you, she added. Having spoken, she retrieved her communicator from her pocket. Let us exchange contact information, she said, tilting her head with a gentle smile. It will be more convenient for future communication. Akira nodded, pulling out the communicator Ms. Black Tower had gifted him, exchanging contact details with everyone in turn. His original communicator had no friends listed, sparing him the trouble of data transfer. However, after adding contacts, Akira noticed that everyone's gazes toward him had turned peculiar, especially Mitsuki, who looked as if she wanted to say something but hesitated, her mouth opening and closing repeatedly. What's wrong? Akira asked curiously. The question seemed to unlock a long-held restraint. Mitsuki immediately pointed at his communicator. Oh, Yagi, your communicator? Akira raised his hand to look. The little black tower pendant was gently swaying with the movement of his wrist. He chuckled. You mean this? He explained. This communicator was a gift from Ms. Black Tower. He lowered his voice a few notches, glancing left and right to ensure no Black Tower dolls were eavesdropping before continuing. You know, Ms. Black Tower has quite an extraordinary personality. The things she invents usually carry a shadow of herself. He paused, glancing at the pendant, a slight smirk curling his lips. Otherwise, without Ms. Black Tower's permission, if I dared to infringe on her image rights willy-nilly. He made a throat-slitting gesture. I would be long since been minced meat. Mitsuki's mouth immediately opened wide. Oh, she elongated the last syllable, raising her index finger. I get it. That S called narcissism. Cough, cough. Akira hastily cleared his throat twice. Miss Mitsuki, he deliberately used an honorific. Ms. Black Tower is a genuine genius. This is merely an eccentric form of self-admiration that we find difficult to comprehend. We must not speak ill of her. Mitsuki eyed Akira suspiciously, tilting her head. Why do you seem so afraid of Black Tower? She is not here now. I can say she is narcissistic, and she won't hear it. Before her words had even fully fallen, unfortunately the little Black Tower pendant floated up. Suspended about 3 centimeters above the communicator, it gripped the tiny hammer in its hand, its eyes the size of green beans fixed intently on Mitsuki. I did hear that, you little brat talking behind my back? Damn you! A shriek rang out. Mitsuki instantly took several steps back, darting behind Dan Hung with a flash, clutching his sleeve tightly, revealing only half her face. The doll had come to life. Dan Hung cast a blank glance at her, then raised his hand to rub his temple. March, under normal circumstances, the Black Tower Lady's doll possessed a certain degree of vitality. He paused briefly before adding, you should be aware of that. Oh right. March 7th poked her head out from behind Dan Hung, scratched the back of her head, and smiled sheepishly. Sorry, Lady Black Tower, I didn't mean it just now. You truly are a genuine genius. The pendant-like miniature Black Tower fixed its gaze on her for 2 seconds, then snorted lightly. Humph. Aoyagi chuckled silently from the side. The moment he saw the tiny Black Tower doll pendant, he had guessed this little thing was likely some form of Black Tower's intelligent automaton. Given Black Tower's character, she probably wouldn't engage in needless actions. His eyes fell upon the miniature Black Tower, now reverted back into a pendant, and he thought to himself quietly. Perhaps this little creature was designed with the contingency in mind that if he failed to persuade Ruan Mei, the next time he ventured into the ninja world, he would have company. Considering it that way, Lady Black Tower, despite her sharp tongue, proved to be unexpectedly reliable as a partner, or rather as a friend. An involuntary curve lifted the corner of his mouth, and his gaze softened considerably. Humph! That tiny voice sounded again. The pendant-like miniature black tower floated up, suspending before Aoyagi. She raised the small hammer in her right hand and tapped lightly but firmly on his forehead. Put away that disgusting look in your eyes. Her voice carried a trace of disdain. Don't think I didn't notice. You deliberately dangled me outside your pocket, swinging me around just now. Aoyagi's smile stiffened for a moment. Busted. Then, raising her voice a few decibels, she added, stop being so narcissistic. This genius only does it to obtain first-hand information promptly in special situations. Her tiny, bright green eyes locked onto Aoyagi. Lastly, if you dare to go crazy at my doll again, don't blame me for smashing you flat with one hammer blow. Having said that, she snorted softly once more, returned to the communicator, and transformed back into an innocent-looking little pendant. The members of the train crew who witnessed this exchange exchanged even stranger looks toward Aoyagi. March 7th poked Dan Heng beside her. Teacher Dan Heng, I'm somewhat at a loss. What exactly does it mean to go crazy at a doll? Dan Heng pondered for a few seconds. Perhaps it's somewhat similar to Xing's behavior? He paused before continuing. Doesn't Xing often do strange things to trash bins? March 7th's expression brightened with realization. No wonder her gaze swept across Aoyagi's face in such a familiar way. I just couldn't put my finger on it. Aoyagi interrupted, clearly annoyed. Hey, you two conspiring loudly is one thing, but at least try to avoid doing it in front of me. The person involved. He took a deep breath and continued. Besides, the little black tower is undeniably adorable, right? Adults liking cute things is only natural. With that, he puffed out his chest with righteous confidence. March 7th turned to Dan Heng, completely ignoring Aoyagi's explanation.
Dan Heng?
What sort of strange things is this person saying? Dan Heng's expression remained unchanged, but his reply came a tad faster than usual. March, don't speak like that. Also, I don't know either. Maybe it's just that people have different constitutions. The two continued their loud scheming. Aoyagi narrowed his eyes, this time directing his gaze at Dan Heng. Well then. Indeed, having spent time with March 7th and Xing, even the usually stern Dan Heng had learned to joke. The plot thickens. It does not deceive me. After some idle chatter, Aoyagi realized that the group aboard the Stellaron Express possessed a certain, how to put it, relaxing charm. It was not the kind of forced social skill but rather an atmosphere, like a cup of tea brewed at just the right temperature. You don't ponder how it was made. You simply find drinking it comfortable. Leaning against the wall, Aoyagi twirled the communicator adorned with the small black tower pendant in his hand, watching the group tease each other, a subtle smile curling his lips. Then, footsteps echoed. March.
Dan Heng.
Xing's voice came from down the corridor. She trotted over, her top hat bobbing lightly atop her head, gray hair arcing at her shoulders, radiating vitality. You're having fun without me? She stopped before the three of them, her eyes casting a reproachful glance first at March 7th and Dan Heng, then settling on Aoyagi. Her golden eyes blinked twice. And you are? Aoyagi narrowed his eyes, a faint smile playing on his lips as he raised his hand to adjust his hair. My name is Aoyagi, 24 years old, residing in the living quarters of Black Tower Space Station, unmarried. I live by routine, seeking tranquility of the soul, but if battle is necessary, I shall exert myself to the utmost. He brought his 5 fingers together, palm facing upward, all for the apothecary of abundance. Xing's eyes lit up instantly. She instinctively straightened her posture, the brim of her top hat tilting slightly upward. Clearing her throat, she declared, My name is Xing, 2.5 years old, residing in room 106 of the Stellaron Express, unmarried. I collect trash bins by rarity daily, pursuing the esteem of lofty morals. But if a friend encounters difficulty, my bat will decisively knock some sense into their head. She finished with a swift, crisp swinging motion of her right hand in the air. All for the Amber King. Aoyagi regarded her, silent for a moment, then gave a thumbs up. Xing, you really are a genius. Me? Really me? Xing instinctively pointed at her nose, then suddenly placed her hands on her hips and puffed out her chest. That's right. I am indeed a genius. Upon finishing, she too gave a thumbs up. Aoyagi, you recognized my genius at a glance. Her eyes curved into 2 crescent moons. You're a genius too. 2 people, 2 thumbs up, 2 faces full of self-satisfaction. March 7th widened her eyes beside them. Hey. How did you two become such bosom buddies in just a few sentences? Her gaze flicked back and forth between Aoyagi and Xing. And what was that self-introduction just now? What kind of ceremony was that? Some social etiquette I don't know about? Xing and Aoyagi exchanged a glance, then shook their heads in unison. March, you wouldn't understand. Xing feigned profundity. That is the unique camaraderie shared among geniuses. March 7th snorted lightly. Who says I don't understand? My name is March 7th. The moment she finished saying her name, she realized she did not even know her own age this year. She immediately looked pitifully at Kiko. Kiko, sister, am I really not a genius? Kiko smiled silently, while Xing took March 7th's small hand and said proudly, It's all right, March. From now on the galactic bat hero will have your back. Xing, I knew our bond was unbreakable. March 7th instantly regained her energy and proposed, Shall we have a pillow fight tonight? Sounds good. It's been ages since I last played. Xing eagerly joined the fray. After a while of playfulness, Xing suddenly came to her senses and looked back at Aoyagi. By the way, I haven't asked, what were you all chatting about just now? Aoyagi thought for a moment and replied, Nothing much, just getting to know each other and then inviting you all to visit another world. Hoshi raised an eyebrow. Another world? She stroked her chin, mirroring Himiko's earlier gesture. Are you also a nameless traveler? Sort of, Aoyagi replied, though my situation is a bit unique. The way I travel to other worlds differs somewhat from your stellar express. He shrugged, as if the explanation were somewhat complicated. If you all have time, his gaze swept across everyone present, finally settling on Himiko. I can take you to experience it firsthand. Himiko did not answer immediately but instead posed a question. I recall you saying that departure would be in 2 days, and one must stay in that world for at least 3 days before returning. Is the timing fixed? Aoyagi waved his hand gently, chuckling softly. Not exactly. The principle is similar to the departure mechanism of the Stellar Express. I require a 3-day cooldown period before I can take people to another world. If one wishes to stay longer, that is possible too. Himiko nodded and then smiled apologetically. Is that world dangerous? Her voice softened somewhat. Though incessant questioning might be impolite, I must be responsible for those children. How to put it? Aoyagi pondered his words before explaining. There is some danger, but nothing that reaches the level of a Shursher. Lady Kuroto provided plenty of weapons, so the risk is not particularly high. Himiko nodded upon hearing this. She refrained from probing further about those weapons. She trusted Aoyagi's judgment, not because of a long acquaintance, but because she perceived in him something wholly different from recklessness. She turned her gaze toward Hoshi and Mikazuki. What are your thoughts? Dan Hung's voice came from the side. Is there anything we need to prepare? Aoyagi shook his head. That's unnecessary. After a moment's thought, he added, that world is currently embroiled in turmoil, with deep-seated animosities between nations. Progress must be gradual. As fellow pioneers, this is a matter I intend to resolve. Of course, with Lady Kuroto's presence, it's only a matter of time. Consider it a 3-day excursion to witness a different world and exchange insights on pioneering. Dan Hung nodded. I have no objections. Hoshi and Mikazuki exchanged glances. We'd also like to see the other world. Indeed, I for one have yet to see what another world looks like. Himiko smiled and sighed softly, her gaze drifting away from Hoshi and Mikazuki to rest once again on Aoyagi. Aoyagi, you mentioned earlier that you can take at most 5 people at a time, correct? Aoyagi nodded. Are there any restrictions on strength? She inquired further. Aoyagi shook his head. Not that I'm aware of. When Lady Kuroto and I traveled last time, it went smoothly. Himiko tapped her arm twice more. In that case, if Ms. Ruan-mei joins us, we'll bring those 3 children along. Her gaze lingered briefly on Hoshi, Mikazuki, and Dan Hung. If Ms. Ruan-mei is unavailable, please include Mr. Walter. I must prioritize the children's safety. Aoyagi waved the book in his hand. Himiko, I am a believer in abundance. Himiko merely smiled without responding. After all, the shock brought about by Pinaconi was indeed considerable. After a few more casual exchanges, Aoyagi returned to his room with the book. Just as he closed the door, he saw the little Kuroto standing at the entrance. Why are you taking the Stellar Express to the ninja world? Startled, Aoyagi patted his chest but said nothing. He circled around the little Kuroto, his gaze scrutinizing her from head to toe. Little Kuroto, he asked, have you considered changing your outfit? The little Kuroto was silent for several seconds before lightly kicking Aoyagi. Lady Kuroto just told you not to act crazy around us. I'm a doll. Aoyagi nodded. I know you're a doll, he said, but that doesn't conflict with my desire to change your clothes. He crouched to meet the little Kuroto's eyes. With your adorable beauty, if you wore different clothes, perhaps I could create a game called Miracle Little Kuroto. He framed a rectangle with his hands. If I earn some points, I'll buy you more new outfits. The little Kuroto's lips moved slightly. A doll as beautiful as you would surely become even more stunning in finer clothes. Then the other little Kurotos would only be able to envy you. Her lips moved again. Oyagi raised a finger, his eyes shining brightly. How about it? The two of us grow big and strong, and achieve even greater glory. Just as the little Kuroto began to utter 2 words, she abruptly stopped. Don't change the subject. She crossed her arms again, glaring at Aoyagi. What is your purpose in taking the Stellar Express to the ninja world? Are you hiding something from me? Don't forget our pact. Oyagi shook his head helplessly. He bent down, slipped his hands beneath the little Kuroto's arms, and lifted her up entirely. This time, she did not struggle but fixed her large eyes on him. He stepped into the room and placed the little Kuroto on the bedside table, adjusting her position so that they were eye to eye. Lady Kuroto, he said sincerely, do I seem like someone who would betray his allies? Oyagi's question was met with a retort. Aren't you? You're the type who shifts with the wind, strikes snakes with sticks, plays both sides, and flatters insincerely. Stop, stop, stop. Oyagi hastily covered the little Kuroto's mouth with his hand. Ow! The next instant, his hand felt as if caught in a small trap. Let go, let go. He shook his hand, but the little Kuroto's teeth seemed fused to the back of his hand, immovable. Finally freeing his hand from the doll's fierce bite, Oyagi looked down at the neat circle of teeth marks and fell into silence. You're a doll, aren't you? Oyagi asked, puzzled. How do you have such good teeth? Also, are you a dog? The little Kuroto bared her teeth. Lady Kuroto recently upgraded our defenses. Considering your unusual behavior, to prevent you from doing inappropriate things to dolls, she specially added an attack template for us. Oyagi remained silent. Is he really that kind of person? What's wrong with simply liking adorable dolls? What happened to trust between people? As an ally, Lady Kuroto, your approach is truly disheartening. He silently vented a few thoughts in his mind, then took a deep breath and tucked those complaints and grievances away into some corner of his brain. Putting aside his joking demeanor, he picked up the topmost book from the desk, Study of the Demonic Shadow Body, Preface, and opened to the first page. Since the manifestation of the Tree of Life, the immortal ship people have gained endless forms of longevity. The Alliance's history of combating the demonic shadow body spans over 6,000 years. He sat back against the wall, one leg extended, the other bent, resting the book on his knee. He did not look at the little Kuroto, his eyes scanning the lines while his lips moved silently. There is truly no other meaning. His voice was much softer than usual, merely that seeing his companions struggle so hard, before heading to the next destination, he wished to let them unwind a little. The little Kuroto nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, her voice softened, perfectly matching the volume of Aoyagi's earlier tone. The current fugitive lord of Pinaconi had indeed accomplished something significant. It was a pity she couldn't witness it firsthand. Her voice gradually diminished, growing so faint in the final words that it was almost a whisper to herself. Suddenly, her expression shifted, and the entire puppet leapt off the bedside table. She strode briskly in 3 steps, crouched before Aoyagi, and pinched his chin with 2 fingers, lifting his face. The pressure was gentle, yet her demeanor was resolute. Her gaze locked directly onto his. From what you say, the next encounter they face will be grave as well? You don't mean you actually saw the End King, do you? Oyagi's eyes widened in astonishment. His eyebrows raised slightly, mouth agape, frozen in place. Why ask that? He was genuinely surprised. Couldn't it just be that I wanted to show off a little? The little Black Tower rolled her eyes. I may not match Lady Black Tower, but I'm not so blind as to miss something so obvious. Releasing his chin, she crossed her arms and leaned back slightly. The train was supposed to be enjoying good food and drink here at my space station. Yet you deliberately took them to another world, and they only stayed 3 days. She raised a finger, mimicking exactly the gesture Aoyagi had made earlier to signify grow big and strong. Whether it was subconscious mimicry or a deliberate tease was unclear. Something's clearly amiss. The little Black Tower traced a circle in the air with her finger, then proceeded to enumerate all possibilities, verifying each one. She had not expected to guess correctly so swiftly. Tilting her head, she looked back at Aoyagi. Well then, tell me, what did you see? Oyagi sighed deeply. Lady Black Tower, what about trust between people? After all, we're comrades who have struggled together on the same pirate ship. Yet you resort to ambushing me like this to extract information? Black Tower shot him a fierce glare and scoffed. Kid, have you learned to invert the heavenly stem now? She stood with arms crossed, looking down on him imperiously. Didn't I warn you before not to act crazy around my puppet? Oyagi's gaze flickered subtly, attempting to pretend the earlier gesture of covering her mouth had never occurred. Lady Black Tower, aren't you conducting research? Otherwise, just here to see you. Lady Black Tower replied expressionlessly. The air fell silent for a moment. After a second, Black Tower waved her hand dismissively. Even if I explained, you wouldn't understand. Simply put, I am now distracted by 2, 3, 4 basically many things. Chakra research isn't difficult. And I can't leave all cooperation with the starbound train solely to the puppet. So, I occasionally observe what happens here. Aoyagi shifted slightly, sitting up straighter. He keenly caught a key phrase. Could it be that you can also feel the tactile sensations of the little Black Tower puppet? Some things must be experienced firsthand, so certain puppets possess this function. Black Tower threatened fiercely. So next time I catch you acting crazy around my puppet, you'll regret it. I see now. Aoyagi suddenly understood. The gesture he made just now, covering little Black Tower's mouth, was directly perceived by Lady Black Tower herself and deemed offensive? No wonder little Black Tower had asked like that earlier. It wasn't that the puppet was overly intelligent. It was the real Lady Black Tower intervening online. Forget it. This genius isn't bothered to argue with you. Black Tower let the earlier offense drop and resumed the previous line of questioning. But since you're here, tell me, what else have you been hiding? Aoyagi looked at her stern expression, his shoulders visibly sagging. Well, Lady Black Tower, you won't have to wait long to find out. He hesitated briefly before explaining. Simply put, you can understand it as, besides a glance from the pharmacist, the End King also brushed past me. The air thickened for a moment. But this future is quite interesting. The best choice is for me to interfere with nothing. Even just uttering the future could trigger uncontrollable chain reactions. Oh, Black Tower's interest deepened. How serious? There is only one ending. First, the universe descends into chaos. Then it marches toward the end. Black Tower's curiosity immediately dimmed somewhat. She fell silent for 2 seconds. Got it, she said, glancing at Aoyagi with disdain. So after gaining power, you've become so arrogant that you don't understand the heavens and earth, and even the star god has to come specially to warn you? Aoyagi. Hey, that's obviously made up by him. But on second thought, the fabricated story was quite coherent. Without his godlike perspective, it would have been difficult to find any flaws. However, Onfaros was definitely beyond his reach. Before the starbound train set off for Onfaros, they deliberately had Dahlia erase part of her memories to hide matters concerning the end. Otherwise, with the End King's divine power, the starbound train could have transformed Onfaros into a fairy tale of happiness, where all characters thrived and everyone lived the life they desired. A universally joyous ending. But, whether it was the Iron Tomb or the salvation of the past, the veterans could turn a blind eye. Yet, if you took away someone's own son, the veterans would really give you a taste of their wrath. Although the ending of Onfaros was somewhat lamentable, he certainly couldn't outmatch Nanak now. Aoyagi could only persuade himself silently. The cosmos is unsettled. Anything remains possible. What if one day he unlocks some incredible new talent? For example, the art of rules. Deceive the heavens. With that thought, Aoyagi decisively shifted the topic. By the way, Lady Black Tower, how is your research progressing? Chakra is but a trivial energy. How could it possibly stump this genius? Black Tower snorted disdainfully. The bloodline limits you mentioned earlier, I've already deduced several types. But there are too many varieties. It will take a long time to figure them all out. Don't get your hopes up too soon. I'm not interested in repetitive labor. What intrigues me more are those pairs of eyes, somewhat similar to the light cones created by flowing light memory court. I plan to see if I can develop something new from them. By the way, they also gave me some natural energy. It's interesting, but the quantity is too small. Bring me more next time. Having said this, Black Tower logged off decisively, leaving no room for negotiation. Aoyagi opened his mouth toward the empty air, then closed it. Lady Black Tower, no response. Well, Lady Black Tower remained the solitary and unyielding Lady Black Tower. She departed decisively, not even leaving a farewell. The puppet's eyes dimmed, and the entire space fell silent, leaving only Aoyagi blinking at the emptiness. All right then, the time management of a genius is this ruthless, he muttered, turning to gaze at the open collection of tomes. These records concerning abundance, he had only skimmed them during the storyline before. Now revisiting them, he could not say he was unfamiliar, only that he had never truly seen them. Damn, how vast is the game's knowledge base. The stories recorded in Black Tower's space station alone would fill countless books. Qingliu drew a deep breath and solemnly opened the first tome. Had he not looked, it might have been better. But once he delved into its contents, he discovered that the trivial matters concerning the immortal vessels were far more intricate than he had ever imagined, by no less than an order of magnitude. The first thing to seize his attention was the relentless specter known as the demonic body. From the moment the compassionate medicine king bestowed blessings upon the 8 immortal vessels, no one could accurately recall how long the first generation of the immortal born had endured. Regardless, they and their descendants had all become immortal born themselves. At the outset, all seemed well. They lived long, witnessed much, civilizations flourished, and technology exploded in advancement. Yet the problem lay in the nature of life itself. Living beings beget offspring. Those offspring, too, are immortal. Children bear children, and so on, generation after generation without end. A millennium passed, and the population aboard the immortal vessels exploded. The grotto heavens expanded one after another, like inflating balloons, yet no matter how much they stretched, they could never keep pace with the burgeoning numbers. Food, resources, space all became alarmingly scarce. And what were the immortal vessel elites doing at that time? Indulging in a life of debauchery and oblivion. While the front lines waged war, they feasted. While the common folk starved, they feasted. Even as flames of war neared their very doorsteps, they busied themselves with pondering the next meal. Qingliu's expression twisted subtly as he read this passage. Somehow, the scene felt inexplicably familiar. In any case, this war, sparked by the struggling lower classes rising against the powerful and privileged, went down in history as the infamous Battle of the Rift Walls. Sounds stirring, doesn't it? The oppressed masses rising to overthrow tyranny and restore justice. Yet the outcome was profoundly disheartening. Those plebeians who toppled the dictators upon seizing power themselves eventually trod the very same path as their predecessors. A change of faces, but the same deeds. History is a cycle, but what repeats is not justice, it is human nature. Further on, Qingliu read about the dark era known as the Age of the Void Cataclysm, a bleak epoch etched deeply into the surviving immortal-born's genetics. Over time, as they aged, these immortal-born descended into madness, reverting to primal killing instincts, reminiscent of the chaos during the Battle of the Rift Walls. Closing the book, Qingliu leaned back in his chair, staring vacantly at the ceiling. He pondered a question. Was the blessing of abundance truly at fault? The compassionate medicine king was known as a deity who granted any heartfelt request. If one sought immortality, he would grant immortality without hesitation. So was it wrong for the immortal vessels to seek eternal life? Who would choose death over life? The question itself bordered on absurdity. Yet the problem was that even if only a few dozen had been blessed centuries ago, as long as they lived and reproduced, population growth was inevitable. It merely delayed the crisis from 1,000 to 1,500 years, treating the symptom, not the root cause. Excess begets reversal. Those 4 characters perhaps offered the simplest explanation for the entire affair. As for whether the demonic body was a karmic consequence sown by the immortal vessel people themselves, born from greed that passed down this side effect to their descendants, or simply because living too long, retaining too many memories, overloaded their souls causing a system collapse. Or perhaps, all unfolding on the chessboard of equilibrium where even this move was meticulously calculated, Qingliu shook his head. None of that seemed particularly important anymore. The outcome was laid bare. The reasons behind it were less critical. He flipped a few more pages and came across scattered references to the great storm god directly shooting down certain entities. Comparing notes, Qingliu's eyes suddenly lit up. The Yatteral variable star, the ink blue nightmare, the finger of white bones. Each place pierced by the great storm goddess arrow shared a commonality. It was where the step-away people had transformed the world into a pasture. So it wasn't that the moment the blessing of abundance was bestowed that the hunt would unleash its rockets. The problem lay not with the blessing itself, but with how the blessing was manipulated and misused. Qingliu contemplated this for a moment but found no solace in the conclusion. The shinobi world was the first task he had entrusted to the compassionate medicine king. By what means should he seek to alter those people? The blessing of abundance was a Pandora's box. It would not explode in your face at once. The punishment would not fall immediately. Yet that penalty hung like the sword of Damocles above one's head. You knew it would come, but never when. As for the people of the shinobi world, Qingliu recalled the faces he had encountered, each a self-centered individual. Killing, pillaging, invading, these acts came to them effortlessly, without so much as a flicker of conscience. Letting them resolve their problems internally? That was just replaying the rhythm of the Battle of the Rift Walls, with no guarantee of a brighter ending. Encouraging outward expansion? That path had failed before, and now with the storm god watching, it was even less feasible. People say reading makes one wiser, yet Qingliu's mind felt like a boiling pot of porridge. Pressing his face against the page, he muttered, "Is there no fate or power one can simply take at will?" No sooner had he spoken than he sensed something, unseen and intangible, as if it never truly existed, yet somehow always present, waiting for him to extend a finger and claim it home. Qingliu swallowed hard. Slowly sitting upright, he slapped his own cheek and forced a sheepish smile. Void is out of the question. I can't hope to reach the great marshal. It was well known that the compassionate medicine king required one to petition him before granting blessings, whereas the black great marshal was truly generous. If you desired the power of the void, you could take it freely, no application necessary. The price was straightforward. After acquiring the power, if you did not see the black great marshal for a time, well, that meant you were a qualified self-annihilator. Essentially, no one in the universe would bother you. You could eat and drink as you pleased, until one day in the future, without warning, you would return to the marshal's embrace. As for the exact day, that depended on fate. Whenever you could no longer withstand the marshal's power, he would come to fetch you. See? Not only does he grant you power, he also takes you back when you can no longer bear it. A most considerate stellar god. Now say it. Thank you, great marshal. Aha, Qingliu began mumbling again. It was said that apart from the elder generation of masked fools, the marshal had only ever blessed the mournful minstrels. He paused, a trace of complexity entering his tone. Alas, the path of pleasure likely held much scholarship as well. A comedic fate might ensure one could embark upon the path, but not necessarily journey far. You might think you came to be amusing, but perhaps fate itself regards you as the joke. To walk far along the path of pleasure requires more than telling a few hellish jokes or playing the clown to make others laugh. Didn't he, you see? Even now, Aha has only placed a mask on him and hasn't he uttered a single word. Clearly, there is amusement in other worlds, and Aha wishes to observe it. But he himself lacks some requisite condition, so Aha has been too lazy to engage. Having expressed his musings, Qingliu inhaled deeply, suppressed the chaotic thoughts in his mind, and opened the next volume. Learning brings me joy, he murmured softly to himself as he read. Read more now, suffer fewer arrows in the future. The starlight outside streamed over the pages, illuminating dense lines of text. Qingliu's expression once again grew earnest. He did not know how much time passed before Lady Black Tower came back online. Her gaze swept over the desk and settled on the still-reading Qingliu, her voice dripping with the unmistakable weight of "I've lived long enough to see everything." You're actually reading a book? Am I seeing things right? Someone like you, reading a book? The timing of Herta's remark was impeccable. Aoyagi had just finished the last page when he heard those words. With a snap, he closed the book, and the earnest expression on his face instantly crumbled. He tossed the book aside, then collapsed backward onto the floor, limbs sprawled out like a salted fish left to dry under the sun. Ms. Herta, I don't want to read either, but this is abundance. He stared up at the ceiling, his tone filled with sorrow and indignation. If I mess this up, the great storm god will definitely rain down rockets on me. A shot straight to the heart, no need for a tombstone. I didn't detect a trace of fear in your voice, Herta said, clearly skeptical. She averted her gaze, looking away with disdain as if even glancing at him would diminish her own intelligence. The room fell silent for several seconds. When Herta heard no response from Aoyagi, she couldn't help but glance back. The next moment, she planted her foot on Aoyagi's face. You really have the audacity of a dog. Herta burst into laughter, looking down at the face beneath her foot. What, me putting tights on the doll disappoints you? Aoyagi made a token effort to move Herta's foot. No movement. So he gave up struggling, maintaining that slightly humiliating posture and feigning innocence. Ms. Herta, what are you talking about? This hurts a lot. Please let me go. There was no hint of real pain in his tone. Herta withdrew her leg but didn't stand up. Instead, she squatted down in front of Aoyagi, expressionless as she stared at him. By the way, have I been giving you too much special treatment, making you think you can act crazy around me? Aoyagi shook his head quickly. Impossible. Ms. Herta, you have always been the person I respect most. The unattainable white moonlight of my life. He paused, then added, to be admired from afar, but never to be toyed with. Ms. Herta. Herta stared at him quietly for a long while. Finally, she sighed. I do regret pushing Ruanmei onto you. Aoyagi's eyes lit up, and he immediately sat up from the floor. Ms. Ruanmei is reaching out to me tonight? He asked eagerly. I've heard that Genius is a stunningly beautiful classical beauty with a unique aura. As he spoke, his eyes subtly darted toward Herta, trying to catch her reaction. But the moment his gaze shifted, it collided directly with Herta's. She had been watching him all along. What's the matter? Are you excited? Aoyagi immediately laughed nervously. Just kidding, just kidding. It's just that, Ms. Herta, you seem to have formed a stereotyped impression of me after what happened earlier, so I thought I'd try to make amends. He spread his hands, wearing an innocent expression. Herta shook her head. It's not a stereotype, she said with unwavering certainty. You're a person utterly devoid of any moral boundaries. She paused, lowering her gaze meaningfully. I have no doubt that if I hadn't moved my leg earlier, you'd have shamelessly rubbed your shoe against me. You're a hopeless pervert. Aoyagi, the perverted pervert, remained silent for a second before flopping back down in a sprawled position as if giving up. What else can I say? He shrugged. Ms. Herta, you're brilliant, and I'm just a pervert. Deal with it. Herta's gaze became unreadable. The expression roughly translated as, fine, I get it, but how can you say it with such confidence? Suddenly, Aoyagi sat up again, dusting off his non-existent dirt, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Don't look at me like that, Ms. Herta. His tone grew a little more earnest. Though it sounds a bit vulgar, you are the first guiding light I've ever met. You helped me on my initial pioneering journey, helping me through the toughest times. His voice was steady and measured. Later, you showed me all sorts of care, even took care of my meals and lodging. To be honest, the last person who treated me that well was my mother. At that point, his expression turned serious. So, Ms. Herta, I heard you don't have children yet. If you don't mind, please let me take care of you in your old age. No sooner had he finished speaking than he dropped to one knee with fluid grace. Herta immediately kicked him over onto the ground. Get lost, you bastard. Thanks, Ms. Herta, for giving me this opportunity. Aoyagi lay on the floor, correcting himself mid-sentence. Oh no, from now on, you're my Herta mom. Herta's breathing grew heavy with anger, her chest rising and falling twice before she snorted coldly. Without a word, she logged off. The doll's eyes instantly lost their sparkle, reverting to their previous standby state. The room fell silent once more. Aoyagi lay on the floor, gazing at the eternally glowing light on the ceiling, a faint smile tugging at his lips. He slowly sat up, his gaze settling on the small Herta doll standing quietly in its place. How does one leave a lasting impression on another's heart? Aoyagi offered a practical answer. You can't make a genius remember your excellence, but you can definitely make a genius remember your absurdity. At this stage, Ms. Herta herself probably wouldn't interact with him much, and she quickly forgets things she is not interested in. So, while his methods were somewhat improper, they remained within the other party's tolerance and helped deepen her impression of him. If she were a real person, he wouldn't dare do such things for all the money in the world. Aoyagi brushed off his clothes, sat back down at his desk, and opened the next book. Read more, get shot less, he muttered, the smile at the corner of his mouth never quite fading. Ding dong, the communicator rang. With the book still covering his face and in the midst of a deep nap, Aoyagi jolted awake. Huh? When did I fall asleep? He yawned drowsily, removed the book from his face, squinting at the communicator's screen. Ruanmei, sorry to bother you. Ruanmei. Herta told me you can bring people to another world. That world supposedly has a way to bring people back from the dead. Is it true? Aoyagi stared at the screen for a long moment. Ruanmei, he glanced down at the communicator, then up at the ceiling, then down again. Confirmed. Not dreaming. He immediately sat upright and typed rapidly. I must survive. Hello, Ms. Ruanmei, just call me Aoyagi. I must survive. I'm not sure what you mean by bringing back from the dead, but there is indeed a power in the shinobi world that can pull the dead back to life. After sending the message, he clicked on Ruanmei's avatar. It was a round, fluffy little cat cake, sitting there adorably. Aoyagi glanced at his own avatar. A battered, bruised cat still grinning foolishly. As the saying goes, to make a statement, you can't pair a basic outfit with a basic avatar. This was a social trick he picked up from some witty online humorist, though he couldn't recall exactly where. Ding dong. Ruanmei, are you talking about someone who is completely dead? Aoyagi looked at those few words and sighed softly. No pleasantries, no formalities, no wasted words. Straight to the point. As expected, Ms. Ruanmei was indeed a far more extraordinary presence than Ms. Herta. He muttered to himself as he lowered his head to reply. I must survive. How should I put it? The body truly perishes completely, yet in that world, after death, the soul journeys to the pure land. Ding dong. Ruanmei, it even involves the soul? Ruanmei, Mr. Aoyagi, I find this other world you speak of quite intriguing. However, I still have some experiments unfinished at the moment, so I might need to ask you to wait about a week. Aoyagi stared at the message, gently pinching his cheek. Just like that, she agreed? He glanced down at the chat history. The entire exchange was less than 1/3 the length of his boastful banter with Ms. Herta. Only a few sentences. The more he thought about it, the more incredible it seemed. With Ms. Herta, it took a Herculean effort. Spinning grand illusions, flattering, showcasing his worth, providing emotional value to finally persuade her. But with Ms. Ruanmei, 3 sentences, and that was that. He hadn't even begun to demonstrate his eloquence. Aoyagi stared at the screen, pondering for 3 seconds before reaching a conclusion. Ms. Ruanmei was probably an efficiency enthusiast. No small talk, no probing, no wasting time. As long as the information was clear and the value evident, she made decisions immediately. As for the 1-week time frame, Aoyagi calculated in his mind, eyes brightening. Perfect timing. 2 days later, he would take the train squad on a tour of the ninja world, simultaneously learning from their vast experience. Then 3 days of cooldown, and his next departure would align perfectly with Ms. Ruanmei's schedule. Afterward, consulting Ms. Hekata's advice, he could officially begin his first assignment. He typed as he thought, "I must survive." "No problem, Ms. Ruanmei. Feel free to contact me anytime after a week. I must survive. By the way, the environment in the ninja world is rather pristine. I recommend wearing comfortable, easy-to-move-in clothing. If you have any special requirements, please let me know in advance." After sending the message, he waited a few seconds. No reply. Aoyagi was unbothered, tossing the communicator onto the desk and collapsing back into his chair. Ms. Ruanmei's chatting style was evidently businesslike. Once the matter was discussed, it was over. He chuckled softly to himself. The members of the Genius Club truly each had their own peculiarities. But then again, those who were not peculiar would never make it into the Genius Club. Meanwhile, in the ninja world, Uchiha Obito glared darkly at Haku. "Aren't you the will of Uchiha Madara? Weren't you the one constantly urging me to execute the Eye of the Moon plan?" Obito's voice was low, each word squeezed out through clenched teeth. "And now you want me to give up? What do you take me for?" He stepped forward. "Answer me." At this moment, Haku wished for death. A millennium. A full millennium. It had been scheming within the ninja world for 1,000 years. Playing the fool, feigning loyalty, acting as a lackey. Finally finding a worthy pawn in Uchiha Madara. Madara was perfect. Strong enough, mad enough, arrogant enough. An impeccable fit for the Eye of the Moon plan as script. The plan was already more than halfway complete. Once sufficient strength was amassed and the 9-tailed beasts captured, it could resurrect Mother. Mother. The mother it had awaited for 1,000 years. And yet, at this critical juncture, a third party suddenly burst forth from the cosmos. They casually produced a robot capable of effortlessly defeating the 9-tails. When Haku witnessed this, it was utterly stunned. But it comforted itself. The 9-tails was formidable, yet still far weaker than the 10-tails. It was just a robot, no big deal. Then the opponent said, "These robots can be mass-produced." Mass-produced. Haku felt as if its millennium-long grand scheme was being ground into the dust. Such iron contraptions did not suffer from chakra depletion or physical exhaustion. No matter how strong Madara was, no matter how powerful the Rinnegan, the opponent could simply wear them down indefinitely, until the end of days, the Eye of the Moon plan reduced to a cosmic joke. What terrified it most was Ms. Hekata's casual strike. Haku was certain that even if Mother were truly resurrected, she could not withstand that blow. That power was no longer describable as ninjutsu. It belonged to another dimension entirely. What made its scalp crawl was Aoyagi's final remark, that destroying a planet was merely equivalent to a D-class mission. First, Haku thought he was bragging. But then, the toads of Mount Myaboku didn't even get a chance to confront them before they began licking their wounds? Such treatment had never been afforded even to Hanamura back then. The conclusion was clear. The other side was very likely telling the truth. Faced with such a desperate adversary, what could it do? Even if Mother was resurrected by some miracle, then what? Would they truly unify the ninja world? Or would they be blasted to rubble the moment they did? Haku was caught in unprecedented turmoil. Then, at the very moment Obito confronted it, inspiration struck. No, more like a billion inspirations. It recalled the terrifying woman saying she would not frequently visit this place. It remembered the man named Aoyagi saying he wished to help end the war. What if it defected directly to their side? Let them help resurrect Mother. Then have Mother act as a proxy ruler of the ninja world, maintaining peace. Though it felt somewhat like betraying its dignity, and future days would be constrained by others. But, better than being sealed away, wasn't it? Once this thought arose, it could not be extinguished. It even began to consider this plan flawless. Betray Uchiha Madara? That was called abandoning darkness for light. Selling out the ninja world as secrets? That was a token of allegiance. Resurrect Mother and serve the aliens? That was strategic cooperation. Haku took a deep breath. It resolved to betray Uchiha Madara, offering all the ninja world as secrets as its token of loyalty. As for Obito, just placate him for now. Obito, Haku's voice was so calm even it admired itself. I never said to abandon the plan. I said we need to reassess the situation. It paused, then smoothly added, "That man named Aoyagi may not be an enemy." Obito narrowed his eyes. "What are you implying?" Haku silently murmured in its mind. "I want to say, I'm sorry, Obito. Mother is more important than your dreams." On the third day, Hecate delivered the equipment. Not just one piece, nor a single set, but an entire squadron of Gundams. Long-range attrition type, agile assault type, frontal assault type, support defense type, even an intelligent analysis type all lined up neatly. Oyagi's eyes went wide. He lunged forward, hugging one, caressing another, nearly bowing to Miss Hecate on the spot. Indeed, all his previous efforts were but trifling hardships. Before this row of Gundams, they all paled in comparison. Little Hecate stood aside, arms crossed, watching Aoyagi's antics with a disdainful hand shielding her eyes. "Look at you, so worthless," she sighed, her tone tinged with fatigue, and took note. Mimicking Hecate's voice, she said, "Lady Hecate instructed you to bring back more natural energy this time. Beyond that, you are free to improvise. Should you encounter anything that piques her interest, there will be an additional reward." Oyagi immediately turned around, standing upright, and rendered a French-style military salute to little Hecate. "Yes, Maram. Sergeant Aoyagi guarantees the completion of the mission." His movements were somewhat awkward, paired with that mischievous grin, making him resemble a jester no matter how one looked at him. Little Hecate's gaze grew even more disdainful. "Enough, you understand that's what matters." She handed over an analysis report. "This is the previous analysis report on chakra. Except for some limitations with the teleportation, the rest of the system has been greatly improved." Oyagi took the report and glanced down. The title at the very top was not 4 characters as expected, but 6. Hecate Advanced Magic, originally named Flying Thunder God, now called Hecate Advanced Magic. Oyagi's mouth twitched slightly. "Alright then, the naming style is very Hecate, very much call it whatever I want." He continued reading, poring over it several times before finally grasping the limitation Hecate had mentioned. The Flying Thunder God technique was modified to require chakra as a foundation, compressing the space between 2 chakra points to achieve instantaneous teleportation. Prerequisite 1. The same chakra must exist at both points. Prerequisite 2. One must be able to sense the location of that chakra, in other words, the points cannot be too far apart. Prerequisite 3. No third-party spatial fluctuations can interfere during teleportation. Otherwise, one might experience the startling phenomenon of the head arriving while the body teleports elsewhere. After finishing the report, Oyagi fell silent for 3 seconds, imagining that very scene. Head arrived, body did not. Louis XVI would certainly be delighted to find a kindred spirit. He silently tagged this technique in his mind. Travel shortcut skill used cautiously in battle. Then he closed the report and sighed sincerely. Lady Hecate's wisdom is truly awe-inspiring. Interfering with space like this is hardly achievable in the ninja world. But looking over to the iron collapse side, what does Mr. Walter hold in his hand? Forget it. I don't want to think about it. Besides the report, Hecate also sent a gem. When Aoyagi took it out of the box, at first glance, it looked like a glowing candy. At second glance, something felt off. He flipped it over and saw a line of text. Only 5 characters. The fewer the characters, the stronger the function. Absorb chakra. Skeptical, Aoyagi took out some of the Ninetales chakra to test it. Before the chakra could even approach, the gem, like a cat sensing blood, sucked up the chakra completely. Oyagi was stunned for a moment. Then, with a speed comparable to the Flying Thunder God, he lunged forward and grabbed little Hecate's calf. "Lady Hecate, I simply cannot repay your kindness. How about I offer myself to you?" Little Hecate looked down at him, expressionless, and pushed his head. He didn't budge. She gave up struggling. "Lady Hecate is busy now," she said flatly. "I am little Hecate." After a pause, she added, "As for that gem, it was created by Lady Hecate using the nature of chakra, combined with fragments of ancient beast remains, akin to a magical crystal in a game." She glanced at Aoyagi clinging to her calf with some helplessness. "This is also a small task for you on this journey to the ninja world, to collect as much chakra as possible. Lady Hecate intends to renovate the space station and needs a large amount of chakra." Oyagi's grip on her calf suddenly paused. He looked up, a look of shattered illusions on his face, and asked uncertainly, "Isn't this a self-defense tool Lady Hecate gave me out of concern?" Little Hecate was silent for a second. Then she reached out and touched Aoyagi's forehead. "No fever. Eh?" She withdrew her hand, her expression sincerely exasperating. "You are now a traveler on the path of abundance. From the benevolent medicinal king to that small place in the ninja world, who still has the ability to kill you. That's different." Oyagi played the rogue. "Abundance? and Gundam can only guarantee my physical safety. But that gem just now gave me spiritual comfort. He grew more and more justified as he spoke. Now you've shattered my illusion with your own words, leaving me feeling insecure. Little Hecata was at a loss for words. Can you stop being so childish? I really don't understand how you can say such shameless things to a doll. Oyagi said nothing, continuing to cling to her calf. Little Hecata had had enough. She reached to the side, and a massive hammer materialized out of thin air, its head 2 sizes larger than her own head. Oyagi froze. He pointed at the hammer in disbelief and complained. This isn't right. Shouldn't you have asked me what I wanted? I would have said bring you new clothes next time I come back, and then you could show off your new outfits every day, and we could develop miracle little Hecata together, right? You just pulling out a hammer like this is not okay. Things aren't done like this in the corner. He even tried to reason with little Hecata. Quick, listen, put the hammer away. Little Hecata said nothing. She silently raised the hammer. With one hand, she swung it in a grand arc. Oyagi looked at the hammer held single-handedly, blinked, then released her leg, stood up, adjusted his collar, stepped back, and stood straight. The entire sequence flowed smoothly and was completed in a second. He cleared his throat, wearing a serious expression as if the person who had just been clinging to the calf was someone entirely different. All right, I have noted Lady Hecata's requests. You may step back now. He even waved his hand with unmatched elegance. Little Hecata charged straight at him with the hammer. Trying to act crazy and leave? Dream on. Prepare to meet your end. Oyagi turned and ran. Mercy under the hammer. He dodged and begged, his voice echoing through the room. This will kill me. I was wrong. Spare my life. Little Hecata is stunningly beautiful. The hammer traced a graceful arc through the air. Whether the final blow landed or not, only little Hecata knows. That evening, the teleportation cooldown reset. Oyagi sent a message to Himiko. I must survive. Sister Himiko, teleportation is ready. You all can come over now. About 10 minutes after sending the message, there was a knock on the door. Oyagi opened it, and a crowd poured in, filling the originally spacious room to the brim. March 7th was the first to rush in, looking around as if searching for something extraordinary. Wow, this is your room? It's more normal than I imagined. What else did you expect? Oyagi smiled wryly. I don't live in a garbage heap. Himiko approached with a smile, followed by Danhong and Xing looking further back. Oyagi's gaze faltered for a moment. Walter Young stood at the doorway, wearing that iconic brown trench coat and leaning on a cane. His eyes shifted slightly to the side, resting on another person. Sunday. He stood there with composure, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He greeted a few people with a smile, his gaze lingering a few seconds longer on Walter and Sunday. Having not seen them for several days prior, he pulled out his communicator and shook it gently. You can just call me Aoyagi. Shall we exchange contact information? Walter instinctively adjusted his glasses and retrieved his own communicator from his pocket. Hello, I am Walter Young. While exchanging contacts, he inquired, I heard from Himiko that you seem to know my hometown? Oyagi's fingers paused momentarily on the screen. He looked up and smiled at Walter. I know a little. His tone was light yet earnest. But I'm sorry, I can't say much more for now. Walter's brow furrowed slightly, but he said nothing to interrupt. Oyagi carefully chose his words and continued, all I can tell you is that the fourth moment in the erudite sovereign's calculations is about to arrive. If I were to act recklessly under the pretense of goodwill, there is a high probability it would lead the universe towards its end. He paused, then added, however, I will do my best to pioneer a new world. Should I receive any news from your hometown, I will inform you promptly. Walter's frown deepened. His eyes peered through his glasses, fixed intently on Aoyagi, as if weighing the gravity of his words. Aren't you a follower of abundance? He asked slowly. How do you know this is the fourth moment in the erudite sovereign's calculations? Could it be, cough cough? Oyagi hastily interrupted, Mr. Walter, it's best we leave this matter here. It involves quite a few stellar deities. As small players, it's better we avoid entanglement. March 7th, who had been listening quietly nearby, finally could not hold back. She blinked her eyes and looked over. Uncle Yang, what secret code are you two speaking in? I don't understand a single word. Walter cast a deep glance at Aoyagi, then withdrew his gaze and shook his head gently at March 7th. His tone was mild. March, it's nothing. I just wanted to ask about some matters concerning my hometown. He turned back to Aoyagi and extended his hand. Although you haven't said much, my intuition tells me you're not lying. I look forward to our journey through this other world. Oyagi reached out and shook his hand. Letting go. He then turned to Sunday. Shall we exchange contact information as well? Sunday smiled and nodded. When a senior invites, there is no refusal. The term senior caught Aoyagi off guard for a moment. Senior, he murmured, feeling a bit peculiar. Deciding not to dwell on it, he smiled and agreed. We're all buddies, he said, patting Sunday's shoulder. This time the group is small, but next time, if we find an interesting new world, I'll take you on a tour. Sunday merely smiled without saying more. Once everyone was gathered, Himiko spoke up. Since we're all here, let us begin. She glanced at Aoyagi, a smile curling at her lips. We're also somewhat curious about this new form of pioneering we've never seen before. Upon hearing this, March 7th half-squatted, clenched her fists in front of her, and closed her eyes. I'm ready. I'm ready. Aoyagi, watching her antics, could not help but laugh. March, what are you doing? March 7th opened one eye. S&T, it's supposed to be a leap? Aoyagi nodded. Yes, it's a leap, but the medium is me, not the Stellaron Express. The air fell silent for a moment. March 7th blinked and then suddenly understood, drawing out her O in a long tone. Then she blinked again. So what should I do? Aoyagi stifled his laughter, his lips barely able to contain a smile. He extended his right hand, palm facing upward. Everyone hold hands with each other, then hold my hand, so I can anchor your presence. March 7th's eyes widened. Is it really that simple? Still confused, Xing had already stepped forward. She grabbed March 7th's left hand with her left and Aoyagi's hand with her right, moving decisively. I'm ready. March 7th, caught off guard by her pace, instinctively grabbed Danheng's hand. Danheng expressionlessly was pulled along, then expressionlessly reached out and took Walter's hand. Seeing this, Aoyagi confirmed once more. Ready? Everyone nodded in unison. In the next instant, the five vanished from the spot. Himiko tapped her arm lightly, watching the place where they disappeared. Indeed, it was a leap, but using the body directly like this, that's truly a first. Sunday approached somewhat uncertainly. Ms. Himiko, I just used tuning, but gained nothing. However, he seems to know a great deal. Himiko nodded. I asked Ms. Black Tower. She said Aoyagi's current situation is quite special and involves many stellar deities. But there's no need to worry. Although he said nothing, the fourth moment just now hinted at a lot for us. Let them relax well. The upcoming pioneering journey might be exhausting. In the blink of an eye, the scenery beneath their feet changed. Before they could react, they stood by a lakeside. The surroundings were lush with greenery. The water reflected the sky's light, and traces of habitation lingered not far off. In a way, this is one drawback of traversing between worlds. Each landing point is where one departed from, making ambushes easier. March 7th was the first to recover. She lightly tapped the ground with her toes, feeling the reassuring solidity, then exclaimed with delight, Wow, we really arrived in another world in the blink of an eye. She spun in place, then eagerly bounced over to Aoyagi. Aoyagi, how did you do it? Aoyagi raised his right hand and pointed toward the sky. A special ability given by a Qingliu. Huh? I was hoping Conductor Pam could also install this function on the Stellaron Express, so I wouldn't fall when I leap. March 7th pretended to rub her backside. Xing's reaction, however, was of an entirely different tone. There's no trash can here. She howled toward the heavens, voice filled with grief. Without a trash can, how can I collect the noble moral praises? Without praise, how can I become the trash can king? Aoyagi's mouth twitched. Such familiar lines. Danheng was far more serious than the two. Without a word, he lightly tapped his toes and gracefully leapt onto a treetop, his gaze sweeping into the distance. Minutes later, he descended from the tree with clean, precise movements and turned to Walter. Mr. Walter, indeed there is no trace of imaginary energy here. His tone remained calm as ever. There is a small village not far from here. Shall we take a look? Walter adjusted his glasses. A gleam flashed across the lenses. He did not reply immediately but turned to Aoyagi. Aoyagi, you mentioned before that this world is rife with warfare. Could you give us a brief introduction? Hearing this, Aoyagi ceased his playful banter with March 7th. He composed his expression, then said thoughtfully, This world is called the ninja world. Those who wield a power called chakra are known as ninjas. They earn their livelihood by undertaking commission missions. He paused, his tone growing more somber. Because the technology tree is undeveloped, food production is worrying. Ninjas do not engage in production, so the burden of food supply falls entirely on the common people of each country. Consequently, conflicts erupt from time to time as nations vie for resources. Over time, resentment accumulated, and conflicts among the nations intensified, escalating to a point where it seemed a relentless, no-holds-barred struggle. Walter furrowed his brow, keenly catching a crucial phrase. What is the nature of the commission task? Aoyagi's expression grew somewhat nuanced. as if deliberating over the appropriate tone to utter those two words. Assassination. He spat out the term, then added, "These ninjas are the military forces of their respective great nations. The citizens engage in production, then commission the ninjas to assassinate people from other countries. You kill one of mine, I kill one of yours, in an endless cycle with neither side willing to cease." Don Heng's frown deepened even more than Walter's. Unbelievable. He took over the conversation with a puzzled look, setting aside the question of why those with extraordinary powers did not assist in production. Just the fact that military forces would obey others' orders completely and regard themselves as mere weapons was baffling. Oyagi sighed. Who could deny it? This world seems never to have considered increasing the amount of material goods. From beginning to end, there has been only one path, consuming the population. When people are insufficient, children are sent. When children are insufficient, their children are sent, endlessly. After hearing these words, Hoshi's expression grew solemn. Rarely did she refrain from mentioning the trash bin or resorting to abstraction. Instead, she earnestly glanced around the surroundings before speaking. This is putting the cart before the horse. This world has mountains and rivers, and villages not far away. Yet the surroundings resemble desolate wilderness. There is clearly land, but no one cultivates it. There are clearly people, but all are sent to kill. Her brows knitted in disapproval. Even a planet like Belloberg, covered globally in ice and snow, did not adopt such a method of consuming its population. This world is somewhat grotesque. Oyagi cast a few more glances at Hoshi. Not surprising. Though Hashitama often indulges in abstraction to an extreme, when it comes to serious matters, she is always upright and just embodying the steadfast image of a galactic succubus. Yet his gaze discreetly made a gesture. Hashitama was almost as tall as he was. Visually, she was only slightly shorter. He decided to temporarily set aside this discovery. There was pressing business at hand. He withdrew his thoughts and, observing the varying expressions of those present, spoke to interrupt their contemplation. "Everyone, there is no use in overthinking. In fact, Ms. Kuretani and I have only stayed here for 3 days." He spread his hands, wearing an honest expression. "Although I intend to assist them in overcoming difficulties, rash actions might cause too many unintended casualties. Present, I have no clear plan." He gestured toward the direction of the distant village. "How about coming with me to meet the local residents? I would also like to hear your opinions as a reference." March 7th tilted her head, her gaze suddenly sharpening. "Why do I feel like you are tricking us into becoming laborers?" Her intuition was sometimes uncannily accurate. Oyagi spread his hands in innocence, his expression utterly guileless. "My original intention was to invite you to relax for a few days, but indeed, there is a slight hope you might help." His tone shifted, lowering his posture. "After all, as pioneers who have opened countless worlds, your experience far surpasses that of a novice like me." He looked toward March 7th, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Would teacher March 7th be willing to assist? Hearing the title teacher so addressed, March 7th felt instantly gratified. She immediately placed her hands on her hips, chest thrust forward. "Of course, teacher March 7th will certainly instruct you well." Walter had remained silent all along. He stood there, gazing at the distant horizon, his eyes profound. After a long moment, he exhaled deeply and spoke in a steady voice. "Everyone, although our journey is merely a voyage, not an expedition," his eyes swept over each person's face. "Nevertheless, as fellow unknown guests, since we have come, we ought to do whatever we can." His voice was quiet, but each word was solid and resolute. Oyagi glanced at him and gently nodded. "Then thank you, Mr. Walter. With your guidance and that of the others, I am sure my first pioneering journey will avoid many detours." After walking only a few steps, Walter raised his staff, the tip steadily pointing at a large tree not far away. "Stop! Don't move! I am a Konoha reconnaissance ninja." Before his words had fully fallen, a masked ninja clad in tight-fitting attire emerged from behind the tree, hands raised. His steps were small and slow, but his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the staff in Walter's hand. Seeing that Walter had no intention of lowering the staff, the ninja hastily added, This gentleman, we from Konoha have previously conducted transactions with Mr. Aoyagi." "Really? There are records." Walter glanced sideways at Aoyagi. Oyagi nodded. "We have made a single transaction with Konoha." Then he looked back at the ninja, his tone light but the implication unmistakable. "However, that does not mean you are truly a person of Konoha." The ninja's shoulders visibly trembled. "But my purpose this trip is to bring friends to Konoha for cultural exchange." Oyagi shifted his tone. "How about you guide us?" The man visibly relaxed. No problem. Yet his gaze cautiously drifted toward Walter's staff. "Could you please put the staff down?" Walter did not understand why the other party was so afraid of being pointed at. In the universe, being pointed at is commonplace. What is there to fear? After all, if it ever came to blows, it would be a contest of imaginary energies. But when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Since we are not enemies, the Stellarium Express does not have the habit of intimidating others. He retracted the staff and nodded. The ninja, as if granted amnesty, turned to lead the way, his back radiating relief. Before long, the group arrived at the entrance of Konoha village. Konoha was both prosperous and backward. Merchants flowed in and out ceaselessly, and street vendors lined up one after another, their shouts mingling with the noise of children, creating a lively scene. Yet it was also quite backward. Rows of timber and earth houses stood neatly, yet at a glance, they were unremarkable. The style somewhat resembled the lower district of Belloberg, but not quite. After all, no matter how dilapidated the lower district was, it still had the legendary grizzly robot. That fellow's godlike leap after charging was a nightmare for many otherworldly demons. Konoha Village's lighting was brighter than the lower district's, but looking around, there were only people and houses, nothing particularly eye-catching, no wow moments. Yet Hoshi's focus was clearly not on landmarks. The moment she saw the trash bin at the village entrance, it was as if a mysterious switch had been flipped inside her. Her serious expression visibly crumbled. "Trash bin," she whispered tremblingly. "Heh, I'm here." She lunged toward the trash bin. Walter reacted faster, extending his staff to precisely block Hoshi's path. "Hoshi, we need to meet the village chief first. After the negotiations, you can—" His words halted abruptly. He simply could not bring himself to say that Hoshi should rummage through the trash bin. Fortunately, Hoshi understood the need to prioritize the greater good. The next moment, she straightened, crossed her arms, wore an expressionless face, and radiated an aura of aloofness that warned strangers to keep their distance. "Uncle Yang, you misunderstand me. I am merely helping the residents check whether the trash bin contains any dangerous items." Walter was silent for a second. He cast a glance at Hoshi, then at the trash bin into which she had nearly dived moments ago, and finally back at her. Very well. He chose not to expose her. Nearby, beneath the masks of the Umbu shinobi, the expressions were quite telling. He couldn't help but surreptitiously appraise this group. The pink-haired girl wore an innocent expression, everything seeming fresh and novel, as if it were her first journey far from home. As for that gray-haired one, surely there was something amiss in his mind. However, the black-haired man and the bespectacled gentleman appeared rather formidable. Especially the short-haired man. Everywhere his gaze swept along the way was a known Umbu hideout. This individual was no ordinary person. The group had barely taken a few steps into the village entrance when suddenly, a streak of yellow light sliced through the air. Golden hair, pristine white Hokage robes, Minato Namikaze seemed to materialize out of thin air before their very eyes. Walter instinctively raised his staff and shifted his body slightly, shielding Hoshi and Sangatsu Nana behind him. The movement was crisp and precise, born entirely of muscle memory. Minato glanced at Walter, dismissing the staff, then turned his attention to Aoyagi. "Mr. Aoyagi, I have already received reports from the Umbu. I will be responsible for this cultural exchange," he said, stepping aside with a gesture of invitation. "This way, please." Walter did not immediately move forward. He looked at Minato and suddenly spoke. While the ability of space-time teleportation is undoubtedly convenient, relying solely on the physical body for instantaneous movement carries inherent risks. His tone was calm but earnest. Minato was somewhat surprised and glanced at Walter. This man could see through the essence of the flying thunder god technique at a single glance. Yet he was also a clever man. This bespectacled gentleman, whether by age or manner of speech, was clearly the elder among them. His strength naturally went without saying. Minato smiled and nodded sincerely. "Thank you for the reminder." Then he straightened, swept his gaze across the group, and introduced himself. "I am Minato Namikaze, currently the 4th Hokage of Konoha." Walter nodded in return, his movements steady. "Walter Yang, passenger of the Stellaris Express." From behind Walter, Sangatsu Nana poked her head out, waving cheerfully. "I am Sangatsu Nana, also a passenger of the Stellaris Express." After speaking, she nudged Hoshi with her elbow. Hoshi crossed her arms and lifted her chin slightly. "I am the Galactic Batman." Galactic Batman? What an odd title. Even Minato, who was fond of giving strange names to techniques, cast her a glance but refrained from questioning further. Instead, he turned to the last person. Dan Heng stood there with a calm expression. Dan Heng, Walter said, guardian of the Stellaris Express. Another individual with a unique personality. Minato smiled and nodded, then turned to lead the way. Hoshi walked at the rear, and as she passed the trash bin, she cast a lingering backward glance. That look was as if bidding farewell to an old friend. Walter pretended not to notice. Sangatsunana, however, saw it and whispered softly, "We can come back later." Hoshi's eyes instantly brightened. "Sangatsunana, you understand me." At the very heart of Konoha village, Walter halted. He lifted his gaze to the colossal Gundam standing at the center, his entire being seemingly pinned to the spot. The sleek lines, the enchanting metallic sheen, the visually striking tension. It was mesmerizing. Walter's grip on his staff tightened involuntarily. His gaze slid from the mech's shoulder armor to its arm, then to the torso, finally resting on the seams of its leg armor. Every detail was automatically deconstructed, reassembled and analyzed within his mind. After a moment, he withdrew his gaze and cast Minato a look of approval. "As long as you appreciate mecha as well, then we are kindred spirits." Minato detected the burning gaze and turned his head to glance at Walter, then followed his line of sight toward the Gundam. He blinked, a trace of puzzlement flashing in his eyes. What was this man looking at? Why was his gaze so fervent? Was he not an ally of that Lady Black Tower? Aoyagi noticed the sudden halt and quickly realized what had occurred. Suppressing a smile, he explained, "The Stellaris Express and Lady Black Tower maintain a cooperative relationship. In fact, they are both travelers traversing different fates." Minato did not understand what travelers of fate meant, but he grasped the phrase cooperative relationship. These were two distinct forces. His brows furrowed slightly. Unbidden, he grew more anxious about the future of the shinobi world. Just as the 5 great shinobi villages each have their own codes of conduct, these visitors came with goodwill this time. But what if one day, those who arrive harbor ill intent? Aoyagi caught the fleeting worry in Minato's eyes but said nothing. In truth, his own mission was hardly noble. The matter of the 9-tailed beasts necessitated deterrence through force. Obtaining the 9 tails was entirely due to Lady Black Tower's military might. Before long, they arrived at the guest hall of the Hokage's office. Minato sent his men to pour hot tea for Aoyagi and his group, then took a seat and spoke politely. "Everyone, our village is still in a stage of post-war recovery, so some areas are off-limits to you." He paused, softening his tone somewhat. "But aside from a few confidential places, you may explore the rest at your leisure, and we will assign escorts to assist." Walter discerned the undertone of concession in Minato's words. He guessed that the last visit of Lady Black Tower must have left a profound impression on Konoha. Waving his hand, he spoke calmly. "We will not disturb you unduly. On the contrary, during our stay, should you encounter any difficulties, we will offer whatever assistance we can." His gaze, through his spectacles, settled on Minato's face as he shifted the topic. "However, I have heard that you all yearn for peace, so why choose to pursue the path of a shinobi?" Sangatsunana emphatically nodded beside him. "Exactly. Even I understand that resorting to killing to fulfill missions only perpetuates hatred among everyone." Minato was momentarily taken aback. He stood frozen, lips slightly parted, yet no sound came forth. Why did he choose the way of the shinobi? Countless answers raced through his mind. Was it not simply the result of upbringing? Shinobi are the most influential people in the shinobi world. Becoming a shinobi commands respect. Becoming a shinobi protects the village. Becoming a shinobi secures better income, better missions, and a better life for those one cares about. Then, gradually growing stronger, step by step becoming Hokage. From protecting one person to protecting a family, then an entire village, always the same. Is it not always thus? The group exchanged glances, each seeing the shock mirrored in the other's eyes. If the leader of a village has never contemplated such a fundamental question, then what is the meaning of that village's existence? Is this not what Aoyagi earlier referred to as a weapon? A weapon without thought, merely executing orders. Sangatsunana stood with her mouth agape, unable to close it for a long time. Even Hoshi's expression grew unusually solemn. Dan Hung's eyes flickered with a complex emotion. This was the first time since the train group's inception that they had encountered a collective without a clear goal. Not merely differing aims, but a complete absence of such reflection. Walter articulated his point with greater clarity. "Aren't you all striving for peace?" His voice was neither loud nor soft, yet carried an undeniable authority. "With your ability to control fire and water, why not cultivate the land yourselves and sustain your own lives?" Dan Hung interjected from the side. "When I arrived, I roughly surveyed the scale of your village. The population should not exceed 50,000. The surrounding areas are all untamed forests, with ample land and water sources. Why must you resort to killing to earn your commissions?" Minato Namikaze felt as if struck by lightning. Standing there, the characters for 4th Hokage emblazoned on his kage robe shone piercingly under the light. This question was utterly beyond his comprehension. From the Warring States period to the establishment of the ninja villages, from the first to the fourth Hokage, from the ninja academy to the Umbu, no one had ever asked, why do you not farm? If it were possible to survive without relying on commissions, if ninjas could become producers rather than mere instruments of war, Minato, an aged yet steady voice drifted from the doorway. This matter is not for you to decide. I will continue discussions with these outsiders. Hiruzen Sarutobi entered, a pipe clenched between his teeth. His straw hat was pulled low, revealing a pair of weathered eyes. Amidst the swirling smoke, his expression was difficult to discern. Minato regained his composure, stepped aside, and whispered, "Third Hokage." Hiruzen nodded and approached Minato, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. His eyes lingered briefly on Walter, longer on Danheng, and finally settled on Aoyagi's face. "Mr. Aoyagi." He removed his pipe and exhaled a plume of white smoke. "The lady you brought last time, her robot, it still remains in the village center." His tone was light, yet laden with implication. "Although Konoha is a small place, we do have our own set of rules." He paused. "The issues you raise, this old man has lived many years and has pondered them." But his gaze deepened. Understanding a matter and being able to realize it are two very different things. Hoshi looked at the elderly man with the pipe and suddenly spoke. "Why so? Is there some superior force pressing down on you, forcing you to slaughter one another?" Hiruzen's eyes blanked for a moment. Then he smiled and waved off the notion. "Not at all. Though Konoha is small, it is the strongest village in the ninja world." "Then why the reluctance?" Hoshi pressed, furrowing her brow. "Does life hold no value for you?" The weight of the question hung heavily in the room, silencing all. Hiruzen did not answer immediately. He drew deeply from his pipe, then gave a wry smile and looked toward Walter. "Sir, let me give you an example." His voice was calm and measured. "Our village is blessed with mountains and rivers. If we wished, perhaps we could provide enough for everyone to eat and dress warmly." He paused. "But Sunagakure is surrounded by desert. Iwagakure has very little arable land. Kirigakure is mostly ocean." His gaze swept across all present. "These places do not offer suitable environments for cultivation." He returned his gaze to Walter, his tone turning somber. "If all our ninjas were devoted to farming, then on the day of harvest, with no one guarding the outside, our strength would significantly decline, and yet we would hold vast stores of food." He let the weight of his words settle. "What if they united to seize our grains? What then?" March 7th almost reflexively took up the argument. "Why not all join together to improve the environment? Where water is plentiful, divert it to places where it is scarce, so that everyone has conditions to farm." She finished confidently, nodding slightly. Hiruzen smiled but did not respond to her suggestion. "You are travelers from beyond the stars. If you wish to understand Konoha's customs, we will cooperate." His tone was neither loud nor soft, perfectly polite, but when it came to matters of national policy, he sighed deeply, smoke curling from the corner of his mouth, blurring his expression. "I can see your good intentions, but this old man understands." March 7th was taken aback, instinctively covering her mouth and turning to Danheng, her eyes full of unease. "Teacher Danheng, did I say something wrong?" Danheng shook his head. "The elder means that, as before, this world consists of many nations. Diverting water is a massive undertaking. If a third party intervenes, it would not only disrupt cooperation between these two countries, but also render previous investments utterly wasted." March 7th's face puffed up like an indignant pufferfish. "How unfair," she grumbled, her hands gesturing in the air. "There is a good solution, yet action cannot be taken." Walter remained silent, sitting there, his cane resting against the chair. The gaze behind his glasses was profoundly contemplative. He fully grasped the current predicament. The Stellaris Express might help resolve issues with the stellar core or other catastrophes. These were natural disasters, objective problems that, once their source was found, could be remedied once and for all. But for conflicts between nations, for hatred among people, there was no solution. Never had been. Not for lack of ability, but because it was impossible. Every world must walk its own path. Outsiders may offer guidance, but cannot tread the journey for others. The negotiations drew to a close. Minato Namikaze arranged lodgings for them, several uniquely styled Japanese rooms, with tatami mats and shoji screens, and an ancient tree visible through the window. Everyone sat together, eyes wide, staring at one another. The air was thick, as if pressed down by an invisible weight. After an indeterminate time, Hoshi could no longer contain herself.
Unclayang.
"Is there truly nothing we can do?" Walter shook his head. "As things stand, yes." He pushed up his glasses and began to review the situation. Along the way, I observed that those possessing chakra are but a minority. He paused. Leaving aside the long-standing hatred between nations, even if we found someone to help them with their land issues and managed everything perfectly, his tone grew heavy. There is no guarantee the world would not be reshaped again. His gaze swept over the group. After all, ordinary people are utterly powerless against these ninjas. After a few seconds of silence, he looked toward Aoyagi, who had remained silent throughout. What do you wish to do? Aoyagi lifted his head from contemplation, his expression somewhat vacant. I don't know yet, he shrugged. But since I'm here when I return, I'll see if I can acquire some special seeds from Ms. Ruanmei. His eyes drifted to the window as he spoke softly. After all, this is the first otherworld I have pioneered. Every little bit helps. Walter nodded. Indeed, you can come back here often. As long as they consider our presence as outsiders and reduce their wars, coupled with sufficient food, he paused. The current situation might then collapse of its own accord. The room fell silent once more. Immediately, everyone collectively exhaled in relief. Indeed, Aoyagi would arrive here in approximately 3 days. As long as a third-party threat persisted, these individuals would avoid mutual annihilation, thereby allowing the third party to benefit. In the long run, once the food supply issue was resolved, the remaining minor problems could be left for these nations to handle on their own. Sanjetsu relaxed, lying down on the tatami mat, and chuckled. Although this isn't an expedition mission, I still have to say, this is far too easy. Hoshi lay down beside Sanjetsu like a salted fish. Yeah, so boring. By the way, she suddenly sat up, eyes gleaming with excitement as she looked toward Aoyagi. Brother Aoi, it seems the power system in this world is different. There is no imaginary energy, no fate. Since we're here, why don't we try communicating with them? With that, she clapped her hands. Right, I was wondering why it felt so strange. In the past, no matter which world we visited, we always ended up fighting the local forces. Now, being politely hosted for a few days and then leaving, it just feels a bit unsettling. Aoyagi hesitated for a few seconds, then expressed concern. In this world, without imaginary energy, those people's bodies might be more fragile and unable to withstand your bat strike. Not to mention that the bat itself is a rare artifact. Against those antimatter legions, Hoshi can take down one with a single blow. It was well known that ninjas were glass cannons. Those without bloodlines could fall with a mere kunai stab. Hoshi stroked her chin thoughtfully. How about I sheath the flame spear with a shield and then fight with my fists? Walter considered for a moment and finally nodded. Aside from my homeland, this is the first time I've encountered a different power system. If we keep it brief, I think we can simply get to know each other a little. Aoyagi nodded thoughtfully. I have no objections. After all, you were invited here for a journey. Although I'm not skilled in combat, if anyone gets injured, I can assist with healing. Minato, you still have to deal with the affairs of the Cloud Village. So leave that kind of thing to me. When Aoyagi and the others approached Minato Namikaze, Sarutobi Hiruzen happened to be present. Clearly, in Konoha, their group had been under village surveillance all along, but, following local customs, they paid little attention as the ninja world was somewhat unique. Although Minato Namikaze wished to personally experience the combat style of these outsiders, as Hokage, he had his own duties to attend to. Since the last transaction with Kurosaki, not only had the village refrained from forcing him to step down, but Sarutobi Hiruzen, seemingly disheartened by Danzo's death, had relinquished all power to him. Now, the administrative matters he had to handle daily had increased tenfold. Originally, he planned to assign Kakashi, but that boy had not recovered since the death of the Earth Spirit, remaining taciturn and unsuitable as a diplomatic envoy. Fortunately, the third Hokage still cared deeply for the village. Well then, we'll leave it to the third Hokage, Minato said with a smile, nodding. Just then, the door to the room was suddenly kicked open from the outside. Fourth Hokage, I heard you gave all the village's assets to outsiders. Tsunade stormed in angrily. As soon as she spoke, she noticed Aoyagi and the others nearby, her brows furrowing deeply and her tone growing even sterner. So you are those outsiders? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face immediately flushed crimson, as if anticipating this moment. Tsunade, this is not the place for you to vent your anger, he exclaimed. Tsunade did not even glance at him, pushing back fiercely. Old man, you're no longer Hokage. I want to know why the things my grandfather left behind were given to them. Minato Namikaze stood to the side, his expression grim. He knew he was at fault, but at this moment he could not show weakness. The third Hokage had painstakingly handed power to him. With Danzo dead and the village emerging from darkness, he could not allow anyone to perceive the fourth Hokage as a pushover. Tsunade-sama, his voice low yet resolute, this is all for the village. I only see you betraying the village. Tsunade stood her ground, her voice rising. With the secret techniques of the great clans and the tailed beasts now in Konoha, where was the village's original form? She stepped forward, her gaze piercing as if to nail Minato to the wall. Minato, do you realize what kind of predicament you are plunging the village into? Are you trying to destroy Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen was caught in the middle, his face ashen, yet he was speechless. Minato clenched his fists, lips pressed into a thin line. At that moment, Lady Tsunade, Aoyagi cleared his throat. The one who traded with you is Lady Kurosaki, but she is not here now. He spread his hands, trying to appear harmless. I believe we can sit down and talk? Tsunade's gaze snapped toward him like a powder keg ignited. You are all cut from the same cloth. Don't pretend to be kind-hearted. Her voice was nearly squeezed out through clenched teeth, clearly overwhelmed by rage. Threatening the village while I'm away? Let me see what you're truly capable of. Before she finished speaking, her right fist was already charged with power, and she launched herself at Aoyagi like a cannonball. Aoyagi was about to dodge when a gray-furred figure appeared before him. Flame spear. The great sword was raised, and at the instant metal clashed with fist. The air exploded with a thunderous boom. Tsunade was rattled by the tremendous recoil, her arm tingling, forcing her to retreat several steps and create distance, disbelief flickering across her face. Hoshi flicked the flame spear, the blade tracing an arc through the air, then struck a cool pose, turning to Aoyagi. Brother Aoi, am I handsome? Aoyagi applauded enthusiastically. Hoshi, I swear, at this very moment, you are the most dependable little raccoon in the entire universe. Not even the Amber King's sense of security compares to you. Hoshi smiled appreciatively, chin lifted slightly. Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. It only barely makes the Amber King think more of me. Then she turned toward Tsunade, her smile vanishing instantly. I thought this trip would be free of combat, but it seems it's the same old story. She sighed. But I'm the protagonist, after all. It's only natural that the capable do more work. Seeing her momentary lapse, Tsunade was about to launch another attack, when Minato's figure almost instantly appeared before her. Tsunade-sama. His voice deepened, his Hokage robe billowing as if stirred by an invisible wind. These are guests. The Hokage's office is not a place for your recklessness. Tsunade's fury did not abate. It only blazed hotter. Reckless? The entire village was built by my grandfather. Just because I don't fight doesn't mean you can wantonly harm the village. She clenched her fists. Today I will take action. Let us see if you can stop me. Hoshi was equally irritated, hoisting the flame spear onto her shoulder. Although Uncle Yang told me not to get serious, your words are infuriating. She grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Today, under the galactic bat, I'll teach you what it means to listen to someone out. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood caught in the middle. Yet he did not try to restrain Tsunade. Instead, he turned to the ever-silent Walter. Mr. Walter? Walter gazed deeply at Sarutobi Hiruzen. After several seconds, he shook his head. Mr. Sarutobi, although I am not privy to the details of Lady Kurosaki's previous dealings with you, at this moment, they indeed harbor some anger. He paused momentarily, his gaze sweeping over the two adversaries locked in a tense standoff. If they were not allowed to vent their frustrations, it would be unfavorable for both you and me. Rest assured, I shall observe from the sidelines. Aoyagi stood nearby, watching the scene with keen interest. Hiruzen Sarutobi's remark was intriguing. Not to intervene, but instead to look towards Mr. Walter? Was he eager to witness Hoshino's true prowess? To ascertain whether those from beyond the heavens possess strength akin to the Black Tower? The old man's calculations were indeed shrewd. Yet, the Star Rail lived up to its reputation. It never withheld respect when it was due. Despite perceiving the truth, Mr. Walter still chose to take the bait. No wonder this group enjoyed an excellent reputation across the cosmos. Aoyagi withdrew his gaze, stepping back 2 paces to give Hoshino some room. He glanced at Tsunade, then at Hoshino, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. A fight would be for the best. Otherwise, the Onfro's star treasure might remain sulking for quite some time. Battling some minor foes now, then resting a few days, that would serve as a moment of relaxation before facing a boss. After all, it was Tsunade who had come seeking this encounter. Hearing that the other party regarded this as a mere game, Tsunade clenched her fists tighter. Nearby, the one called March 7th quietly raised his right hand. If this office gets wrecked, are we not responsible for the damages? Everyone exchanged glances. Aoyagi pondered briefly before responding. Theoretically, we bear half the responsibility. If we're going to spar, perhaps we should change the location? Tsunade's fists tightened further. She stood there, her chest rising and falling more heavily. From the moment she stormed in, this group had never taken her seriously. First, that gray-haired brat blocked her punch with a smirk. Then the pink-haired one fretted over potential repair costs. Now this fox-like fellow suggested moving elsewhere. Repeatedly dismissed and underestimated. I hope your strength is as unyielding as your words. Tsunade growled. Hoshino planted the flaming spear firmly on the ground. What nonsense are you babbling? She tilted her head, her expression tinged with displeasure. Wait until I talk to my Amber King about this. The two faced off like needles on a compass, their gazes colliding in the air and sparking invisible flames. Tsunade turned abruptly and strode away with purpose. Hoshino hoisted the flaming spear and followed. The others exchanged looks and quickly trailed behind. The training ground lay to the east of the village, a clearing encircled by trees. Several training dummies stood around, embedded with kunai and shuriken. Hoshino and Tsunade took positions on opposite sides. Tsunade stood rigid, every muscle taut, arms slightly outstretched, ready for battle. Meanwhile, Hoshino's eyes roamed, shifting from the dummies to the kunai, then to the shuriken, like a raccoon accidentally wandering into an amusement park, fascinated by every novelty. For the third time, Tsunade felt belittled. Brat, underestimating your opponent comes at a price. She thrust off the ground with a fierce stomp and, in the blink of an eye, closed the distance to stand before Hoshino. Mighty strength. Her punch was heavier, faster, and more merciless than the one in the office. The wind from the blow compressed the air, howling fiercely. Instinctively, Hoshino raised the flaming spear to block. Bang! Hoshino stepped back half a pace. Tsunade was knocked back several meters, her feet gouging deep furrows in the earth. Before Tsunade could regain her footing, Hoshino accused, "Why do you resort to sneak attacks?" She jabbed the spear into the ground and pulled out a baseball bat. "Rules, Hoshino. This is just sparring." Walter's voice came from the sidelines, soft but unmistakable. Hoshino hesitated, glancing down at the bat in her hands, then back at the woman opposite her. The bat was indeed excessive. After all, the power of destruction was no trivial matter. She reconsidered, sheathed the bat, and raised the flaming spear again. "Come then." Her expression grew serious, the spear's tip flickering faintly with flames. "Let me see if your fists burn as fiercely as your temper." She stepped forward with her left foot and initiated her combat technique. Blazing amber immortality. A shield of earthy yellow and fiery red spread instantly from beneath her feet, flowing like molten armor that enveloped her entirely. Flames roared across the shield's surface. Unquenchable and eternal, waves of heat surging outward. Tsunade's eyes shifted sharply. As one of the legendary Sannin, she had witnessed countless flashy jutsu. But this was no mere technique. The stance was clearly defensive, passive, not unwilling to strike, but simply unwilling to initiate. Tsunade gritted her teeth and, with a swift body flicker technique, appeared behind Hoshino. Her right leg rose high as chakra concentrated fiercely beneath her foot. Painful heavenly kick. The strike landed as if against a mountain. The recoil traveled from her toes up to her hips, the entire right leg feeling as though hammered by iron. Worse still, the flames did not falter under the impact. Instead, as if provoked, they blazed even fiercer, the scorching pain racing from ankle to thigh. Tsunade instinctively leveraged the force to retreat, putting distance between them. As she landed, her right leg trembled slightly. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes. He noticed the burn on Tsunade's leg. Not severe, just reddened skin, but telling nonetheless. The opponent had met Tsunade's full-strength blow head-on without dodging, unharmed, while Tsunade herself was injured. This duel was already decided. "Tsunade," he cautioned, pipe clenched between his teeth. "It's just sparring. That's enough. Old man, it's not over yet." Tsunade's knuckles cracked as she clenched her fists. She would rather be struck down by a single decisive blow. That would at least prove her adversary's earnestness. But this? The opponent clearly disregarded her, and yet she herself could not muster the resolve. Hoshino glanced at her shield, then cast a peculiar look at Tsunade. Why is this woman's attack power still lower than a mere ghost? Honestly, she thought the shield was wasted effort. Standing still and letting her strike might hurt a little, but not much. Probably less than the time she fell from a height of dozens of meters, landing headfirst. Thinking this, she touched her head and suddenly smiled. "I guess my head is pretty tough?" Tsunade's pupils contracted sharply. Provocation. Brazen provocation. "You!" Tsunade charged wildly, fists raining down on the shield like a torrent. One punch, two punches, three. Each blow poured with all her might, fueled by a desperate will to shatter this turtle shell. Hoshino remained unmoved. She stood still, the flaming spear planted in the earth, hands resting on the hilt, watching Tsunade vent her fury. Tsunade's punches quickened, Her breath grew ragged, chakra swirling chaotically within her, her reason consumed by rage. Blow after blow, again and again. After the 10th or 20th assault, Tsunade's fist froze midair. Her eyes fixed ahead, pupils dilated, lips slightly parted. Then she collapsed straight down. With a thud, dust billowed upward. Hoshino blinked. Knocked out? She looked down at her shield, then at the fallen Tsunade, her expression inscrutable. I did not retaliate at all. Sanzuki poked out half of her head and murmured softly. Could it be that she fainted from anger at herself? The medical team hurried over carrying a stretcher, carefully lifting the unconscious Tsunade onto it. Hoshi put away the flame spear and jogged back to stand before Aoyagi and Walter. Uncle Yang, you watched the entire thing unfold, right? She said with an innocent expression, spreading her hands. She was the one who staged the whole thing. Walter ignored the remark. Instead, he pushed up his glasses and looked toward Sarutobi Hiruzen. Mr. Sarutobi, since we both witnessed the incident, what is your opinion? Sarutobi gave a wry smile and waved his hand. He did not immediately inquire about Tsunade's condition. As a medical ninja, he understood that Tsunade allowing herself to pass out was her way of preserving the last shred of dignity she had left. Tsunade has been spoiled, he finally said after the medical team had carried her away. We elders are reluctant to reprimand her, but after this ordeal I believe she will mature. His words were carefully measured, offending no one. Walter said nothing further. He saw through the old fox's diplomatic maneuvering but saw no need to expose it. Sanzuki, however, was displeased. Hey, she stepped forward, hands on her hips. You said it was a spar, right? But the actions behind that woman didn't look like sparring at all. Her voice was low, but carried an uncommon seriousness. Hoshi scratched her head, looking at Sanzuki in confusion, then down at her own hands. Sanzuki, I'm fine. Although that woman's moves were flashy, they didn't actually cause any harm. But you're still a child. Sanzuki glared at Hoshi, her indignation growing. You're fine because you're strong. The more I say it, the more upset I get. She gestured emphatically in the air. Anyway, I just don't like it. Hoshi blinked, then suddenly flopped onto the ground, spreading herself out like a starfish. Her expression instantly shifted to one of feigned weakness. Ah, Sanzuki, I've fallen. Her voice was feeble, eyes glassy as she gazed at the sky, clearly pretending to be injured from the fight. Sanzuki froze for a moment, then hurriedly knelt to support her, her anger instantly replaced by concern. Hoshi, are you okay? Hoshi leaned against Sanzuki's shoulder, rubbing her head softly. Not sure, but if there's any delicious food around, maybe I'll recover faster. Her eyelashes fluttered as she covertly opened one eye to glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sanzuki immediately caught on, looking up and glaring at the old man with the pipe in his mouth. Ah, that old man has to pay. It's all his fault. The two of them went back and forth, one feigning illness, the other demanding compensation, completely disregarding everyone else around them. Tanjin rubbed his temples and silently turned away, deciding to pretend he didn't know these two. Walter was silent for several seconds, lips moving slightly before advising Hoshi, stop fooling around. Before he could finish, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly interrupted. No, Mr. Walter, it truly was our village's fault. He took the pipe from his mouth and tapped the ash onto his shoe. We will fully cover the expenses incurred over these past few days. Hoshi's feigned weakness vanished instantly. She sprang up with a lively leap, eyes sparkling like twin stars. In that case, I must try the local delicacies. She counted on her fingers, then paused to add a more important item, and all the trash bins. Oyagi watched the scene with a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He turned to Walter. Mr. Walter, I need to assist Ms. Kuroda in gathering some natural energy, so I'll step away briefly. We'll meet here no later than the day after tomorrow. Walter nodded, his expression as calm and steady as ever. Hoshi and I will explore around here. Be careful on your side, and message us if anything comes up. Oyagi waved cheerfully and turned toward the Hokage's office. From behind came Sanzuki's voice. Hoshi, you were hurt just now, right? How are you already better? The power of delicious food. You're lying. That's called tactical recovery. Myojin Mountain. As Aoyagi stepped inside, a moist, mossy scent enveloped him. Everything around bore the shadow of toads. Stones shaped like toads, vines twisted like toad legs, even mushrooms resembling toad's eyes. Before he could fully take in the surroundings, a colossal toad descended from above, landing firmly before him. The toad was nearly 10 feet tall, its skin a deep green, bulging round eyes staring intently. It held a steel fork longer than Aoyagi himself. Who are you? Its voice was deep and gravelly. Oyagi could not distinguish one toad from another. In his impression, the toads of Muzan Mountain all looked similar, differing only in size. He answered directly, I wish to make a trade with your great toad sage. Can you take me to him? The great toad's eyes narrowed, but it did not lower the steel fork. Instead, it advanced the weapon slightly. You think you can meet the great toad sage? Let me test your worth first. The steel fork rose, poised to strike. Kenta, stop! A voice, aged yet steady, called out from the side. A white-bearded toad suddenly appeared between Kenta and Aoyagi, pushing aside the steel fork with his paw. His movements were unhurried, but the fork seemed drawn by an unseen force, veering off course involuntarily. This is a guest of the great toad sage, Shinsaku sage said to Kenta, his tone warning. Kenta hesitated, then quickly sheathed the steel fork and nodded apologetically at Aoyagi. Sorry, I misunderstood. Aoyagi slid the compressed Gundam device back into his pocket and nodded respectfully at Shinsaku sage. Shinsaku bowed slightly, adopting a humble posture. You may call me Shinsaku. The great toad sage is always prepared to meet you. Please follow me. Aoyagi's eyes narrowed slightly. He followed Shinsaku for a few steps, then suddenly asked, Has the great toad sage seen anything about my future? Shinsaku did not look back or pause in his stride. I do not know, he said, shaking his white beard gently. The great lord did not say. He wishes to speak with you first. Aoyagi fell silent for a moment. The stone steps beneath him were damp and moss-covered, soft beneath his feet. Very well, he said, withdrawing his gaze, a faint, enigmatic smile in his voice. I'm curious to see what the future holds. The damp cave was filled with the scent of moisture. The great toad sage sat half asleep upon a massive cushion, his body resembling a weathered ancient statue. His eyes were closed, breathing slow and drawn out, as if on the verge of drifting into eternal slumber. Beside him sat a small toad with a wild afro. Upon seeing the visitor, Shima sage whispered softly, Old man, is this the guest the great lord spoke of? Aoyagi remained silent, standing still as he regarded the enormous toad before him, old beyond measure. Without any prompt from Jima Sennin, the great toad sage roused himself from slumber. His eyes slowly opened, the cloudy pupils shifting as he leaned forward, stretching his neck to an impressive length. You are the one from beyond the heavens. I have seen it. You will bring transformation to the shinobi world. Aoyagi chose not to engage with this remark. Instead, he countered, Could you tell me exactly what transpired? To be honest, I remain hesitant. The great toad sage straightened his posture and, with an excited tone, recounted, I beheld a colossal tree rising from the earth. His voice trembled slightly as his claw traced the air. It devoured the divine tree entirely. You shall become the uncrowned king of the shinobi world, and we shall pledge our loyalty to you in the days to come. Pledge loyalty? Aoyagi regarded the great toad sage's words with deep skepticism. His face remained impassive, yet his mind raced. Setting aside the unsettling notion of an uncrowned king, the idea of planting a divine tree in the shinobi world seemed madness. If such a tree took root, the arrows of the storm would outgrow it before it could flourish. Still, the old toad's mention of a gigantic tree implied he knew something. Feigning contemplation for a few moments, Aoyagi inquired, So, what exactly is it that you wish to convey by seeking me now? The great toad sage's voice softened, and he raised a claw, aged and gnarled like a withered branch, before he sighed deeply. I am very old. It won't be long before I pass away. There was an overwhelming melancholy in his tone, yet ever since that fleeting glimpse in his dream, he could not forget the image of that towering tree. Slowly, his claws folded in prayer, his gesture reverent. My lord, we of Myaboku Mountain are willing to submit to you. I beseech you to plant the divine tree upon Myaboku Mountain. He lifted his gaze, eyes imploring Aoyagi. Allow me to witness that divine spectacle before I die. Then I shall have no regrets in this life. Almost instantly, Aoyagi closed his eyes, recalling the most sorrowful moments of his existence. No, he could not laugh. For the first time, he viscerally understood the phrase frog at the bottom of the well. To plant the divine tree on Myaboku Mountain merely to behold a divine miracle before death? But if a divine tree truly took root in the shinobi world, would people still perish? Moreover, such a tree was no mere human endeavor to cultivate. To plant a divine tree here ideally required a blessing from the compassionate medicine king himself. Thus, the dream the great toad sage spoke of was likely but an if scenario. After all, his talents included glimpses of the end king. The old toad's vision through dreams was very possibly just one possible future. Yet to see the end king was no blessing. The end king advances forward along the timeline, and brushing past him meant that following this path would witness the birth of the end king, the universe marching toward its demise. In other words, rounding it up, This old toad deserved to die. To seek advantage through withholding information was one thing, but to fabricate and distort facts was unforgivable. Everyone sought to avert the arrival of the end. This toad perversely walked the opposite path. Was he not courting misery for himself? The laughable part was that this old frog understood nothing beyond the power of the divine tree, caring only for his own gain. Yet greater matters awaited. The rocket personally bestowed by the storm, would he accept it or not? When Aoyagi reopened his eyes, the mirth had vanished entirely. I shall consider it, he promised calmly. But the divine tree is exceedingly precious. I will require a vast amount of natural energy. No problem. The great toad sage agreed almost instantaneously, as if he had been waiting ages for this very response, fearing a single moment's delay might mean a change of heart. Master, Jima and Shinsaku, the two sages, spoke simultaneously, their voices tinged with clear disapproval. The great toad sage shook his head. No need to say more. I have made my decision. His voice regained some of its authority. Natural energy, take as much as you wish. Oyagi smiled faintly. Great toad sage, you are too courteous. I shall surely repay this kindness. He bowed slightly. Even if, in the end, I cannot provide you with a divine tree, I will find a way to extend your life. The great toad sage's eyes, narrowed for a lifetime, suddenly widened. Really? Oyagi's smile deepened. Of course, I have a friend who studies life. Soon, I shall invite her to visit the shinobi world. He paused, locking eyes with the great toad sage. Not only extending life and creating life, these are all quite effortless for her. He left the details unspoken. Conveniently, what material could better serve Ms. Ruan May's experiments than this greedy toad who had lived for over 1,000 years? The toad and the man exchanged knowing smiles, all unspoken understanding passing between them. Jima and Shinsaku exchanged glances, each seeing in the other's eyes a trace of helplessness and concern. But the great elder had made his decision. All they could do was watch. Oyagi withdrew his gaze and turned toward the cave's entrance. A subtle smile curved his lips. Ms. Ruan May's experimental material and Miyaboku Mountain's natural energy. This trip will not be in vain. A win-win scenario. I win twice over. After the discussion, the great toad sage spoke leisurely. Shinsaku, the cultivation of natural energy shall be your responsibility. Teach this visitor from beyond the heavens. Yes, master. Shinsaku bowed respectfully, then turned to Aoyagi with solemnity. Guest, natural energy differs from ordinary chakra. It is wild and primal. Cultivation must proceed gradually and carefully. A single misstep could result in backlash, mild loss of control, or, in severe cases, petrification. He hesitated, then added, but rest assured, Miyaboku Mountain possesses the finest toad oil to aid cultivation. Following proper procedures, learning to absorb natural energy within a short time is not difficult. Yet Aoyagi merely smiled and waved his hand. No need for such trouble. His tone was casual. I do not intend to absorb the natural energy myself. I merely wish to take some back with me. Shinsaku was stunned, and Jima likewise. The two toads instinctively exchanged a glance. Their bulging eyes mirrored identical confusion. Not absorb, just collect? What does that mean? Can natural energy be packaged like water and carried away? Aoyagi offered no explanation. Some matters were simply too complicated to elucidate, and, to be honest, he might not fully comprehend it himself. The machine Ms. Haida gave him, he could operate it, but if asked about its principles, he would likely respond, "That's the work of geniuses. Best not to pry." Thus, he bypassed the topic entirely and asked directly, where on Miyaboku Mountain is the natural energy most concentrated? Take me there. Though Shinsaku did not quite understand, he refrained from pressing further. Having lived so many years, he had long learned that some questions need not be answered. Especially when dealing with such an extraordinary visitor, less inquiry often proved wiser. Follow me. Before long, Shinsaku led Aoyagi to the edge of a pond. The place was not large. The pond's water was crystal clear, tranquil as a mirror, surrounded by luxuriant, towering ferns. The deep-dwelling sage raised his small paw, pointing toward the pond ahead. This is the place. He paused momentarily, then hesitantly inquired, "Guest, what would you like to do?" Oyagi, naturally, was unfamiliar with the precise principles involved. Yet that was inconsequential. After all, standing behind him was a cosmic-level genius whose intellect bordered on the absurd. Lacking understanding of the mechanics did not impede him from following instructions. In fact, Ms. Blacktower had even spared him the trouble of reading any manuals. With that thought, Aoyagi wasted no time and produced the compression device from his pocket. In the next instant, accompanied by a faint click, a towering mechanical creation reminiscent of a Gundam landed firmly by the pond's edge. The metallic frame reflected a cold, steely gleam. Its immense stature and intricate structure exuded a technological dominance utterly incongruous with the serene environment of MT Mayaboku. Deep-dwelling sage, Shima sage. Both stared at the iron behemoth before them, momentarily forgetting to blink. Oyagi, meanwhile, remained composed as if nothing was amiss. Raising his hand and pointing decisively, he issued the command. Commence 48-hour natural energy collection. The Gundam's eyes glowed faintly. Then, silently, its chest compartment unfolded to reveal a complex mechanism so bewildering that Aoyagi glanced once and promptly abandoned any attempt to comprehend it. Inside, streams of light flowed, nested in layers upon layers. Aoyagi stared for half a second before quickly diverting his gaze. It was incomprehensible. No use trying any longer. Seconds later, the device fully activated, and a mechanical voice calmly announced, "Collection program initiated. Remaining time, 47 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Oyagi blinked. Then, glancing at the simple yet nearly austere timer on the Gundam's chest, followed by the emotionless metallic visage, a genuine sense of admiration welled up within him. No wonder it was Ms. Blacktower. Is this the hallmark of genius attentiveness? All the complicated interfaces omitted, leaving him with the simplest countdown. Operations conducted entirely by voice command, each instruction executed automatically. With that in mind, Aoyagi mentally gave Ms. Blacktower a hearty thumbs up. After a few more glances at the Gundam, he suddenly recalled something and symbolically took out his communicator, reporting to the pendant. "Great Ms. Blacktower, natural energy collection has officially commenced." There was no response from the other end. The pendant remained silent, as if it had not heard a word. Oyagi paid no mind. Some matters, if done without reporting, might as well never have been done. He was well aware of the importance of leaving a trail of work. Reporting might not guarantee attention, but failing to report was entirely his own fault. Such professional courtesy he maintained. Just as he prepared to leave, Oyagi cast another glance around, his brow furrowing slightly. There was only one Gundam responsible for collection here. What if some careless troublemaker showed up midway and disrupted the progress? With that in mind, he decisively produced 2 more compression devices from his person, one offensive, one defensive. 2 faint clicks later, 2 Gundams landed, taking their positions squarely on the left and right flanks of the collection Gundam, standing upright. Oyagi nodded in satisfaction, raised his hand and pointed, "Protect it well." Both Gundams' eyes lit up simultaneously, as if acknowledging the order. Meanwhile, the deep-dwelling sage was utterly dumbfounded. Initially shocked by this unprecedented mechanical creation, it now truly sensed the gravity of the situation. Natural energy was converging, and at a speed it had never witnessed before, rushing frantically toward that iron lump. This was no longer absorption. This was extraction. The deep-dwelling sage's expression shifted repeatedly. This was wrong. This was fundamentally wrong. The cultivation of natural energy was never meant to proceed like this. Ordinarily, practitioners of immortal arts would first sense the energy bit by bit, then slowly absorb it, eventually merging it with their own chakra. During the process, they relied on MT Mayaboku's toad oil to maintain balance, prevent petrification, and avoid localized bodily aberrations. It was a path requiring utmost stability and adaptation. Simply put, natural energy was like a pool of water. An ordinary cultivator could only cautiously scoop a spoonful at first, slowly digesting it. Once adapted, they could upgrade to a cup, then a bucket. But what was this? You came straight in with a water pump, and you never mentioned before that your so-called collection would be carried out like this. The deep-dwelling sage stared at the rapidly ticking timer on the Gundam's chest, growing increasingly uneasy. At this rate, even if only allotted 2 days, the natural energy concentration in this region of MT Mayaboku would undoubtedly be noticeably depleted. Opening his mouth and hesitating repeatedly, he finally decided to probe. Guest, is it possible that you are, before he could finish, Oyagi cut him off with a single sentence. Was the great toad sage having second thoughts? Oyagi turned to him, speaking calmly, though with a faint, inscrutable smile. Though he did not fully understand what was happening, the deep-dwelling sage's stammering demeanor gave him a pretty clear idea. Simply put, the Gundam's collection was a bit too aggressive, leaving him stunned. What's the matter? Feeling the pain now? Should V said something earlier. The deep-dwelling sage was instantly silenced. He opened his mouth to explain but found himself at a loss for words. It wasn't that he wanted to back out, yet his reaction betrayed exactly that. But to admit regret was out of the question. Recalling the great toad sage's earlier attitude, he could only swallow the discomfort and lower his head in apology to Aoyagi. Apologies. It was my mistake in speech. Please do not take offense, guest. After a pause, his tone grew more courteous. I shall return to report these developments to the great elder. Aoyagi nodded generously. Go ahead. The deep-dwelling sage wasted no time, turning to leave. His small, somewhat aged figure weaved through the towering ferns, his pace noticeably quicker than when he had arrived. Yet none of this mattered to Aoyagi. He withdrew his gaze and returned his attention to the collection Gundam. The numbers on the timer continued to tick down, second by second. 47 hours, 58 minutes. 11 seconds, 47 hours, 58 minutes. 10 seconds, 47 hours, 58 minutes. 9 seconds after watching for a while, Aoyagi suddenly seemed to recall something and asked aloud, "Can the collection speed be accelerated?" The Gundam responded instantly. Collecting natural energy requires continuous energy consumption. Current remaining energy can sustain basic mode operation for 500 hours. If the duration is limited to 48 hours, tenfold absorption rate can be activated.
Commence activation?
Upon hearing this, Aoyagi's brow lifted sharply. Tenfold. The moment that number appeared, he barely hesitated, a sly curve creeping onto the corner of his lips. He glanced toward the direction the deep-dwelling sage had departed, his eyes laden with meaning. You were the ones who misled me first. In that case, it's only fair I collect a little extra interest now. I senti it? Activate. A faint gleam flickered in the Gundam's eyes. Received. Executing the command. In the next moment, the flow of natural energy, which was already remarkably vibrant, suddenly intensified sharply. Simultaneously, Sage Fukasaku, hastening toward the Great Toad Sage's dwelling, abruptly halted in his tracks. He spun around sharply, his bulging eyes nearly bursting from their sockets as he stared toward the pond. Again, the speed has doubled once more. At that instant, only one thought occupied his mind. This is bad. This time, something truly catastrophic is unfolding. Having resolved matters in the hidden leaf village, Aoyagi did not linger. He extracted the summoning scroll he had just signed. The moment his fingers pressed down, his body was seized by a familiar force and pulled away. The scenery before his eyes seemed to twist violently, and when he regained his senses, he found himself standing within the dense forest on the outskirts of Konoha. The contract was sealed. Even if the Great Toad Sage wished to renege now, he could not return within 48 hours. If that old toad dared to breach the agreement, so much the better. Next time he would not borrow natural energy but launch a direct assault on the hidden leaf. Surely, the other party would not be so reckless. As he walked, Aoyagi's mind wandered to the other two sanctuaries, the Wetbone Forest and the Dragon's Cave. After a few steps, he shook his head. Never mind. He murmured to himself, these toads combined with the tailed beasts would suffice as a welcoming gift for Ruanmei. Preparing everything all at once would significantly diminish the novelty for her. Regarding this prodigy of the life domain, Aoyagi's understanding was far less profound than that of the Black Tower. Whether through the game's storyline or other sources, Ruanmei's image was always veiled in mystery. You knew she was formidable, yet you could never predict what she might unveil next. Undoubtedly, she was a true expert in the realm of life. He recalled that before studying the Wong worm, Ruanmei had experimented with creating many different life forms. There was also the matter of reviving Ram from the Genius Club 8, though for unknown reasons it had failed. Later, she assisted the corporation in researching ancient beasts, helped the celestial ship dissect the Insect Emperor, and even took on some assignments for the Destruction faction, embracing a philosophy of utter fearlessness. Lost in thought, Aoyagi suddenly halted. On a nearby tree trunk, there was a cluster of white, spore-like matter, not mushrooms nor tree galls. Its surface bore an unnatural texture, as if something writhed beneath the bark, poised to break free at any moment. White Zetsu. Aoyagi narrowed his eyes. When it came to spores, this was the only creature that came to mind. As he finished speaking, the white spore cluster visibly swelled, as if prodded. Then a white head emerged. First the crown, then the forehead, and finally a face adorned with a sinister smile. Hello there, White Zetsu greeted cheerfully. May I ask if you know what it feels like to defecate? Aoyagi paused for a second, then slowly curled the corner of his lips into a smile. Today truly is a fine day, he said with delight. Another welcome gift for Miss Ruanmei. White Zetsu shivered in surprise. Hastily waving its hands, it said, Sir, I am here on orders to collaborate with you, not to fight. Collaboration. Aoyagi's movement stilled, the smile on his face retreating slightly but not disappearing entirely. He countered, did Obito send you, or was it Kuro Zetsu? White Zetsu blinked, a rare flicker of confusion crossing its pale face. How do you know it's those two? But the bewilderment lasted only a moment before it resumed its carefree demeanor. Never mind, it doesn't matter. I can tell you anyway. Kurozetsu said to bring you a message. Clearing its throat, it began to relay the message. Kurozetsu said it knows your secret as an outsider and understands your desire to achieve peace in the ninja world. But since you yourself will not remain on this planet for long, it said it can help you. Oyagi was momentarily stunned. Otsutsuki Kagaya. How had he forgotten this person? If there was anyone capable of swiftly unifying the ninja world, it was undoubtedly Otsutsuki Kagaya, the progenitor of chakra, the origin of all shinobi, the woman who stood atop the ninja world's food chain. And if he wished to obtain the 100% Ninja World Collection achievement, she would surely be indispensable. His mind raced through the sequence of events. Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha were still in their infancy. At this juncture, Otsutsuki Kagaya was invincible. If he could leverage Ruan Mei's assistance to resurrect her, then have her gather all the Ninja World's inhabitants, he could begin cultivating the land directly. Not to mention the special 100% achievement, he should be able to claim the 60 and 90% exploration rewards as well. White Zetsu's voice interrupted his thoughts. So, Kurozetsu said it has prepared many fine things for you. If you agree, we can deliver them to you tomorrow. Aoyagi did not respond immediately. Narrowing his eyes, he fixed his gaze on White Zetsu's innocent face, as if weighing the gravity of the words. Aren't you afraid of losing everything? White Zetsu shrugged helplessly. No choice. It said it cannot win a fight. If it truly stands opposed to you, everything would be in vain. Tilting its head, it added something that nearly made Aoyagi laugh out loud. It said if you are willing to help, it would even betray this planet. Upon hearing this, Aoyagi almost wanted to give Kurozetsu a thumbs up. No wonder he was such a devoted son of the Hokage, willing to betray an entire planet for his mother. Such filial piety, Aoyagi was inclined to call the strongest. Suppressing a smile, he forced a serious expression, even furrowing his brow slightly as if weighing pros and cons. I am somewhat interested in what it has prepared. I happen to be free recently. If what it brings tomorrow piques my interest, I will consider its proposal. He paused, casting a glance at White Zetsu. But don't waste my time with shabby offerings. Instantly, White Zetsu's face blossomed into an expression of joyful surprise. I will tell Kurozetsu, it exclaimed cheerfully. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, it asked again, but do you really not know what it feels like to defecate? Aoyagi took a deep breath. Scram. Got it. White Zetsu responded briskly, retracting its head swiftly into the tree. The white spore cluster shriveled rapidly until it vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Silence returned to the forest. Aoyagi stood beneath the tree, watching the trunk return to normal, silent for 2 seconds. White Zetsu, Kurozetsu, Otsutsuki Kagaya. This trip had yielded far more than he had anticipated. If he could obtain the divine artifact left behind by the Sage of Six Paths, then return to cultivate favor with the Black Tower Lady, the goodwill of 2 prodigies, achievement rewards and Otsutsuki Kagaya as a tool to manage the ninja world, all in one fell swoop, he only wondered whether, amid the opponent's violent unification of the ninja world, his transformation into the bountiful Fate Walker to rescue others would be met with empowerment. He supposed it would. For after all, the medic ninja was both beautiful and kind-hearted. Having settled the natural energy matter, Aoyagi shook the pendant of the Black Tower figure on his communicator. Little Black Tower, can you connect to Lady Black Tower now? No. The voice of the little Kurotoa emanated crisply and decisively from the doll. Aoyagi was not surprised. He detached the little Kurotoa from the communicator and cradled it in the palm of his hand. The tiny figurine promptly crossed its legs, then crossed one leg over the other, striking a pose even more audacious than his own. What's the matter? The little Kurotoa tilted its head. I thought you were doing quite well. What are you thinking about? Couldn't it be that I'm thinking about Lady Kurotoa, wanting to talk to her? Aoyagi dramatically clutched his chest. A day without seeing her feels like 3 autumns apart. The longing in my heart flows endlessly like a mighty river. Flattering me one tea help. Lady Kurotoa can't hear a word. The little Kurotoa interrupted mercilessly. If there's something to say it. If not, I'm going into standby. Aoyagi lifted the little Kurotoa up to his face and sighed with a heart full of anguish. Little Kurotoa, no matter what, I was just trying to secure good experimental materials for Lady Kurotoa a moment ago. Wasn't I? I've risked life and limb, devoted myself utterly. It's one thing to fool me, but don't deceive yourself. The little Kurotoa remained unmoved. Aoyagi choked on his words. You make me feel utterly unaccomplished, you know? So? The little Kurotoa countered. After a brief silence of 2 seconds, she suddenly stretched out one tiny leg. The doll's leg was barely half the size of a thumb, adorned with perfectly proportioned little boots, and she even coquettishly wiggled her toe. How about I reward you with a little leg show? Oyagi, what? I remember you lingered longer watching legs while scrolling through videos, the little Kurotoa said with a disdainful expression. When you see bare feet, you even zoom in and drag the progress bar back and forth repeatedly. Ahem, ahem, ahem. How dare you sully my innocence out of thin air? Oyagi's eyes widened in protest, his face visibly reddening before the naked eye. The zooming is purely for academic appreciation, he declared solemnly. Do you know how exquisite the biomechanics of the foot are? How can studying that be called perverse? The pursuit of beauty is a right everyone enjoys. The little Kurotoa sat quietly in his palm, watching the innocent one ramble on. All right, she asked. Can we get to the point now? Oyagi calmed himself, sighed softly, and spoke in a low voice. Actually, it's nothing serious. I just wanted someone to talk to. The little Kurotoa fell silent for 3 seconds. Usually, when a man suddenly says such strange things, it means he has done something he is guilty about, she analyzed. Based on existing records, your current words are like a 2:30 a.m. I love you text sent to your lover's secret affair. Oyagi, go ahead. You must be expecting a confession. The little Kurotoa spread her tiny hands wide. If you want to pursue ritual, I can allow you to kneel. Oyagi's face darkened with a few streaks of frustration as he retorted. You even monitor my communicator. How do you not know whether I'm guilty or not? That means you're about to be. The little Kurotoa responded bluntly. She folded her arms, and despite her tiny doll face, a look of firm certainty was evident. What's the matter? Want to plant a divine tree in the shinobi world but afraid the hunting will shoot you? Trying to find answers from me? Then give up that idea right now. Such a thing as a divine tree, if it ever appears, is either sealed or immediately shot down by the storm. I don't believe anyone in this world can seal a divine tree. Sigh. Oyagi heaved a heavy sigh, his voice mixing helplessness with some indescribable emotion. What about trust between people? Truly, the human heart has grown cold. He shook his head. As he spoke, he sneaked a glance at the little Kurotoa. Seeing her enthusiasm, he dropped the playful facade. It's really nothing major, he softened his voice considerably. I just suddenly realized that I might not be such a good person after all. You're only just realizing that? What kind of good person talks madly to a doll? Tell me, was I wrong in my previous judgment of you? She began counting on her fingers. Opportunist. A dagger hidden behind a smile. A fox using a tiger's might. A weather vane. Enough. 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 Oyagi hurriedly interrupted. I'm just pragmatic. Don't make me sound like some great demon king. To be admired by a perfect genius like Lady Kurotoa is only natural for a mundane person like me. The little Kurotoa did not immediately respond. After a few seconds of silence, she finally spoke. I'm just a doll, she said. I can't analyze what you want to do. But, the little Kurotoa tilted her head, and when her perfectly proportioned little head made that motion, it somehow lent a strange vividness. If I asked you, if I gave you a chance now, would you abandon your current plan? Oyagi pondered for a few seconds, then lifted his head, staring at the little Kurotoa with a peculiar gaze. You don't think I'm caught in a dilemma and want to enlighten me, do you? Then what else? The little Kurotoa naturally shrugged. I've seen countless little schemes like yours. Is it possible? Aoyagi suddenly grinned cunningly and leaned close to the little Kurotoa, his face almost touching the doll's. That I just want you to soothe me with a few words? The little Kurotoa was silent for a moment. Soothe you? She repeated, as if confirming the meaning of the word. Yes, soothe me. Oyagi stepped back a little, grinning mischievously. For example, Aoyagi, you're doing great. Oyagi, don't be so troubled. Something like that, 2 lines? Kurotoa was silent for a long while, then pulled out her little hammer. While I'm still willing to acknowledge your merits, stay far away or I'll have to hammer you. Aoyagi cooperatively raised his hand in a shut-up gesture. But before long, his voice rang out again. Hey little Kurotoa, tell me, does that reward of showing legs still stand? You are the creation of the greatest Lady Kurotoa. You can't go back on your word. Can you? Go to hell. The little hammer came down but no one was hurt. Oyagi did not return to Konoha. Not because he didn't want to go back, but mainly because there was nothing to do there. The night had already grown dim. Going back meant just sleeping, and tomorrow he would have to find an excuse to leave again to trade with Kurizetsu. Too much hassle. So he made do with spending the night outdoors. The good news was that traveling to Maiboka Mountain and capturing Bai'e had increased his exploration level considerably. Exploration level 351. Aoyagi stared at the number for a long time, lost in thought. Obviously, his previous assumptions were somewhat off. This exploration level had little to do with the rarity of the things understood. It was mainly about quantity. Otherwise, the ancient toad at Maiboku Mountain, living for over 1,000 years, would be worth about the same as Danzo. That would be a colossal joke. But by a stroke of luck, his plan to search the shinobi world had at least headed in the right direction. As night deepened, the forest was quiet except for the chirping of insects and the occasional call of an owl in the distance. Oyagi leaned against a large tree, tossing and turning, utterly sleepless. For the first time, he reached up and removed the mask from his face, holding it carefully in his hands for scrutiny. The fox-shaped mask was pure white all over, with smooth lines. It bore some resemblance to Hanabi's mask, but the styles were completely different. Hanabi's mask was more flamboyant, while the one in his hand carried a hint of a false smile, giving off an impression of a dagger concealed behind a smile. Wait, a dagger behind a smile? Lady Kurotoa had described him exactly that way. Could it be that, at his core, he was the kind of person who liked to forget his roots?
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
He was wholeheartedly devoted to Lady Kurotoa. God of amusement, can you hear me? Oyagi muttered to the mask twice and shook it. The mask gave no response. He sighed, flipped the mask over, then flipped it back again. Regarding the path of joy, he had never truly comprehended how to tread it. Or rather, among all the stellar deities, only a select few were genuinely understood. Abundance, the apothecary, wandered about bestowing love. If you happened to encounter him and dared to ask, he would grant your wish, simple, straightforward, and impartial to all ages. Gluttony merely consumed. Fertility solely procreated. Void cared for nothing, indifferent to all. Preservation knew only how to build walls. Delving deeper, preservation constructed walls with ulterior motives, while abundance gave everything. What, then, did he hope to achieve? At its core, only gluttony, fertility, and void remained purely unadulterated. More precisely, gluttony and fertility, one an ancient beast, the other an insect, acted entirely on instinct. Void was even simpler. Purpose? Meaning? Does meaning truly hold significance? Yet, the purer the path, the shorter its lifespan. Fertility was beaten to death by the masses. Gluttony was devoured in turn. These two paths were evidently malignant destinies, to be avoided at all costs. Choosing void was tantamount to courting death itself. Aoyagi replaced his mask and offered a summation. A mere aha could never grant him the sense of security that the apothecary mother's blessings provided, even by a fraction. He pressed his palms together, lips moving softly as he began to pray devoutly. O benevolent king of medicine, bless me with a smooth journey. I dedicate all to the apothecary mother. Whether it was psychological or a surge of innate power, Aoyagi felt a warm glow envelop his entire being, as if a faint force had traversed within him. He had grown stronger once more. Satisfied, he nodded and leaned back against the tree. The night deepened. The forest's silence seemed as though something had muffled its voice. The insects' chirping had ceased unnoticed, and even the wind began to veer away. Yet, Aoyagi remained restless. He pulled out his communicator, opened the memo, and began to chronicle his observations from the ninja world over the past 2 days. Since he was already awake, he might as well record them. It could prove useful someday. He wrote diligently, itemizing everything from the toads of Mount Maiboku to White Zetsu's peculiar defecation habits, leaving no detail untouched. Suddenly, a silver-white shadow darted from the treetops. Swift, incredibly swift. By the time Aoyagi's peripheral vision caught the white serpent, it had already opened its jaws, its fangs gleaming coldly beneath the moonlight. Hiss! Aoyagi drew a sharp breath. 2 holes appeared in his arm, blood seeping out, shimmering a dark crimson under the moon. Snapping back to focus, he seized the snake's body, gripping it tightly, knuckles whitening. The serpent writhed a few times before going still. Aoyagi's face darkened as he stared down at his wound. Had it been an ordinary venomous snake, he might have dismissed it. But at the very moment of the bite, his chakra controller talent distinctly sensed a surge of chakra flooding into his body. Yet it lasted but a moment. That chakra was instinctively expelled before it could take effect. Still, that did not quell his anger. Launching a snake in the dead of night to ambush him was undeniably a provocation deserving of retribution. Orochimaru Aoyagi raised his head, eyes piercing through the darkness of the forest, fixing on a direction. Care to explain yourself? A low, sinister chuckle emerged from the shadows. A long-haired man stepped forth from the forest's depths. His skin was so pale it was nearly translucent. His vertical pupils glimmered faintly in the dark, and a chilling smile curled upon his lips. Is this the arrogance of one from beyond the heavens? Orochimaru tilted his head, his gaze flickering between the wound on Aoyagi's arm and the lifeless white snake crushed in his hand. You could have detected my presence instantly. Yet your carelessness allowed me to bite you, he mused. His laughter grew louder. But thanks to your arrogance, I seized my chance. Suddenly, Orochimaru's laughter turned wild, his shoulders trembling with excitement, eyes shining with a manic gleam. Well, he licked his lips, voice thick with a near-pathological anticipation. Are you satisfied with this special toxin I crafted? An amalgamation of nearly every lethal poison the ninja world has to offer? Oyagi remained silent for 2 seconds. He glanced down at his arm. By now the wound had healed without even a scar. Then he looked back at Orochimaru's twisted visage. And then he smiled. The smile was gentle, so gentle that Orochimaru's south grin froze in place. Mr. Orochimaru, Oyagi tossed the dead snake aside casually, clapped his hands lightly. Have you ever considered a question? What question? If I told you your toxin had no effect on me, wouldn't that be rather embarrassing for you now? Orochimaru's expression stiffened momentarily. A rare fissure appeared on his pale face. But soon he regained his sinister smile. Stubborn. Aren't you? Interesting. I don't know what kind of power you wield, but I do know this. He squinted, licking his forehead with his tongue. Any mortal being once killed, dies. This is an eternal truth. He extended his slender fingers, pointing at Aoyagi's arm. My toxin targets both flesh and nerves. You're merely enduring it. Aoyagi merely nodded, then pulled a compact device resembling a Gundam from his pocket. The small compressed unit gleamed coldly in the moonlight. He clenched the device, ready to hurl it and give Orochimaru a lesson he would never forget. But suddenly, his movement halted. He looked at the Gundam in his hand, then at Orochimaru's wary face and back at the device. Forget it, he muttered, slipping the Gundam back into his pocket and stowing away his communicator as well. He stretched his limbs. Mr. Orochimaru, Oyagi raised his eyes to the long-haired man before him and spoke with humility. Although you ambushed me just now, you were fortunate that I follow the path of abundance. He rolled up his sleeve, revealing his pristine forearm. Your action reminded me not to be careless in unfamiliar surroundings. He paused briefly, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. So, accompany me for a while. I want to kill you, consider it tuition. Orochimaru's expression darkened instantly. Seems I am the one who is the frog at the bottom of the well. He slowly drew the Kusanagi sword from his waist. The blade shimmered with a cold radiance under the moonlight. His smile twisted with a sick excitement. But the more so, the more curious it makes one. Before the words had even left his mouth, he moved with a grotesquely contorted agility towards Aoyagi. His posture was inhuman, his body nearly clinging to the ground, spine bending as if boneless, the Kusanagi sword thrusting upward from below. Oyagi's figure flickered, the improved flying thunder god technique activated. With a mere thought, he reappeared behind Orochimaru on the opposite side. Orochimaru's blade sliced through empty air. His pupils contracted sharply, and he abruptly stepped back to create distance. Space ninjutsu? He did not continue his assault but held a defensive stance, his mind racing for a countermeasure. Oyagi raised his right hand. Chakra condensed in his palm, manifesting into an ice sword from nothingness, slowly taking form beneath the moonlight. The blade was crystal clear, exuding a faint chill. The edge was coated with delicate frost. He swung it twice, confirming its weight and balance. The curvature of the hilt was perfect. The tip aimed squarely at Orochimaru. Round 2, Aoyagi tilted his head. It's my turn to attack. Teleportation, closing the distance and slashing, 3 actions executed within a single fleeting moment. Taste my breakfast and dinner, illuminating all rivers. Orochimaru was instantly severed in 2. However, the half of his body that had been cleaved transformed into 2 serpent corpses just before hitting the ground, writhing a few times before falling still.
À substitution technique.
Almost simultaneously, Orochimaru's true form emerged from the shadows behind Aoyagi, hands forming seals as chakra surged wildly. Shadow clone. Multiple serpent hands. Countless venomous snakes slithered from his sleeves, rushing toward Aoyagi. The serpents writhed on the ground, dense and overwhelming, covering the earth like a tidal wave. Aoyagi teleported once more. Then Hasaji, an ice sword carved out a gusting wall of wind. The moment the snake swarm collided with the barrier, they were torn apart and scattered by the fierce airflow. Not a single serpent could penetrate that invisible bulwark. Aoyagi nodded with satisfaction. The chakra controller is truly effective. No need to even clap hands. Just cast the spell directly. With a mere thought, chakra flows precisely as he wills. No hand seals, no incantations, not even a finger twitch required. Delightful, utterly enjoyable. Now he resembles a magical youth far more than the Black Tower. Orochimaru's gritted, grinding voice emerged from the shadows. You just used chakra, didn't you? He fixed his gaze on Aoyagi, eyes piercing as if to see through him, and that chakra was from the Nine Tails. Truly enviable. Not even from the shinobi world. Yet having absorbed some chakra from the Nine Tails allows him to wield ninjutsu at will, without hand seals, even possessing the bloodline limit of ice release and spatial talent. He took a deep breath and repeated, truly enviable. The ice sword in Aoyagi's hand dissolved into crystalline shards, shimmering under the moonlight. He extended his hand once more. From the earth sprouted an unknown plant. Emerald vines emerged from the soil, rapidly growing and coiling until they transformed into a wooden sword, its blade adorned with fresh leaves. Aoyagi gripped the wooden sword and brandished it toward Orochimaru. Envious? His tone was light, imbued with a smugness that invited a desire to strike him, a pride won at the expense of his own face. He paused, then added with an even more provoking tone, who told you I know the most genius lady of the universe, the Black Tower? He waved the wooden sword. Its blade sliced through the air, emitting a subtle hum. How about that? The wood release you've been longing for. He tilted his head, adding that the Black Tower lady had wasted a precious afternoon tea time deciphering over 30 bloodline limits. Orochimaru stared fixedly at the wooden sword. His lips parted, closed, then parted again. Suddenly, he felt a profound sense of futility. Not sadness, nor anger, but a void that seeped deep into his bones. The bloodline limits he had studied for most of his life, the power he had desperately sought, were reduced in an outsider's mouth to nothing more than a wasted afternoon tea. He pressed on. Voice hoarse. You mean to say that Lady Black Tower unraveled the secrets of wood release and over 30 bloodline limits in a single afternoon? Aoyagi was momentarily stunned. Gazing into Orochimaru's eyes filled with earnest scrutiny, he suddenly felt the awkwardness of having his boast punctured on the spot. He sighed, spreading his hands. All right, no lies. His tone grew more sincere. Actually, I'm not exactly sure how long she took. About 3 days. He pondered, then added, anyway, she said that researching chakra is actually quite simple. It's just that there are so many bloodline limits, most of which she never even needed. After filtering, she only gave me this much. His voice drifted again. Frankly, it might be a bit of a blow to you, but most of the materials Lady Black Tower gave me are for appreciation and enjoyment. He waited for Orochimaru to show a shocked expression, to fall to his knees clutching his head and roar in fury. Yet Orochimaru merely stood there, pale and expressionless, his golden vertical pupils as cold as ice. No shock.
No breakdown.
No reaction of any kind that Aoyagi had anticipated. Aoyagi fell silent for a second. No thrill in showing off means the attempt failed. This was a serious problem. He raised the wooden sword again, pointing its tip at Orochimaru. No good, he said. You're just no fun to be around. Onward. Teleportation. Closing in, slashing. Facing the same technique, this time Orochimaru was noticeably more composed. His movements were more agile. The timing of his substitution technique was precise. Even the angle at which he raised the Kusanagi sword to block seemed meticulously calculated. Truly worthy of being one of the legendary 3 shinobi. After just a few exchanges, he was rapidly adapting to Aoyagi's attack rhythm. But to no avail. Wood release, combined with that super gem capable of absorbing chakra, was an utterly unreasonable combination. Every time Aoyagi swung his sword, whether Orochimaru dodged, blocked, or used a substitution, as long as contact occurred, the chakra would be absorbed. Hitting the target was actually irrelevant. What mattered was that each sword strike reliably netted a steady influx of chakra. This tactic was outrageously unfair. It was like playing a game. No matter how skilled or flashy your maneuvers, the opponent's every basic attack drained your health. How does one compete? You show off your skills, I drain my mana, and we'll see who cracks first. And Aoyagi feared nothing more than a protracted battle. Stamina? Non-existent as a concern, especially with the innate gift of chakra controller. Unless Orochimaru abandoned this body and chose to reincarnate, escaping was nearly impossible. After all, one can run or even teleport, but chakra does not vanish into thin air. As long as that chakra mark remained, Aoyagi could trace it. The only drawback was that this ability required initial contact. Otherwise, he would gladly seize control of Orochimaru's internal chakra and cause him to implode on the spot. Just imagining that scene was thrilling. Meanwhile, Orochimaru quickly sensed something amiss. Aoyagi's attacks seemed deceptively simple, almost monotonous. Teleport, slash, teleport, slash. No complex combos, no exquisitely refined variations, just this repetitive sequence. Yet, despite this, he could not evade it. It was as if Aoyagi was equipped with some tracking device. No matter where he fled or how he tried to create distance, the opponent always appeared precisely behind him. Orochimaru's gaze darkened, his jaw tightening slightly. In the next instant, Aoyagi teleported again. This time, as he appeared, a massive python plummeted from above, jaws wide open, aiming to clamp down viciously. Clearly, this was a trap Orochimaru had laid in advance, waiting for Aoyagi to materialize at that very spot. However, just as the python was about to close its jaws, Aoyagi vanished once more. The next moment, he reappeared some 30 feet away. The attack missed. Orochimaru ceased pursuit, standing upright slowly, and let out a sinister laugh. Boy, your combat experience is truly immature. His voice dripped with uncontainable sarcasm. Over and over again it was the same move. If this is all the skill you possess, is it? Aoyagi interrupted him directly, his long sword still held steadily aloft. I admit that much. After all, this is my first battle in the true sense of the word. He spoke with candor, even pausing thoughtfully. That I've fought this far surprises even me. Then he lifted his gaze toward Orochimaru, the corner of his mouth curling ever so slightly. But practice makes perfect, doesn't it? If we spar here for 3 to 5 years, surely battle experience will be honed. He said it with an air of nonchalance, even a hint of amusement. I do wonder, though, Mr. Orochimaru, can you endure such prolonged combat? The smile on Orochimaru's face stiffened little by little. 3 to 5 years? Does this kid have some misunderstanding of what fighting entails? There's no way it goes like that. Kid, cut the bluffing. Orochimaru's voice grew cold. If you truly had such ability, why would you come running to our shinobi world? Well then, Aoyagi chuckled lightly, raised his sword again, and said, might as well tell you, since we're always fighting, it does get a bit dull. Shadowless multi-snake hands. Orochimaru whipped both hands, and several venomous snakes shot forth instantly. Aoyagi swung his sword to meet them, the clashing of blade and serpent scent with chips and blood splattering in unison. The two parted at once, only to collide again moments later. Beneath the moonlight, two figures wove ceaselessly, intertwining, separating, then intertwining anew. Meanwhile, Aoyagi fought while still managing to converse. In essence, I am but an ordinary mortal. Miss Hecata, however, is the bright moon hanging high in the heavens. With a swift teleportation, he reappeared behind Orochimaru. A flash of swordlight erupted. What must a mortal do to win the favor of a celestial goddess? Orochimaru dodged clumsily, the Kusanagi sword nearly slipping from his grasp. Yet Aoyagi did not pause, growing more fluent as he spoke. Isn't the answer obvious? It is only with a sincere and earnest heart. Another sword stroke landed. I firmly believe that as long as I traverse myriad worlds, bringing Miss Hecata enough surprise and delight, her gaze will surely linger upon me. Even if Miss Hecata's affection lasts but 3 minutes, I simply visit more worlds, granting her more of those fleeting moments. Orochimaru, at that moment, even with all his cunning, he found himself nearly unable to contain himself. What sort of people has he not met in this lifetime? Madmen, lunatics, the obsessed, the twisted, those who pursue forbidden arts to madness. He had seen them all. But someone who talks of himself as a weak, helpless flower while simultaneously employing such shameless tactics to pin him down, all the while spouting such absurd words, that was a first. Calling himself a mortal, calling himself weak. Yet striking harder than anyone, exhausting more than anyone. If he is a mortal, then what does that make him? Vermin. What was even more suffocating was that this fellow's desperate struggle was simply to catch another's gaze for a few more moments. Orochimaru was at a loss whether to deem this man foolish or deranged. If a sycophant saw this, he'd probably offer a cigarette first, then pat him on the shoulder and say, brother, I can't match your level. Orochimaru took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing those meaningless distractions. He could not bear to listen to this kid any longer. Every word was a mental pollution. The next instant, he unleashed himself completely. Fire release, wind release, lightning release, along with a barrage of ninja tools and traps. He hurled them at Aoyagi with reckless abandon as if they cost nothing. If he could not win in close quarters, he would employ the most violent means to blast this kid into oblivion. Yet reality proved cruel. Ninjutsu attacks were absorbed by the gemstones. Shuriken and kunai flew harmlessly past, easily dodged by instantaneous teleportation. After several rounds of full-power assaults, Orochimaru's movements grew perceptibly sluggish. His chakra waned, and his body began to send warning signals. At last, following yet another clash, his form trembled, gasping heavily as he bent forward, hands braced on his knees, cold sweat beading his brow. Opposite him, Aoyagi remained composed and clear-headed, his breathing unruffled, casually raising the wooden sword in his hand. Mr. Orochimaru, your body seems rather frail. Orochimaru lifted his head, staring at him fiercely. Yet Aoyagi appeared utterly unaware, adding earnestly, "Though you are many years my senior, I still wish to advise you. Health is the foundation of all revolution. At your age, being this frail means you won't attract any young ladies in the future." Orochimaru clenched his fingers tightly. He truly wished to continue fighting, but his body would no longer permit it. After a moment, he slowly released his grip. The Kusanagi sword was driven obliquely into the ground. "You win." He bowed his head slightly, his voice hoarse. "Go ahead and strike me down. Then take my head and use it to please that Miss Hecata of yours." Upon hearing this, Aoyagi laughed instead. He carried his sword, leisurely stepping forward a few paces. His smile so radiant it seemed almost harmless. "Look at what you're saying. Why would I kill you without cause?" Before the words had fully fallen, his long sword suddenly thrust forward, piercing Orochimaru's thigh. A spray of blood erupted. Orochimaru groaned softly, a vein bulging on his temple. Aoyagi's face remained expressionless as he withdrew the sword, glancing at the blood-stained blade with a light tone. "You sent snakes to bite me just now. I'm returning the favor with a sword. Fair enough, right? As for the rest, consider it the tuition for this sparring session. How about that? Quite a bargain, I senti it? After all, I'm no demon." Orochimaru said nothing, merely closing his eyes slowly. Yet Aoyagi, observing this, felt the smile on his face fade somewhat. His tone grew earnest. "Mr. Orochimaru, what is the matter? Didn't you seek immortality? Your current state of mind is not quite right." At these words, Orochimaru's eyes snapped open. Aoyagi, noting his reaction, smiled again, a teasing glint in his gaze. "Curious to know?" He slowly raised a finger. "I have at least 9 methods to grant you immortality." The air suddenly grew still. Orochimaru stared intently at Aoyagi, his breath seeming to halt momentarily. At that instant, he forgot about the wound in his leg, forgot he had just been pinned down nearly to exhaustion. Only one thought remained in his mind. What exactly does this kid want? And Aoyagi stood beneath the moonlight, holding the bloodied wooden sword, smiling brightly as he added, "Of course, whether I reveal the details depends on what you, Mr. Orochimaru, are willing to offer in exchange." Those few words, as if imbued with some enchantment, caused Orochimaru's breathing to quicken abruptly. "Immortality, truly? That depends on which method you desire." Aoyagi began counting on his fingers. "The simplest requires only that you make the kindest star god in the entire universe hear you, and it will grant you eternal life." The excitement in Orochimaru's eyes was instantly replaced by doubt. Having lived so many years in this world, he knew better than anyone. The easier something is obtained, the heavier the price it demands. Could it really be that simple? His voice grew colder. "I find it hard to believe that any being could be so generous." "What is the catch?" Aoyagi shrugged. "No wonder they say you're a frog at the bottom of a well." He sighed. "Forget it, even if I explained. You wouldn't understand. To put it simply, the star gods and other life forms no longer exist within the same dimension." He extended his index finger and traced a circle in the air. "No matter how powerful ordinary people are, they must strike first to inflict damage." His finger halted. "But if you let the star god of the hunt do it, your heart will be pierced by an arrow before the opponent even releases it. Or the arrow might have been shot the moment you were born, lying in wait until a specific moment when it will penetrate your heart." His voice lowered slightly, his gestures adding an air of mystery. "Of course, this is just an example. Erashure's arrows do not distinguish friend from foe. Wherever they strike, even their weakest force is enough to reduce a planet to dust." As he spoke, he raised his fist, fingers closed together, and then suddenly spread them wide. Bang! He mimicked the sound of an explosion. Just like that, Orochimaru was already losing count of how many times he had been shocked today. First, immortality, then casually obliterating a star, and now cause and effect reversed. His breathing quickened further. Cause and effect reversed. Such a concept is impossible within any jutsu system of the ninja world. Setting aside time for a moment, cause and effect are linear. This is an ironclad law of this world. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind like a horde of startled serpents writhing frantically in the dark. He tried to find flaws in every word the other spoke but found none. Not because the other's words were flawless, but because the world described was far beyond the boundaries of his comprehension. Just as a two-dimensional creature cannot grasp three-dimensional space, he could not even accurately define that which he could not understand. Aoyagi ceased to tease him and tempered his tone. "Choosing abundance carries risks," his voice steadied. "A doctor cares not for after-sales service. Your physical body's indestructibility does not mean your soul can endure 1,000 years, or even longer, of memories." He paused, his gaze sweeping over Orochimaru's face. But if you take another approach, say, introducing another genius to provide you with a wave of physical enhancement so you can live several hundred years longer, that's still feasible. At this, he suddenly smiled, a hint of malice woven into the expression. But what can you offer in return? Orochimaru was no fool. Had he been, he would have been betrayed by Danzo 100 times over. Perhaps what Aoyagi said was true, but the risks were undoubtedly greater than he imagined. Orochimaru quickly calculated in his mind. What do you want me to do? In the end, Orochimaru lowered his noble head. His long hair fell down, concealing half his face and hiding the tumultuous emotions that churned within those golden vertical pupils. Aoyagi raised his index finger and thumb, forming a figure 8. Besides the 9 tails, the whereabouts of the other 8-tailed beasts, along with all the collections and knowledge you possess about the ninja world. He lowered 2 fingers and raised them again. Then the list of currently known powerful figures in the ninja world, preferably including their biological samples. He raised another finger. Finally, the location of Ryuchi Cave. Orochimaru's expression instantly darkened. Impossible, he said, his voice rising. The whereabouts of the 8-tailed beasts alone are beyond my reach, let alone the biological samples of known strong figures in the ninja world. He paused, seeming to gather his words, bargaining, I can give you the location of Ryuchi Cave, and I will negotiate with the White Snake Sage. But the tailed beasts, that's your problem. Aoyagi cut him off mercilessly. You must understand, the price of immortality has never been cheap. Whether what I listed is enough to make a genius take notice is another matter. He raised a finger pointing skyward. Destroys of planets can be found easily, but a genius, one who appears once every 1,000 years across the entire universe, is a different matter entirely. He withdrew his finger and pointed at Orochimaru. All you can rely on is your world S system, which differs from the outside, and then use that novelty to capture the genius S attention. Still bargaining? Let me tell you, the ninja world is not short of people. If you refuse to bow, there are plenty who want to. He took 2 steps forward, the crisp sound of crushed twigs echoing beneath his shoes. Do you think I can't do without you? The only reason you've heard all this from me is because you were lucky enough to be the first I encountered. That's all. Without waiting for Orochimaru to ponder further, Aoyagi raised 3 fingers and began a countdown. 3 seconds. Think it over yourself. If you don't want to leave, don't waste my time. 3, 2. I'm in. Orochimaru clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging across the back of his hands. At the latest, when his voice was hoarse, barely audible, his chest heaving violently. In his vertical pupils, fear and excitement intertwined, creating a near-mad brilliance. Aoyagi raised one hand, fingers spread wide, then folded 4 back, leaving only the index finger raised. 1 week from now, I will invite Ms. Ruan Mei to visit the ninja world. How long she stays is uncertain, maybe 3 days, maybe 5. He paused, squinting as if calculating something, then added, it depends on how long the secrets of your world can keep her curiosity alive. He lowered his hand and cast one last glance at Orochimaru. That's all I have to say. At most, I owe the other party a small favor. Whether you achieve immortality depends on how hard you're willing to strive. Having spoken, he did not wait for a response. He turned sharply, his movements decisive and unhesitating. Then, in the blink of an eye, Aoyagi vanished without a trace. The following day, Aoyagi waited atop that tree all day long, never once catching sight of Haku's shadow. Could it be? Was he truly stood up? He pulled out his communicator, opened his memo, and rapidly tapped the screen, making a note to himself. Star calendar year 8104. Weather: clear, windy, suitable for sleep, unsuitable for waiting on others. Innately malevolent Haku attempts to deceive with sweet words. Halfway through writing, a white head suddenly emerged from the ground. My lord, I deeply apologize. Haku's voice bore its usual cynical tone. That brat Obito was watching too closely. I had to spend considerable effort dealing with him, which delayed things. As he spoke, he produced a sealing scroll from some indescribable cavity and respectfully presented it to Aoyagi. Haku is currently under his 24-hour surveillance and cannot meet you in person. This scroll contains everything he currently possesses, though most of it is relics accumulated since the Warring States era. As for older artifacts, he only has clues. Those he failed to obtain at the time are also recorded in the scroll. Aoyagi took the scroll, casually unfurled it, and glanced over it, his brow slightly raised. Quite a collection of fine things indeed. Several pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan, presumably kept as temporary reserves for that old grizzled man. A mass of indistinguishable flesh and blood, emanating the aura of wood release, likely taken from Hashirama himself. A collection of weapons, various ores, and some objects whose names even he could not recall. The majority, however, were ninja scrolls and countless secret anecdotes about the shinobi world, piled up into a small mountain. Judging by the volume, this was certainly not accumulated in a day or two. Oyagi did not examine them closely, merely tallying the quantity before repacking the scrolls. For a prodigy, books, ingenious ideas, and myriad unconventional perspectives were truly the things that could stir the heart. The vast legacy accumulated over more than a millennium in the ninja world. If even one or two could inspire her, this transaction would be an unequivocal bargain. He stuffed the sealed scrolls into his bosom, lifted his gaze toward Haku, and said with satisfaction, "I have reviewed the items. Although this is only a portion, it is evident that Kuratsuki sincerely wishes to cooperate. The rest can wait. Gather all kinds of secret lore about the shinobi world, as well as any books and materials you can find, regardless of the field. Bring me a copy of everything. Also, help me locate the places in the shinobi world where chakra converges most densely. Compile the coordinates and send them to me. If luck favors us," he paused, revealing a meaningful smile. "Perhaps in less than a month, I can help it realize its dream." Haku maintained that signature eerie grin, his voice tinged with excitement. "Very well, my lord. I will convey your orders." Suddenly, he clutched his head and looked at Aoyagi with enthusiasm. "My lord, do you truly not know how to defecate? I am simply too curious. What exactly is this thing called feces?" Oyagi pondered seriously. "If you are willing to undergo voluntary modification, it is not impossible for you to experience it. Of course, I cannot guarantee success." Haku instantly burst into laughter, waving his upper body on the ground. "I knew you would have a way. I am willing to accept modification. Please, let me personally experience what feces really is." "Enough, enough." Oyagi waved him off hastily as his words grew more absurd. "There is no such thing as a free lunch. If you want to fulfill your dream, then work hard. Find the materials quickly and wait for my orders. I will contact you when there is news." "Thank you, my lord." Haku excitedly dove back underground, and the forest returned to silence. No events transpired throughout the night. On the third morning, Aoyagi rose early and took out all the materials Haku had given him, reorganizing them meticulously, especially the section on ninjutsu. He selected with great care, focusing on those related to daily life. Cleansing techniques, heat retention arts, automatic folding jutsu, and even a scroll detailing how to precisely control the doneness of fried eggs with chakra. He packed everything neatly, sorted, and categorized, even specially wrapping it as a gift box. After completing this, he retrieved his communicator and addressed the small black tower floating midair. "Little Black Tower, a question for you. Does Lady Haku have any dietary restrictions? I want to bring her some local specialties." The little black tower swayed in the air, responding dryly, "You really have two faces. When you spoke with that disgusting white fellow a few days ago, you weren't so courteous." Aoyagi spread his hands, unabashed. "I'm just a person with double standards. For Lady Haku, I'm happy to be agreeable, even if I know this might be just self-delusion on my part."
I am willing. I am wholeheartedly willing."
Before Little Black Tower could reply, he quickly interrupted. "Enough, no need to persuade me further. Remember, you're just a puppet. You can't understand my admiration for Lady Haku. To hear the way in the morning and die in the evening, that's roughly how I feel right now." Little Black Tower laughed in exasperation. "You're just trying to artificially boost my favorability. Dream on. I'm deleting everything you just said. Doesn't matter." Oyagi suddenly changed his tone, a mischievous smirk curling his lips. "Anyway, I already know what flavors Lady Haku likes. She prefers sweet, right? Your expression has already betrayed you," the tower exclaimed. With that, he wagged a finger. "After all, you're still a puppet, not quite intelligent enough. Go back and have Lady Haku update your system." Little Black Tower was momentarily stunned. "You really figured it out?" "No, I have no expression." Oyagi laughed even more cheekily. "A lucky guess," he added slowly, "but it seems I was right. Go to hell." Little Black Tower flew up and delivered a Little Black Tower flying kick. Unfortunately, its small size rendered it about as damaging as an angry squirrel. "You're unbelievable," the tower said, hovering midair with a look of infatuation. Then suddenly realizing, You are utterly hopeless. I'm going to modify your data and report your misdeeds. You're a hopeless pervert. I'll have Lady Haku expel you from the space station." "But Lady Haku wouldn't agree," Aoyagi replied with a smile. "After all, I still need to bring her some sweets." Little Black Tower said no more. It silently circled once in the air before choosing to power down. Aoyagi briefly estimated the time. First, he visited Mount Mayaboku to retrieve the Gundam responsible for collecting natural energy. After confirming the device was functioning properly, He returned directly to Konoha via reverse summoning. Inside the Hokage's office, Minato Namikaze sat behind his desk, absorbed in paperwork. Suddenly, a distortion rippled through the air. Instinctively, Minato raised his head, his right hand already pressing on the kunai pouch at his waist, his entire being instantly alert. But the next moment, upon recognizing the visitor, the wariness in his eyes quickly dissipated. "Mr. Aoyagi," he said, removing his hand from the pouch and settling back into his seat, a familiar smile gracing his face. "Your companions are still enjoying themselves in the village. Shall I send someone to inform them?" Aoyagi did not respond immediately. Instead, he glanced at the system panel hovering in the corner of his vision. Exploration level, 489. Cooldown time, 2 hours, 12 minutes, and 15 seconds. There was still some time before the crossing. He withdrew his gaze, casually chose a seat, and then looked back at Minato. "Not yet." Pausing, he then spoke calmly, meeting Minato's eyes. "Mr. Namikaze, I won't keep you in suspense. I can see that you are genuinely a man who desires peace." Upon hearing this, the smile on Minato's face gradually faded. He glanced down at the documents on the desk and then at the pen he had just set aside, finally shaking his head with a bitter smile. "In the end, you still want to meddle in the affairs of our shinobi world, don't you?" Yet immediately afterward, as if having reached a firm resolve, he suddenly raised his head, his voice earnest. "However, as the Hokage of Konoha, I cannot entrust the village to you." His gaze was unwaveringly resolute. "I am the Hokage of this village. I am responsible for the lives of more than 40,000 people in Konoha. I cannot place their future, their safety in your hands, even if all you say is truly for the sake of peace." He stood there, his back straight as a rod. "If it comes to a fight, I will struggle until my very last breath." A sudden silence fell over the office. Oyagi regarded him, remaining silent for several seconds before finally letting out a gentle sigh. "I must admit, I have little genuine interest in your world itself." His speech was measured and calm, his tone unburdened, even raising a hand slightly, as if to signal Minato Namikaze not to be so tense. "To be precise, what captivates me is merely the culture, history, and knowledge inherent to your world. If I delve deeper, the truth may prove somewhat difficult for you to accept. By my standards, the combined lives of everyone in your entire shinobi world pale far in value compared to this knowledge." Minato's fingers tightened imperceptibly, yet he remained silent, listening intently. Oyagi seemed either oblivious to his reaction or consciously indifferent, continuing without pause. "As long as these things can be preserved intact, whether the people of your shinobi world live or die frankly does not concern me." Minato remained motionless, but his cerulean eyes no longer held mere vigilance. A profound heaviness had settled within them. Oyagi pressed on. "The problem lies in the utter chaos of your world. If I am to acquire all the information I require, it is inevitable that I must thoroughly scour the entire shinobi world. Of course, throughout this process, I solemnly pledge not to kill anyone proactively. So long as you do not resist, once I have recorded all the information, I will depart directly, perhaps never to return." He raised a single finger, emphasizing his point. "This is the first method." Minato did not relax even slightly at the promise of no killing. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly. "Mr. Aoyagi, may I ask, when you say you intend to scour the entire shinobi world, what exactly do you mean?" Oyagi nodded, revealing no intention to conceal anything. He produced from his pocket a scaled-down Gundam model, placing it gently on the desk and tapping it with his fingertip. "This is the kind of weapon your village previously traded for." He lifted his gaze to meet Minato's. "Once I have thoroughly grasped the situation of the shinobi world, I will deploy over 1,000 such robots. Starting from the easternmost lands of the shinobi world, they will advance westward. Every living being encountered en route will undergo a basic registration. All books will be directly copied. For all those who wield ninjutsu, only the information and records of those abilities will be preserved. This will continue until the far west. If you cooperate sufficiently, the entire process will take no longer than 1 year at the latest. Once everything concludes, I will leave with all the information." The pen in Minato's hand slipped silently to the floor, though he seemed utterly unaware. He understood perfectly well. This was no ordinary inspection. It was a thorough penetration of the entire shinobi world's order. Most terrifyingly, Minato harbored no doubt whatsoever that Aoyagi possessed the capability to carry this out. And precisely because of this, he understood all too clearly what the shinobi world would become once this began. Aoyagi said he would not kill. But the problem is, Aoyagi's refusal to kill does not guarantee that others will refrain from doing so. when over 1,000 machines capable of breaching the formidable barriers and defense systems of the great shinobi villages march brazenly from east to west. All the secrets and defenses of every nation and village will be torn open. This is not mere information gathering. It is laying bare the entire shinobi world, stark and exposed before one another. At that moment, Aoyagi might indeed honor his promise and leave with the data. But the moment he takes his leave, the fourth great ninja war will almost certainly erupt in full force. And this time, there will be no restraint, no buffer. Between village and village, between nation and nation, all suppressed ambitions, hatreds, fears, and greed will explode utterly. Village annihilation and clan extermination will likely become commonplace. What appears to be a bloodless choice is, in truth, planting the cruelest bomb beneath the future of the entire shinobi world. Minato slowly lowered his gaze, his shoulders seeming to sag slightly. After a long while, he forced a bitter smile and asked, "Then what of the second method? What must I do to cooperate with you?" Upon hearing this, a faint smile tugged at the corner of Aoyagi's mouth. The second method is actually quite simple. I will forego deploying those robots and instead choose to help your shinobi world resurrect the legendary chakra progenitor. At these words, Minato's pupils contracted sharply. What? He almost instinctively straightened his posture. Yet Aoyagi remained composed, continuing. She is immortal and indestructible. She will become the unshakable mountain of the entire shinobi world. No village, no nation, will be able to stir any true storm in her presence. She will become your sovereign. At the same time, she will be the one to end all wars. He looked at Minato, enunciating each word deliberately. And all you must do is cooperate with me in completing the information gathering. Minato stared at Aoyagi, his lips moving slightly. The chakra progenitor, was she not supposed to be merely a legend? Aoyagi shook his head, his tone resolute beyond doubt. She is no legend. I can sense her existence and possess the power to bring her forth once more. This time, Minato fell into complete silence. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. After a long while, Minato finally lifted his head slowly. He looked at Aoyagi, his expression complex beyond words. Why reveal all this to me? Since you have spoken to this extent, it means you must have already begun executing one of these two plans, yes? Aoyagi did not deny it. Indeed. But you previously entertained a few of my friends. They spent a few pleasant days in Konoha. Therefore, I felt it necessary to disclose this matter to you. Minato was taken aback slightly. Such a reason was hardly grandiose. Not admiration, not sympathy, not pity. Simply because he had fulfilled his role as a host. Aoyagi was willing to grant him more information, an additional chance to prepare. The reason was absurdly light yet unbearably real, leaving him speechless. He opened his mouth, but in the end said nothing. After quite some time, the young Hokage suddenly smiled. He rose from his seat and solemnly bowed deeply to Aoyagi. Mr. Aoyagi, thank you very much for choosing to share this with me. Having spoken, he slowly lifted his head. I trust in your character. Given that, Konoha will cooperate. His tone held no hesitation. If it is truly the chakra progenitor, then at least she possesses the power to bring genuine peace to the shinobi world. For Konoha, and for others, this may well be the most acceptable outcome available. He inhaled deeply, bowing his head once more. I entrust this to you. Seeing this, Aoyagi reached out and helped him to his feet, a gentle smile gracing his face. It is simply an exchange of equivalent value. Moreover, I truly dislike war as well. If I can lend a hand, I do not mind at all. As he spoke, it was as if a sudden thought struck him, and he added casually. Since you, Mr. Namikaze, are willing to cooperate, please help me gather information from the other shinobi villages as well. Minato, having just been helped up, still maintaining that solemn demeanor, was taken completely aback at once. Wait a moment. Did he just mention that he would be responsible for helping to gather intelligence on the other ninja villages? Seems not, right? Yet, upon reconsideration, Mr. Aoyagi had already put the matter in such terms, practically delivering a message to Konoha in advance, affording him the opportunity to prepare. To decline this favor without further engagement would indeed be hard to justify. Reflecting on this, Minato Namikaze's lips twitched slightly before he finally revealed a resigned, wry smile. I will do my best. After exchanging a few casual words with Minato, Aoyagi glanced at the panel's cooldown timer. Less than an hour remained. Rising to his feet, he waved toward Minato. Mr. Namikaze, there's no need to see me off. I'm heading into town to pick up some local specialties. Please focus on your work. Minato raised his hand in response, returning the gesture with a gentle smile. I will. Exiting the Hokage's office building, Aoyagi made a beeline for the commercial district. Thanks to Ku's expertise, The silver coins stored within the sealed scroll were more than sufficient. Aoyagi spent lavishly without hesitation. Aside from sweets prepared for Ms. Ku, he followed the principle of since I'm here, why not, and purchased several portions of salty, sour, and spicy local delicacies. Unique chakra fruits of the ninja world, ninja tea and signature pastries from several time-honored shops. All were neatly packaged. The motto was to spare no expense. Just as he reached the entrance of the third pastry shop, his communicator suddenly buzzed. Galactic Baseball Bat Hero, Brother Aoyagi, our tour is over. When will you be back? Aoyagi's lips curved into a smile as his fingers danced swiftly across the screen. I'm currently in the village's commercial district, planning to bring back some local specialties for Ms. Ku and Sister Himiko. Just wait for me near the Hokage building. I'll be there shortly. Galactic Baseball Bat Hero. Got it. We'll wait for you. Ending the call, Aoyagi quickened his pace, intensifying his shopping spree. He made a round through the remaining shops, regardless of taste, ensuring every specialty was included. The sealed scroll soon gained a new category, local delicacies. With half a street still between him and the Hokage building, Aoyagi heard a voice calling from afar. Brother Aoyagi, over here. A young girl stood by the roadside, one arm raised high, bouncing excitedly. Aoyagi hastened forward, producing a bulging package which he handed to Hoshiko. Hoshiko, this is a gift prepared for Sister Himiko and you all. He counted on his fingers. Mostly specialty pastries and fruits, plus a few volumes of travel journals I found quite interesting. You can read them when you have time. They contain some fascinating anecdotes from the ninja world. Hoshiko accepted the package, immediately peering inside before looking up with delight. Wow, Brother Aoyagi, you truly are a kind soul. Beep kindness card issued. Aoyagi smiled, but before he could respond, Walter spoke up from nearby. Aoyagi, you invited us on this trip, yet we contributed little and only caused you to spend more. If you don't mind, we can repay you with credit points. No. Aoyagi hastily raised his hand to interrupt. Uncle Yang, you are much older than I am, so I shall address you as Uncle Yang. Though we are not very close. As fellow travelers on the path of exploration, meeting at the Ku space station itself is fate. Building upon this connection, having a memorable shared experience is even more precious. He patted the large package. Compared to that, a few gifts are nothing. Walter seemed about to say more, but Aoyagi quickly added, consider it a token to increase the stakes for our next encounter. I hope we meet again at another fork on the path. Encounter? San Yuechi suddenly raised her communicator, waving it in front of everyone with a puzzled blink. Haven T, we all added each other as friends? Why not just send a message? Aoyagi was momentarily taken aback before laughing and patting his own forehead. Miss San Yuechi, you truly are clever. That is indeed a brilliant idea. If you find any interesting scenery in the future, remember to send it to me. Of course, I will do the same for you. San Yuechi immediately puffed up with pride, hands on her hips, turning to Dan Heng. Dan Heng, see? I told you I'm quite smart. Dan Heng rubbed his temples and shot Aoyagi a peculiar glance. Aoyagi smiled without a word. After some playful banter, Aoyagi glanced at the panel. The cooldown timer had reached 0. Clearing his throat, he drew everyone's attention. Everyone, my cooldown is complete. Let us return to our rooms to pack up. Then we can head back to the space station. Hooray! Hoshiko jumped up first. I'm going back to rummage through the space station's trash cans. There's no noble moral praise in the bins here. I've tried. Not a single one. San Yuechi was about to chime in but suddenly seemed to recall something, raising her arm again. I just wanted to ask, why don't we agree to meet directly in the rooms? Silence spread among the group for about 3 seconds. Aoyagi opened his mouth, then closed it, then opened it again. Hoshiko looked down at her package, then up toward the Hokage building. Walter pushed up his glasses, saying nothing, but the curve of his lips betrayed him. Dan Heng took a deep breath, seemingly prepared to say something, but ultimately just shook his head. San Yuechi glanced around innocently and added, "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong?" No. Aoyagi said expressionlessly, "You made a very reasonable suggestion. Then why don't ask?" Dan Heng finally spoke. "It would just kill the mood." Oh. San Yuechi nodded, half understanding. "So, shall we head over now? Let us go," Aoyagi said decisively, turning and striding forward. From behind came Hoshiko's quiet murmur, "Actually, I think meeting directly in the rooms is more convenient, too." A familiar sensation washed over them, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves aboard the space station once more. It was still Aoyagi's room, but Himiko, Sunday, and the Ku doll were already waiting. Back already? No trouble encountered, I hope? Himiko stood with her hands folded before her, wearing a knowing, parental smile as her gaze swept across everyone. No worries. Hoshiko took a quick step forward, holding out the large package toward Himiko. Sister Himiko, this is a gift Brother Aoyagi specially prepared for you. By the way, that place is really behind the times. The usual routine. Every time I deal with the locals, I have to fight first. But they're just so weak, like fighting empty shells. Her tone carried a hint of lingering regret as she spoke. Oyagi refrained from joining the casual chatter, merely nodding at Walter and the others, then gestured toward the Kudal. You all continue talking. I'll go report to Ms. Ku. The group nodded in acknowledgement. Oyagi turned, pushed open the door, and made his way directly toward Ku's office. Ms. Ku, are you in? He stood politely at the door, raising his hand to knock with a demeanor of utmost respect. Enough with the formalities, just get straight to the results. The door responded with a slow creak as Ku herself stepped out from the office. Oyagi was momentarily dumbfounded, his gaze fixed blankly on Kuroto's face for several seconds. What was he spacing out for? Naturally, this genius was fully aware of his unparalleled beauty, but now was certainly not the time for admiring himself. Kuroto raised an eyebrow, a trace of impatience creeping into her tone. Where is the natural energy? The chakra? Right here, right here. Oyagi snapped back to reality in an instant and hastily handed over the Gundam saturated with natural energy. Kuroto casually inspected it, then nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. This amount should suffice to reinforce the passages on both sides. Oyagi immediately launched into a smooth and flowing string of praise. As expected of Lady Kuroto, it's only been 3 short days since we last met, and yet you've once again crafted an invention that leaves one in awe. Your genius is truly unmatched. Worthy of the title, the most brilliant genius. The corners of Kuroto's mouth lifted slightly. With arms crossed as if it were only natural, she raised her chin a little. It's nothing remarkable, really. I just borrowed the properties of chakra and referenced the anchoring technology from pioneering to create a portal that directly links my home and the space station. The thing is, chakra is rather unstable and ethereal. Fortunately, natural energy can act as a binding agent. When the two are combined, the teleportation channel stabilizes. Oyagi's mind raced swiftly, immediately following up. Does that mean we could teleport freely anywhere else in the universe in the future? Not a chance. Kuroto cut him off bluntly, rolling her eyes. I already told you this is based on the anchoring technology. To use the portal, you must first leave a chakra anchor at the destination. She paused, then added, unfortunately, unlike pioneering, which allows free teleportation, the teleportation distance of this portal is proportional to the amount of chakra. That little bit the fox gave me is barely enough to get from home directly to the space station. At that moment, her gaze shifted meaningfully to Aoyagi. By the way, where's the chakra I asked for? Here it is. Oyagi immediately bent forward, a layer of woe washing over his face. His whole demeanor wilted as he looked at Kuroto listlessly. Lady Kuroto, you must have forgotten I only had 3 days at most. He sighed, appearing weak, pitiful and helpless. You know I'm just an ordinary person. There's no way my efficiency can compare to a genius like you. On top of that, I had to take time out to entertain everyone on the Stellar Express. While speaking, he furtively glanced at Kuroto's expression. Kuroto stood expressionless, one hand on her hip, her gaze calm and steady as she looked at him. Cut to the chase. What reward do you want? Upon hearing this, Aoyagi instantly straightened his back, puffed out his chest, and spoke with righteous seriousness. Lady Kuroto, that's an insult to me. I, Aoyagi, have always been a person who understands gratitude. His face was filled with solemn dignity. Although it will take a little more time to secure the chakra, I would never dare forget the favor you have done me. That is why I specifically carved out time to carefully select some gifts for you. No sooner had he finished speaking than he deftly handed over a pre-packed gift box with both hands. Kuroto took the gift box, opened it, and glanced inside. There lay quietly a sealed scroll. Of course, she could use such an item. Casually, she reached in and took a look at the contents. 108 regional specialty dishes recipes. Madman on the left, Genius on the right, Aoyagi's edition. Various specialty dishes, clothing styles of different kinds, all utterly mundane. It was arguably the most meager gift she had ever received. She raised her head, her eyes fixed on Aoyagi's face, staring for several seconds. Suddenly, the corners of Kuroto's lips curled slightly in a smile. Trying to attract my attention by taking a different approach? There was an inexplicable playfulness in her tone. I admit you've succeeded again, so I accept this gift. In time, I'll give you a surprise in return. She paused briefly, then raised her chin even higher. Of course, you are quite valuable now. If you enjoy playing these games, I'll give you the opportunity. As long as you can pique my interest, anything is negotiable. Oyagi's smile grew even more radiant. He bowed slightly. It is my honor. Straightening up, he stepped forward just a little. May I ask if the pure and beautiful goddess Lady Kuroto has any tasks for which I may be of service? Kuroto had already lifted her foot and was heading outside the space station. Her footsteps were brisk as she tossed over her shoulder without looking back. Let us go. Ruan-mei will be arriving any moment now. Let us see just how many surprises you can bring me. I will do my utmost. Oyagi followed closely, maintaining perfect distance. Not too close, not too far, just 2 steps behind. Kuroto in front, Aoyagi behind. The two quickly reached the airlock. The door opened automatically, and at first glance, Aoyagi saw a woman of extraordinarily distinctive presence. She stood inside the observation cabin, clad in an elegant, simple cheongsam. Her long hair was as black as ink, and her aura was as cold and refined as a plum blossom blooming in the snow. It was none other than Ruan-mei. Hearing footsteps, she slowly turned around. Her gaze first fell on Kuroto, to whom she gave a slight nod. Kuroto.
Ruan-mei.
Kuroto waved casually. I've brought the person for you. This is him, Aoyagi. Ruan-mei's eyes shifted to Aoyagi. They were very pale eyes, as if observing something through a thin veil of mist. Oyagi was about to greet her politely when Ruan-mei unexpectedly stepped forward. She walked straight up to him and raised her hand, fingertips gently touching his cheek. First came the scent of plum blossoms, followed by the soft touch of her fingertips. Even through the glove, Oyagi froze completely. Ruan-mei's fingertips were cool as they slid from his cheekbone to his jaw, then traced along his jawline to behind his ear. Inside, Aoyagi's mind was screaming in protest. Although this action could, in a sense, be considered a reward, shouldn't we get to know each other first, exchange names? Then he could tell her stories of other worlds, give her gifts, take her to visit the ninja world, conduct experiments, and gradually understand each other as hearts. Only after earning enough goodwill would he present a truly heartfelt gift on a special day and then declare his love loudly. Yet here they were, meeting for the first time and already touching faces. No matter how much he admired Master Gamu in the corner, this was bewildering. Despite the turmoil inside, Aoyagi's expression remained perfectly composed, a faint polite smile curving his lips. What is professionalism? This is professionalism. Ruan-mei's fingertips finally stopped at his neck, where the pulse was most distinct. She tilted her head slightly, as if sensing something, her brow briefly furrowing before relaxing again. Interesting. She withdrew her hand. The vitality is quite strong. After a pause, she looked back at Aoyagi and offered an insincere apology. Sorry, this is a personal professional habit of mine. Because Kuroto said you could at most become the bountiful star god, I wanted to see your current condition. If this has caused you any discomfort, I will provide a reward later as compensation. Oyagi looked at the stunning beauty barely 3 or 4 fists away. He could clearly feel her body temperature, slightly higher than his own. The plum blossom scent grew even more intense. The scent was indeed pleasant, yet this intoxicating aura was evidently corroding his consciousness, significantly impairing his judgment. Aoyagi took a couple of steps back, creating a wider distance between them. Ms. Ruan-mei, you're far too formal. A top-tier expert in the realm of life like yourself is someone most people never encounter even once in a lifetime. How could I possibly object to your offering a complimentary health examination? On the contrary, he continued, to match the excellence of your assessment, I shall present you with a gift later as a token of my gratitude. Ruan-mei froze in place momentarily. Though her expression remained impassive, it was not difficult to discern her surprise. Black Tower, standing nearby, was equally taken aback. Wait, dude, so you're indiscriminate? As long as they're a strong ally, you rush to embrace them? The more, the merrier. Oyagi replied nonchalantly. Black Tower shot him a disdainful glance and instinctively distanced herself by a few steps. Still feeling it insufficient, she averted her gaze completely and turned to Ruan-mei, shifting the topic. Well, I wasn't lying, was I?
Ruan-mei nodded.
But her gaze remained fixed on Aoyagi. Truly remarkable. Among all the subjects I have encountered, his vitality ranks at least in the top 5. Even if there were no otherworldly elements, I would still find him quite intriguing. Oyagi rarely heard such interest expressed by a woman of great beauty. Yet, inexplicably, he felt no joy at all. The word coming from Ruan-mei's lips sounded perilous, evoking a vivid image of him being bound to an experimental platform. Nevertheless, his face remained as steady as an old dog's, even inclining slightly in a bow. Ms. Ruan-mei, it is an honor. Ruan-mei said nothing further, merely uttering a soft HM before withdrawing her gaze. Black Tower, however, appeared unfazed and waved her hand toward Oyagi. All right, you can go rest now. We've met, and if there's anything, you can sort it out yourselves later. For now, Ruanmei and I need to refine the unknown domain. That little gray-haired one is here too. Might as well have her assist with testing. Very well, Ms. Blacktower. Oyagi complied without hesitation, turning to leave with a composed gait. Only when he reached the corner of the corridor and confirmed no one was behind him did he finally exhale deeply. Raising his hand, Aoyagi touched his face. The sensation from earlier seemed to linger faintly. He stood still for 2 seconds before vigorously rubbing his cheek, expressionless as he suppressed the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, then strode back to his own room. Night had fallen. Aoyagi was far from idle. His initial meeting with Ruanmei had concluded smoothly, and now, while her interest in him was fresh, it was an excellent opportunity to cultivate goodwill. Seated at his desk, he was organizing the materials he intended to present to Ruanmei when a knock sounded at the door. 3 taps, neither too loud nor too soft, steady in rhythm. He paused, puzzled. Who would come calling at this hour? Blacktower never knocked, opting instead to send messages. Himiko and the others had likely long since returned to the train. As for Xing, she might come, but her approach would be a loud banging, never this refined. He walked over and opened the door. Ruanmei stood there. She wore different attire now. Not the simple cheongsam from earlier in the day, but a loose, comfortable housecoat. Her hair was let down, cascading over her shoulders, still somewhat damp. Had she just taken a bath? Her face remained expressionless, yet the overall aura was less aloof, imbued with a casual domesticity. Oyagi knew Ruanmei's character well, unconcerned with trivial details, willing to sacrifice anything for her objectives. But this unannounced visit to his room at such a late hour was undeniably a challenge. A challenge specifically to him. May I come in and talk? She asked proactively. Although Blacktower advised us to rest, I am genuinely curious about the other world you mentioned, so I might be a long while. Ms. Ruanmei, please come in. Oyagi stepped aside to make room. Without hesitation, Ruanmei entered. Her eyes scanned the sparse furnishings, mostly trinkets Aoyagi had brought back from the shinobi world, before settling onto a chair, where she sat down. I have some questions, she began bluntly, forgoing any pleasantries, about the world you visited. Afterwards, including for this intrusion, I will reward you accordingly. Whatever you want, as long as I possess it, we can discuss. Oyagi led Ruanmei back to the desk, pulled out a chair for her, then turned to retrieve a plate of pastries from a cabinet, placing it before her. The treats were souvenirs from the shinobi world, not rare delicacies, but visually exquisite. He was unsure of Ruanmei's specific tastes, but something like plum blossom cakes likely wouldn't offend her palate. Ms. Ruanmei, these are foods I brought back from the other world. Please try them. Her gaze had been fixed on the notes spread on the table, but at his words, she turned to glance at the plate, asked no questions, and casually picked up a piece. The cakes were small, slightly smaller than a mahjong tile. Oyagi would eat them whole, while Ruanmei divided hers into 2 bites. She parted her thin lips and bit gently, chewing so softly it was almost soundless. For a fleeting moment, Aoyagi felt like a humble eunuch serving the empress her meal. But the next instant, watching Ruanmei quietly savor the pastry, his initial odd sensation was replaced by another. Perhaps it was because she was inherently beautiful that even the act of eating appeared graceful. Aoyagi refrained from speaking immediately, standing aside contentedly appreciating this portrait of a beauty partaking in food. For a while neither spoke. He admired her radiant visage until she finished 1 piece, then subtly pushed the plate forward again. Ruanmei accepted without hesitation and took another piece. After 3 pieces, when Aoyagi once more nudged the plate toward her, she finally looked up, locking eyes with him, and asked in a flat tone, "Aren't you eating?" Aoyagi curled the corner of his lips into a perfectly measured smile. "I have already eaten. After all, beauty is a feast for the eyes." Ruanmei gave no further thought and lowered her head to continue eating. The pastries Aoyagi prepared were never meant as a main meal, only a taste test. He was not the type to heap a large quantity at once, then pretend to eat the remainder with a hypocritical "if you want to eat it, I will." When Ruanmei set down the last piece, he promptly handed her a handkerchief, his attentiveness fully engaged. Ruanmei paid no mind to such details, accepting it to wipe her hands and then the corners of her mouth with natural ease. Oyagi tidied the desk briefly and stood beside her again. "Ms. Ruanmei, it will take another 3 days of cooldown before we can proceed with the field investigation. Meanwhile, what aspects would you like to learn about?" Ruanmei glanced up at him, then at the spot where she was seated, unusually refraining from diving straight into the subject. "You're standing there?" Oyagi was momentarily taken aback but then gestured toward the open documents on the desk. To be frank, I've been sitting most of the day organizing these materials. Standing now is just to stretch a bit. Don't worry, if I get tired, I'll find a chair myself. He paused, then added, by the way, I'm developing a shinobi technique from the other world. I can demonstrate it for you shortly. Ruan-mei nodded in acknowledgement, setting aside her previous hesitation and steering directly to the heart of the matter. Could you first provide me with an introduction to the background of that world? Starting from the very origin often spares much trouble later on. Certainly. Aoyagi cleared his throat and commenced his concise lecture on the history of the ninja world. The origin of chakra must be traced back to the Otsutsuki clan within the ninja universe. This clan dispatches emissaries to various planets to cultivate divine trees, with the sole purpose of siphoning all the energy from those worlds. He narrated the tale from the Otsutsuki clan to the arrival of Kaguya Otsutsuki, from her 2 sons to the founding of the shinobi religion, from the birth of the 9-tailed beasts to the conflicts of the Warring States period, concluding with the establishment of the ninja village system. Although Aoyagi's account lacked intricate detail, its structure was lucid, touching upon every pivotal juncture. Upon hearing this, Ruan-mei reflected thoughtfully and nodded. The capability for interstellar travel indicates that the Otsutsuki clan must possess certain advanced technologies. She spoke with keen insight, analyzing chakra, rather than being a mere product of the ninja world, is better understood as a unique power system inherent to that clan. Chakra is the fusion of spiritual and physical energy, natural energy, and the force of life creation. She softly repeated several keywords, her calm tone tinged with a subtle urgency, betraying her eagerness to visit the ninja world firsthand. Aoyagi listened attentively, then stepped to the opposite side of the table and retrieved a sealed scroll. Ms. Ruan-mei, I mentioned earlier that I would present you with a gift. Although I cannot escort you there just yet, I have prepared some tissue samples from that legendary Senju Hashirama's body, as well as several eyes from the Uchiha clan. He placed the scroll on the table and added, furthermore, I have a considerable reserve of chakra at my disposal, which I hope will keep you from growing bored over the next 3 days. Ruan-mei made no move to take it. She did not even glance at the scroll, instead raising her head and meeting Aoyagi's gaze with eyes that seemed to pierce through all veils. What is it that you want? Her voice was composed. Though I can discern your attempt to curry favor, if this is to be a transaction, you may state your terms now. I will do my utmost to accommodate you. He inwardly teased. Why, of course, it's you, but outwardly betrayed no hint of this, merely smiling softly. Ms. Ruan-mei, since you have put it that way, I will make a modest request. He raised a finger. I have a cooperative relationship with Ms. Kuroto. When I arrive in new alternate worlds, I am required to share certain data with her. However, Ms. Kuroto only concerns herself with matters that interest her. She will not accompany me in studying the life forms of those worlds. But you are different. He paused, his tone growing earnest. I have heard that you yourself study life forms from diverse planets and endeavor to create life. This goal significantly overlaps with my own aim to explore alternate worlds. Therefore, my secondary objective is to propose a collaboration with you. Ruan-mei inclined her head slightly, as if weighing the gravity of his proposal. How exactly would this collaboration work? I do not impose. Aoyagi adopted a humble demeanor. If new worlds emerge, I will reserve a place for you. Should you be interested, I would like to invite you to join me in their exploration. Ruan-mei scrutinized him for several seconds before nodding. Agreed. Her reply was so decisive that it took Aoyagi by surprise. If there are new worlds, I will accompany you and ensure your safety. She paused, then added, provided, of course, that those worlds contain elements I have not yet encountered. Naturally, Aoyagi's smile brightened, his eyes crinkling with genuine pleasure. Ruan-mei continued to observe him for a moment longer, then suddenly asked, you said that was your secondary objective. What, then, is your primary one? Aoyagi pointed to Ruan-mei's cheek. The gesture caused her to flinch slightly. Ruan-mei, you are beautiful and intelligent. His tone was candid. To be honest, I have once been graced by the gaze of the all-knowing sovereign. Yet I am not a particularly gifted individual. He paused, his gaze fixed on her as he looked into her eyes with a hint of longing. If I had a genius by my side to learn from, I believe it would greatly benefit me. I wish to be gazed upon once more by the all-knowing sovereign. I want to understand why it looks at me, and why it is who it is. Then, drawing closer, Aoyagi said earnestly, although this may sound somewhat narcissistic, I have a subtle feeling that you and I share certain traits. We should have much to discuss on some matters. Ruan-mei remained silent for a long while before curling her lips into a faint smile. I cannot tell whether you are lying, but I am very interested in collaborating with you on this matter. If it is merely to gaze upon my face, then there is no objection. Aoyagi discerned the implication. Only looking at your face implied no intention of being her mentor or offering hands-on instruction. It was to be expected. If the members of the Genius Club were so easy to deal with, the word genius would lose much of its worth. His expression remained composed, but in his mind, he had already tallied the arrangement clearly. Collaboration and friendship were to remain distinct lines, and Ruanmei drew them with utmost clarity. He said no more, turning to gather a neatly arranged stack of documents from the table and placing them before Ruanmei. These were intended to be delivered to you tomorrow. He tapped the cover of the topmost notebook. Since fate has hastened this reunion, Ms. Ruanmei, please take them with you now. They might aid your research. Ruanmei nodded slightly and accepted the bundle along with the earlier gift. Yet she made no haste to depart. She set the items on the table and casually opened the top notebook, skimming its contents. After a moment, she closed the pages and looked back at Aoyagi. You told me earlier that the yin and yang aspects of chakra combined can create life. Could you demonstrate this for me? I am curious to see how the life you create differs from mine. With that, she withdrew a small cat-shaped sweet from her sleeve, its pink hue harmonizing with the color of her evening housecoat. The little cat cake lay quietly in her palm, endearing and charming, evidently a small creation she made in her leisure. Aoyagi was momentarily taken aback.
Yin-yang release?
With his innate talent as a chakra manipulator, he theoretically could create tailed beasts like the Sage of Six Paths. The problem was he had never tried. Shall I give it a try? He offered. Ruanmei regarded him suspiciously, her brow furrowing slightly. Try? You mean you have never tried? Aoyagi shrugged, a trace of helplessness in his tone. I've been quite busy lately, devoting most of my energy to researching the abundance destiny. I haven't really had time to explore yin-yang release. Ruanmei fell silent, the pause extending for quite some time. Just as Aoyagi began to worry and prepared to speak, she finally broke the silence. Scientific research demands rigor and perseverance. Her voice was calm yet earnest. Laziness is a cardinal sin. Aoyagi blinked. Her words sounded somewhat like a reprimand, but her tone was far from angry. Rather, it seemed a heartfelt expression of disapproval. He was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. All right, the matter at hand is more important. I will be more mindful in the future. He nodded solemnly, his demeanor earnest. Although he was already familiar with the principles of yin-yang release, he was now prepared to attempt it. The moment his words fell, he began to channel the chakra within his body. As the sound faded, he also initiated the power of introspection. His approach was straightforward. If I want to do this, then so be it. The underlying principles and the methods to achieve it were matters for the chakra itself to consider. As expected, or perhaps unexpectedly, he endeavored to create a small entity similar to the cat-shaped confection that Ruanmei had, to facilitate comparative study. The chakra molded itself according to his will. However, he overlooked a crucial detail. The chakra he used as material was drawn from the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails was itself a chakra-based creation, and now, by using chakra imbued with life to create life, the chakra autonomously refined the design. Once the chakra condensed, Aoyagi lowered his gaze to the tiny, furry creature resting in his palm, falling silent. It was a miniature Ninetails. Its coat was a vibrant orange-red, with small ears and a fluffy tail larger than its body trailing behind. At this moment, it curled up in his palm, sleepily yawning. Is this the son of the Ninetails? Aoyagi murmured, his expression complex. He was well aware that this was not the creation he had intended. What he sought to make was a cat-shaped confection, meant to serve as a control subject for Ruanmei's research. Yet the appearance of this little Ninetails was entirely an autonomous product of the chakra itself. Evidently, the chakra of the Ninetails held its own notions regarding the creation of life. Fortunately, it was a success. No matter how one looked at it, the creation had been realized. Aoyagi pinched the scruff of the little Ninetails' neck and lifted it up, turning to face Ruanmei. First attempt, still a bit clumsy, he began. Before he could finish, the little Ninetails objected. Hey, creator. It twisted its head and bit down on Aoyagi's finger. Not hard, but with unmistakable fierceness. I've just been born, and you're already trying to sell me off? Ruanmei's eyes instantly brightened. Self-awareness, speech, emotion, thought. This was virtually indistinguishable from true life. May I touch it? Ruanmei asked. Though she spoke the words, her hand was already raised, fingertips less than 3 inches from the little creature's tail. The little Ninetails was clearly startled. It scrambled desperately up Aoyagi's arm, its 4 stubby legs kicking rapidly, its tail puffed into a fluffy ball. Then, Aoyagi grasped the tip of its tail and lifted it back, dangling it upside down. You little thing, don't be ungrateful for your blessings, Aoyagi chided, his tone like that of a teacher scolding a wayward child. You're facing a genuine prodigy. Don't say I didn't warn you. Ruan Mei is not only beautiful but kind-hearted. If you seize the opportunity and cooperate well, you'll be rewarded handsomely. He paused, adopting a coaxing tone. Once you return to the shinobi world, your dad will have to kowtow to you. The little Ninetales ceased struggling. Dangling from Aoyagi's finger, its tail tip still held, its entire body swaying gently, those round, bright eyes had turned serious. Really? It asked. Though newly born, the chakra inherited from the Ninetales naturally carried fragments of its memory and cognition. It understood the status of its theoretical father, Kurama, in the shinobi world and the privileges he enjoyed. Your dad was treated like a dog by Lady Hakata, you know? Aoyagi pointed toward Ruan Mei beside him and continued to persuade. She's on the same level of genius as Lady Hakata. The little Ninetales' expression shifted in an instant. In less than a second, it flipped over in Aoyagi's palm, stood up neatly on its stubby legs facing Ruan Mei, and knelt with an almost reverential posture. Please do not pity me. Its tail wagged behind it like a blossoming flower. As long as I receive rewards, I am willing to cooperate with anything. A wise fox knows when to adapt. Moreover, it refused to acknowledge itself as Kurama's son. Tailed beasts were the embodiment of chakra life. Notions of siblings or offspring were irrelevant. As long as it was strong enough, once it returned to the shinobi world, whose name would be uncertain. Not listening. Then it would be forced to listen, beaten until it understood. The little Ninetales was never a fox that forgot its roots. Losing face outside was temporary. The shinobi world was its home, and it intended to return in glory. Ruan Mei took the little Ninetales into her palm, gently pressing her fingertips against the furry creature, closing her eyes slowly. Aoyagi knew that prodigies disliked interruptions during their research, so he quietly stood aside. Her fingers moved gently over the little Ninetales. Initially, the creature trembled slightly, but soon, perhaps finding comfort, it sprawled out in her palm, tail tip flicking lazily. After a long moment, Ruan Mei opened her eyes. She did not speak hastily but gazed down at the little Ninetales for several seconds before addressing Aoyagi. May I experience the chakra in its ordinary state? Certainly. Aoyagi extended his hand, channeling the chakra within and slowly condensing it at his fingertip. A faint blue glow blossomed there, quietly suspended. Ruan Mei reached out with her other hand, clasping his finger. Her grip was firm. Even a layman like Aoyagi could tell that someone engaged in scientific research must have steady, strong hands to perform such precise operations. Yet her palm was surprisingly soft. Aoyagi's muscles tensed instinctively for a moment, only to forcibly relax. Practice makes perfect. Having already been touched on the face earlier, this was merely a finger hold. What was there to fear? He reassured himself silently, maintaining an impassive expression, allowing Ruan Mei to hold his finger. Minutes passed 3, 5. Ruan Mei's grip never loosened. Her breathing was light and even, eyelashes gently lowered. Aoyagi dared not move or speak, serving dutifully as a steady chakra conduit. Meanwhile, he continued to admire her breathtaking beauty. This angle was perfect. Ruan Mei's head was slightly raised. The contours of her profile softened under the warm light. Stray strands of hair slipped behind her ear, caressing her cheek and swaying gently with her steady breath. Aoyagi imagined his own expression must be one of utmost sincerity. Utterly sincere. I think I have a rough idea. Ruan Mei finally spoke, releasing his finger and opening her eyes, her gaze clear yet contemplative. Though I'll need to conduct an experiment later to confirm. She paused, then looked at him again. Could you demonstrate once more how to induce water and fire using chakra? Aoyagi did not immediately inquire what she had deduced but nodded, cooperating smoothly as he began to channel his chakra anew. A flame flickered to life in his palm, orange-red, quietly dancing. Ruan Mei reached out again. Aoyagi was startled. It was fire. Hastily, he extinguished the flame and replaced it with a water sphere, the entire transition occurring in the blink of an eye. By the time Ruan Mei's hand approached, touched an icy surface, she immersed her fingers into the water orb, gently stirring the liquid, feeling the sensation of water flowing over her skin. After a few seconds, she lifted her head. No need to worry about scalding me. Switch back to fire. I want to confirm the differences between chakra in different forms. Aoyagi hesitated momentarily, then realized he had been overly cautious. Ruan Mei was undeniably a genuine prodigy of the club, effortlessly studying beings of the rank of envoy level as if they were mere trifles. A mere flicker of flame was hardly a threat to her. Very well. Without further ado, he reverted the water sphere back to fire. Then came lightning, wind, earth, followed by the bloodline limits. Ice release, wood release, and magnet release. Ruan Mei's hand never loosened its grip, meticulously sensing the subtle distinctions in the energy layers of each chakra form. Time ticked away moment by moment. Qingliu had lost count of how many attributes he had switched through. The duration was so long that his muscles had begun to habitually maintain that posture. At last, Ruan Mei released her hold. "Thank you," she said, "it's pretty much what I imagined." She adjusted the little ninetails into a more comfortable position in her arms, her gaze settling on Qingliu as she began to articulate her conclusions. Chakra, as a form of energy, inherently carries information. Or rather, it is not merely a simple energy body. This energy intrinsically contains all sorts of information: water, fire, life itself. Simply put, this is a fundamental trait of the Otsutsuki clan. This clan embodies all the characteristics of life, and thus chakra, as part of them, carries this information as well. After a brief pause, she added, "If I were a member of this clan, I would certainly store my own information within the chakra. That way, even if I were to perish unexpectedly in the future, I could use the information stored in the chakra to resurrect myself. The method you mentioned earlier about bringing the dead back to life might operate on this principle. It bears some resemblance to the memory fate, but at its core, it still stems from the unique nature of this clan." Qingliu listened intently, already wildly applauding in his mind. Truly a genius. Secrets spanning 1,000 years of the shinobi world, and here she was, grasping most of them in just a few minutes by feeling with her fingers. Is this the difference between ordinary people? No, this is the chasm between mortals and prodigies. I need a member of the Otsutsuki clan as a control subject for an experiment, he thought. Ruan Mei's voice pulled him back from his reverie, her pale eyes fixed unwaveringly on him. Does such a person currently exist in the shinobi world? Qingliu almost burst into laughter. Here it comes. He had been pondering what excuse to use to pique Ruan Mei's interest in Kaguya Otsutsuki, but before he could utter a word, she had sought him out herself. What is this called? This is called searching high and low in vain, then finding it effortlessly. The goddess of fortune was finally bestowing her favor upon this time-traveling wanderer. It was all well-deserved. Praise be to Lady Ruan Mei. This is fate. Qingliu offered a perfectly measured smile. As a competent partner, he had already inquired beforehand about the existing pure-blooded Otsutsuki in the shinobi world. Although the individual was currently sealed, he had learned the method to break the seal, which required 9 different tailed beasts. Before his return, he had already dispatched someone to gather clues about them. Ruan Mei nodded without probing for further details. After a moment of hesitation, she suddenly spoke. "Do you really not want any reward?" Qingliu was taken aback. Even though he didn't care about the process, he could tell she had invested considerable time in preparing this. As a partner, he was willing to accommodate her wishes, as long as they were not too excessive. Not too excessive? Qingliu's mind raced to decipher the subtext of her words. What could she possibly mean? The next moment, Ruan Mei shifted her legs. Sitting in the chair, she changed her crossed-leg posture, slightly extending the leg mostly concealed by her homeware robe. The contours beneath the soft glow of the light were faintly discernible. I noticed that during our conversation, your gaze drifted to my legs more than a dozen times. If you wish to have this as your reward, I can let you look a little longer. The air stilled for about 3 seconds. Qingliu stared seriously for 5, then decisively averted his eyes, scratching his head sheepishly. His ears flushed faintly red, but his expression remained open and sincere. Lady Ruan Mei, I must apologize for this. I am merely an ordinary man, and sometimes my eyes unconsciously follow beauty. It is a weakness I have yet to overcome. I am sorry and hope it does not cause you any discomfort. Ruan Mei shook her head, her expression unchanging. It does not. I am not bothered by others' gazes. She paused, a hint of puzzlement flickering in her pale eyes. On the contrary, you are behaving strangely. You clearly like it, yet when I offer it as a reward, you choose to refuse. Tilting her head, she said, I cannot understand. Having said that, she withdrew her leg, stood from the chair, and picked up the book and the little ninetails from the table with measured calm. But never mind. I really liked the gift you gave me this time. I will save this reward for you. Whenever you want it, just come find me. She moved toward the door, glancing sideways at Qingliu. As long as it's not too excessive, I can agree to it. The door closed behind her with a casual click. Qingliu stood rooted to the spot, staring at the closed door for quite some time. Then he lowered his head, looking at the hand that had been held for who knew how many minutes, the fingertips still tingling with a faint warmth. I can ask her for anything anytime, he murmured softly, then shook his head vigorously. Better to be prudent. Stick to the wood release path, avoid arrogance and impatience, proceed step by step and plan gradually. With that, he produced a communicator and awakened Little Black Tower. What are you sleeping for? Help me contact Lady Black Tower. She never said Ruan Mei would come find me now. I Haven T even prepared a gift. Luckily, I know how to adapt on the fly. Lady Black Tower must give me another no 3 Gundams. Obviously, Lady Black Tower would not respond to such a trivial matter. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Qingliu was awakened by a sharp slap. More precisely, it was the palm of the little Black Tower doll, accurately striking his face with just enough force to pull him from slumber. What are you still sleeping for? Look at the time. Get up. Don't you know how precious Lady Black Tower's time is? Qingliu groggily opened his eyes, a sudden thought flashing through his mind. Why does this scene feel so familiar? What he had done to Little Black Tower yesterday was now being returned to him in kind this morning. He propped himself up, his hair a tangled mess, and fixed the doll before him with a look of utter grievance, like a woman scorned. Little Black Tower, I know it was you. His voice was hoarse, tinged with the nasal tone of just waking. You're using a trivial matter as an excuse for personal revenge. Then he paused, adding, you're violating my privacy rights. Little Black Tower snorted disdainfully, crossing her arms. The entire space station belongs to Lady Black Tower. I am merely patrolling my territory. An inexplicable image flashed through Qingliu's mind. Little Black Tower as a mighty lion, head held high, proudly surveying her domain. The thought lasted less than 3 seconds. He glanced down at the doll's feigned fierce yet increasingly adorable little face, his lips twitching involuntarily. Clearly, Little Black Tower bore no resemblance to a lion whatsoever. Suddenly, a mischievous impulse surged within him. He threw back the covers, spreading his hands helplessly. All right, I'm just a guest in your place. I'm in the wrong. Are you satisfied now? Little Black Tower's head was covered in question marks, staring at him in bewilderment. What for? Noboru Aoyagi extended his arm, flexing his muscles to reveal the nascent contours of his physique, still faint and barely discernible unless observed closely. Isn't it true that you simply wish to admire my alluring muscles? He declared with a look of noble sacrifice. See for yourself. I'm hardly a stingy man. Kuroto opened his mouth wide, frozen in place, unable to utter a complete sentence for quite some time. Encouraged by this, Noboru grew even more spirited, striking a triumphant new pose. No need to be so astonished. Muscles as perfect as mine naturally leave one dumbfounded. But remember, moderation is key. Next time, no. Lord Kuroto, I was wrong. I shouldn't have been so boastful. I'll get up immediately, right now. Noboru stammered nervously as he noticed Kuroto produce a hammer from somewhere, raising it silently into the air with an expressionless gaze fixed upon him. Terrified, Noboru scrambled to crawl under the bed. Kuroto snorted coldly before leisurely lowering the hammer. No time for jokes. Lady Kuroto and Lady Ruan Mei are currently upgrading the unknown domain, but the space station will soon receive a visitor. She paused, her gaze settling on Noboru's face. They're here for you. Me? Noboru blinked, his eyes suddenly clearing as his brow furrowed slightly. That's unusual. I don't even know who I might still know well enough for someone to seek me out by name. Kuroto remained impassive. Star Corps hunters. Among them is a hacker who has once again breached the Black Tower space station's defenses. A message was sent, explicitly requesting a meeting with you, today. She added, do as you see fit. After a moment, as if recalling something, she added, Lady Kuroto's instruction is to keep you alive at all costs, and do not involve her in this. Noboru thoughtfully stroked his chin, his expression calm rather than panicked. Staying alive shouldn't be too difficult, but suddenly he looked up, moved, and said with heartfelt emotion, Lady Kuroto is actually so concerned for my safety? I am truly touched. Please be sure to tell Lady Kuroto that from now on, I will change my room's wallpaper entirely to her picture and worship it every night and morning to show my deep respect. Kuroto watched his performance expressionlessly, delivered her message, then turned and left the room without sparing him an extra glance. As she departed, the exaggerated expression on Noboru's face quickly faded, replaced by tranquility. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he absent-mindedly rubbed his chin, softly analyzing aloud. Star Corps hunters? What could they want with me? I certainly haven't broken the script. He paused, his brow knitting ever tighter as the image of the old toad dreaming of Genmu surfaced in his mind, his expression growing increasingly grave. Could it be that this other world has triggered some new peril? Noboru spent 10 minutes washing up and tidying himself, then another 5 minutes practicing facial expressions in the mirror. After all, since the visitor was from the Star Corps hunters and their identity was unknown, it was wise to prepare thoroughly. He pushed open the cabin door and entered the main hall of the space station. No one was there. Scanning the surroundings and preparing to find a seat to wait, he suddenly heard the crisp sound of buttons clicking behind him. You're late. Noboru turned around. A silver-haired girl sat cross-legged on a chair, engrossed in a handheld console, her thumbs moving swiftly over the buttons. On the screen, pixelated characters executed a dazzling chain of combos. She did not lift her head. Her entire form appeared as a virtual projection. Noboru recognized her as Silver Wolf's ether editor. Silver Wolf? He raised an eyebrow. Silver Wolf continued playing without looking up. Wait until I finish this round. Then we'll talk. Noboru was in no rush. Leaning against a nearby table with arms crossed, he quietly watched her play. About 2 minutes later, the screen flashed victory. Silver Wolf finally looked up, slipped the console into her pocket, and appraised him with a glance. Not bad, she remarked. Not as ordinary as I imagined. Thanks. Noboru was unsure whether this was a compliment or an insult. You're welcome. Silver Wolf jumped down from the chair and stretched lazily before addressing business. Her tone suddenly grew more serious. Elio sent me to find you. Noboru's expression remained mostly unchanged, though he narrowed his eyes slightly. Did he foresee something? The other world you opened has already drawn the attention of several star gods. Noboru nodded. I'm aware of that. As far as I know, there are 3. Joy, wisdom, and fertility. Right, you're correct. Silver Wolf nodded expressionlessly. But I need to add that Aha himself has already gone there to play. The air was silent for about 3 seconds. Noboru took a deep breath and slowly exhaled a single word. All right, no surprise there. I thought so too. Since these days when I greeted him, he never responded. After his reflection, he asked, so what changes will occur in the shinobi world? I don't know. Silver Wolf's reply was crisp. The shinobi world's future has no connection to the end. So that universe hasn't yet entered a terminal phase. Not yet means it might in the future. Noboru silently lit a candle for the shinobi world. However, Silver Wolf shifted gears. Elio said the development of this timeline can delay the end of our universe. Noboru was momentarily stunned. What do you mean? Literally. Silver Wolf shrugged. Your other world has, by some twist of fate, become a kind of buffer zone. I can't explain clearly. Elio's words are always like riddles. But the gist is that what you're doing is pushing back the time of the end. In simple terms, she continued, the star god's attention is divided. With an additional universe, they must spend more effort understanding that one, so they focus on their usual affairs for now. Noboru was silent for a moment, uncertain whether to feel relieved or overwhelmed. So Elio sent you to tell me this? Not entirely. Silver Wolf pulled the console out and then put it away again. Since I had nothing to do, Elio said I should tour that other world with you. She paused and added, I don't mind. I'll treat it as a business trip funded by the public. If we can find a way to help Liu Ying recover quickly, that'd be even better. Elio didn't say whether it's possible, only that there is a chance, so I'm to give it a try. Noboru looked at her, unable to tell if she was serious or just making an excuse. There are 2 more pieces of news. Silver Wolf raised 2 fingers. Bonus information. The first is that Onpharos has another option. Noboru's eyes widened slightly. Onpharos? That was the destination of the next stop on the star rail. According to the original script, its trajectory was a tragic conclusion. Another option meant human intervention? Silver Wolf explained briefly, because of the appearance of your other world, the gaze of destruction hasn't fully settled on Onpharos. Noboru was silent for a long time before softly responding. You don't seem very surprised? Silver Wolf tilted her head. Not that I'm not surprised, Noboru shook his head. I just haven't fully digested it yet. That was the honest truth. It was merely a ninja world. He had originally thought it would be just a matter of gathering some knowledge and local specialties, while casually clinging to the genius's coattails to carve out space for his own development. Yet, when he looked back, the star god had met his end. The apocalypse had been postponed, the script of Onpharos had been rewritten, and even Nanook had been distracted. He took a deep breath, pushing these revelations deep into the recesses of his mind for the time being, deciding to first address the matters at hand. What about the second piece of news? He inquired. You mentioned 2 messages just now. Silver Wolf's expression grew somewhat subtle. She glanced at Aoyagi, seeming to hesitate on whether to disclose it. Well, the second one. She paused briefly. Someone on the immortal ship wants to eliminate you. Aoyagi blinked once, then again. Who? It's not clear who exactly yet. Silver Wolf replied. Ilias' exact words were that a certain high-ranking figure on the immortal ship is displeased with you, Futuruu, and is plotting an assassination. Aoyagi's gaze immediately shifted to something peculiar. The immortal ship, which could be considered Futuruu, that must mean Fugen and Yoko, the 2 sisters. Could it be that Fuchuru had done something so heinous as to incur divine wrath? But that shouldn't be the case. Seers weren't supposed to predict things with such precision, and it made no sense to resort to murder. Forget it. If he couldn't figure it out, he wouldn't dwell on it. He currently had 2 golden coattails to cling to, and with Silver Wolf included that made 3 plus the medic mother. He could clarify matters when the time came. As long as it hadn't happened yet, it wasn't a problem. Alright. He exhaled and looked toward Silver Wolf. Message received. I will stay alert. When are you leaving for that other world? Silver Wolf asked, her tone eager. In 3 days. Aoyagi held up 3 fingers. Cooldown isn't over yet. 3 days, Silver Wolf muttered with a smirk, pulling out a handheld console from her pocket. Fine. I'll go back and play games for 3 days. Call me when you're ready. After Silver Wolf left, Aoyagi sat at the table for a long time. The information she had brought kept turning over and over in his mind. After a while, he slowly exhaled. As for Onferos, he would not get involved for now. Not because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't. One must be strong oneself to strike the iron. With his current abilities, he could bully ordinary people in the ninja world, but if he plunged headlong into the vortex where 3 fates intertwined, it would be no different from a delivery boy. Though he seemed to be thriving in the ninja world, it was ultimately a show of power built on disparities in world levels and an informational advantage. If he were thrown into a higher-level battlefield, not to mention overturning tables, even standing firm might be uncertain. Present, his offensive means were limited to chakra and a slightly enhanced physical constitution. The medic's blessing merely ensured he wouldn't die. To truly grow stronger, he needed to walk the destined path himself to go further. At most, he could only deal with mere pawns. Aoyagi muttered softly, tugging at the corner of his mouth. A man must have self-awareness. His most important task now was never to meddle in those outrageously dangerous big events but to play well the hand he had been dealt. The ninja world, chakra, cooperation with the Black Tower, and Ruanmea's temporary gambit. These were the things he could truly grasp and must seize now. As for Onferos, he could wait until he returned from the ninja world to address it. Thinking thus, Aoyagi leaned back, raising a hand to rub his brow. However, another issue was even more immediate and pressing than Onferos. The immortal ship. Although he currently had no absurd notion of planting the Jianmu tree in the other world, to prolong his life he indeed planned to bring abundance to the ninja world. This was not surprising. Destiny was never something the star god bestowed casually to guarantee all was well. The deeper one walked, the more destiny responded, and true strength would grow. Just like the immortal ship. The people of the immortal ship were naturally long-lived beings blessed by the medic, yet what they truly revered was the hunt. The medic granted them unimaginable longevity and regenerative power, but what they relied upon was the arrowhead of the storm. In other words, most of the immortal ship's people possessed only an incredibly powerful passive ability, and compared to them, his own passive was merely a bit more exaggerated. They would die, but he would not. The problem was that immortality never equated to invincibility. The immortal ship's phantom prison held more than one thing that could not be killed. Thinking of this, Aoyagi's eye twitched slightly. What was more troublesome was that he knew well in his heart that many things would happen regardless of his wishes. At first, he might have only spread some medical knowledge, avoided touching the blessings of immortality, and steered clear of truly sensitive core forbidden zones. But the medic was famously responsive to any request. Beautiful and kind-hearted, compassionate to all sentient beings. If someone in the ninja world happened to catch the medic's favor, was seen, watched, or even conveniently blessed, then whether he bore the blame or not, he would have to bear it. The Immortal Ship Alliance might not be able to go to another world, but the Chongguan Array could calculate. Could not predict all the details but always discerned the key patterns. When the time came, the key figure would be him, the source would be him, the core node of the Abundance S transmission chain would still be him, and the worlds influenced would be more than one. With so many buffs stacked, not to mention the Immortal Ship as high-ups, if he himself were in that position, the first reaction would probably be, better restrain this person. Whether or not to imprison him in the Phantom Prison was another matter, but at least he had to be controlled, observed, scrutinized, and isolated. None could be omitted. Aoyagi raised his hand to cover his face, and after a long moment, a bitter smile slipped through his fingers. Destiny's madman was indeed absurd. Having just unlocked the first world, he was already being targeted by the big shots. The more he thought about it, the more restless he became. He got up and left the room, heading straight to the Black Tower's library. Since the issues of the Immortal Ship and Abundance would sooner or later have to be faced, he at least needed to prepare a second path for himself. If negotiations ultimately failed, then he would switch his cultivation to the hunt. As long as he wasn't locked in the Phantom Prison or dealt with prematurely, with his talent, there was always a chance to turn the tables. Oyagi sat in the archive for an entire afternoon, leafing through one book after another. About the origin of the hunt, its traces, the creed of the Immortal Ship Alliance, the deeds left by the storm, and cases of those watched by the hunter. Every book, every page, every line, almost inevitably revolved around a few words. Vengeance, pursuit, until death, and an extremely pronounced protective loyalty. It was not a rational and gentle order but more like an arrow that, once drawn, was sure to draw blood. No one should ever provoke the hunt. You could say it was paranoid, you could say it was intense, you could say it was stubborn to the point of extremity, but you'd better not stand against it. He closed the book, fell silent for a few seconds, and the corner of his mouth twitched slowly. To live long, one must choose abundance. To choose abundance meant facing the hunt and many script-aware freaks. By the way, was there a way to just bind the medic as a pendant? What are you thinking about? Oyagi was startled. Before he turned around, a familiar faint fragrance already drifted over. He tilted his head and saw Ruan-mei standing beside him. Today, as usual, her expression was calm, with a touch of natural aloofness at the corners of her eyes. Yet precisely this sense of distance made her proactive approach all the more precious.
Ruan-mei.
Oyagi was somewhat surprised. Aren't you supposed to be upgrading the unknown domain with the Black Tower? Ruan-mei walked over and sat opposite him. I am merely offering some suggestions. The actual upgrading tasks fall under the jurisdiction of the Black Tower. Her gaze swept over the documents spread across the table, and her fingertip gently tapped on one of the volumes concerning the history of the Celestial Vessel S hunting expeditions. However, I recall you were studying abundance just yesterday. What prompted your sudden interest in hunting? The study of fate most abhors indecision. If one cannot even clarify the path he intends to follow, no matter how exceptional his talent, it will be difficult to go far. Her tone was not harsh. It could even be described as composed. Yet Qingliu keenly detected a subtle hint of admonition beneath it. He paused momentarily, then a delicate feeling stirred within him. This was the second time. Could it be that she had never truly refused his request for guidance? Not refusing meant permitting? The thought flickered through Qingliu's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Rather than guessing back and forth here, it would be better to lay the question plainly. This person before him was, without a doubt, a genuine prodigy. If he continued to pore over the materials alone, he would only grow more perplexed. Since Ruan-mei had taken the initiative to come, it would be foolish not to listen. Qingliu closed the materials in his hands, straightened his posture slightly, and adopted a serious expression. It was a long story. He paused to compose his words, then began to relay piece by piece what Silver Wolf had previously told him about the Celestial Vessel S upper echelon planning to take action against him, as well as his own conjectures regarding the reasons behind it. The library remained silent, save for his voice flowing slowly amidst the towering rows of bookshelves. Ruan-mei did not interrupt. She listened quietly, her fingers lightly resting on the tabletop, occasionally tapping imperceptibly, as if sorting through the logic within. When Qingliu finished his last sentence, the air hung briefly in stillness. Qingliu looked at her and could not help but smile wryly. In short, the situation was roughly as I have described. Only a few breaths later, Ruan-mei offered her response. She neither immediately dismissed Qingliu's concerns nor exacerbated his anxiety by magnifying the risks. Instead, she calmly deconstructed the problem layer by layer. Although I do not practice the abundance fate, she said, her fingertip lightly touching the open page of the document, I understand somewhat the relationship between the celestial vessel and hunting. The arrows of hunting have always targeted the uncontrollable manifestations of abundance, disasters thoroughly twisted by the desire for immortality. Not every living being treading the path of abundance. She raised her eyes slightly, meeting Qingliu's gaze. You are thinking about the problem too absolutely. Before you truly commit an irreversible and dangerous act, the Celestial Vessel Alliance is unlikely to take direct action against you based solely on a vague future. They are formidable but not devoid of discernment. Qingliu listened silently, offering no interruption. Ruan-mei continued, moreover, the future itself is subject to change. The very existence of the end proves that the so-called future is not a single, immutable line. The infinite array can predict trends but cannot lock down every variable. You are one such variable, the other world itself is a variable, and the gaze of the fate star deities is the greatest variable of all. She paused, seemingly allowing Qingliu time to digest this, before proceeding. Therefore, from the standpoint of outcomes, the Celestial Vessel Alliance's most probable course of action is not to eliminate you outright, but to observe and guide, intervening in advance if necessary. When the arrow of hunting truly hangs over your head, you will naturally become the most suitable channel for their intervention in the other world. Perhaps even before that, they might send someone to make contact with you. Rather than striking against you directly, they are far more likely to use you as a conduit to dispatch agents to the other world ahead of time, controlling the situation, monitoring the risks of abundance, spreading, and extinguishing disaster in its infancy. After she finished speaking, the library fell silent for a moment. Qingliu leaned back in his chair, exhaling slowly, and the mounting sense of urgency that had been tightening his chest gradually loosened, almost imperceptibly. Though her words stung somewhat, especially the remark about cooperating naturally when the arrow hovered above his head, which was brutally candid. He had to admit that Ruan Mei was right. The future was too distant. Far too distant for even those most skilled in fate projection to declare anything as absolutely certain. Moreover, this was a universe where the end itself existed. If the terminus is known in a certain sense, then the paths leading to it cannot be singular. Much of his earlier panic stemmed from placing undue weight on the fragments of information Silver Wolf had brought. Ruan Mei clearly viewed things differently. She valued logic more, and the practical possibilities of action in the present. Beyond that, Ruan Mei closed one of the documents on the table. Your judgment of the Star Corps hunters is probably mistaken. Qingliu looked up at her. Ruan Mei said calmly, to my knowledge, the Star Corps hunters are truly outlaws in the fullest sense. They follow LEO's script, seemingly always pursuing some clear objective, even rallying under slogans to prevent the universe from reaching its end. But that does not mean they are mild or trustworthy. Her tone remained even, devoid of obvious emotional fluctuations. The planets and civilizations destroyed by their hands are no fewer than those destroyed by any cosmic-level threat organization. They are among the most wanted criminals across the universe. Their greatest skill is not outright lying, but constructing advantageous perceptions from limited truths, employing verbal traps, deliberately blurring key points, and letting you fill in the most palatable conclusions yourself. These are all exceedingly common tricks. Qingliu was momentarily taken aback. Then his entire body stiffened. Immediately after, he drew in a sharp breath of cold air. Indeed, what had he been thinking before? His ingrained impressions had almost been his undoing. He had always viewed things from the perspective of the pioneers. Thus, in his understanding, Kafka was the mysterious yet dangerously alluring Mama Ka, and Silver Wolf was the tough-talking, game-loving, occasionally mischievous wolf auntie. Although dangerous, these were people one could trust. They did not lie. But that was an impression formed from the protagonist's perspective. Once he stepped outside the script and looked from another angle, he was neither part of the train group, nor a pioneer, nor a special protagonist tacitly permitted by fate in some story segment. He was merely an outsider intruding upon the script. For someone in such a position, the Star Corps hunters were no familiar characters. They were genuinely perilous individuals who would burn, kill, and pillage for their goals, regardless of cost, and would not hesitate to trample over corpses to advance. What Silver Wolf had said earlier was not necessarily false. But the way she expressed it, the omissions, the deliberately vague timelines and crisis intensities, was itself a form of guidance. The intelligence from Onferos alone might not have been sufficient to move him, insufficient to compel him to act alongside Silver Wolf. But once information involving his own safety was introduced, the significance changed entirely. This was the simplest and most effective motivator. Qingliu's eye twitched slightly, and he even felt a sudden urge to slap himself. I really am. He cursed under his breath. He had nearly been led by the nose. The more he thought about it, the more he realized that every word Silver Wolf had spoken was a potential trap. She spoke of the future, yet never specified exactly which day. They spoke of risk, yet never specified how close that risk truly was. What if that phrase "kill him" was merely a jest? They offered you a direction, then left you to imagine the worst possible outcome. Such ambiguity inevitably leads one to dwell on the very fears closest to the heart. As expected, Oyagi rubbed his temple and could not help but smile wryly. He was still too young. Yet, fortunately, the turmoil in his mind had largely dissipated. He lifted his head and looked toward Ruan Mei, his expression noticeably more relaxed than before. Ruan Mei, thank you. Your words today have pulled me out of a pit. I won't forget this favor. I will repay you someday. Upon hearing this, Ruan Mei merely shook her head gently. It's nothing important. Her tone remained calm.
Betraying no abiesimo uschenel fluctuations.
I'm just glad I could help. Oyagi smiled. Having interacted with Ruan Mei several times, he had come to understand something of her nature. She cared little for verbal promises or flowery speech. What mattered most was presenting something that truly captured the other's interest. Yet, Aoyagi soon sensed something amiss. Ruan Mei had come alone this time, dressed in the same laboratory-style attire, as if she had stepped out from a research site specifically to see him. A subtle stir arose within him, prompting him to ask, "You didn't just come by chance, did you? You came specifically to find me?" Ruan Mei nodded, offering no denial. "Yes." Her reply was as succinct as ever. "Regarding that little fox, I have already conducted comparative research." At the mention of the little fox, Oyagi's expression turned serious. Ruan Mei met his gaze and continued, "The earlier hypothesis was correct. The reason it knows things it ought not to is because the chakra contains genetic-level information." Oyagi was momentarily stunned. Chakra truly has life? That's one way to understand it. Ruan Mei nodded slightly. But not entirely. Chakra is not merely energy. It is more like a medium capable of carrying and transmitting life information. Her eyes gleamed with a trace of excitement. "Therefore, I want to attempt the next step, to add new information into the chakra." Upon hearing this, Oyagi's first reaction was not shock but a subconscious frown. He stared at Ruan Mei for several seconds before suddenly asking a somewhat unexpected question. "Do you have someone you want to resurrect?" The question caught Ruan Mei off guard. For the rare time, a flicker of confusion appeared in her usually serene eyes. She regarded Aoyagi silently for a moment, then gently shook her head. "I'm not sure." Lowering her gaze, she seemed to ponder seriously before continuing, "What concerns me now is not reviving a specific person, but creating a form of life that is truly close to perfection." She spoke lightly, without fervor, her calmness bordering on excessive. Yet precisely because of this, the obsession characteristic of a genius researcher shone through with particular clarity. However, even if the approach I described succeeds, there are theoretical flaws. She shifted from abstraction back to rational analysis. It cannot break through the information network that constitutes itself. In other words, it can act like normal life, communicate, learn existing knowledge, and even replicate emotional responses to a certain degree, but its upper limit is locked by the initial information framework used to construct it. It can do many things, but it cannot genuinely innovate beyond that framework. Oyagi's expression gradually grew grave. This method had both merits and drawbacks. For ordinary people, resurrection would be a blessing, allowing them to continue enjoying life's pleasures. But for geniuses like Ruan Mei and Herta, reviving a person while locking their thinking within a fixed framework rendered the resurrection meaningless. Ruan Mei clearly recognized this as well. She continued calmly, "As for resurrecting others, if the goal is to seal all their life information in chakra in a sufficiently complete form before complete death, then theoretically, it is possible to reconstruct their life form from that chakra and bring them back to life. But the problem remains the same." She looked at Aoyagi, her tone devoid of exaggeration, coldly precise. "The moment they come back, their sealing remains locked. However, if the chakra can bear a sufficiently high limit, this theory could apply to life forms across the universe's 9,999 realms." Oyagi was silent for a moment. He understood Ruan Mei's meaning. Though the technology had limits, only a few geniuses and elite beings in the universe even approach the boundary of cognition, let alone surpass it. Therefore, this would be a technology no one would refuse. Ruan Mei concluded, of course, all of this is currently theoretical deduction. What extent it can achieve, what deviations might arise, or whether unpredictable mutations will occur, all must wait for actual experiments to determine. She paused and looked quietly at Aoyagi. "So any questions?" "None." Oyagi answered plainly. The worries that had weighed on him lifted after Ruan Mei's explanation, leaving him much more at ease. "What do you need me to do now?" Ruan Mei took a communicator from her sleeve and glanced down. "I sent you messages earlier. You didn't reply, so I came to find you and speak in person." Oyagi was startled and instinctively looked down at his device, where a few unread messages awaited. He had been so engrossed in the hunting and celestial ship materials in the library earlier that he had neglected his messages. "Sorry, I was too absorbed in thought," he said with a sheepish smile. Ruan Mei paid it no mind, pocketing the communicator as her gaze swept across the bookshelves. "This place isn't suitable for experiments. What I need to do involves delicate operations on the informational level, so the environment should be quiet." After a moment's thought, she offered a suggestion. "Let us go to my room. That little fox is there as well. It can serve as a control subject for observation." Aoyagi nodded without objection. "All right." Thus, the two left the library, one following the other. Neither spoke much along the way. Ruan Mei remained as quiet as ever, and Aoyagi did not disturb her, simply walking beside her and occasionally glancing her way with a touch of sentiment. Though her emotions were somewhat distant, setting that aside, she felt unexpectedly reliable. Of course, that was assuming there was something worthwhile. Ruan Mei's room was even more spacious than Aoyagi had imagined. Tall bookshelves lined the walls, and as his eyes scanned the rows of specimens, he could not help but mutter inwardly, "This place looks like a bedroom but is actually half a biological research repository." Soon, however, his attention was drawn by movement on the other side. A small, furry creature nestled on a soft cushion, its tail curled around its body, clutching an unidentified pastry and eating with focused contentment. Aoyagi's eye twitched slightly. This little fellow was living quite comfortably here, judging by how unabashedly it ate. There was no hint of the unease one might expect from a guest. The nine-tails evidently noticed him as well. Its ears twitched, and it glanced up at him briefly before lowering its head to resume nibbling on the pastry. Aoyagi's lips twitched involuntarily, momentarily unsure whether to feel relieved or not. Ruan-mei, however, did not waste time on such trivial details. She strode directly toward the nearby laboratory bench and retrieved a transparent container from the storage compartment. Inside was a laboratory mouse. This was an experimental mouse. Ruan-mei placed the container on the table. Its vital signs were sufficiently stable, yet its life tier was low, its structure simple and variables few, making it an ideal candidate for this information imprinting experiment. She turned to Aoyagi and said, "Now, transfer a portion of your chakra to me. I will first attempt to encode the mouse's life information into your chakra." Understood. Without hesitation, Aoyagi raised his hand and condensed a sphere of chakra. Ruan-mei took it but did not begin immediately. Instead, she placed the chakra into a translucent fixation device. Then, donning a pair of ultra-thin surgical gloves, she withdrew a scalpel. In the next moment, she proceeded to operate on the chakra sphere as if performing surgery. Aoyagi stood at her side, utterly bewildered. Truth be told, he could not comprehend what she was doing. To him, it was merely a mass of energy. Though clueless, Aoyagi was wise enough to remain silent. When faced with Ruan-mei's unmistakable work mode, the best cooperation was quietude. So he stood quietly by, watching. Time trickled by, over 4 continuous system hours. Thanks to the blessing of abundance, Aoyagi's physical condition was far more stable than that of an ordinary person. Even after standing so long, he felt no particular fatigue, only a hint of boredom. Yet the more time passed, the more he marveled inwardly. Ruan-mei's concentration bordered on the extraordinary. For 4 entire system hours, her body scarcely moved, except for her fingers making minuscule adjustments to the scalpel's trajectory. She remained as still as a statue, her breathing rhythm almost imperceptible. Just as Aoyagi's mind began to wander, Ruan-mei suddenly ceased her movements. He was momentarily stunned before regaining his composure. Success? However, Ruan-mei shook her head gently. No, it failed. An unforeseen complication arose. She explained, the information carried within chakra is not loosely dispersed. It constitutes a complete system. I initially believed I could inject the mouse's life data as one would input new data into a container. But in practice, any foreign information inserted is uncontrollably interfered with by the original data stream. You can think of it as trying to write a new passage on a paper already filled with writing. The existing text does not remain still. Instead, it flows and compresses the newly written content. The result is that the newly inscribed information structure becomes severely disrupted. Aoyagi frowned. So the resurrected entity would have problems? Exactly. Ruan-mei nodded bluntly. If the writing is forcibly completed, the life form reconstructed from this chakra will inevitably suffer varying degrees of contamination and distortion. Mild cases cause cognitive bias. Severe cases lead to structural collapse or even grotesque, unpredictable aberrations. At this point, she furrowed her brow slightly, evidently aware that the issue ran deeper. I suspect this is not a natural phenomenon. It seems more like a pre-designed protective mechanism. Her gaze fell upon the chakra sphere, her tone cooler than before. If the Otsutsuki clan inherently possesses the ability to store and reconstruct life information through chakra, they would have surely considered how to prevent their data from being tampered with upon future resurrection. Therefore, they likely embedded an anti-interference structural mechanism within the chakra's foundation. Any attempt to write new information externally is automatically regarded as foreign, rejected, or even distorted by the original system. She shook her head slightly as she concluded. I cannot yet determine how long it will take to crack this structure. Could be swift or far more troublesome than anticipated. Upon hearing this, Aoyagi felt little disappointment. After all, this was an entirely novel research direction. Initial failures were to be expected. Only interference? The word suddenly brought his own ability to mind. Domination. If his talent was comprehensive control from structure to underlying logic, might this interference and rejection be artificially regulated as well? The thought spontaneously rose, and almost instinctively, Aoyagi raised his hand again. In the next instant, he condensed another sphere of chakra and extended it toward Ruan-mei. I didn't fully understand the problem you described, so I tried something based on my own understanding. Ruan-mei lifted her eyes to him. Aoyagi continued, I attempted to carve out a relatively independent space within the chakra. But I'm uncertain whether this counts as success. You take a look. As his words fell, a flicker of surprise crossed Ruan Mei's eyes. You can do that? Yet she did not immediately question him further. Instead, she reached out and took the chakra sphere. Bowing her head, she began her analysis. At first, her expression remained calm. But within seconds, subtle changes appeared in her demeanor. Seeing this, Aoyagi's confidence wavered. What? Is it no good? He scratched his nose, his tone uncharacteristically hesitant. If it doesn't work, that's fine. I'm no expert in this area. I was just experimenting based on my own ideas. No. Ruan Mei suddenly interrupted him. You succeeded. Aoyagi was taken aback. What? Holding the chakra sphere? Ruan Mei's voice, though still restrained, quickened slightly. Or rather, this result surpasses my original expectations. As I said earlier, it's like a paper already filled with writing, with the text constantly shifting. Under such conditions, any new content is disrupted. However, with your method, the already filled paper has been placed inside an independent box. And outside this box, you have provided me with a blank sheet of paper. She turned to Aoyagi, her gaze earnest. Now I can easily import the mouse's life information. Aoyagi was stunned. Honestly, he had merely tried on a whim, and it actually worked. At the thought, he felt a bit dazed himself. So we can proceed with the experiment now? Ruan Mei nodded gently. Yes. Her eyes returned to a calm, collected state as she observed the chakra sphere in her hands. Moreover, the experimental value was now far greater than before. With the first experience under their belt, and Aoyagi's successful isolation of the carrier space, the second experiment advanced noticeably faster. The entire process took less than 1 system hour. Under Ruan Mei's manipulation, the mouse's life information was swiftly encoded into the chakra, life essence included. At last, Ruan Mei exhaled softly and withdrew her fingers from the console. It is complete. She did not pause for long. Almost the very instant she confirmed the result, she swiftly turned her gaze toward Aoyagi. Quickly. Employ your ability to recreate this little white mouse. Her words came faster than usual. I need to immediately compare how much difference there is between the life reproduced through chakra and the original individual. Aoyagi was already prepared to act but glanced at her upon hearing this. From the time she left the library until now, through 2 consecutive rounds of intense experiments, she had scarcely stopped. Although her face still betrayed no sign of fatigue and her demeanor remained composed, Aoyagi instinctively voiced his concern. Do you want to rest for a moment? You have been working intensely for quite some time. Ruan Mei barely hesitated and shook her head decisively. No need. Her response was resolute. Unless something unexpected happens, this set of experiments can pause here for the time being. There is no need to postpone the crucial verification. Moreover, the waiting before obtaining results is itself a loss of efficiency. This remark was quintessentially Ruan Mei. Aoyagi could not help but smile upon hearing it. All right then, as long as you know what you're doing. With that, he wasted no further time and raised his hand to commence the manipulation of yin-yang release. He was no stranger to the process of recreating life. However, this time, unlike the previous occasions when he merely used an existing template to produce the Ninetales, his perception was markedly sharper. As chakra gathered in his palm and the power of yin-yang release gradually activated, Aoyagi distinctly sensed 2 different sets of information. One was akin to before, presumably the information left behind by the Ninetales. The other was entirely unfamiliar, unquestionably the data recently encoded from the little white mouse. It truly could be distinguished. Aoyagi mused with a slight stir in his heart. As he manipulated the power, he could not help but marvel inwardly. The Otsutsuki clan's creations, in a certain sense, were absurdly useful. Encoding life information into chakra and then dispersing it, so long as the conditions were right, enabled replication on another vessel, much like data transfer. This ability was practically unstoppable. No wonder those beings were not truly dead even when slain. They could still resurrect through mechanisms like the wedge on others. Yet, beyond his admiration, a somewhat peculiar thought surfaced in Aoyagi's mind. The Otsutsuki clan's development in this aspect seemed incomplete. If they could resurrect as information data within others, why not take a step further and fabricate a body for themselves? Even if additional conditions were required, it would be far freer than relying on parasitizing others. Just like the Ninetales, tailed beasts could reconstruct their bodies through chakra and information. The humans of the shinobi world, though of a lower tier and originating from the divine tree system, were not entirely disconnected at their core. In theory, they might also tread this path. Of course, these thoughts flashed only momentarily in Aoyagi's mind. When it came to action, he remained focused. After a brief moment, A living little white mouse appeared on the laboratory bench. Yet, unlike the original flesh and blood creature, this mouse was a pure energy form. It twitched its whiskers in mild bewilderment, then wiggled its nose, placed its 4 limbs on the surface, and surprisingly took a couple of steps lightly and naturally. Aoyagi raised his brow. It worked. Almost simultaneously, Ruan-mei extended her hand to catch the newly resurrected mouse. A series of tests, observations, and recordings followed in quick succession. Standing nearby, Aoyagi watched her examine the mouse. His curiosity piqued. Was this little creature truly the same as the original? Of course, this delved into the realm of idealism. It was like replacing a car's parts one by one every day. After several years, if every component had been changed, was it still the same car? Fortunately, the method of inspection was not complicated, at least for Ruan-mei. Before long, she ceased her actions, switched off the recording device, and turned to face Aoyagi. The preliminary experiment has succeeded. Her tone was calm, yet the results themselves spoke volumes. This was already a remarkably ideal milestone. The little white mouse reproduced through chakra exhibited no significant change in its basic habits. The behavioral patterns it had been trained to perform were fully preserved. Moreover, it could normally receive external information and respond to environmental stimuli. Aoyagi listened attentively and then inquired, so, at least in terms of behavior, there is no difference from the original? From the current data, yes, Ruan-mei nodded but did not elaborate further. However, whether the inheritance of consciousness is absolutely complete cannot yet be concluded. The cognitive complexity of animal samples is too low to support deeper judgment. She looked at the mouse and continued, if you want to verify whether it perfectly inherits the consciousness it had while alive, it is best to conduct experiments on living humans. Aoyagi's eyelid twitched slightly at the mention of human experiments. Although he knew this was the most rational next step, hearing it calmly stated by Ruan-mei still carried a subtle impact. Nonetheless, he did not dwell on it and instead considered a more pragmatic question. What about other aspects? He looked at the little mouse moving about normally. For instance, consumption cannot exist out of thin air, right? It must eat or pay some other price. Ruan-mei had clearly considered this question. Its existence requires chakra to sustain it. In other words, from the moment it is created, every fraction of a second it exists continuously consumes chakra. Her gaze fixed on Aoyagi. Although you have abundant chakra, the amount you can afford to expend remains limited. The more replicated individuals there are and the longer they are maintained, the greater the pressure. Aoyagi nodded and then attempted to sense the chakra stored within his ring. Indeed, some had been depleted. Moreover, this reduction was not a one-time consumption at creation but a continuous, slow drain. He quickly grasped the issue. The reason the Ninetales chakra seemed inexhaustible within the shinobi world was due to the external chakra environment present there, which it could absorb and recycle. Once outside the shinobi world and back here without external chakra support, every use of ninjutsu was a unilateral expenditure. Even with his substantial reserves, he could not afford limitless squandering. The theory was sound. Yet, to truly develop this technique into a complete system, many aspects still required refinement. Nonetheless, the preliminary experiment's success was already astonishing. Reflecting on this, Aoyagi became increasingly certain of one thing. From this day forward, he and Ruan-mei were effectively bound by this technology, at least for the present stage. Whenever this research was concerned, he was indispensable. Perhaps not forever. With the abilities of Ruan-mei and Kuroto, a substitute plan might eventually be derived, or even a full replication of his operation. But that was a matter for the future. During this early, most critical window, his importance was unequivocal. And even this brief interval was ample for him to accomplish a great deal. With that thought, Aoyagi's spirits lifted noticeably. Consequently, the look he cast upon Ruan-mei grew unmistakably eager. Ruan-mei evidently sensed this, yet she neither shied away nor displayed any superfluous reaction. She merely glanced at the time with natural composure before calmly saying, "If you wish to wait here for a moment, I'll go take a bath first and then change into fresh clothes." She lowered her gaze to assess her current state. "In this condition, I doubt I meet the beauty you expect." Aoyagi. To be honest, Ruan-mei's cool and aloof demeanor combined with the lab coat already perfectly suited his aesthetic. If he were to speak frankly, there was no need for her to bother changing at all. Yet the issue was that, after uttering those words, Ruan-mei afforded him no opportunity to respond. She turned on her heel and strode away, as if resolutely determined. Aoyagi stood rooted, mouth agape, ultimately failing to utter a single word. Only when her figure vanished behind the door on the opposite side did he let out a wry sigh. What kind of reward was this for having accompanied her all this time? However, upon reflection, The slight unease in his heart swiftly gave way to justified confidence. In the past, he had felt a pang of guilt for taking advantage of the situation. But now it was different. This experiment had progressed to such a stage through his genuine efforts. Given that, admiring the other's exquisite beauty a little was hardly excessive, was it? This was called a reasonable recompense. With this thought, Aoyagi's mood brightened further. He glanced around the room, and his gaze ultimately settled upon the little ninetails curled up in the corner. The tiny creature remained in its original spot, clutching a snack and savoring it with evident delight. Seeing it so well cared for, Aoyagi felt a twinge of imbalance. He had been bustling about, employing both brain and hands, yet the fox was enjoying itself more than anyone else. "You're quite at ease, aren't you?"
Aoyagi approached, bent over,
and swiftly snatched the pastry from its mouth with deft fingers. The ninetails was momentarily stunned, mouth agape for 2 seconds. Holding the treat, Aoyagi tapped its small nose and declared unabashedly, "What are you staring at? What are you eating? I took you in, yet you're still eating." The ninetails bit down on Aoyagi's finger and retorted, "You really don't treat me like a human being." Exploration level, 489, cooldown time, 18 hours 56 minutes 36 seconds. Seizing the rare lull, Aoyagi casually summoned his panel once more. A pale blue holographic screen unfolded before his eyes, displaying data nearly identical to when he had left the ninja world. This outcome was not too surprising. The panel did not record what others did at his behest, but rather what he himself had genuinely achieved. That was reasonable. After all, if it counted the former, the room for manipulation would be far too great. Aoyagi closed the panel with a flick, then glanced sideways at the little ninetails. The creature had just tussled with him fiercely moments ago, yet now it had resumed its relaxed fox demeanor, curling back onto the cushion with its tail coiled and an utterly carefree expression. Watching it, Aoyagi casually asked, "What did you do today? What kind of research did she conduct on you?" Upon hearing this, the ninetails twitched its ears, then spread its tiny paws outward. "What else? I just spent the whole day being toyed with by that lady. Such a beautiful woman." Aoyagi's eye twitched slightly. "Your survival instinct kicks in pretty fast." "Huh?" The ninetails was completely oblivious, even speaking with a certain sentimentality. But honestly, it was quite awkward at first. Being turned over and over, and having all sorts of strange things gestured at me. Who wouldn't he feel awkward? Yet once I dropped my pride and threw aside my dignity, it was actually quite enjoyable. Aoyagi fell silent for a moment. "That sounds odd." "What's odd about it?" The ninetails retorted indignantly. "I don't have any beast rights anyway." Saying this, it complied by rolling over and exposing its belly. Aoyagi bent down to look, and was momentarily taken aback. Beneath that soft fur, embedded faintly, was a tawny yellow object resembling an energy core. Its color closely matched the creature's own pelt, making it nearly imperceptible without close inspection. "What is this?" Aoyagi crouched and reached out to part the fur on its belly. The ninetails beamed proudly and tapped the tawny core with its paw. This is my reward." She said, "It's the compensation for cooperating with today's research. Apparently, it's an accidental byproduct from when she was simulating that Amber King thing, trying to imbue a piece of inanimate stone with consciousness." The ninetails racked its memory. "Anyway, she explained it to me for ages, babbling a lot of stuff I didn't understand. I'm just a fox. How would I know these things?" Aoyagi was amused by its expression and poked the tawny core with his finger. "What exactly does it do? Does it give you a shield?" "How would I know?" The ninetails' ears perked up instantly, but the shock lasted only briefly. The next moment, its expression changed dramatically, tail nearly curling to the sky. "I'm telling you, though it's flawed and not perfect, that shield is seriously tough. I feel like if I went back to the ninja world now, I could easily hang that ninetails guy up and thrash him. Don't even mention the tailed beast orb. Even if he smoked his throat out, he probably couldn't break my shield." Laughter erupted uncontrollably from the ninetails, shaking its entire body. However, mid-laugh, the sound of a door opening came from the entrance. Yuan Mei emerged from the inner room, freshly bathed. Her hair still bore traces of dampness, the ends gently clinging to her shoulders. She wore a thin, casual blouse. Even as Aoyagi stared intently, she showed no sign of fluster. Her eyes met his with their usual serene calm. Yet, in this moment, that clarity bestowed upon her an indescribable allure. Aoyagi felt that his earlier mental justification for a reasonable reward suddenly made perfect sense. It was truly deserved. Meanwhile, the little ninetails clearly noticed Yuan Mei as well. Instinctively, it retracted its belly and sat upright with impeccable posture. The speed of its change in expression made Aoyagi want to applaud. Yuan Mei's gaze settled briefly upon the Ninetales before she turned to Aoyagi and explained calmly. Without your consent, though it was the little one's own request. That device is a byproduct from one of my previous experiments. The raw materials were purchased from a blue-haired merchant. Aoyagi's heart stirred slightly upon hearing this. Blue-haired merchant? No need to guess who. According to her, those were fragments left behind by the city builder. Initially, she had thought they might be shards shed from the creeper's body and attempted to awaken consciousness in them. But it turned out to be merely an ordinary stone influenced by preservation. While speaking, she had reached the table and picked up a tool for drying hair. Aoyagi hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward. Let me do it, he said as he reached out to take the tool from her hand. Yuan Mei looked up at him briefly. After a moment, she did not refuse. Instead, she relaxed her grip naturally, allowing Aoyagi to take it. She acknowledged softly. Aoyagi stood quietly behind her, deliberately softening his movements as he carefully blew on her hair. The strands slipped through his fingers, still carrying a trace of dampness and a faint fragrance, the scent of plum blossoms. It was unmistakably Yuan Mei. As Aoyagi gently smoothed the ends of her hair, he listened attentively as she continued speaking. Although it was just an ordinary stone, and ultimately it never gained consciousness, it led me to an unexpected discovery. The fate involved in preservation does not necessarily pertain to a single distinct individual. Rather, it resembles a meaning collectively directed by the will of a group. For instance, the stone itself is unremarkable. What is special is the protective will once entrusted upon it by those city builders. Aoyagi did not pause his motions, quietly absorbing her words. If my conjecture is correct, that group of city builders was, in the process of constructing the city, inherently safeguarding something vital. It is precisely this sufficiently pure will that drew the Amber King's glance. And the city they built was thereby imbued with the significance of preservation. That fragment of stone, though minuscule and seemingly insignificant, still counts as a product influenced by preservation. She paused, gently raising her hand to point towards the small nine-tailed fox. So, I performed a simple modification and adaptation on it. Although its power is not strong, and far from complete, because its fundamental nature leans towards preservation, can be used repeatedly. Upon hearing this, Aoyagi's mind began to piece things together. So, it periodically restores itself and provides a shield for the wearer? Exactly.
Yuan Mei nodded.
Simply put, it automatically accumulates power at intervals to offer a layer of protection for the wearer. Its strength is limited, but sufficient to save a life in critical moments. Moreover, there are no obvious side effects. Without hesitation, Aoyagi responded naturally, truly worthy of you, Ms. Yuan Mei. Speaking this compliment felt utterly natural to him. Yet, as the words left his mouth, a sudden silence fell over the room. Yuan Mei did not reply immediately. She merely turned her face slightly aside, remaining silent for a moment before speaking slowly and deliberately. My hair should have dried long ago. Aoyagi's movements froze abruptly. For an instant, the atmosphere in the room grew subtly charged. Then, quite naturally, she asked again, is this the reward you desire? Seeing Yuan Mei mention a reward once more, Aoyagi's heart stirred slightly, and his courage swelled somewhat. He halted his actions and gazed at the calm profile reflected in the mirror, tentatively speaking. Ms. Yuan Mei, you emphasize reward so much. Is it because you worry I might treat such trivial matters as favors, only to leverage them against you later? Yuan Mei looked at him quietly for a moment before gently shaking her head. No, although we have not known each other long, I can roughly discern your character. You're unlikely to do such a thing. Aoyagi was momentarily taken aback, feeling an inexplicable warmth within. Seeing his silence, Yuan Mei continued, it's merely a habit of mine. When you give, you should receive in return. Exchanges ought to be equitable. As for the compensation I am willing to offer, I prefer to call it a reward. Aoyagi nodded thoughtfully. So, if I declined the reward, you wouldn't think much of it? No. Yuan Mei shook her head again, though she admitted she might feel somewhat uneasy. Her gaze was calm, yet she added, if possible, I still hope you accept the reward from me. It makes it easier for me to confirm that our relationship remains balanced. Upon hearing this, a memory suddenly flickered through Aoyagi's mind. He recalled Yuan Mei's backstory. As a child, she was rewarded with a plum blossom cake for completing a task assigned by her grandmother. After her parents' passing, she immersed herself in life research due to an unfulfilled promise. In a sense, her later insistence on rewards may have been more than habit. To complete something is to deserve something. Efforts must be recognized and responses fulfilled. With this thought, Aoyagi's eyes shifted slightly. He looked at Yuan Mei and slowed his tone. Then may I understand that within the scope of rewards, I may ask for anything? Exactly. Ruan-mei answered without hesitation, as straightforward as ever, as long as it is within reasonable bounds. She lifted her eyes to meet his. So what is it that you desire? Oyagi's heart skipped a beat under her gaze. He lowered his head with a smile, and as he resumed tidying her long hair, he gently gathered her strands to one side. Then, his hand rested lightly on her shoulder, pressing down with measured firmness. Ruan-mei's body tensed noticeably for a moment. She turned her face and lifted her eyes towards Aoyagi, her clear gaze almost cold in its composure. You want my body? She pondered for a few seconds before adding. If that is your request, the bargaining chip you currently offer is insufficient. You would need to owe me another favor. Furthermore, under the premise of no threat to your life, you must cooperate with one of my experiments without compensation. Oyagi was completely caught off guard. The atmosphere, which had been tinged with tentative flirtation, shattered utterly by Ruan-mei's near-pricing response. For a moment, he did not know whether to feel helpless or amazed. Indeed, this was Ruan-mei. Had anyone else heard such words, they might have been slapped. But she, instead of anger, casually laid out the terms of the deal. Oyagi let out a wry smile, easing the pressure in his hands as he began massaging her tense shoulders and neck. You misunderstand. I just noticed you working continuously for a long time and wanted to help you relax. He spoke candidly, and there was a genuine sincerity in his tone. An exchange of courtesies. Later, you can massage me in return. Consider it your reward for cooperating with my experiment. How does that sound? Ruan-mei listened quietly, her eyes scanning the hand resting on her shoulder, and mercilessly called him out. You're taking advantage of me. Oyagi's embarrassment was so natural that even a rebuttal felt awkward. Moreover, Ruan-mei continued, I don't feel tired right now. At least not to the extent that I need a massage. However, if your only request is that I massage you, I can accept that. Hearing this, Aoyagi inexplicably felt his courage grow a little more. He paused, deliberately slowing his speech. Then how about including last time? You said you still owed me a reward. I'll use that to exchange for your massage now, and today's massage will be your payment for helping me relax. He lowered his head to look at her, a hint of amusement in his voice. That is not too much to ask, is it? Ruan-mei was silent for a moment, her gaze falling upon the hands on her shoulder. After several seconds, she sighed softly. If you insist, then very well. Oyagi's lips curved slightly upward. This time, he said no more, quietly continuing to knead her shoulders and neck. From the shoulders to the arms, down to the joints stiffened by prolonged standing and operating equipment. At first, Ruan-mei kept her eyes open, but gradually, her eyelashes lowered, and the tension in her body eased. Though she claimed not to be tired, her subtle physical responses betrayed her true state. After a while, Aoyagi spoke softly. Ms. Ruan-mei, please raise your leg. You've been standing for quite some time, so your leg muscles must be somewhat tense. Ruan-mei, who had been half closing her eyes, slowly opened them. She looked up at Aoyagi, her gaze lingering for a long moment before she finally uttered, next time you could just say it straight. Oyagi's heart skipped a beat. Although the words sounded like a rebuke, she did not refuse. He dared not respond too quickly. Instead, he cleared his throat lightly, pretending not to catch the underlying meaning, and tentatively reached out to gently support her slender ankle. Seeing that she neither withdrew nor resisted, Aoyagi finally exhaled in relief. The instant his fingertips made contact, his breath involuntarily softened. It was pale and tender, like touching a piece of fine jade, the skin so delicate that not a trace of roughness could be felt. He tried his best to maintain a composed expression as his palm slowly pressed against her ankle, easing the tightness in her ankle and calf bit by bit. Ruan-mei said nothing, quietly watching him. Her gaze remained calm, yet there was an indescribable depth to it, more so than usual. Though Aoyagi's face remained solemn, his mind was already in turmoil, especially as the sensation became clearer. Uncontrollable and chaotic thoughts flashed through his mind. The size was probably small. The bone structure was beautiful, the lines perfectly symmetrical. If used for stepping on the back, Aoyagi. Ruan-mei suddenly spoke. Aoyagi froze and immediately snapped back to attention. What's wrong? Ruan-mei's expression was impassive. You were spacing out just now, and I only agreed to let you massage me. Aoyagi. The atmosphere was veering toward an incredibly strange direction, yet Ruan-mei simply gazed quietly at him. After a moment, she deliberately added, if this is the reward you want, at least behave with some focus. The next morning, Aoyagi was sleeping soundly. Suddenly, a slap landed on his face. The force was light, hardly painful, but that familiar touch made him instantly react. Little Black Tower, I know it's you, he accused with tousled hair, voice filled with grievance. You ruined my beautiful dream. Standing by the bedside, little Black Tower looked at him expressionlessly. She pointed at the obviously out-of-place pink and white large bed beneath him and asked deliberately, "Why are you sleeping in Ruanme's room, lying on her bed?" Oyagi was momentarily stunned. Then memories from the previous night gradually returned. Right. After the experiment yesterday, he had massaged Ruanmei until very late. Later, when it was her turn to massage him, he had intended to endure and enjoy it for a while longer, but due to the prolonged treatment and the exquisite comfort, he had unknowingly fallen asleep. So it was Ruanmei who moved him onto the bed? Oyagi glanced down at the quilt covering him and then sensed the faint lingering fragrance around him, instantly feeling a subtle satisfaction rise within. No wonder he had such a high-quality dream last night. The source of it all was right here. This bedding truly smelled delightful. But soon, another question surfaced in his mind. Wait a minute. If he was sleeping in Ruanmei's room, why wasn't she the protagonist in his dream? Why did the dream feature Yao Guang instead? Oyagi furrowed his brows, feeling increasingly uneasy. Logically, having just received Ruanmei's reward last night, even in a dream, the content should have been closer to reality. Yet someone he had never met appeared instead. Could it be that important figure from the immortal vessel, by means of some exhaustive observation array, had traced some clue into his dream to gather intelligence? As soon as this speculation arose, Aoyagi felt a sharp ache in his teeth. But then he soon relaxed. Let them spy if they want. After all, in the dream, he had pretty much praised hunting from start to finish, almost like having the words "I am not familiar with abundance" carved in big letters on his forehead. If they really saw that, it might even count as a peculiar kind of declaration. While his thoughts were flying in all directions, little Black Tower was clearly growing impatient. "What are you thinking about?" She crossed her arms and slightly raised her chin. "First, explain clearly why you were sleeping on Ruanmei's bed." Then her gaze sharpened as she pressed on. "And where did you put Ruanmei?" Only then did Aoyagi fully come back to himself. He pulled back the quilt and sat up on the bed, his tone resigned. "I honestly don't know. After the experiment yesterday, Ruanmei and I talked for quite a while. Then I was just too tired and fell asleep. She probably saw me nod off and moved me onto the bed." Little Black Tower's brows relaxed slightly as she nodded. "That makes sense. What was I thinking just now?" She gave Aoyagi a once-over, her tone full of disdain. "For a brat like you, even if you're somewhat special, you're still far from making Ruanmei willingly offer herself to you." "Oyagi, why do those words hurt so much? And I did touch her leg yesterday." However, he didn't bother arguing with little Black Tower on this matter, mainly because he knew he couldn't win. As he got up and tidied his clothes, he followed the thread of conversation and asked, "So you came looking for me early this morning just for this?" "Of course not." Little Black Tower waved her hand dismissively and swiftly returned to the main topic. "Enough nonsense. How's the situation with the Star Corps hunters?" Upon mentioning this, Oyagi's expression turned somewhat serious. He shrugged. "They gave me 2 pieces of intelligence and want me to take Silver Wolf to the ninja world. Although the information might not all be true, or at least not complete, their request itself isn't difficult. I plan to make contact first. After all, even if they turn out to be enemies, it's better to put them out in the open than to let them hide and occasionally attack me from behind." Little Black Tower nodded approvingly. "Not too dumb." She paused, then added, "I've dealt with that Silver Wolf before. Honestly, she's basically a high-level internet addict. As long as you can divert her attention and get her interested in something else, the Star Corps hunters won't necessarily have the energy to target you specifically." Upon hearing this, Aoyagi immediately realized that this little Black Tower was actually the real Black Tower remotely controlling her. If there was ever a moment to express loyalty, it was now. "Truly, Lady Black Tower, your wisdom shines like the stars. Your insight into human nature is so precise and unique. Praise to Black Tower. Admiration for Black Tower, devotion to Black Tower." "Stop, stop, stop." Little Black Tower waved her hand with disdain. "Don't give me that crap. Since Ruanmei isn't here, come with me to the office first. That surprise I promised you earlier? I just happen to have time now, so I'll give it to you all at once so you won't bother me later." At these words, Oyagi's eyes instantly brightened. Almost reflexively, he stood up straight with his legs together. "Received. I'm on my way." No sooner had he spoken than he vanished from the spot in a blink. With a swift whoosh, he reappeared standing in the Black Tower's office. The Black Tower herself showed no surprise. She didn't even lift an eyelid. Casually, she picked up an object from the desk and tossed it toward Aoyagi. Then Aoyagi instinctively reached out and caught it. Lowering his gaze, he discovered it was a wristband of simple design yet imbued with a strikingly technological aura. The piece was predominantly silver and black, with extremely fine blue light patterns flowing along its edges. This is an improved model based on that old relic I showed you earlier, Black Tower explained casually. That original robot, while possessing some combat capability, was too rigid in its modes, with poor adaptability and feedback control. This one I modified during some free time. It's a personally controlled type. Simply put, you can consider it a custom-made version tailored specifically for you. As she spoke, she cast a glance at Aoyagi. It has all the necessary functions. You'll have to experiment with the exact parameters and usage yourself. Don't expect me to explain everything to you bit by bit. After hearing this, Aoyagi's breathing grew noticeably quicker. If the previous Gundam-class robot that moved autonomously had already stirred his heart so deeply, then this obviously more advanced, personally operable model hit every single one of his interests to the core. This was no longer a mere surprise. It was a critical hit. In Black Tower's presence, unable to contain his emotions, he immediately cradled the wristband tenderly, rubbing it gently before solemnly planting a kiss on it. Black Tower, observing Aoyagi's pathetic display, fell silent for 2 seconds before raising a hand to rub her temple. If you want to study it, go back to your room and do it. Don't be an eyesore in front of me. Aoyagi nodded repeatedly, clutching the wristband as he prepared to withdraw. Understood. But after taking a couple of steps, as if suddenly recalling something, he abruptly stopped and turned back to ask seriously, Miss Black Tower. She raised an eyebrow. You'd better have a reason. With a sincere expression and a tone tinged with solemnity, Aoyagi said, From now on, I intend to replace all the posters in my room with your photos. When I open my eyes, it's you. When I close them, it's still you. Let the great Miss Black Tower forever illuminate my spiritual world. Get lost. Black Tower finally lost her patience and cut him off. Immediately compliant, Aoyagi replied, Alrighty. The next moment he vanished without a trace. Transforming into his Gundam form, Aoyagi struck a pose with serious intent. The metallic frame bore sharp lines and a flamboyant stance. Merely standing there exuded a romance no man could resist. Growing increasingly satisfied, he even began contemplating striking a more dashing pose when his communicator suddenly emitted a notification sound. Pausing, Aoyagi opened the message interface. Galactic Baseball Hero. Brother Aoi. Black Swan has something to tell us, so we're leaving first. Galactic Baseball Hero. By the way, Black Swan is a rememberer from the Flowing Light Memory Garden. I'll introduce you to when there's a chance. Beneath the messages, a photo was attached. Aoyagi clicked on the image and zoomed in. The woman in the photo was elegant and enigmatic, her aura imbued with a hazy quality that seemed to exist beyond reality. Utterly mysterious. Yet he still preferred Sister Goose's photo, the one captioned, so I made my move. Of course, given the timing of Sister Goose seeking out the starry train, there was no doubt she was indeed preparing to take action. With this in mind, Aoyagi said nothing further, deactivated his Gundam form, opened the chat window, and replied, I must survive. Travel safely. I must survive. If I ever go to another world, I'll bring you a gift. Just as he sent the messages and hadn't yet put down the communicator, another notification popped up. Game King. Hey, are you ready yet? Game King. It's already the 3rd day today. Give me a specific time. Seeing the name, Aoyagi was momentarily taken aback. Silver Wolf? But the surprise lasted only a moment before he recalled the arrangement he had made with the Star Corps hunters. Lowering his head, he typed a reply. I must survive. About 1 more system hour. I'll remind you when I'm ready to depart. The message was sent, and the other side quickly showed it had been read. Then, nothing followed. Read but no reply. Such people were utterly detestable and deserved a severe lesson. Venting to the empty air, Aoyagi then looked down at the Gundam he was piloting. His gaze filled with reluctance. My little darling, I truly wish to spend a little more time with you, but unfortunately, I have pressing matters to attend to. Rest assured, when I return, you'll be the first thing I come to see. After this somewhat sentimental declaration, Aoyagi finally stored away the Gundam to his satisfaction and turned toward Ruan Mei's room. A moment later, in the corridor of the space station, Aoyagi was walking forward when he happened to encounter Ruan Mei returning to her room. She was still clad in her experimental attire, her expression calm, clutching a neatly organized stack of documents. Seeing Aoyagi, she paused briefly and then turned her head to ask, Are you about to depart? Then wait for a moment. I'll back up the experiment records first. Aoyagi instinctively inquired, Miss Ruan Mei, you haven't slept all night and went to conduct experiments again? As she approached her door, Ruan Mei calmly explained, No, I just woke up earlier today. I happened to have a new inspiration, so I took the opportunity to supplement some experiment records. She paused for a moment before adding, I saw you were sleeping deeply, so I didn't disturb you. Aoyagi's steps faltered slightly. Sleeping deeply? Did that mean they had actually shared the same bed last night? His mouth opened slightly, nearly blurting out the question. But he quickly suppressed the impulse. Never mind. Some things are truly unnecessary to probe into, especially matters that, once questioned, might cause one's heartbeat to falter and even cloud one's judgment. Better to remain a beautiful mystery. With that thought, his gaze swept over Wan Mei once more. Seeing that she still wore her lab coat, he refrained from following her into the room. Then you get things sorted. I'll return to my room to prepare some things and message you later. Wan Mei nodded. All right. The door opened and closed, and the two parted briefly. After turning away, Aoyagi did not forget to seek out his other golden ally. Miss Black Tower, besides chakra, is there anything else you need me to bring back? This time, I'm preparing to work with Miss Wan Mei to attempt the resurrection of the Otsutsuki clan of the ninja world. That should count as an alternative form of an immortal species. If you're interested, I can bring back some of her tissue samples when I return. Upon hearing this, Black Tower clapped her hands together. You've reminded me of something. The technology you're currently developing essentially uses chakra to achieve life extension. If applied properly, it is indeed valuable and capable of attracting quite a few factions. But I must warn you. Black Tower paused, her tone noticeably more serious. This technology bears similarities to certain methods employed by the Flowing Light Memory Garden. If you lack sufficient self-protection capabilities, it's best not to let this become widely known in the short term. I can look after you, yes, but I can't be orbiting you 24 hours a day. Reading these words, the light-hearted expression Aoyagi had initially worn gradually faded, replaced by a more restrained seriousness. He naturally understood what Black Tower was alluding to, although the publicly available information regarding Glowing Memory Court was not particularly abundant. It was already known that the Black Swan and the Dahlia were indisputably formidable figures. Sister Goose was still concealing her true strength, but the Dahlia's casual methods of deleting or even altering others' memories were utterly insidious and impossible to guard against. He would not die, no. He definitely would not die, but that did not mean nothing could go wrong. Once one's memories were tampered with, the best possible outcome might be reduced to becoming a mere puppet clad in one's own shell. At that moment, his gaze toward Black Tower grew several degrees more fervent. Lady Black Tower, your care for me truly leaves me at a loss as to how I might ever repay you. Shut up. Black Tower cut him off coldly before he could finish speaking. As long as you obediently provide me with inspiration, I will not treat you unfairly. Her tone remained brisk, even tinged with impatience. Yet Aoyen smiled upon hearing this. Understood. I shall henceforth exert myself even more diligently to shine brightly for the great Lady Black Tower. Black Tower sneered, evidently immune to his show of loyalty by now. Enough of this useless chatter. Focus on getting the task done first. Right as Aoyen was about to leave, Black Tower suddenly seemed to recall something, casually tossing a string of beads toward him. Instinctively, Aoyen reached out and caught them, lowering his gaze to find himself utterly stunned on the spot. What kind of Buddhist prayer beads were these? They were clearly a string of eyeballs, one white, one red, intertwined with one another, adorned with tiny embellishments in between. At first glance, an eerie sensation washed over him, but after staring for a few moments, Aoyen found this object strangely exquisite, even possessing a bizarre yet intricate beauty. He shook the string of prayer beads in his hand and looked up at Black Tower. These are... Black Tower crossed her arms and explained, you remember that red eye I mentioned? I told them to notify me once ID made progress in my research, right? Well, this thing yielded results just a few days ago. She lifted her chin slightly, her red eyes unusual and distinctive. To put it simply, these eyes, when subjected to external stimuli, adaptively activate corresponding abilities. There are 3 pairs of eyes in total. I simulated 3 different methods of stimulation. The first is triggered by anger. Eyes born of such emotions manifest the ability to emit black flames. These flames do not extinguish naturally but can be contained without much difficulty, so the danger level is not very high. Hearing this, Aoyen glanced down at the red eyeballs in the string and twitched the corner of his mouth. Black flames that do not extinguish easily but are easy to isolate. Well, I senti this just Amaterasu. Black Tower continued without pause. The second is stimulated by love. This one is somewhat interesting. It has the power to heal inflicted wounds. Its effect resembles the blessings of fertility, but ultimately it is only restorative. It does not confer true immortality. If the injury exceeds a certain threshold, death still ensues. Aoyen's expression subtly shifted upon hearing this. Black Tower pressed on. As for the third, this one is the most peculiar. I tried simulating the triggering condition with void, or more precisely, extreme loneliness. The ability it finally activates is the alteration of others' perceptions. Aoyen's eyes flickered. Altering perception? Black Tower elaborated, I conducted experiments. That I can cause a person to experience a full century of loneliness in an instant. Moreover, this state cannot be broken free from by the individual. It can only be forcibly ended by external intervention. However, for those with mystery or memory fate attributes, this eye has little effect. At best, it is an interesting collectible. She glanced at the string of beads and nodded toward them. I kept one as a collectible. The rest I strung together for you. When you return to the shinobi world later, just relay a message to those folks for me. This genius never owes anyone favors. Aoyen turned the eyeball string over in his hands, momentarily unsure where to begin his criticisms. Should he mock Black Tower for having thoroughly researched the Mangekyo Sharingan? Or should he ridicule her for actually fashioning such a thing into a bracelet? Despite his thoughts, he ventured to ask, what about the white ones? Black Tower waved her hand dismissively, clearly uninterested. The white eye's abilities might hold some value in less technologically advanced worlds. For instance, observing cellular structures with the naked eye, performing ultra-precise operations, or conducting high-precision surgeries. But these are tasks that even any ordinary automaton can accomplish nowadays. Since they lack special significance, they are not worth my time to study. She cast a sidelong glance at Aoyen. Besides, I Haven T agreed to fulfill all their requests. Why should I waste my effort on things that don't interest me? Aoyen instantly understood. Lady Black Tower was like this. If she found something intriguing, even casually, she could produce a host of astonishing results. If not, she simply tossed it aside without a care. As for these Mangekyo Sharingan eyes redeveloped by Black Tower herself, Aoyen briefly assessed them. Except for the last ability, the century-long loneliness, none held much appeal for him. Amaterasu? Honestly, it was far less satisfying than personally piloting a Gundam to storm the enemy and deliver a fierce elbow strike. The healing ability was even more superfluous. He already revered fertility, so a bit of restorative power was hardly necessary. Having finished her explanation, Black Tower, seeing that Aoyen had no further questions, lazily waved her hand toward him. If there is nothing else, be on your way. I'm going to sleep. Aoyen glanced at the panel instinctively. The cooldown time had less than 10 minutes remaining. He then put away the eyeball bracelet and nodded to Black Tower. Then I shall take my leave. Lady Black Tower, please take care of yourself. If I discover anything interesting later, I will certainly bring it back for you. Go ahead. Black Tower responded casually, raising her chin slightly, her tone still devoid of emotion. But as she spoke, she truly appeared somewhat drowsy, inadvertently letting out a yawn. Immediately afterward, she raised her hand in a sweeping motion, opening a spatial portal before stepping through without looking back. Aoyen stood still, watching her departure, yet his mind remained fixed on that fleeting moment. The side profile, the tip of her tongue peeking out as her lips parted slightly. Such an ordinary gesture left him spellbound for several seconds. Aoyen, he stood silently for a moment, his thoughts consumed by a single question. Why did even her tongue seem so endearing? At that thought, an involuntary shiver ran through him. It was over, he thought. He was probably truly ill. Otherwise, how could merely seeing a glimpse of a tongue leave him so dazed? Could it be the aftereffect of a dream? Or perhaps, after a massage from Ruanmei, his own desires remained unfulfilled, causing this strange repression? Aoyen raised his hand and lightly slapped his face, forcibly banishing those chaotic thoughts from his mind to regain clarity. Business was paramount. He swiftly retrieved his communicator and sent a message to Silver Wolf. I must survive. Approximately 10 minutes left on cooldown. I must survive. You can come to the Black Tower space station first. After sending the message, he immediately turned off the screen and tucked the communicator into his pocket. His movements were swift and decisive, devoid of any lingering hesitation. He didn't care whether Silver Wolf replied or not. Before setting off, Aoyagi had made some special preparations. He took the previously organized volume titled Abundance, Healing and Saving Lives, along with stories about the Compassionate Medicine King, printed them all into booklets, and then slipped them into the sealed scroll. Regardless of how this journey to the ninja world would unfold, it never hurt to have certain things ready in advance. Once everything was in order, he set off towards the platform. Upon arrival, Silver Wolf had already been leaning against the side, waiting for some time. The young girl chewed gum with her usual nonchalant expression. Oyagi glanced at the two of them and said, If there is nothing left behind, shall we depart? Silver Wolf nodded indifferently. I'm good. After speaking, she paused briefly and glanced at Aoyagi. But why didn't you check the messages I sent you? Oyagi's expression remained unchanged, and he responded smoothly, I was a bit busy. Don't blame me. He thought for a moment and added a universally handy excuse. I'll definitely check next time. Silver Wolf stared at him for several seconds, seemingly seeing through the defenses behind his words, before clicking her tongue softly. You don't have to be so guarded around me. She pushed the gum aside and said with a flat tone, let me be honest with you. In all the futures Elio has seen, we basically tried every method to get rid of you. The results are quite consistent. Either abundance rescues you, or mystery traps you in an endless loop, or she shrugged. Destruction just blows up with us. Oyagi commented that's quite straightforward. Silver Wolf, as if finding nothing amiss, continued, so in the end we chose the optimal solution. Since we can't beat you, we'll join you. As long as you don't interfere with the main direction of the script, you can handle anything else as you wish. Her expression finally grew a little serious at this point. But the current problem is, among the variables brought by the otherworld, the only substantial force is basically the star god. Other factors are too few. That's also why the end hasn't truly come into being yet. That's why Elio asked me to come see for myself. Oyagi's brows furrowed slightly. You didn't say that last time. Silver Wolf didn't deny it and nodded directly. Last time? I said I was here to find a way to quickly awaken Luing. That part wasn't a lie. Although it was a secondary purpose, it was true. Oyagi didn't immediately accept this and pressed further. If it's true, why didn't you tell me everything at once last time? Silver Wolf sighed deeply. You're wasting everyone's time. She glanced at Ruan Mei, who stood quietly nearby, showing no intention of intervening in the conversation, then turned her gaze back to Aoyagi. This is the last question, and I'll tell you everything at once. According to Elio, no matter what I told you first, you wouldn't fully believe it. If we laid everything out clearly from the start, you'd probably overthink it. The more you think, the more variables arise. It might even directly ruin our plan. So it's better to give you a less critical but true reason first. That way, even if you doubt it, we can always patch things up later. After speaking, as if suddenly recalling something, she added, also, those 2 messages I gave you last time are true. Whether you believe it or not, Elio said that event will definitely happen in the end. So she lifted her chin slightly. Are we good to leave now? Oyagi didn't respond immediately. The logic did make sense. Although Silver Wolf's words couldn't be entirely trusted, she was still a star core hunter. It was better to maintain a friendly front. With that in mind, Oyagi didn't dwell further and turned to Ruan Mei. Ms. Ruan Mei, are you ready? Yes. Ruan Mei had evidently familiarized herself with the basic cross-dimensional procedures beforehand. The next moment, she extended her hand towards Oyagi, while her other hand reached out to Silver Wolf. Silver Wolf instinctively dodged backward slightly, but only for a moment before reluctantly offering her hand. Troublesome, she muttered softly. The space distorted, and the 3 vanished from where they stood. They found themselves once again in the familiar guest room. Almost the instant Silver Wolf landed, she raised her hand and summoned the ether editor with all her might. After a moment, she withdrew her hand and spoke without much emotion. My ether editor encountered no interference. Aside from traces of residual imaginary energy, there is no other abnormal feedback in this world. She lifted her eyes to look at Aoyagi. So we can basically rule out the possibility that someone here has embarked on a certain destiny. Oyagi nodded gently upon hearing this. The result was actually close to his previous guess. He hadn't even introduced the concept of the star god to the ninja world yet. They didn't even know it existed, let alone having embarked on the corresponding destiny. Having confirmed this, he naturally asked, so, what are your plans next? If you want to act alone, that's fine too. Although cross-dimensional messaging is impossible here, communication within this world still works. We'll notify you in advance when we're ready to leave. Silver Wolf shook her head decisively. No need. I'm unfamiliar with this place. Rather than wandering alone, I'd rather stick with you for now. Aoyagi didn't say more, simply turning his gaze back to Ruan Mei. Ms. Ruan Mei, reviving Otsutsuki Kagaya currently requires 2 key conditions. One is the tailed beasts, and the other is utilizing the divine tree to unleash infinite Tsukuyami and complete the corresponding process. Would you prefer to collect the tailed beasts first, or study the divine tree? Ruan Mei answered almost without hesitation. Let us go see the divine tree first. She replied naturally, the tailed beasts seem more like energy supplements. Compared to that, I'm more interested in the workings of the divine tree. Oyagi nodded at her words. Very well. Please follow me. With that, he turned and walked outside. Ruan Mei followed closely behind. Silver Wolf blew a silent bubble and lazily stepped after them. The 3 left the guest room in single file. The unusual activity in the room quickly attracted the attention of an Umbu ninja, who came to investigate. Seeing Aoyagi, his pupils instinctively widened. Mr. Aoyagi, do you need me to escort you to see the Hokage-sama? Aoyagi smiled and shook his head. No need. This time we plan to roam outside casually and might not return to Konoha. You can focus on your own duties. The Umbu ninja visibly relaxed, almost as if it could be seen with the naked eye. Understood. He bowed quickly and said, I won't disturb you then. I'll report to the Hokage-sama immediately. With that, he swiftly retreated, moving even more briskly than when he arrived. Aoyagi stood where he was, watching the departing figure with a somewhat subtle expression. Was this attitude a bit too respectful? He had only been away for a few days, yet upon his return, it felt as though his standing in Konoha had escalated from that of a perilous outsider to an untouchable figure of considerable influence. What exactly had Minato Namikaze been engaged in during these past days? This sudden shift to being treated with utmost reverence left Aoyagi somewhat unsettled. Meanwhile, Silver Wolf appeared intrigued by the reaction of the Umbu shinobi moments ago, busily manipulating the ether editor to record something. Aoyagi glanced sideways at her and inquired, Should we wait for you? No need, Silver Wolf replied without lifting her head, her hands moving incessantly. I just find the internal power systems of these bodies quite fascinating and am documenting them casually. Let us see if it benefits Ryuing later. Aoyagi responded with a simple hum, choosing not to probe further. He could tell this was likely just an excuse. But since Silver Wolf was unwilling to elaborate, he saw no reason to press the matter, as long as it did not interfere with their primary objectives. Very well, let us depart the village first. With that, he swiftly led the two away from Konoha, the Death Forest. It was the same area where he had previously met with White Zetsu. Towering trees loomed overhead, the air thick with humidity, and faint sounds of insects and rustling leaves punctuated the surroundings. Familiar with the terrain, Aoyagi reached the designated spot and called into the empty woods. Come out. Stop hiding. No sooner had the words left his lips than the ground trembled subtly. Mud churned and a white head emerged from beneath the earth. None other than White Zetsu. The creature first glanced at Aoyagi, then quickly shifted its gaze to Silver Wolf and Ruan-mei standing behind him. In the next instant, it grew visibly excited. My lord, are you finally going to have me undergo modification? It exclaimed, dancing about with enthusiasm. I am truly moved. Please, I beg you, let me experience the sensation of pooping. Silver Wolf's expression froze momentarily, then she instinctively took 2 steps back, her face twisted in disgust. What kind of thing is that? How repulsive. White Zetsu was taken aback, as if wounded by the remark. Then, with a sudden flop, it collapsed onto the ground in an even stranger posture. Its visual impact intensified. Even grosser, Silver Wolf muttered. Aoyagi's lips twitched slightly as he also retreated half a step. Having dealt with White Zetsu before, he had developed some tolerance and finally steadied his expression to introduce the creature. This is White Zetsu. You may consider it a derivative of the God Tree. Shortly, it will lead us to the God Tree. Turning to Ruan-mei, he added further explanation. White Zetsu represents a third category of special life forms, distinct from humans of the ninja world and the tailed beasts. It possesses no conventional digestive system, nor the complete physiological structure of a human. Yet it has a remarkably clear self-awareness. Moreover, Aoyagi paused, his expression growing complex. It is very curious about its own body. To experience sensations typical of ordinary life, it willingly subjects itself to physical modifications, including but not limited to various experiments. Ruan-mei listened quietly, her expression unchanged. She calmly stepped forward, bent down, and gently touched White Zetsu's body. After a few breaths, she nodded thoughtfully. Fascinating. It resembles a plant, yet retains near-human structure and possesses independent consciousness. I admit, I am intrigued. Straightening up, she gazed at White Zetsu. As a reward, I will grant your request. In exchange, you must cooperate with me in subsequent experiments. How does that sound? White Zetsu paused. Then, as if unable to believe it, sought confirmation you really can fulfill my request. Ruan-mei answered with unwavering certainty. That will not be difficult. I have many methods. However, the timing will be after I finish studying the God Tree. Upon hearing this, White Zetsu nodded frantically, nearly willing to bury its head in the soil with excitement. Wonderful. I'll take you to the God Tree right now. Just as it spoke, it suddenly seemed to recall something, hesitated, then added somewhat sheepishly. There is one more thing. We formed an organization earlier. The God Tree is no longer with me. It is in the hands of another. If you wish to obtain it, you may need to fight him first. At this, it quickly appended in a blame-shifting manner. Also, one of our partners seems to be plotting betrayal recently. If he causes trouble, that's on him, not us. Silver Wolf could no longer suppress a snicker. Your organization is truly amusing, she said, crossing her arms, her tone dripping with mockery. One organization, 3 voices? SNT that the textbook definition of division? White Zetsu looked up at her, utterly bewildered, clearly not comprehending. Seeing this, Silver Wolf grew even more animated in her critique. In my opinion, with your level of internal management, even if the organization does get established, it won't amount to anything. This kind of place is either full of traitors or spies. Or worse, double agents within double agents. White Zetsu was completely stunned. What traitors? What spies? I only know about rogue ninjas. Aoyagi watched White Zetsu's expression, which resembled a CPU on the verge of overheating, and nearly laughed aloud. He had to admit, Silver Wolf's commentary was somewhat ahead of its time for a native of the ninja world. Ruan Mei, however, paid no heed to the organization's infighting. Her concern lay solely with one matter, the current location of the God Tree. At the mention of this, White Zetsu eagerly raised a hand and pointed in a direction. Over there. I'll lead you. With that, it burrowed back underground, leaving only a moving mound of earth to guide them. Seeing this, Aoyagi wasted no more time. Let us go. Silver Wolf shrugged and followed. After traveling for nearly 1 system cycle, Silver Wolf finally lost patience. Not known for her tolerance, it was already a great courtesy that she had followed obediently for so long. Now, furrowing her brows, she looked toward White Zetsu ahead, her tone brimming with impatience. Hey, how much farther to your organization? White Zetsu emerged from the earth, half its head visible, thoughtfully estimating. At this speed, we should reach Amigakure by tomorrow afternoon. Silver Wolf fell silent for 2 seconds, her face darkening. That slow? Pressing her fingers to her brow, she sighed. Forget it. Give me a coordinate, and I'll handle the rest. White Zetsu blinked, clearly confused. Coordinate? You mean a map of the ninja world? I don't carry maps. I rarely need such things. Silver Wolf exhaled deeply and murmured quietly to herself. Hold it together. This isn't a game dungeon, you can't just quit the party. After a moment, she looked back at White Zetsu. Just tell me roughly which direction it is and how long it will take at your pace. I'll do the rest of the calculations. Although Byakuya did not comprehend her intentions, he nonetheless cooperated by raising his hand and pointing in a direction. That way, if I proceed underground in a straight line, I should arrive around 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Understood. Silver Wolf blew a bubble before lifting her hand, her fingertips swiftly tapping across a virtual screen. Pale blue streams of data unfurled in the air. Soon enough, a portal materialized before them. Silver Wolf retracted the virtual display and nodded toward it. Let us go. If the data deviates too much, I'll have to recalibrate the parameters. Ruanmei gazed at the portal, her eyes lingering momentarily as she spoke thoughtfully. Is this the rumored ether editing technology? By altering the parameters of reality, it directly accomplishes spatial positioning and outcome manifestation. She paused briefly, then tilted her head to regard Silver Wolf. Are you proposing a trade? I have some interest in this technology as well. Almost immediately, Silver Wolf's expression turned guarded. No, she replied decisively without hesitation. This technological path is fundamentally different from what you're researching. Besides, I have no intention of selling it for a mere reward. Hearing this, Ruanmei remained unperturbed, simply nodding calmly. Understood. She then redirected her gaze back to the portal, choosing not to press the matter further, and was the first to step through. Aoyagi glanced at Ruanmei, then at Silver Wolf's wary face, finding the scene strangely intriguing. Yet he said nothing further, merely turning to Byakuya. All right, since Silver Wolf is willing to assist, we'll save quite a bit of time. Let us move. Byakuya hurried to follow, and one after another, they passed through the blue portal. The next instant, their surroundings transformed abruptly. The once bright sky and woodland vanished without trace, replaced by a gray, misty expanse and an unceasing drizzle. The air grew damp and heavy. The land of rain. As its name suggests, this territory is perpetually shrouded in a curtain of rain, as if a truly clear day never exists. Yet Aoyagi knew well that the rain falling upon them was no ordinary precipitation. It was a perceptual network formed through Nagato's rain tiger freedom technique. Chakra was dispersed and attached to each minute raindrop, so that any intruder crossing into the borders of the village hidden in the rain would be detected instantly. Reflecting on this, Aoyagi briefly contemplated before naturally retrieving an umbrella from his storage space. Opening it, he stepped half a pace closer to Ruanmei, steadfastly shielding her from the fine rain overhead. Ruan Mei glanced sideways at him but said nothing, silently accepting the gesture. Nearby, Silver Wolf watched the scene with a changed expression. Hey, I'm getting rained on too. Her tone was decidedly displeased. Oyagi, not one to tease over such trivialities, efficiently produced another umbrella and handed it to her. Here. Taking the umbrella, Silver Wolf let out a soft hum but said no more. Thus, there were 4 people, 3 of whom held umbrellas. Byakuya was not among them, and he expressed no objection. Unconcerned whether he was drenched or not, he remained engrossed in the awe inspired by the portal, standing still and exclaiming excitedly. This is really the village hidden in the rain. It truly is. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. While shouting, he could not help but glance back toward where the portal had stood. But that spot was already empty and barren. Byakuya stared there for a long moment before visibly lowering his head in disappointment. It's gone. How did it disappear so quickly? Meanwhile, Ruan Mei had shifted her attention to the surrounding environment itself. Raising her hand slightly, she caught a few raindrops, briefly sensing them before speaking calmly. Aoyagi, there is an extremely faint chakra attached to these raindrops. The amount is minimal, but it does exist. She raised her gaze toward the outlines of buildings obscured by the rain. From the moment we stepped here, we entered someone's surveillance range. That party is likely one of the 2 individuals Byakuya mentioned. At that moment, Silver Wolf interjected. If action is required, I can handle it. She cast a side glance at Ruan Mei and added with a hint of sarcasm that Genius S strikes are neither light nor gentle. He might leave behind unnecessary complications. Oyagi's expression subtly shifted upon hearing this. Logically, the statement made sense. If Ruan Mei suddenly had a flash of inspiration, she might indeed, in pursuit of an unforeseen variable, escalate matters unintentionally. The problem was that such words came from a Star Corps hunter, a member capable of causing upheaval across an entire planet's political landscape with ease, now seriously worrying about someone else striking too forcefully. The incongruity was palpable. As Aoyagi pondered, an unusual movement stirred in the sky. Sheets of white paper drifted silently downward, swirling and twisting within the rain. Initially, they were scattered fragments, but in the blink of an eye, they rapidly converged midair, assembling into the elongated figure of a woman. Clad in a black robe patterned with crimson clouds, her short hair a shade of bluish-purple, a paper rose pinned to the side of her head. She hovered aloft, looking down coldly upon the group below. It was Conan. Who are you? Why have you trespassed into the village hidden in the rain without permission? Her voice carried an implicit weight of oppression. Yet before she finished speaking, her gaze swept toward Byakuya standing nearby. In the next instant, her already frigid eyes grew even colder. Byakuya, did you lead enemies into the village? The atmosphere tightened abruptly within the rain's veil. Conan fixed her furious, murderous glare on Byakuya. Is Madara Uchiha planning to betray the organization? With Conan's appearance, tension escalated sharply. Yet Aoyagi seemed entirely unaffected by the palpable hostility, his eyes flicking subtly as he turned to Byakuya. Wait a moment. His expression serious, his tone solemn. We are all civilized people. Before any formal action, I believe it is necessary to confirm one thing. Byakuya blinked in surprise. What is it? Aoyagi asked earnestly. In principle, the ownership of the god tree belongs to Byakuya. And now, you have voluntarily handed it over to us, correct? Byakuya blinked and then immediately understood. Yes, yes, yes. He almost instantly grasped Aoyagi's meaning, even raising his head to look toward Conan in the air. White Tiger, you misunderstand. We have never intended to betray the organization. From beginning to end, our goal has been to realize peace in the ninja world. These people are merely external forces we must rely on to accelerate the fulfillment of this grand aspiration. At this point, he deliberately paused before shifting his tone. As for Madara Uchiha, Byakuya spread his hands. Regret evident in his voice, he is too arrogant. Our philosophies have diverged irreconcilably. Upon hearing this, Conan's expression darkened almost instantly. I thought so. She fixed her gaze coldly upon White Zetsu, the loathing and vigilance in her eyes no longer concealed. Madara Uchiha was right. You monsters, unworthy even of the name human, indeed harbor even more unspeakable secrets. You intend to betray the ninja world. Before she could finish speaking, she had already launched a fierce attack. Countless paper fragments suddenly dispersed across the sky, swiftly folding under the manipulation of chakra, transforming into a dense swarm of razor-sharp flying blades that swept down upon the crowd below. Amid the drizzle, the scene resembled a white storm of deadly rain. Oyagi was about to move, but Silver Wolf had already spoken lazily. Let me handle this. She did not even assume a defensive stance, merely raising her hand and lightly tapping her fingers. In the next instant, the paper blades raining down suddenly lost their original structure, as if a critical parameter had been tampered with. The sharp edges disintegrated in an instant, reverting to ordinary sheets of paper. Then, under the cleansing of the drizzle, those paper fragments, no longer sustained by chakra, quickly became soaked and fell in thick clusters from the sky. Konin's pupils contracted sharply. She had not even reacted to what had occurred before her paper ninjutsu was completely nullified. But this was not all. The pair of wings she had formed from paper ninjutsu behind her were also soaked by the rain at the same moment, losing the ability to maintain their form. As her wings scattered, she immediately lost her balance and plummeted straight down from the sky. Konin's face went pale in an instant, yet she forced herself to steady her mind at the last moment, clenching her teeth fiercely, dispelling the paper ninjutsu, and relying on her reflexes and experience to deftly use a substitution technique before landing, barely managing to avoid an embarrassing injury. Even so, she staggered a few steps upon landing, her gaze more guarded than before. What did you do?" she demanded. Chewing gum in her mouth, Silver Wolf appeared nonchalant. "Nothing much. I just made a slight modification to the spatial coordinates of reality. Your paper blades essentially depend on some force to link and sustain them. When the spatial parameters change, the interactions between their structures become disrupted. They cancel each other out and naturally disperse." Konin's expression darkened to an extreme degree. If one looked closely, a trace of bewilderment could even be discerned in her eyes. Clearly, for an orphan who clawed her way up from the bottom of the ninja world, she was adept at manipulating paper ninjutsu and knew how to transform ninjutsu into lethal weapons. Yet the concept of spatial parameter structures and interaction cancellation was somewhat beyond her grasp. Seeing her silence, Silver Wolf assumed she had tacitly agreed to cease fighting and casually prompted, "Still going to fight? If not, let us move somewhere else to talk." She glanced up at the gloomy sky and the unending drizzle with a face full of disdain. "It's been raining here all along. This is hardly a suitable place for a conversation." "Stop bluffing," Konin snapped low, clearly unwilling to yield. She swiftly drew her kunai and shifted her stance, ready to launch a close-range surprise attack. But before she could charge forward, several figures suddenly appeared before her, blocking her path. "Bai'e, fall back." The leader's voice was cold and low. "Leave this to me." Konin's eyes widened slightly upon seeing the figure. "Pain?" she whispered. Yet her expression soon grew more solemn as she quietly warned, "They're very powerful. I haven't yet probed all their techniques." Pain did not turn around, his face expressionless as he stared at the crowd ahead. The Rinnegan eyes gleamed with chilling coldness through the rain curtain. Whoever dared to invade Emigekure would suffer the wrath of the gods. His voice was soft but carried an undeniable oppressive force. Gods do not fail. The scene fell into silence. Yet amid this moment that should have been filled with overwhelming majesty, Silver Wolf suddenly blinked and spoke with a peculiar tone. "Wait a minute. You guys all have exactly the same eyes?" Tilting her head slightly, she scrutinized the several pain bodies before her. "And none of you are breathing. Zombies? Pain. This is the first time someone has evaluated us from such a perspective during a serious confrontation." Nearby, Ranmaru Mei naturally took over the topic. "They are not zombies. Strictly speaking, these bodies are already dead. Their continued movement is sustained by the power of those eyes and the black metal rods inside them, which remotely control them." She looked at the 6 paths of pain and gave a precise conclusion. "They are, in a sense, living puppets." Hearing this, Silver Wolf curled her lips in disdain. "That's truly cruel. People are dead, yet they are made into puppets to be used again. This method is far harsher than our Starcore hunters. At least when we kill, we usually give the opponent a quick death." Oyagi was momentarily at a loss for which part to mock first. "Usually? What do you mean by giving a quick death? Is this some kind of sacred matter you feel the need to emphasize?" Meanwhile, Pain's gaze had turned utterly cold. His already indifferent face now bore only pure wrath. "Ignorant outsiders. You have no idea what price is paid to incur the anger of gods." His voice sank deeper, and the rain seemed to grow heavier and more oppressive at that moment. "Feel the pain. 6 against 1? Silver Wolf raised her eyes to the 6 paths of pain before her, a faint smile curling at the corner of her mouth. "Interesting." Before she finished speaking, she had already raised her hand and drawn her gun. "Bai'e!" The instant the gunshot rang out, the path of humans at the forefront barely had time to react before his entire body exploded under a single energy bullet, reduced to a pile of mangled remains. There was no standoff, no tug of war, not even a real exchange of blows. Just a single, instantaneous bullet dead on the spot. A gun is fast within 7 paces. Inside 7 paces, it is both accurate and swift. Moreover, Silver Wolf was wielding no ordinary firearm but a truly high-grade weapon. One shot was more than enough to obliterate even a low-level puppet, let alone these puppets still dependent on physical bodies. This scene clearly exceeded everyone's expectations. Not only Conan, but even the usually expressionless Devapath Pain showed the slightest, almost imperceptible hesitation. Human path is gone. So fast, unbelievably fast. Even Nagato, sharing vision through the Rinnegan, could not discern how that strike was executed. His sight simply could not capture it. Unable to see it meant no chance to defend or evade. Realizing this, Nagato almost instantly adjusted his strategy. If you can't dodge, then strike first. In the next moment, the remaining 5 paths acted almost simultaneously, launching an encircling assault on Silver Wolf from different angles. Azura Path, Animal Path, Predapath, Naraka Path, Deva Path. 5 individuals dividing their forces to seal off all of Silver Wolf's escape routes. Yet, faced with all this, Silver Wolf did not even flinch. Kind of weak. She spoke lazily, tilting her head with a languid air. Before Elio set off, he had explicitly permitted me to unleash my hidden powers. And this is the result? Utterly uninspiring. No sooner had she finished speaking than several attacks closed in rapidly. Yet, just a moment before they struck the Silver Wolf, multiple portals suddenly materialized before her. A hum filled the air as space distorted. Every incoming assault vanished the instant it touched the gate, swallowed whole without causing even the slightest ripple. Immediately thereafter, before the 6 paths of pain could recover, the abruptly appearing portals expanded violently, engulfing several of the most aggressively charging figures. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield's dynamics shifted drastically. From the original 6 paths of pain, only the Deva path remained standing in place. And the reason he was left standing was not due to his strength. It was simply because, at the final moment, the Deva path released repulsive force, forcibly distancing himself from the portals, thereby narrowly escaping being swept away alongside the others. As soon as the Deva path steadied his stance, he immediately demanded in a cold voice, "What did you do to them?" The Silver Wolf had already sheathed her gun, crossing her arms as she looked up at the lone remaining Deva path, her expression tinged with boredom. "How should I know?" She replied casually, "I just set a coordinate and teleported them away. As for where," she paused deliberately before adding leisurely, "they're probably no longer in the ninja world." Upon hearing this, the Deva path's normally impassive and serene face twisted for the first time with palpable distortion. Even Nagato, who was orchestrating everything from the shadows, wore a grim expression. He was well aware of the implications of spatial displacement. Madara Uchiha possessed a similar ability to imprison targets within an alternate dimension. Yet, when Madara activated his power, Nagato could still faintly sense his puppets through the black rods created by yin-yang release. Though the connection weakened, it was never completely severed. But this time was different. The moment the portals swallowed the pain puppets, the sensory link between Nagato and his puppets abruptly ceased. Not weakened, but utterly vanished. Nagato understood better than anyone else that the farther the puppets were, the more difficult to control them. But if there was no trace of connection whatsoever, there was only one possibility. They had been transported to an unimaginably distant place, so remote it exceeded even the ninja world's boundaries. In other words, as the Silver Wolf had just said, those pain puppets were most likely cast beyond the ninja world's confines. This realization caused Nagato's heart to sink deeply. This was by no means good news. If he truly had to fight to the death, he still had trump cards, the Outer Path Golem remained, and the Rinnegan was still his. He was not entirely without strength to wage battle. But the problem lay in this: if his true body appeared in person, and the opponent simply repeated the same trick, banishing him beyond the ninja world as well, then no matter how great his power was, it would all be meaningless. Without knowing the ninja world's location, everything was just empty talk. For a time, the Deva Path Pain stood silently in the rain, refraining from immediate retaliation. The Silver Wolf also remained still, staring at him for several seconds as if suddenly recalling something. "By the way," she said, raising her hand once more, and a virtual control panel appeared before her eyes. "That genius earlier mentioned you control these puppets via the black rods, right?" As these words fell, her hand's movement halted precisely. Then, the Silver Wolf's lips curved into a slight smirk. "Well then, I'll just switch you off." No sooner had she spoken than the Deva Path Pain, who had been standing guard motionless, remained frozen in place. Conan's face turned pale as she rushed forward to check on him. "Pain?" She reached out, pressing her hand on his shoulder, voice trembling with panic. "Pain? Pain? What's wrong with you?" No matter how much she called out, the Deva Path gave no response. That body remained rigid and unmoving, as if it were nothing more than a lifeless, uncontrollable shell. The silver wolf frowned at her frantic shouting, rubbing her ear with a hand. "Stop howling," she said with a light cough, casually explaining, "I can see you care about this corpse. I only severed the connection between the black rods and the body, nothing more. I didn't totally wreck it." She hesitated slightly, uncertain. "With some repairs, it should still be usable, right?" Conan stared intently at the silver wolf, her gaze shifting from wariness to an almost horror-stricken vigilance. The silver wolf paid no mind to the piercing look, lazily continuing, "Now that the fight is done, can we talk properly?" She glanced up at the still gloomy sky, her expression dripping with genuine disdain. "I really don't get what kind of fetish you people have for standing out in the rain. Don't you know rainwater is unhygienic? Afterwards, you have to shower, such a hassle." Oyagi. The silver wolf's nonchalant manner clearly infuriated Conan beyond measure. The fury in her eyes was nearly uncontrollable as she clenched her teeth and suddenly drew a kunai, charging once again toward the silver wolf. Seeing this, the silver wolf sighed and raised her hand once more, preparing to draw her weapon again. But at that moment, "Conan, stop!" A low, commanding voice suddenly echoed from nearby. Everyone turned to look, and on a distant mountaintop, a figure clad in a black cloak adorned with red clouds hurriedly approached. His attire resembled the earlier 6 paths of pain, but the black rods embedded in him were far fewer, making him appear less like a fully formed puppet and more like an unfinished prototype. He quickly positioned himself in front of Conan, halting her advance with a stern, grave tone. "Stop, Conan. We have already lost. Continuing to fight will only bring harm to the entire rain-hidden village." Conan froze. She looked at Nagato standing before her, the anger and resentment in her eyes gradually giving way, leaving only profound sorrow and grievance. "Nagato," her voice quivered, "but what about Yahiko?" Nagato was silent for a moment before slowly shaking his head. "It shouldn't be a big problem. Since they didn't destroy Yahiko's body directly, it means they held back." He glanced sideways at the Deva path pane, now motionless after the control was severed, his tone still composed but heavy with deep gloom beneath his eyes. "Now I will negotiate with them." With that, he made no deliberate delay and soon approached Aoyagi and the others alone. "I am the leader of this village. I do not know what promises Kuratsuchi made to you, but I do not possess the divine tree you seek. You may have been deceived." Just as he finished, White Zetsu suddenly raised a hand, as if to add more chaos. "Who says it doesn't exist?" He said arrogantly. "The outer path golem is the divine tree." Nagato was momentarily stunned. Then, the coldness in his eyes deepened sharply. "Isn't the outer path golem the Tentails? How has it become the divine tree now?" He turned abruptly, fixing White Zetsu with a furious glare. "Which of your words is true?" Before he could finish, he raised his hand and activated the universal pull technique. Byakugo did not even have time to struggle before an overwhelming force abruptly yanked him away, and in the next moment, Nagato had him firmly grasped in his hand. Nagato's 5 fingers gradually tightened, his gaze chilling to the utmost degree. "What exactly is the divine tree? What is your true objective? What purpose does collecting the tailed beast serve?" At this moment, Nagato's emotions clearly teetered on the brink of losing control. His anger was palpable. Originally, everything had been progressing according to plan. The Akatsuki organization was steadily growing stronger. Once the time was ripe, they would begin capturing the 9-tailed beasts, forging an ultimate weapon capable of intimidating the entire shinobi world, exchanging suffering for peace. At least in Nagato's own eyes, it was a path whose outcome was already visible. Yet in these past few days, everything had suddenly fallen into chaos. First, Madara Uchiha came to him, warning that Black Zetsu showed signs of betrayal. Under pressing inquiry, he learned partial truths about the so-called Eye of the Moon plan, realizing that he might have been manipulated from the very beginning. And now, Byakugo had suddenly informed him that the outer path demonic statue was actually the divine tree. This was no longer a matter of concealing details. It implied that beyond the Tentails, Black Zetsu likely harbored even deeper secrets. Perhaps even Madara Uchiha himself was merely a pawn being toyed with in someone else's hand. For a time, the more Nagato contemplated, the colder and angrier he grew. He had believed he had finally grasped a way toward peace, only to discover in the end that it might have been a deception from start to finish. The cruelest irony was that even after realizing this, he was utterly powerless to act. As the atmosphere threatened to collapse entirely once more, Oyagi finally stepped forward and voluntarily spoke. "Nagato, is it? If you are willing, allow me to explain everything." He paused briefly, his tone still gentle. "But before that, Might we relocate to a different place to talk? He glanced lightly to the side. It was hardly gentlemanly to let the ladies remain drenched in the rain. Upon hearing this, Nagato slowly lowered his gaze to Aoyagi's face, then gradually clenched his fist. So lofty, he murmured softly, tinged with self-mockery. At a time like this, your concern is whether they get wet? As he spoke, his eyes involuntarily swept over Wanmei, who rarely spoke. She stood in the rain yet seemed utterly out of place amid the oppressive, ruined land. Dressed in splendid brocade, adorned with pearls, her demeanor was quiet and noble. Even standing still, she appeared separated from this world of mud and rain by an invisible barrier. With Aoyagi beside her holding an umbrella to shield her from the drizzle, she exuded composure and grace. By contrast, Konin's garments were soaked through, her face vacant and forlorn, her entire being marked by an indescribable dishevelment. This stark contrast struck Nagato's eyes like a glaring wound. He already harbored a profound hatred for this unjust world. This fractured shinobi realm filled him with loathing, and he yearned to change it. Now, this sense of disparity stabbed him anew. He had painstakingly found a way for the shinobi world to regain peace, only to have it vanish like a fleeting dream. Indeed, Nagato drew a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the surging rage once more. In the end, he said no more, simply turning to the side to help Konin to her feet. Follow me. With that, he silently led the way. Aoyagi, noticing the focus of Nagato's gaze earlier, glanced at Wanmei beside him and suddenly understood. Indeed, the contrast was far too stark. Anyone would find it difficult to reconcile. Yet Aoyagi merely pondered this briefly and bore no additional burden. After all, the tragedies of the shinobi world were not his doing. He bore no obligation to punish those on his side for others' resentment and imbalance. He clearly understood what truly mattered. With this in mind, Aoyagi's expression remained composed as he gently lifted Wanmei's slightly drooping skirt hem to keep it from dragging through the puddles and mud. Lady Wanmei, the ground is damp. Leave such trivial matters to me. Wanmei glanced down at him, her expression still serene, and simply nodded. Then, she walked forward gracefully, following Nagato's lead. Aoyagi followed suit. Watching this scene, Silver Wolf's eye twitched slightly, and she couldn't resist a sarcastic remark. What kind of behavior is this? A simp? She paused, growing more annoyed the more she thought about it. I was the one who put in the most effort just now, wasn't I? Aoyagi replied. Let us just say Silver Wolf's grievances in moments like these always feel especially genuine. Finally, Aoyagi responded, You're not wearing a skirt, so you won't get wet. Besides, you are the illustrious Star Corps hunter. You don't need my help. Silver Wolf snorted. Nagato did not lead them to any reception hall but directly took them to the place where his true body resided. It was a concealed cave, and at its deepest point sat a man so emaciated he was little more than skin and bones, quietly perched upon a stone chair. He appeared utterly drained of vitality. Sunken cheeks, protruding collarbones, and barely any flesh visible on his exposed arms and chest. Behind him were densely arrayed tubes connected to the outer path demonic statue. His appearance no longer resembled that of a living man. Konin had regained her composure and stood expressionless slightly ahead of Nagato, as if habitually shielding him from all danger. The puppet from earlier had withdrawn. Nagato coughed softly twice, then lifted his eyes toward Aoyagi and the others. The outer path demonic statue is that thing behind me. Now, can you tell me, what is the divine tree? Aoyagi had no intention of continuing to beat around the bush. Since they had come this far, there was little point in further concealment. Simply put, the divine tree is what Madara Uchiha referred to as the Ten-Tails. But that is only part of its definition. He looked at the outer path demonic statue behind Nagato, his tone calm. Its other function is to serve as a vessel and medium to resurrect a sealed existence. The chakra progenitor, Kagaya Otsutsuki, mother of the sage of the six paths. At this declaration, Nagato immediately furrowed his brow and spoke with absolute certainty. That is impossible. His tone was resolute. The chakra progenitor is merely a figure of legend. Aoyagi's expression barely changed. He calmly raised his hand and pointed to Nagato's Rinnegan. Is that so? Then how do you explain your eyes? Nagato froze instantly. For a moment he could not utter a single word. Indeed, if even the Rinnegan truly exists, then can the so-called sage of the six paths and chakra progenitor still be merely legends? Nagato evidently grasped the weight of this question. Yet this upheaval of understanding, for him in his present state, was scarcely any easier to bear than learning the truth outright. Aoyagi noticed his silence and the faint furrow of his brow, but unwilling to grant him more time to digest the revelation, he resolutely pressed on with the matter at hand. Once more, he raised his hand, directing attention toward the outer path golem standing behind Nagato. Black Zetsu is not the will of Madara Uchiha. Its true identity is the embodiment of Kagaya's lingering will. It has lurked within the shinobi world for over a millennium, all with the purpose of resurrecting Kagaya, who was sealed away by the Sage of Six Paths. So I shall be frank about our intentions. We require Otsutsuki Kagaya's cooperation for certain research endeavors. And to achieve this, the divine tree must be utilized. An abrupt stillness fell over the air. Nagato clenched his fists tightly, his brow twitching incessantly. The weight of such staggering information was overwhelming, each statement potent enough to dismantle a fragment of the truths he had long held. After a prolonged silence, he gritted his teeth and spoke. I still cannot bring myself to believe what you say. Aoyagi merely shrugged at his words. Whether you believe it or not is ultimately inconsequential. You have no other choice. Our willingness to stand here and calmly reveal this to you is, in itself, a gesture of goodwill. Otherwise, Aoyagi fixed his gaze upon Nagato, unwavering and unflinching. If I were to threaten the safety of every inhabitant of Amigakure, what do you think you could do? The weight of those words deepened the oppressive atmosphere within the cavern. Nagato's teeth ground together bit by bit. He wished to retort, but found himself incapable. The reality was undeniable. Should the other party truly desire to enforce their will, with the power they had just displayed, Amigakure would have no means of resistance. The only reason he remained seated at the negotiating table was because they had chosen to parley. For now. By his side, Konan could no longer bear the tension. She turned toward Nagato, her eyes brimming with compassion and reluctant sorrow. After a few seconds of silence, Nagato shifted his gaze to Aoyagi and his companions, his voice lowering, tinged with a near plea. Is there truly no other way? Without the outer path golem, I will not endure Konan. Nagato raised his hand, cutting her off. Taking a deep breath, he looked once more at Aoyagi. You are right. I have no choice. But, he faltered, his voice hoarser by several degrees. Could you grant me a little more time? Once I have settled the affairs of the village, I will surrender these eyes and the outer path golem willingly. Witnessing this exchange, Silver Wolf stood silently for 2 seconds before suddenly losing her composure. Well, she interjected with a subtle inflection. Though I do often play the villain in my usual roles, looking at this situation now. She glanced around, her expression growing stranger by the moment. No matter how you see it, we're starting to look like the quintessential evil archvillains here. According to my years of gaming experience. Aren't they about to shout something about friendship, bonds, and never giving up, then suddenly surge forward to attack us? Aoyagi paused briefly at her remark before his eyes took on a nuanced expression. Now that you mention it, such a development is surprisingly plausible within the Naruto universe. Nagato, however, ignored Silver Wolf's quip. He fixed his gaze unwaveringly on Aoyagi, his tone resolute. This is my sole request. If you are not even willing to grant me this time. His voice darkened incrementally. Then after my death, Amigakure will almost certainly descend into hell. Since the outcome is indistinguishable regardless. He lifted his head, a near-mad determination flickering in his eyes. I would rather see us perish together. At that moment, Ruanmei, who had stood silently nearby, suddenly stepped forward. Konan instinctively drew her kunai again, her face tense with vigilance as she positioned herself defensively. What do you intend to do? Ruanmei met her gaze calmly. My interest lies solely with the divine tree. The best course of action is to ensure he survives even after leaving the divine tree. This is not an impossible feat. Her words stunned Konan. She glanced first at Ruanmei, then instinctively toward Nagato, her eyes a tumultuous mixture of doubt and wavering hope. You truly can keep Nagato alive? Ruanmei nodded, her tone unwavering. Yes. If you are willing, even bringing your weapon to life would pose no problem. She uttered this earth-shattering claim with an utterly impassive expression. Provided, of course, that the divine tree belongs to me afterward. Konan's breath faltered, her composure shaken. Such terms were immense, overwhelmingly tempting. She hesitated, still uncertain whether to trust the woman's words. But Nagato was the first to answer. I accept. He hesitated barely a moment before resolutely declaring. So long as you keep your promise. He raised his head to Ruanmei, enunciating each word carefully. It shall be yours. With the terms settled, Ruanmei wasted no time. She did not even bother selecting another location, beginning the operation on the spot. Cutting, implanting, transfusing, suturing, the entire procedure flowed with seamless precision. Konan stood beside them, nearly dumbfounded. She understood neither the details nor the purpose of the myriad strange substances Ruanmei was inserting into Nagato's body, nor the moments that nearly made her heart stop. Yet, remarkably, Nagato's condition visibly improved. His once emaciated frame, nearly skin stretched taut over bone, gradually regained color. The sunken hollows of his eyes and cheeks began to show faint signs of vitality, and his breathing steadied from the fragile gasps that had threatened to cease at any moment. The entire process was not prolonged. Before long, Ruan Mei removed her gloves. "It is done," she said, turning to Conan, who remained in a daze. Her voice was calm and measured. "Considering your unique physiology, I did not directly implant Fusher's flesh and blood into him. For now, I am merely borrowing the power of abundance to sustain his life." She paused briefly, then continued. "Originally, I planned to replace his entire organ system, but midway, I discovered his eyes continuously absorb chakra from his body. According to theory, if those eyes are removed, his body would naturally recover." As she spoke, she glanced at Conan. "However, I doubt you would accept such a plan. Therefore, I substituted part of the divine tree's tissue to replace the external organs he would otherwise rely on." Her tone remained composed, but the implications of her words were enough to leave the vast majority of medical nin in the shinobi world utterly speechless. Yet Ruan Mei herself seemed unperturbed. The technical specifics need not be elaborated here. In essence, so long as you regularly replenish his chakra, he will continue to live. Conan, however, barely comprehended any of it. Fusher, external organs, tissue substitution, none of it made sense to her. But one thing she could understand clearly. Nagato, as he stood before her now, was genuinely improving. Without hesitation, she briskly stepped forward, commencing a thorough examination of Nagato's condition. She assessed his arms, his breathing, his pulse, and the pallor of his complexion. With each check, the tremor in her eyes grew more pronounced. Nagato had truly recovered, not merely appearing somewhat better, but genuinely, forcibly pulled back from the brink of death. It was only at this moment that Conan finally exhaled a long, relieved breath. In the very next instant, she turned around and solemnly bowed deeply to Yuan Mei. "I apologize. I had misunderstood you before." Her head lowered, and the hostility that had once colored her voice had vanished. "Thank you for saving Nagato." Beside them, Silver Wolf clicked her tongue in surprise. "TCH. Two-faced. Huh?" she muttered, though it was merely a passing jab, not meant to be taken to heart. Afterward, she cast a disdainful glance around the dim, damp cave and continued with a hint of contempt. "But I have to ask, don't you have a more decent place to host guests around here? Judging by the strength you showed earlier, you should be stronger than most people from Konoha, right? Yet here you are, entertaining visitors in a cave. I honestly have never seen such a shabby reception." At this point, Nagato was gradually regaining consciousness. Upon hearing Silver Wolf's words, he paused briefly before offering a bitter smile. "No matter how well it is rebuilt, what good will it do?" He raised his eyes toward the ceaseless curtain of rain beyond the cave's mouth. "The land of rain is but a small nation. Since ancient times, it has only served as a battlefield for warring great powers. Even if rebuilt splendidly, without sufficient strength to defend it, after a war it will still end up in ruins." His voice was calm as he spoke, yet beneath that calm lay the exhaustion of one who had endured countless cycles of destruction and loss. Silver Wolf sneered but refrained from further complaint. Meanwhile, Nagato did not linger long on the subject. After a moment of silence, he raised his hand and handed the outer path demon statue behind him to Aoyagi. Seeing this, Aoyagi did not feign politeness but reached out directly to take it. Simultaneously, he retrieved a set of documents from his storage space, materials he had previously compiled and printed, and handed them to Nagato. "I cannot promise much," he said, "but if the chakra progenitor truly breaks free from the seal, it is highly probable that the wars of the ninja world will cease." As he spoke, he nudged the documents closer to Nagato. "However, your world's technological development has indeed taken a rather odd path. My capabilities are limited. Inside these papers are some miraculous stories of the fertility star goddess apothecary, records of medical cases, and some basic medical principles I have organized. Much of this knowledge does not require chakra. Ordinary people can learn it with some effort." Nagato lowered his gaze to the documents in his hands, his expression momentarily unsettled. Aoyagi continued, "Besides that, there is also a history of high-yield crops and cultivation methods. You can study these on your own. Perhaps, over time, you will be able to selectively breed crops better suited to the land of rain's environment. At the very least, this could ensure more people have enough to eat, are properly clothed, and fall ill less often." At this point, Aoyagi lifted his hand and gently patted Nagato's shoulder, his tone growing somewhat earnest. "Life should not be lived solely for fighting and killing. I can see that you are someone who genuinely desires peace. Therefore, I offer these things to you freely. I hope that when the ninja world truly settles, you will help improve the lives of many. He glanced upward at the gloomy sky beyond the cave's entrance. At the very least, do not let everyone carry perpetual sorrow and worry on their faces. Your country already has abundant rain. When the weather turns gloomy, people's spirits tend to sink further. As a leader, you have much yet to accomplish. Nagato listened quietly, clutching the stack of documents, remaining silent for a long while. After some time, he asked in a low voice, though I do not understand these things, this knowledge must be precious, yes? You are simply giving it to me? Oyagi smiled softly and waved his hand dismissively. Knowledge is meant to be shared, especially that which concerns fertility. At this, his expression grew more solemn. The great compassionate medicine king cannot bear to see the suffering of the world. Therefore, he bestows blessings upon every person who truly needs help. And we, his devoted messengers, must naturally follow his principles. If we can help, we must help. If we can save, we must save. He looked at Nagato and Konan, his voice low but clear. So, there is no need to thank me. If you truly gain the ability in the future, do everything in your power to aid more people. Spread the Medicine King's compassionate ideals to more and more souls. As long as more people are willing to do so, even if one day the chakra progenitor ceases to exist, the ninja world need not return to war. Oyagi's smile softened as he concluded, consider this my gift to you. Then, with a slight raise of his hand, he declared, all is dedicated to the fertility apothecary. After departing from the hidden rain village, the surroundings grew noticeably quieter. The incessant rain ceased, and the oppressive atmosphere that had weighed on the chest lifted. Silver Wolf walked for some distance but eventually could not restrain herself and glanced sideways at Aoyagi. Hey, you don't actually intend to use this world as an experimental ground for fertility, do you? She crossed her arms, her tone unusually serious. Don't say I didn't warn you. If you only spread fertility and not hunting, it's bound to cause trouble. Whether balance will intervene in this universe is uncertain. But if things really escalate, Silver Wolf fixed him with a stern look and mimicked drawing a bow and releasing an arrow. You'll definitely get shot dead by Erasura's arrow. Biu, bang, just like that. Upon hearing this, Oyagi glanced at her and sighed. With words like that, I can't tell if you're worried about me or just cursing me to die early. Yet, despite the teasing, he quickly assumed a more serious tone. You're right, but what can I do now? I am currently sustained by the compassionate medicine king, so I must at least do something fitting of that identity. He spread his hands helplessly. Besides, what I'm spreading now is only medicine to heal and save lives. I'm not touching the topic of immortality. Moreover, from the spread of information to its real impact takes time. When things start to show signs, I will definitely report to the Senju Alliance first. As long as the people of this world do not rush blindly toward the fertility parasite, the problem remains manageable. Silver Wolf raised an eyebrow. So you're still a good person, huh? Am I not? Oyagi instantly shrugged, wearing an innocent expression. I have always been a good person. Silver Wolf's mouth twitched slightly, clearly eager to comment on that statement. But before she could speak, Oyagi raised his hand to cut her off. All right. Let us not get tangled up in philosophical debates. Let us get down to business. He turned to look at Yuan Mei beside him. Next, I have to assist Ms. Yuan Mei in researching the divine tree. You know how experiments go, once you start, there's no telling how long it will take. I probably won't have time to keep you company for a while. Silver Wolf considered this for a moment. Fair enough. She nodded slightly. Only the gods knew how long your experiments would take. As she spoke, it was as if something suddenly occurred to her, her eyes flickering with a faint glimmer. By the way, didn't you say earlier that you still need the tailed beasts? Well, during this time, I can go out for a bit and help you catch the tailed beasts. Upon hearing this, Oyagi's eyes instantly brightened. The next moment, without the slightest hesitation, he solemnly handed over the little ninetails. His gaze locked onto hers with earnest gravity. Truly deserving of the title greatest game master in the entire universe. The esteemed Lord Great Love Wolf. As expected, he lives up to his name. This little fellow is the son of the Ninetails. He can lead you to the Ninetails. After finding the Ninetails, you can have him guide you to the other tailed beasts. Before finishing, Aoyagi added one more cautionary remark. Just make sure not to cause too much commotion, and everything should be manageable. Silver Wolf took the little Ninetails, immediately rolling her eyes at him. When there's trouble, you're Lord Great Love Wolf. When there isn't, you're the Star Core Hunter. She let out a short laugh. You really are something utterly opportunistic. Oyagi promptly shook his head in a serious manner to correct her. You misunderstand. My caution is directed solely toward the organization Star Core Hunter itself. But when it comes to a brilliantly intelligent, supremely capable, and breathtakingly beautiful young lady like Lord Great Love Wolf. I've always been eager to engage in deeper exchanges. Silver Wolf. The air fell silent for a couple of seconds. Then, she gave Aoyagi a smile that was more mockery than genuine warmth. Very well, sir. You have successfully caught my attention. Don't think I'm oblivious to your underlying meaning just because I don't surf the internet. Trying to take advantage of me, are you? She abruptly lifted the little nine-tails up, her tone calm yet unmistakably tinged with menace. But not now. When I have the time, I'll make you get to know me better. You can look forward to that. Meanwhile, the little nine-tails was obviously unaware of Silver Wolf's true strength. Yet, its instincts keenly sensed danger. It immediately curled into a tight ball in its heart, and even though Silver Wolf held it by the scruff of its neck, dangling it midair, it could only pitifully bare its teeth and snarl at Aoyagi. Creator, you've sold me out again. You truly are the worst creator I've ever encountered. Silver Wolf heard the little creature's spirited protest and shifted her focus away from Aoyagi. She looked down at the furry little bundle in her hands, weighing it lightly. You're quite clever, little one. A sly, almost wickedly delighted smile tugged at the corner of her lips. Perfect. Next, you're gonna keep me company. Little nine-tails. The entire fox froze instantly, sensing that its days ahead would hardly be pleasant. Soon after, Silver Wolf raised her hand and opened a portal. Standing by its edge, she casually waved at the two. I'm off first. Message me if anything comes up. No sooner had she spoken than she didn't wait for Aoyagi's reply. She grabbed the little nine-tails and stepped into the portal, vanishing in an instant. Aoyagi stood rooted to the spot, watching her departure before finally exhaling deeply. That troublesome one is finally gone. He said this while immediately turning to Ruan Mei, switching his demeanor with remarkable ease. Ms. Ruan Mei, what shall we do next? I will fully cooperate. Ruan Mei did not respond immediately. She simply regarded Aoyagi quietly for a moment. After a while, she spoke in a rare tone tinged with evaluation. Before setting out, I considered many possibilities for this operation. Yet your current behavior, she paused slightly, does not align with any of the scenarios I had anticipated. Aoyagi blinked. Ruan Mei continued, Aoyagi, you are someone who easily brings surprises. Therefore, I look forward to it. I look forward to what kind of astonishment your research will bring me this time. Aoyagi's spirits lifted instantly. He instinctively pressed his tongue gently against the roof of his mouth before tentatively asking, if there really is a surprise, will there be a reward? Ruan Mei's eyelids drooped slightly, a subtle movement scarcely noticeable unless one looked carefully. She remained silent for less than 2 breaths before finally nodding. Depending on the circumstances, Aoyagi did not press further. Retracting his thoughts, he turned around, his gaze instinctively sweeping the surroundings. The elusive white extinction was nowhere to be found. Aoyagi was momentarily taken aback. Ruan Mei noticed his line of sight and followed it, but saw nothing. She tilted her head and asked, what are you looking for? Is there something else that needs attending to? Not really. Aoyagi rubbed the bridge of his nose and explained, I was originally going to find white extinction to help arrange a place, but it seems we may have forgotten about it. An eerie silence settled for a few seconds. Ruan Mei blinked and, after a moment, shook her head calmly. It doesn't matter. It's not important. As for the place, just find some open, quiet spot. I brought the experimental instruments myself. Aoyagi was silent for a moment, silently offering a brief prayer for white extinction in his heart for less than a second. Then he nodded. All right, then follow me. He turned and led the way ahead, with Ruan Mei following at a leisurely pace. After a short distance, Aoyagi stopped before a mountain. The entrance here was inconspicuous, half concealed behind vines and weeds, easily overlooked if one wasn't paying close attention. Aoyagi raised his hand to brush aside the hanging vines, revealing a deep, shadowy cave entrance behind them. Here will do. He turned back and said.
Ruan Mei glanced over,
Her expression utterly unchanged, simply responding with a calm When in Rome, in the world of Naruto, whether it's a rogue ninja stronghold, a secret base, or a clandestine laboratory, they always preferred mountain caves or underground chambers. It seemed that merely placing equipment in a dark, damp cave automatically elevated the sense of mystery and danger by several degrees. Hence, places like this were not uncommon in the ninja world. Just as Aoyagi was about to comment on the rudimentary conditions and suggest making do, Ruan Mei had already stepped inside. She showed no concern for the environment, her eyes scanning around to confirm the space was spacious and quiet enough, then raised her hand to retrieve one piece of equipment after another from her bag. Within a mere few minutes, the once empty cave was forcibly transformed into a fully equipped miniature laboratory. Aoyagi's gaze fell upon the bag, his expression flickering slightly. SNT this the same as the one black tower used back then? Ruanmei adjusted the angle of an instrument with a light voice. What are you standing there for? Oyagi snapped back to reality. What do you need me to do? Record data, assist observation. She didn't even look back. If I ask you to hand me something, just hand it over. Don't touch any equipment you're not supposed to. Understood. The division of labor was as brief as it was decisive. Soon, the experiment officially commenced. Ruanmei stood before the console, a scalpel beginning to dissect the body of the heretical demon automaton, her expression focused. Oyagi stood beside her, recording every set of changes as she instructed. For 3 consecutive days, Ruanmei finally ceased her work. She lowered her eyes to the experimental sample, silent for a moment before speaking slowly. I believe I now roughly understand the principle behind this thing. Oyagi's spirits surged as he looked at her. How so? Ruanmei did not answer immediately but raised her hand to gently tap the divine tree sample within the isolation chamber. In simple terms, this divine tree has grown by continuously absorbing the energy of this planet. It does not merely siphon off life force. Rather, it refines the entire planetary energy system and stores it within itself. Consequently, it possesses an extraordinarily vast reserve of chakra. Oyagi nodded, finding this concept comprehensible. Ruanmei continued, combining this with the information you previously provided, the divine tree is the origin of chakra in the ninja world, and it also serves as the repository for this planet's information. According to my hypothesis, if its usage is precise enough, it could even become a control terminal. A control terminal? Oyagi furrowed his brow. To control the entire world, Ruanmei explained calmly. Of course, this presupposes that the target belongs to the chakra system's biological entities. Oyagi was momentarily stunned, then quickly caught on, a look of sudden realization flashing in his eyes. You mean like Kuratsuchi's original plan? He gathered his words and elaborated. Kuratsuchi originally intended to use the divine tree to resurrect Kagaya Otsutsuki, then employ the infinite Tsukuyumi to drag the entire ninja world into an illusion, ultimately transforming everyone into white Zetsu. Ruanmei nodded but swiftly shook her head. However, the point I want to emphasize lies not in the illusionary control but in something far more fundamental. She turned toward Aoyagi. There is an inherent vulnerability in life forms created using chakra. This vulnerability is not merely about their predetermined limits. Rather, their intrinsic information can essentially be artificially rewritten. Oyagi's frown deepened further. Just like the example I mentioned earlier, she said slowly, under normal circumstances, the characters on this paper are constantly changing, continuously flowing. I can see them, but it is difficult to directly insert new content because the original information resists foreign interference. However, the information of the lab mice I re-edit on a blank sheet. She paused slightly. Their information flow is static, or at least within the framework I defined, it is static. In such a case, I can add content at will. She lifted her gaze, her tone remaining calm but chilling to the spine. For instance, memories, cognition, or some kind of absolute obedience instinct. Aoyagi opened his mouth, and after a long pause he said, so, from the moment chakra-based life is born, it is essentially exposing its account privileges to the outside world. Ruanmei glanced at him, seemingly approving of this interpretation. That's one way to understand it. The more Aoyagi contemplated, the more his scalp tingled. No wonder he muttered softly, infinite Tsukuyumi, white Zetsu transformation, Ketsu, reincarnation at their core. All of these are about tampering with information. Yes, Ruanmei responded lightly, then sighed softly. Unfortunately, the divine tree's own hierarchy is still too low. She raised her hand to shut down part of the instruments, her tone tinged with regret. Ultimately, its greatest function remains providing an immense amount of chakra and constructing a vast network with chakra-based lifeforms as nodes. As for the deeper secrets, one would probably need to contact the Otsutsuki clan to uncover them. Aoyagi had a general understanding of the issue. Simply put, it is like an account system. The divine tree functions as both the database and management hub, while chakra lifeforms are the users attached to the system. Whoever holds sufficient privileges can log in, examine, and even alter the other's information. The current problem is that this system is not very secure. Without higher-level protection, anyone who obtains the password could become the new manipulator. Hence, what they lack now is the genuine authentication mechanism possessed by the Otsutsuki clan. Upon this realization, Oyagi's eyes suddenly brightened. If it's just about preventing arbitrary rewriting, he murmured, his gaze falling on the divine tree sample, then theoretically, it should be possible to install a firewall. How to install it doesn't matter. He continued, chakra itself has a self-protection system related to the Otsutsuki clan. As long as I can guide chakra to extrapolate and generate more diverse cases, the rest will be Ruanmei's work. After all, His task was merely to demonstrate his own value. Ruan Mei quietly observed this scene without uttering a word or interfering. She was genuinely looking forward to seeing what unexpected surprises this person, who always acted strangely beyond the established rules, would bring this time. Speaking of tailed beasts, here comes the silver wolf. Suddenly, a roar echoed from outside the cave, and a shadow descended. The silver wolf lounged lazily atop the nine-tails head. One leg bent while the other dangled carelessly. Upon noticing Aoyagi and Ruan Mei's gaze, she raised an eyebrow. Why are you so slow? I've nearly toured the entire ninja world. Aoyagi was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly stepped out of the cave. Upon seeing the scene, he fell silent. It was not just the nine tails. On the clearing outside the cave, 5 other tailed beasts of various forms were sprawled about. Noticing the subtle expression on Aoyagi's face, the silver wolf immediately stood up from the nine-tails head, crossing her arms. Well, she lifted her chin proudly. My efficiency is impeccable, I assenti it? She waved her hand backward as if showcasing her trophies. Except for the 2 tails, 4 tails, 5 tails, and 8 tails, who haven't been located yet. I have brought all the tailed beasts I could find. She deliberately paused here, a smirk curling her lips, and they have all been utterly captivated by my personal charm, crying and begging to join me. No sooner had she finished speaking than the nine tails seemed to receive some signal and immediately perked up, its 9 tails slapping the ground. That's right. We are all devoted to the Silver Wolf King. The Silver Wolf King is brilliant beyond compare. The Silver Wolf King is the strongest in the universe. The Silver Wolf King can pacify the world with both wisdom and strength. Stop, stop, stop. Oyagi's mouth twitched sharply as he raised his hand to interrupt. He stared at the silver wolf, then at the clearly uncomfortable expressions of the tailed beasts, his gaze growing increasingly peculiar. What exactly have you done? After hesitating, he finally asked, you haven't brainwashed them, have you? Brainwash? The silver wolf snorted disdainfully, her face full of contempt. Do I look like someone who would resort to such low-level tactics? Oyagi wanted to retort, you not only look like it, you seem quite proficient. Yet, he refrained from voicing this complaint. Instead, the nine tails promptly spoke up enthusiastically, waving its tail with utmost sincerity. Hey, you've got it all wrong. Really wrong. The Silver Wolf King is just leading us to broaden the horizons of these ignorant bumpkins in the ninja world. You have no idea. When the Silver Wolf King made a slight move, those spineless folks in the sand village immediately knelt down, not daring to raise their heads. That scene, that aura, TSK, it's unforgettable for life. The nine tails spoke passionately, growing more animated with every word. The Silver Wolf King showed us what a truly perfect beastess life is like. Following the Silver Wolf King means not only a bright future but also prestige. So, we wholeheartedly, sincerely, and willingly rally behind the Silver Wolf King. Oyagi regarded it expressionlessly. Not a single word was believed. At that moment, a voice of disdain suddenly interrupted from the side. Creator, don't listen to this foolish fox spouting nonsense. The little nine-tails appeared out of nowhere, suddenly leaping onto the nine-tails head with a swift motion. Its claws pressed down with exceptional force, so much so that the nine-tails' face stiffened. Ow! Take it easy. Shut up. The little nine-tails curtly struck his head and then crossed its arms, turning to look at Qingliu. This guy was quite proud at first, relying on several robots nearby to back him up, shouting and yelling about how the tailed beasts must not be humiliated and that no one could make him surrender. Silver Wolf raised an eyebrow, clearly recalling that scene, a slight smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. The little nine-tails continued to jab. Then the Silver Wolf King went up and slapped him twice, wiping the bewilderment from his eyes. He stood there for a long time, unable to react. Qingliu. The nine-tails immediately grew anxious. You're lying. That was strategic silence. Is that so? The little nine-tails sneered coldly. Then your kneeling down afterward was pretty smooth. That was being sensible. That was fear of being turned into a pig. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere fell into a subtle silence. The nine-tails' expression froze completely. The little nine-tails showed no mercy and went on to expose more old wounds. You don't know how fast those guys knelt down to avoid being turned into pigs by the Silver Wolf King. Each one was more spineless than the last. One moment they were stubborn, the next they were praising the king's wisdom. I didn't. Shikaku immediately bristled, raising his voice sharply to refute. But as soon as his tone rose slightly, he noticed Silver Wolf turning to look at him, and he quickly swallowed the second half of his sentence. He awkwardly shrank his neck and shifted backward, wishing he could bury himself in the ground. Others might have been just talking, but he was different. He had truly been transformed into a pig. Recalling that experience still left Shikaku trembling. That was not a force any normal being should possess. With a casual strike, half the desert vanished in an instant. With a single grab, he was reduced from a proud-tailed beast to a pig. Although tailed beasts do not truly die, the feeling of having both body and dignity crushed was terrifying. Not to mention him. Even if the Sage of the Six Paths himself stood here, he would probably have to be a bit more polite when speaking. Qingliu glanced over them all, likely guessing what had transpired along the way. However, he had no intention of delving deeper. After all, the outcome was favorable. As for the Silver Wolf's methods, the process was usually not something to question too closely. He cleared his throat softly and turned to look at Ruan Mei. Ms.
Ruan Mei.
Ruan Mei lifted her eyes. There are still 4-tailed beasts missing. Qingliu organized his thoughts and spoke seriously. The 2 tails and 8 tails are most likely in the hidden cloud village, while the 4 tails and 5 tails are probably in the hidden rock village. Should we first retrieve the remaining tailed beasts, or begin preparatory work using the ones we already have? Ruan Mei pondered briefly. She glanced at the tailed beasts before her and then said in a calm voice, "Let us do both at the same time to avoid unnecessary trouble." Understood. Qingliu nodded. Indeed, that reason was very much in line with Ruan Mei's style. He turned around to face the 5-tailed beasts before him, their expressions varying, his tone growing more serious. "You all know something about the Sage of the Six Paths, the 10 Tails, and Otsutsuki Kagaya." He paused, choosing not to beat around the bush but to speak plainly. "Then I'll be straightforward." All the tailed beasts' gazes immediately fixed on him. "I need your chakra," Qingliu said calmly, "but not all of it." At these words, Shikaku and Kurama tensed almost simultaneously, and the other tailed beasts instinctively showed signs of wariness. Seeing this, Qingliu added, "Each of you only needs to provide half your chakra to help us restore the 10 tails. Once the task is completed, I will grant you your freedom." The word freedom caused the expressions of the tailed beasts to visibly shift. They exchanged glances, the atmosphere growing somewhat delicate. In the end, Kurama was the first to step forward. "I have a question." Kurama fixed his eyes on Qingliu and spoke in a low voice. "If you revive Otsutsuki Kagaya, what if she tries to capture us again afterward?" The moment this question was raised, the other tailed beasts also grew tense. Clearly, this was their greatest concern. Qingliu was momentarily taken aback but then looked at Kurama with a hint of disbelief. "I don't know whether to call you clever or foolish." Kurama immediately bristled with displeasure. "What do you mean by that?" "It means you've only thought through half the problem but not the whole thing," Qingliu said, folding his arms and speaking deliberately. "Have you forgotten who you are now?" Kurama looked puzzled. "Who am I now?" "You are Ms. Black Tower's crucial collaborative partner in the shinobi world." Qingliu said earnestly, to be precise, the core external partner for the outpost construction project. Kurama was stunned, blinking in surprise. Even Silver Wolf couldn't help but glance at Qingliu, his eyes silently saying, "You're quite the storyteller." Qingliu remained expressionless and continued his explanation. "Previously, Ms. Black Tower's cooperation with you involved assisting her in establishing a stable outpost in the shinobi world. In other words, you are now integrated into the project system. If Kagaya tries to capture you, it would be obstructing Ms. Black Tower's plans, disrupting the project's progress, and affecting subsequent construction." Qingliu shrugged. "Do you think, under such circumstances, she would be able to act against you at will?" Kurama was initially stunned. Then his eyes gradually brightened. "That makes sense." He slapped his paw suddenly but then seemed to remember something and quickly pointed at the other tailed beasts behind him. "What about them?" Qingliu followed his paw with a calm expression. "The construction work is vast and complex, and manpower is insufficient." He spoke evenly. "So, as a core partner, you have independently recruited a group of temporary staff to improve the efficiency of outpost construction. They are now all project members." After finishing, he looked at the tailed beasts and added quietly, "As long as you don't slack off on Ms. Black Tower, don't shirk your duties, don't sabotage during the outpost construction, your safety will basically be guaranteed." The hidden rock village, true to its name, was built nestled among mountains and cliffs. Looking around, jagged peaks and exposed rock layers stretched endlessly. The land was barren, with few plains. Large-scale farming was impossible, and even ordinary crops struggled to survive in patches. Thanks to Silver Wolf's teleportation, the group appeared almost effortlessly on a mountainous area not far from the hidden rock village. The spatial fluctuation had barely settled when the scene before them became clear. Layers of gray-brown mountains piled upon one another, the hidden rock village embedded among the uneven cliffs like a fortress wrapped by towering peaks. Not only Qingliu appeared alongside them, but also Silver Wolf and Ruan Mei, and 5-tailed beasts. The alert in Hidden Rock Village sounded almost immediately. Figures quickly appeared atop the village gates. Kunai, explosive tags, ninja tool carts, and the entire force of the barrier squad were mobilized. Yet everyone understood that this heightened vigilance was more instinctual than strategic. If a real battle broke out, let alone victory, the hidden rock village might not even be able to delay it for a few minutes. The Third Shinobi World War had only recently concluded, and the hidden rock village remained in its weakest post-war state. Particularly during the battle to besiege the Third Reikage, the main forces of Iwagakure were overwhelmingly slaughtered in a counterattack, resulting in grievous losses among the village's elite. Even now, they have yet to recover their composure. How could such a weakened Iwagakure possibly withstand five-tailed beasts? From a vantage point at the village entrance, Inoki gazed upon the scene from afar, feeling a suffocating heaviness settle upon his chest, each breath growing more labored than the last. His already aged visage looked even more haggard and grim at this moment. The phrase fierce and unrelenting simply failed to capture the true enormity of the threat posed by the five-tailed beasts. Not to mention the presently debilitated Iwagakure. Even if these creatures were to be cast directly before the gates of Konohagakure, the hidden leaf would be utterly overwhelmed and pushed aside without resistance. Inoki drew a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil of unease roiling within him. Supporting his weary back, he slowly descended from his elevated position. After all, he was the Tsuchikage, the shadow of the rock. Even though his heart pounded as if about to burst from his throat, this was no time to retreat. Upon landing, he swiftly scanned the assembly before him, confirming that he recognized none of them. The forced smile on his face grew even more strained, though he endeavored to make his tone as cordial as possible. Several Inokis cupped their hands in greeting, their voices cautious. It seemed they were all unfamiliar faces. His gaze swept over Aoyagi, then rested upon Jinro and Ruanmei, before finally darting toward the five-tailed beasts behind them, his eyelids twitching sharply. "I do not know the reason for your sudden visit to Iwagakure," he began. Then, as if to convey sincerity, he patted his chest and added, "As long as it is within the old man's power, I shall never refuse and will do my utmost to assist." Oyagi watched his obsequious demeanor with growing disdain, feeling as though he were witnessing a villain forced into servitude. Especially with the five-tailed beasts standing behind him, the entire tableau hardly resembled that of benevolent visitors. Silently restraining his wandering thoughts, he felt no need to engage in polite discourse with Inoki, and instead raised a hand, gesturing toward the tailed beasts behind him. "I shall dispense with pleasantries. We have come to reunite the tailed beasts." His tone was calm, yet left no room for negotiation. This included Iwagakure's four-tails and five-tails. The moment those words escaped his lips, Inoki's smile froze stiffly. Tailed beasts, they had indeed come for the tailed beasts. The last flicker of hope within his heart vanished entirely at that instant. Tailed beasts had never been mere creatures. They were among the most crucial strategic assets of every great shinobi village, especially amid the unsettled post-war climate. Losing them would further diminish Iwagakure's voice among the five great nations, rendering it little more than prey in others' eyes. But the question remained, what choice did they have if they refused to surrender them? Inoki's face darkened like the bottom of a cauldron, his gaze uncontrollably drifting to the tailed beasts behind Aoyagi. As he stared, a sudden realization dawned, causing his expression to shift subtly. Wait a moment, he fixed his eyes on the Ninetails and Shikaku, voice tinged with uncertainty. "Before this, have you already visited Konohagakure and Sunagakure?" Upon hearing this, Aoyagi cast a skeptical glance at the old man. Weren't the great shinobi villages fond of planting spies within each other? Was information really so scarce? But then he recalled that only 3 days had elapsed since Jinro's operation began. Spy communications required opportunity, and transmitting intelligence took time. It was no surprise that Iwagakure had yet to receive accurate reports. Nodding, Aoyagi replied evenly, more or less. "So don't bother trying to stall. Hand over the tailed beasts and carry on with your lives. As long as you refrain from provoking trouble, the shinobi world will soon genuinely embrace peace." The word peace sounded utterly ironic coming from Aoyagi's mouth. To show up at another's doorstep wielding five-tailed beasts, then urge cooperation, and expect the shinobi world to be pacified? Such claims could only be made with righteous conviction by the truly powerful. Another Hashirama Senju, perhaps? Inoki glanced sideways at the intelligence chief, whose face had turned deathly pale, palms drenched in sweat, evidently bereft of any solution. Inoki parted his lips, intending to speak further, to buy more time, but Aoyagi, as if having already seen through his plan, spoke first. "Tsuchikage-sama." Aoyagi's gaze fixed on him, his tone measured yet imbued with an undeniable pressure. "I don't mind waiting a little longer. But whether these tailed beasts will remain patient, I cannot promise you that. No sooner had he finished than the tailed beasts behind him revealed savage snarls in perfect accord. The oppressive aura surged to its zenith. Inoki felt an icy chill crawl down his spine. His body stiffened so abruptly he nearly threw out his back. Gritting his teeth, he finally turned to the nearby Kodo, voice heavy with resignation. Go. Summon the Jinchuriki. Kodo froze briefly before his expression shifted dramatically. Father, go. Inoki's shout carried a note of helplessness. It was time for them to demonstrate the will of the rock. Clenching his fists, Kodo's face darkened severely, but he bowed his head, gritted his teeth, and quickly departed. Oyagi observed the scene in silence for a moment, then tilted his head toward Ruanmei. If the tailed beasts are separated, the Jinchuriki themselves will perish. If we are to keep them alive, might I trouble you? Ruanmei's expression remained composed. The experimental process itself is fraught with countless difficulties. If it's merely a matter of preserving life, it's not a problem. Though her words were understated, Inoki could not help but glance up at her with a mixture of apprehension. Oyagi nodded in response. I had no control over Jinro's actions previously. Much has already transpired. But things are different now. Since I uphold abundance, I will lend a hand wherever possible. At the very least, I will prevent matters from deteriorating too badly. Not much time passed before two figures swiftly approached, led by Kodo. They were Iwagakure S2 Jinchuriki, the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, Ozumi, and the Five-Tails Jinchuriki, Han. Upon arriving, they instinctively went on guard. Yet when their eyes fell upon the five-tailed beasts lying nearby, their expressions inevitably shifted. Not one, nor two, but five-tailed beasts. Such a sight would instantly convey to any Jinchuriki the gravity of the situation. Ozumi and Han exchanged a glance, each perceiving the weight of the crisis reflected in the other's eyes. Then, simultaneously, they turned their gaze to Inoki. Sachikage-sama. Ozumi was the first to speak, his voice low and resolute. What do you require of us? Han remained silent but fixed his eyes on Inoki, clearly awaiting a response. Inoki did not answer immediately. Instead, he looked toward Ruanmei, the last trace of doubt lingering in his expression. Can you truly guarantee they will not die? Upon hearing this, Aoyagi took up the reply. Rest assured. Even if they do die, we can bring them back. Inoki thought, how does that make me feel even less assured? But with matters having reached this point, he had no alternative. Slowly closing his eyes when he opened them again, he avoided looking at Ozumi and Han, speaking gravely. To you both, I, Inoki, offer my deepest apologies. The village cannot endure any further turmoil. They seek the tailed beasts, so... Inoki could not bring himself to finish the sentence. Forcing the Jinchuriki to willingly relinquish the tailed beasts sealed within them was, in essence, no different from sentencing them to death. Yet Old Purple seemed to have long since comprehended everything and, instead, smiled ahead of time. So, you want us not to resist and to obediently cooperate with them. Is that it? Inoki's lips moved slightly, but he offered no reply. Old Purple did not press him further. He merely hummed softly, his face betraying little resentment, as if he had long been accustomed to the village's upper echelons treating the Jinchuriki as mere tools. He stepped forward slowly and halted before Ruanmei. At such close quarters, he could more keenly sense the peculiarity of this group. One who appeared devoid of any aura of danger yet stood at the forefront speaking. Another, so languid it seemed as if on a leisurely outing, yet using a tailed beast as a steed, and another who appeared quiet, yet whose gaze sent chills down one's spine. Adding to this, the five-tailed beasts lying obediently behind them. This lineup alone was so absurdly overwhelming that it extinguished any thought of resistance. Old Purple glanced back at those tailed beasts and couldn't help but let out a bitter chuckle. No wonder even the usually formidable Tsuchikage yielded without a fight. Anyone capable of going out with five-tailed beasts in tow, the Iwagakure of today, if they were truly to clash with you, it would indeed be a death sentence. Having spoken, he exhaled gently. All right, I have delivered my final words. Let us begin. He stood upright, neither resisting nor retreating. Beside him, Han remained silent for a long moment before stepping forward to stand shoulder to shoulder with Old Purple. If it means sparing the village from this calamity, then so be it. Oyagi looked upon Old Purple and Han before him, his expression softening slightly. He had anticipated needing to expend some effort in persuasion, yet these two proved more resolute than expected. With this in mind, he turned to Ruanmei and spoke softly. Lady Ruanmei, the next steps are yours. Ruanmei nodded lightly and stepped forward. Stand still. Her voice was calm, and the matter was swiftly concluded. As Ruanmei had said, whatever she intended to do, she accomplished, The entire process unfolded with bewildering speed. Chakra was guided, the tailed beasts were separated, life signs were maintained, and the damaged parts were mended one link after another by the outer path puppet with precision and efficiency, scarcely pausing for a moment. It was not long before the Five Tails Mu was the first to be fully detached. Accompanied by a tremendous tremor of chakra, the white giant beast landed, hooves striking the ground and raising a cloud of dust. It paused momentarily, then lifted its head to let out a prolonged howl. "I am free!" But in the very next moment, it was swarmed by the other tailed beasts who had been eyeing it hungrily, and was immediately pinned to the ground and thoroughly beaten. Ah! The Five Tails was stunned, just about to struggle, when the Nine Tails surged forward, pressing its paw firmly on the Five Tails' head, pushing it back into the dirt. While delivering its blows, the Nine Tails did not forget to glance back at the Silver Wolf with a fawning smile, its 9 tails wagging with obsequious enthusiasm. "Silver Wolf King, this fool just came out and started howling wildly, disturbing you. Such trivial matters should not trouble you to intervene personally. Leave it to us. We will teach it a lesson." Upon hearing this, Shikaku immediately brightened. Exactly. How dare it shout like that in front of the Silver Wolf King? That's rebellion. Komiai flapped his wings and swooped down from above. I've long disliked that stupid look of his. Even the usually sluggish Isabu and Son Goku silently joined the fray, adding their strength to this justifiable group assault. Thus, the Five Tails, freshly restored to freedom and not yet able to savor the vastness of the world, was subjected to a tailed beast version of a welcome ceremony. The scene was, for a time, exceedingly brutal. Meanwhile, Ruan-mei paid no heed to the chaotic spectacle of the tailed beasts. To her, whether the tailed beasts fought among themselves after regaining freedom bore no relevance to the experiment itself. She simply proceeded calmly to complete her task and then began tending to the Jinchuriki near death after losing their tailed beasts. In this regard, she had by now accrued considerable experience. After all, she had previously practiced once with Nagato. Her core approach was straightforward and ruthless. First, use the outer path puppet to fill the voids in life force, repair the critically damaged parts, then supplement sufficient chakra from within to forcibly sustain life. It was hardly gentle, indeed quite unrefined, but it was stable and fast-acting. And Ruan-mei had always admired such methods. Thus, as soon as Old Purple was detached and his life signs began to decline markedly, Ruan-mei commenced the subsequent treatment. Moments later, Old Purple, who had been breathing faintly, gradually stabilized. Although he was not yet awake and his condition was far from robust, at the very least, he was no longer dying. Anoki, who had stood nearby watching intently, finally exhaled deeply upon witnessing this scene. He truly could not bear the loss of the tailed beasts. No Kage would not grieve for their own tailed beasts. But at this juncture, the tailed beasts were already beyond saving. If the Jinchuriki died alongside, that would be a loss to the very bone. For now, preserving the lives of Old Purple and Han was an unfortunate blessing. Moreover, if Konoha and Sunagakure also lost their tailed beasts, Iwagakure could accept that. With no one possessing tailed beasts, it would be fair. With this thought, Anoki felt a strangely complex sense of solace. Simultaneously, the Four Tails, Son Goku, was successfully extracted. Unlike the Five Tails who had howled wildly upon release, the Four Tails was markedly more docile. After landing, it merely moved its limbs quietly, glanced around without shouting or causing a commotion, even keeping its volume low. But the other tailed beasts were evidently displeased by this scene. They had all been beaten and humiliated. Why should the Four Tails be allowed to stand calmly as if nothing had happened? The Nine Tails' eyes shifted swiftly, and it almost instantly concocted an excuse. Raising a paw, it pointed angrily at the Four Tails, wearing an expression of stern righteousness. "How dare you?" The Four Tails was taken aback by the shout. "Huh?" The Nine Tails bellowed. "You saw the Silver Wolf King and didn't greet him immediately? How utterly disrespectful. What kind of attitude is that?" Shikaku immediately caught on and chimed in seamlessly. "Exactly. No manners at all." Komiai flapped his wings in agreement. "Too rude. Must be taught a lesson." Even the Five Tails, who had just been beaten and grimacing on the ground, somehow got up, limping into the ranks of accusers. "Yes, beat it. This one has no discipline." The Four Tails opened its mouth to speak, but before it could utter a word, all 6 tailed beasts pounced in unison. What followed was yet another session of the tailed beasts' collective, affectionate, and inclusive activity. The Four Tails was pinned down and thoroughly thrashed, utterly bewildered. It felt deeply wronged but dared not protest. For it had come to understand that these creatures were not interested in reason. They merely wished for all tailed beasts to endure the same treatment. One's solitary misery was less bearable than shared misery. Since everyone had suffered, no one should be exempt. Aoyagi stood nearby, watching this unfold, his lips twitching slightly as he hesitated whether to intervene. But then he reconsidered. This was internal communication among the tailed beasts, and as an outsider it was hardly appropriate for him to interfere. So he silently averted his gaze and pretended not to see. Only after Han's treatment was fully completed did May finally remove the disposable gloves from her hands. Her movements were delicate yet brisk. She casually folded away her gloves. Then she turned her head to gaze at Aoyagi. Her tone as calm and composed as ever. All right, let us head to Qingliu next and take care of the remaining two. Following this procedure, by the time we're done, it should be close to evening. Upon hearing this, Aoyagi nodded in agreement. But in the next moment, as if recalling something, his eyes shifted slightly. I want to accompany you to Qingliu, he said. I need to make a trip to Korezetsu. There are some follow-up tasks that require its assistance. May showed little reaction, merely pausing to contemplate before nodding in assent. Splitting up does increase efficiency, she remarked. Then we'll head to Qingliu first. Fine. Aoyagi gave a nod to the group. Let us proceed as planned. With those words, he wasted no further time and activated Flying Thunder God. Accompanied by a subtle ripple in the space around him, his figure vanished from the spot in an instant. After Aoyagi's departure, Silver Wolf waved her hand with satisfaction. Excellent. My tailed beast compendium is nearly complete. She regarded them with growing contentment, then decisively issued the order with a swift gesture. Depart. The final destination. In the next instant, a familiar teleportation gate unfurled in midair. Silver Wolf stepped in first, with May close behind, and one by one, the 7-tailed beasts vanished into the shimmering portal. Their colossal forms disappeared consecutively until the last tail was no longer visible, leaving the once almost overcrowded clearing utterly barren. A mountain breeze swept through, stirring the scattered stones and dust on the ground. The scene was engulfed in profound silence. Long after, Inoki finally regained his composure slowly, already slightly stooped with age. His back seemed to bend even further now, as if a great part of his vitality had been drained away. He looked toward Kodo, whose face was equally grim, and sighed heavily. Relay my orders. Kodo immediately snapped to attention and bowed his head. Yes. Inoki lifted his gaze toward the distant cliff face, his voice laden with fatigue and gravity. From this moment forward, all external operations of Iwagakure are to be suspended. During this period, no provocations are to be initiated. No additional conflicts engaged in, avoid whenever possible, endure when necessary. He paused briefly, then his tone grew sterner. Especially if you encounter those individuals from today, depart immediately. Do not probe, do not negotiate, and above all, do not foolishly attempt to make contact with them. Kodo's expression hardened as he nodded firmly. Understood. Inoki remained silent for a moment before turning his gaze toward the still unconscious old Z and Han. A flicker of complexity passed through his eyes. Also, bring those two back immediately and arrange for the best medical team to examine them without delay. Mobilize all available researchers as well. Kodo was momentarily taken aback. Father, you mean even after the tailed beast extraction, the fact that the Jinchuriki survived if we can glean even the slightest insight from this technology? It would be immensely advantageous for Iwagakure. At these words, Inoki's eyes darkened. He slowly clenched his fist. The ninja world may be on the verge of a cataclysmic upheaval. I cannot say whether they will become the next Hashirama Senju, but there is no doubt that the current circumstances are unlike those of the past. If we fail to understand these changes, Iwagakure will inevitably be left far behind. Thanks to the spatial anchor point left from last time, Aoyagi's journey this time was considerably easier. After activating Flying Thunder God, in the very next moment, he had already appeared within the cave where Nagato resided. The cave remained dim, the air heavy with faint medicinal scents and the damp aroma of earth and rock. Conan was busily tidying up, exuding a domestic aura reminiscent of a devoted wife. Upon sensing the abrupt spatial distortion, Conan reacted swiftly, instinctively spinning around to draw her kunai. Yet when she recognized Aoyagi as the visitor, she visibly relaxed, though her brow soon furrowed again. She fell silent for a moment before sheathing her kunai, her tone noticeably lacking in courtesy. The outer path golem has already been handed over to you. There are no tailed beasts here. Her gaze fixed on Aoyagi, her voice tinged with coldness. What else do you want? Aoyagi paid no mind to her attitude. His eyes swept across the cave, quickly detecting something amiss. Only Conan was present. Nagato was nowhere to be seen. He withdrew his gaze and inquired, "Where is Nagato?" Given that Lady Ruan-mei has already intervened, he should have recovered by now. Konan's brow knitted even tighter. She seemed displeased by the presumptuous tone with which Nagato was mentioned, yet she still replied to Aoyagi. He has recovered. Her voice softened slightly as she spoke. However, he has not engaged in normal activity for a long time. Though his body has been repaired, he still needs to readjust. He is currently undergoing rehabilitation training. Hearing this, Aoyagi nodded, a trace of understanding dawning on his face. I see. He drew out the final syllable before shrugging, signaling his lack of ill intent. Don't be so tense. I'm not a villain. Konan regarded him expressionlessly. Aoyagi remained unfazed and continued. My visit is quite straightforward. We have nearly completed our research on the Outer Path Golem's secrets. Progress on the tailed beasts is also favorable. We've already collected 7. Silver Wolf and the others are currently en route to Kumogakure, and considering the timing, we should be able to gather the remainder by tonight. So next, we need Koruzetsu. Konan's eyes widened almost instantly. 7 tailed beasts? In just a few days? Before this, the Akatsuki had also sought to collect the tailed beasts, but they were still in the preparation stage. Yet Aoyagi's side managed to gather 7 in mere days? Aoyagi looked genuinely perplexed by her reaction. What is so surprising about that? He fixed his gaze on Konan, even with a hint of puzzlement. Didn't I already provide you with the materials concerning the benevolent Medicine King? Compared to the great benevolent Medicine King, collecting a few tailed beasts is hardly a challenge. He spoke with unshakable confidence, but Konan stiffened on the spot. She opened her mouth as if to say something but ended up blushing faintly, unable to utter a complete sentence for a long while. Observing her reaction, Aoyagi's confusion deepened. This isn't right, he pondered seriously. I specifically translated the materials into a language readable in this world. At this moment, as if struck by a sudden realization, his expression turned somewhat peculiar. Could it be? He looked toward Konan, tentatively asking, you can't read? At his words, Konan appeared as if a sensitive spot had been touched. Her ears flushed faintly. She pressed her lips together, her voice involuntarily lowered. I can read, but not much. I'm still learning. Aoyagi's eyes brightened with sudden understanding. I thought so. You mostly use paper jutsu, so you're somewhat of an administrative type. If you couldn't read even a few characters, this organization would be doomed sooner or later. Konan thought bitterly, how can this person's words always leave one uncertain whether they are comforting or stabbing at the heart? Yet Aoyagi seemed entirely oblivious to her embarrassment, merely adopting a slightly more serious tone. But it's all right. Learning more is always beneficial. He considered for a moment, then spoke with rare earnestness. The benevolent Medicine King is the kindest of the star gods. The materials I selected for you are the most basic and, at the same time, the least likely to lead anyone astray. You only need to comprehend it and then act accordingly. Healing the sick, saving lives, respecting life, this path will, at the very least, not lead you astray into a ravine. Konan listened quietly, the expression on her face gradually softening without her realizing it. Although she still could not fully grasp the concepts of the star gods, destinies, and blessings that Aoyagi spoke of, she could at least tell that he was neither teasing her deliberately nor speaking casually. On the contrary, Aoyagi genuinely hoped they could glean something meaningful from those notions. After a brief silence, she finally raised her hand and used the ring to notify Nagato to return as soon as possible. Once these tasks were done, the cave fell into a temporary silence. Konan stood aside, seeming hesitant about something. She glanced at Aoyagi several times, opening her mouth as if to speak but hesitating repeatedly, until at last, she could no longer hold back and asked, I've heard you mention it many times. What exactly is a star god? Is it a deity? Upon hearing this, Aoyagi turned to look at her. If we describe it in terms you can understand, then yes, it is truly a deity in the strict sense. He leaned against the stone wall nearby, his tone measured and unhurried. Take, for example, the abundance star god Yakushi I just mentioned. The benevolent Medicine King is always responsive to requests. As long as you catch his gaze and speak, he will bestow blessings upon you. Konan was slightly taken aback. Always responsive to requests? Yes, Aoyagi nodded. Of course, this responsiveness doesn't mean that if you wish for rain today, he will specifically make it rain for you. That would be far too simplistic. The blessings he grants are often matters of life itself. People in your world are always chasing immortality. Aren't they? Things like eternal youth, deathlessness, imperishability, surpassing the limits of lifespan. These goals may seem unattainable or require immense sacrifice in your eyes, but for Yakushi, a single blessing can achieve them. Konan's heart stirred, and she almost instinctively held her breath. Deathlessness and imperishability as well? Yes, Aoyagi affirmed with a nod. Then, shifting his tone, he added, however, there is never a purely altruistic gift in this world. Abundance grants blessings. The hunt enforces reckoning. Once you accept the power of abundance, it is as if a blade belonging to the hunt hangs over your head. If you cross certain boundaries or become something that should not exist, what awaits you is often a swift and decisive annihilation. Conan frowned slightly. Boundaries? It's difficult to explain the specific boundaries in just a few words, Aoyagi pondered, then offered a relatively accessible explanation. You can understand it as this: if life is merely extended, perhaps it can still be tolerated. But if it begins to expand endlessly, ultimately dragging itself and everything around it into uncontrollable proliferation and growth, then death is not far off. As he spoke, he casually gestured. When the storm god shoots an arrow, there might not even be a trace left behind. Conan was somewhat dazed. She suddenly realized that the cosmos and deities Aoyagi described were on a completely different plane from the strong figures and legends she had understood before. In the shinobi world, so-called gods were more like exaggerated titles. Yet in Aoyagi's depiction, those beings truly hung high above the stars, overseeing the fates of countless worlds. That sense of distance left her momentarily speechless. Seeing her silence, Aoyagi refrained from overwhelming her with more information and merely shrugged. But you only need to listen to these things. The universe is vast, and your world is peculiarly off-center. Whether your cries can truly reach the ears of the star gods remains unknown. Rather than worrying about such distant matters now, it's better to focus on what you can do here and now. He raised his hand to tap her lightly, his tone casual yet oddly earnest. Study well, learn to read, and look over the materials I gave you. Heal the sick, save lives, and try not to become the cold-faced logistics chief of some extremist organization. Perhaps someday in the future, someone in your world will truly embark upon the abundance path. But if you stray, Aoyagi paused, his voice calm, then you will not be stepping onto a destined path, but will become a breeding ground for the offspring of abundance. At that point, what awaits you will most likely be the storm goddess arrow reducing you to dust. Conan stared at him, half understanding, yet somehow absorbing his words. Though this man spoke in an odd manner and was occasionally exasperating, when he said such things, there was a strange sincerity in his tone. Just as Conan was about to ask more, Aoyagi suddenly turned his head toward the cave entrance, as if sensing something. He raised his hand and abruptly ended the topic. All right, let us leave it here for now. Aoyagi straightened his posture and looked toward the cave mouth. Nagato's here. I won't keep you any longer. Then, as if recalling something, he turned back and added, anyway, good luck. Since this is the first otherworld I've come into contact with, I sincerely hope you don't go astray. When Nagato returned, his steps were still somewhat unsteady. Although his body had been repaired to a considerable extent, the inertia left by years of overexertion and paralysis could not be erased overnight. He no longer relied on that cold, heavy mechanical apparatus, nor did he appear emaciated and fragile as if death were imminent. Yet precisely because of this, every step seemed like a rediscovery of his own body. Entering the cave, he was visibly startled upon seeing Aoyagi. It's you? Nagato's gaze flickered but quickly regained composure. Then he took the initiative to ask, is there something you need me to do? Aoyagi wasted no time on trivialities and stated his purpose directly. I want you to help summon Black Zetsu. The tailed beasts are about to be gathered, and the next phase will soon commence. So, I need to confirm its location promptly, lest it hides away in some corner again. Nagato listened without asking further questions. He was well aware that the situation had already far exceeded the Akatsuki's original plans. Facing someone of Aoyagi's caliber, asking too many questions was pointless. Cooperating directly was better, at least to retain some initiative. Thus, his Rinnegan shimmered slightly as he used the link left on Black Zetsu's body to send a message. Silence enveloped the cave. Aoyagi stood aside, adding, tell it not to move from its position. Once we have collected all the tailed beasts, we will come directly to it. Nagato nodded and relayed the message. Not long after, as Aoyagi seemed ready to turn and leave, Nagato suddenly raised his hand to stop him. Wait, Aoyagi turned back. What is it? Black Zetsu asked me to tell you that Uchiha Madara may have already betrayed you. Aoyagi raised an eyebrow. Nagato continued, it says Madara has probably sensed something and might soon make some covert moves. Be extra cautious. After saying this, he paused, then added the latter part. Also, the things it promised you before are ready. As soon as you go, it will hand over the remaining items all at once. Upon hearing this, Aoyagi could no longer suppress a light chuckle. So it's the familiar routine again. Because he's advancing so quickly and the mother's unsealing is imminent. Black Zetsu is desperately trying to prove loyalty in the final moments? To speak plainly, this foremost filial son of the ninja world may not excel in all respects, but his devotion to filial piety is unquestionably unwavering across a millennium. Whenever he glimpses hope, it is not merely information he is willing to share. He might very well lay bare the entire fortune he has accumulated over these 1,000 years without hesitation. Reflecting on this, Aoyagi found his spirits unexpectedly lifted. If Kurosu truly were to surrender the remaining resources along with the 9-tailed beasts and the outer path golem, then his exploration progress of the ninja world could be propelled to approximately 7,080. Beyond that, persuading Kagaya Otsutsuki to complete the final integration and unification would essentially exhaust the developmental potential of this world. As for the future Otsutsuki deity, that could be handed over wholesale to the Senju Alliance. This, after much contemplation, was the most secure course of action he could envision. The hunting faction is the mortal enemy of abundance. This is an inescapable truth. Since entanglement with the hunting system is inevitable sooner or later, it would be wiser to exploit this fact. First, fully maximize the exploration of the otherworld, then instill as much as possible the cognition and framework of abundance within it, and finally sell the existence and value of this otherworld as intelligence to the Senju Alliance. In doing so, with the Senju overseeing matters externally, it would be highly unlikely for truly abundant spawn to emerge in the ninja world for a considerable time. Even if any signs appeared, they would be promptly eradicated by the hunting faction. This would eliminate the need for Erasure to intervene personally, thus ensuring his greater safety. The thought flashed through Aoyagi's mind, yet his expression remained composed as he merely nodded. Understood. At that moment, a message suddenly popped up. Game King. The last 2-tailed beasts have been gathered. How are things on your side? Upon seeing this message, Aoyagi's eyes brightened noticeably. He promptly replied, I must survive. Kurosu's location has been confirmed. Come directly to the entrance of the hidden rain village now. Barely 2 seconds after sending the message, the space abruptly illuminated with a familiar portal. The next instant, Jinro and Ruan Mei stepped out one after the other. Following closely behind them were 9-tailed beasts. 9. In that moment, not only Konan but even Nagato was dumbfounded, frozen in place. It seems there is truly no reason to doubt your previous words. Nagato raised his eyes toward Aoyagi, his tone laced with an indescribable complexity. Then I shall not disturb you further. Aoyagi nodded, and before leaving, he took the opportunity to impart a parting remark. Very well. Use this time to study diligently, learn abundantly, and embody the spirit of abundance. Heal the sick, save the dying, and avoid detours. He patted Nagato on the shoulder with heartfelt gravity, like a preacher delivering a solemn sermon. The future of the ninja world depends on you all. I have great faith in you. Nagato, Konan. Before they could even decide how to respond, Aoyagi had already turned around and stepped into the portal with Jinro and the others. In a flash, their figures vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, outside the hidden mist village, in a remote and shadowed corner, Kurosu had just finished communicating with Nagato. The entire mass of black matter clung to the ground's shadow, yet within, it could no longer suppress its mounting excitement. Soon, truly soon, the tailed beasts will be fully assembled, the outer path golem is already in place, and Mother's seal is finally about to be lifted. Mother, my dear mother, soon we, mother and child, shall be reunited. Just a little longer, just a little more patience, and mother will regain her freedom. At the thought of this, Kurosu felt an impulse to burst into mad laughter. Yet caution had always been its nature. Even now, it merely restrained its surging emotions and lay low, patiently awaiting the arrival of Aoyagi and his group. However, in the next moment, a voice so furious it seemed to freeze the very air exploded behind it. Kurosu! How dare you deceive me? Kurosu shuddered violently and spun around. The space had begun to warp without warning, and from the distortion emerged a tall and imposing figure. Clad in dark red armor of Warring State style, long black hair cascading to the waist, a face as cold and sharp as a blade. It was Madara Uchiha. Yet at this moment, his face was cracked in countless fine fissures, his skin bearing the grim pallor unique to the Edo Tensei, clearly not truly resurrected but forcibly summoned back to the living world through the reanimation technique. Behind him stood several other figures. Silent Obito Uchiha lingered with a complex expression, part anger, part sorrow. Further back were several familiar faces that caused Kurosu's pupils to contract slightly. Hashirama Senju and Tobarama Senju. Kurosu was utterly stunned. It had never in its wildest dreams imagined that its meticulously laid plans, after so long, would be thwarted at the last moment by these revenants blocking its path. Obito regarded Kurosu's shocked expression with a nearly mournful complexity. Kurosu, didn't he expect this? Did you? Your plan to betray the ninja world was uncovered by me. Kurosu was momentarily uncertain whether to be more shocked by Obito's words or by the uncanny assembly of these individuals. Meanwhile, Tobirama Senju crossed his arms, his face cold and his tone dripping with disdain. As expected, another scheme by the Uchiha. Truly, the Uchiha are born to be evil little demons. Tobirama's brother Hashirama interrupted with a weary tone. Now is not the time for this. He glanced into the distance, the smile vanishing from his face, replaced by a rare solemnity. The Nine Tails is no longer in Konoha, and the Three Tails of the Mist is missing as well. Recently, we heard the One Tail was captured too. Those outsiders from beyond the heavens have clearly begun their moves. Though the dead should not meddle in the balance of the ninja world, Hashirama's voice grew grave. If we allow the entire ninja world to fall into foreign hands, the consequences will be far worse. Tobirama snorted coldly, his gaze returning to Kurosu. In that case, let us first capture this dark creature. He raised his hand, fingertips beginning to faintly gather the energy of a jutsu, his tone decisive and sharp. Wait patiently for the prey. As his words fell, he was about to strike when suddenly, a hum. The space warped once again. Kurosu's pupils contracted sharply. Tobirama's movement halted. Madara and Hashirama simultaneously looked up. The next instant, a portal abruptly opened. Oyagi, Jinro, Ruanmei, and their group, accompanied by the nine-tailed beasts, descended directly beside Kurosu. The air fell into sudden silence. The two sides collided unexpectedly, caught completely off guard. Kurosu reacted with astonishing speed. Almost the moment Aoyagi and his group appeared, it sprang without hesitation from its place, disappearing behind Aoyagi in the blink of an eye. Immediately after, it deftly produced a sealing scroll from within its body, hands offering it with utmost reverence, its tone fawning to the extreme. My lord, fortunately you arrived just in time. Otherwise, the gift I painstakingly prepared for you would have been seized by these long-dead spirits. As it spoke, Kurosu did not forget to add a sly flattery. My lord, I can endure some grievances, and the peace of the ninja world means little to me, but their attempt to waste your precious time is absolutely intolerable. Madara Uchiha, Tobirama Senju, even Hashirama and Obito couldn't help but cast an exceedingly subtle glance toward Kuratsuchi. They had lived long enough to witness shamelessness in many forms, yet nothing quite as brazen as this. Oyagi, however, paid no heed to Kuratsuchi's performance. He casually took the sealing scroll and swiftly scanned its contents. The information recorded within far exceeded his expectations. Without a doubt, this was Kuratsuchi's genuine trump card. After reading, he said nothing further and promptly stored the scroll away. Simultaneously, the system panel silently appeared before his eyes. Exploration level 712. Phase 2 achievement completed. Talent acquired. Extraordinary Sixth Sense. Extraordinary Sixth Sense. Literally, your intuition is remarkably precise at certain moments. Upon seeing this prompt, Aoyagi was momentarily taken aback. Then his expression subtly shifted into something rather peculiar. How to describe this talent? On one hand, it seemed not to directly enhance combat prowess. On the other, it appeared to considerably broaden his prospects for survival. Thus, adhering to a cautious and empirical approach, Aoyagi tested it on the spot. His gaze swept unobtrusively across those present, lingering deliberately a few seconds longer on Ruanmei. The result was nothing. Aoyagi was silent for a moment before swiftly drawing a conclusion. All right then, this must be a passive skill, incapable of activation at will. Nevertheless, it didn't matter, having it was better than none. He quickly reined in his thoughts and refocused his attention on the group of undead before him, especially Madara Uchiha, whose disdainful glare was unmistakably arrogant. Oyagi saw no need for circumlocution and spoke directly and decisively. So, what is the plan? Do we fight outright, or proceed with formalities first? At these words, those opposite him nearly simultaneously froze in surprise. Clearly, no one expected Aoyagi to be so straightforward. The atmosphere grew subtly tense. Yet Hashirama was the first to regain composure. Scratching the back of his head, he wore a rather simple and sincere smile. Young man, you must be that visitor from beyond the heavens, right? We mean no harm, but after all, the ninja world is ours. If it's possible, we suggest you stand down now. If there is anything to discuss, we can do so calmly. Unfortunately, Madara was evidently not one to be swayed. Hashirama, you're as usual. Madara snorted coldly, stepping forward with eyes fixed like blades on Aoyagi. Negotiation requires equal footing. Since you dare to trespass so recklessly into the ninja world, Let me first see what abilities you truly possess. No sooner had he finished speaking than Madara clasped his hands together. In the next moment, a furious, scorching blaze erupted violently from his mouth. Fire style. Majestic fire annihilation. In an instant, an all-encompassing sea of flames surged forth, vast enough to seem as if it would incinerate the entire area along with the very air itself. Facing this assault, Aoyagi merely sighed. He didn't even move his feet, only gently raising one hand. Thanks to his chakra controller talent, combined with the chakra-absorbing gem previously given by Koratsuchi, the once mountain-consuming, sea-boiling inferno immediately lost its form upon contact, reverting to its most primordial chakra flow and being wholly devoured by the gem. The entire process was eerily silent. No explosions, no collisions, not even a wisp of dust stirred. When the flames dissipated, Aoyagi stood unscathed, not a strand of hair disturbed. A hush fell over the scene. Even Hashirama's smile faded somewhat, and Tobarama's gaze deepened, clearly realizing the gravity of the situation. Aoyagi lowered his hand, his tone considerably more earnest. Everyone, I understand you are currently in Edo Tensei form. While you lack your peak strength from life, your rapid regeneration and near-limitless chakra make you difficult to eliminate by ordinary means. He paused briefly, raising his eyes to the group. But from that last exchange you should have also realized ninjutsu or chakra in general poses little threat to me. As for genjutsu, Aoyagi considered for a moment, then decisively produced the Mangekyo Sharingan and Byakugan stored within the Chuanchang prayer beads on his person. Those present were no strangers to vision. With a single glance, they instantly recognized the authenticity of those eyes. Aoyagi casually waved them. To put it in terms you can understand, these are things we can mass-produce at will. Thousands, even tens of thousands, are no problem. So you stand no chance. The air grew even more silent. As the former Uchiha clan leader, Madara's familiarity with the Mangekyo Sharingan was unquestionable, and Tobarama, having long dealt with the Uchiha and even specialized in studying the Sharingan, could not be mistaken either. It was precisely because of this that their expressions darkened further. These were neither illusions, boasts, nor gimmicks. The eyes were indeed genuine. Madara fixed his gaze on Aoyagi, a vein twitching faintly at his temple, his voice grinding through clenched teeth. Kid, you're the first junior to dare provoke me so brazenly. I, Madara Uchiha, hereby dub you the most audacious. As he spoke, chakra surged once more, his aura rising sharply, clearly inflamed with fury. Since you speak so shamelessly, let me personally see whether your strength matches your arrogance. Aoyagi's mind immediately clarified. Fine, it really had to come to blows. Since verbal sparring was ineffective, he would have to proceed with practical measures. With that thought, he no longer hesitated and reached out to summon his self-piloting Gundam. However, just as he was about to act, a slender, fair hand gently pressed upon the back of his hand. Aoyagi froze and turned his head to see Ruan-mei, who had silently come to stand by his side. She was very close, her expression calm as ever. These people must have been brought back to the present world through some special means. Leave this to me, I need to record some data and verify my earlier hypotheses. Upon hearing this, Aoyagi barely hesitated and immediately retracted the Gundam summoning device he had half-drawn. Of course, since Ruan-mei has spoken, why fight? Such matters should naturally be entrusted to a professional. He promptly offered a sincere smile. My oversight, I should have let you take precedence in this. Saying so, he consciously stepped back half a pace, smoothly yielding the entire battlefield before him. Please go ahead. Silver Wolf observed nearby, a faint smile playing at his lips, as if long accustomed to Aoyagi's remarkably flexible approach. Meanwhile, Madara, Tobarama, Hashirama, and the others all turned their gazes toward Ruan-mei. The atmosphere shifted abruptly. After Aoyagi withdrew, making space, Ruan-mei advanced slowly. Her movements were unhurried, indeed, one might say composed. This tranquility only deepened the solemnity of those facing her, especially Madara Uchiha. From beginning to end, there was scarcely any change in the expression upon Ruan-mei's face. She neither exhibited the slightest regard for the title of Shinobi World Azura nor the faintest trace of apprehension. She simply observed with pure detachment. Such an attitude was far more infuriating to Madara Uchiha than any overt provocation. Woman. Madara slowly lifted his head, his voice low and icy. That look in your eyes is truly repugnant. Upon hearing this, Ruan-mei merely glanced at him and spoke softly. Disgust is an entirely subjective emotion, unhelpful when it comes to discerning the essence of a matter. However, judging from the fluctuations in your chakra, your current mental state is indeed more unstable than those standing beside you. As she spoke, her gaze subtly shifted, settling upon Hashirama Senju and Tobarama Senju. Perhaps this instability is related to the long-standing enmity between you. Madara Uchiha, Hashirama Senju, Tobarama Senju, wearing a stern expression, said, "She is analyzing us?" Silver Wolf, standing behind with arms crossed, chuckled at the remark. "No, she is making pre-battle records for you." Oyagi added from the side more precisely, "She is observing the behavioral patterns and physiological responses of the resurrected dead." Obito's eyelids twitched incessantly. These people truly did not care about others' feelings when they spoke. Madara, however, had already grown weary of listening. He took a step forward. The ground beneath his feet shattered with a thunderous roar as his chakra surged like a raging tide. "Stop with the theatrics. If you insist on standing in my way, then you shall be the first to bear my wrath." As his words fell, Madara formed a hand seal with one hand, and his blazing chakra erupted suddenly. Susanoo. Boom! A colossal blue skeletal figure instantly rose from the earth, transforming in the blink of an eye into a towering half-giant Susanoo standing before the assembly. A gale of chakra swept the surroundings, sending stones flying. Even at the moment of its formation, it exuded an oppressive presence akin to a mountain. Korezetsu, witnessing this, hurriedly shrank behind Aoyagi, whispering, as expected of Madara, "He maintains such imposing power even in this state." Oyagi glanced at him and retorted, "Weren't you just complaining that he was wasting my time?" Korezetsu's expression stiffened as he replied righteously, "Master, I was merely stating facts. Appreciation and criticism are separate matters, but wasting your time remains unforgivable." Oyagi, quite the flexible stance. Meanwhile, Madara Uchiha, towering within Susanoo, gazed down at Ruan Mei with eyes brimming with overwhelming intensity. "Let me see how you intend to withstand the power of these eyes." In the next instant, Susanoo drew its sword and slashed horizontally. The massive chakra blade tore through the air, bearing the momentum to cleave mountains in two as it descended with thunderous force. Yet, faced with such a formidable strike, Ruan Mei merely raised a hand. Her motion was so light, as if brushing a speck of dust from her sleeve. Yet this casual gesture caused the giant blade, descending from above, to come to an abrupt halt mere meters from her, as though it had collided with an invisible, insurmountable barrier. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. What? The next second, crack. Fine cracks began to appear on the surface of Susanoo's blade. The fissures rapidly spread, engulfing the entire sword within the blink of an eye, before shattering explosively before everyone's astonished gaze. Countless fragments of blue chakra scattered like rain. Before Madara could react further, Ruan Mei spoke softly. "The construction is crude, with low external energy efficiency. The approach of forming an outer shell using highly compressed spiritual and life energy, then materializing it through an attachable form, is ingenious, but it relies excessively on the uniqueness of the ocular organs." As she spoke, she even nodded slightly. "It holds considerable research value." Madara's temple veins bulged. This sensation was more infuriating than being openly humiliated. "You insolent wretch," he bellowed in rage. Susanoo's arms swung simultaneously, unleashing several massive chakra blades in rapid succession, sealing off all directions and denying Ruan Mei any room to evade. At the same time, he himself leapt fiercely, his figure swift as lightning, diving straight down from above. Close combat, ranged assault, blockade, suppression. Within almost a heartbeat, Madara had unleashed his battle instincts to the utmost. Nevertheless, Ruan Mei did not retreat. She merely observed calmly, her gaze so serene it bordered on indifference. Suddenly, an unseen yet palpably real force field quietly emanated from her as its center. The first to encounter this force was the massive chakra blade slicing through the air. Then, Madara himself. Even before he could truly approach, his entire body suddenly sank as if pressed down by a weight multiplied tens, even hundreds of times over, causing a momentary lag in his movements. Susanoo trembled accordingly. Its armored shell cracked repeatedly, emitting unbearable creaks. How is this possible? For the first time, disbelief flashed across Madara's eyes. The body of the reanimated does not tire nor feel pain. By rights, he should not be affected in his actions by such suppression. Yet the problem was that Ruan Mei's power was not targeting pain or injury. It was a far more fundamental interference, a suppression of his very form of existence. Ruan Mei gazed at the forcibly restrained Madara Uchiha suspended midair and spoke softly. "As expected, your body is not truly resurrected. It is merely a temporary binding of the soul to a substitute vessel via special mediums and jutsu, distinct from a pure chakra extension of life. Superficially near immortal, yet in truth far less stable than a living body. So long as pressure is applied simultaneously from the jutsu's connection, spiritual feedback, and external chakra circulation, Structural loosening becomes evident. This resurrection technique is far too crude. As she spoke, Madara himself was gradually pressed downward by the invisible force. Boom! He crashed heavily back to the ground, shattering a vast web of cracks beneath his feet. At that moment, Susanoo shattered completely, the sky filled with dissipating blue chakra like smoke. Madara knelt on one knee, one hand bracing the earth, the cracks on his face widening faintly. This was not an injury, but rather a sign that the reanimated body itself was beginning to destabilize. An eerie silence fell over the scene. The easygoing expression that had once graced Hashirama Senju's face vanished entirely, and even Tobirama Senju revealed an unusually grave demeanor. They could all see that Ruan Mei had not employed any flashy jutsu, nor had she engaged in a reciprocal battle with Madara. She had simply analyzed his state and effortlessly brought him down. This was no longer a matter of mere strength. It was a system of power utterly beyond their comprehension and capacity to counter. Madara! Hashirama bellowed, instinctively stepping forward. But Madara Uchiha abruptly raised a hand to halt him, gritting his teeth as he slowly rose, his eyes blazing with fury and battle intent, almost tangible in their intensity. Don't come any closer. I have not yet lost. How could the illustrious Madara Uchiha accept being so casually subdued by a woman?
Impossible.
In the next moment, Madara clapped his hands sharply. The powers of the Rinnegan and Sharingan surged in unison as he erupted anew. Yet this time, he had not even drawn near Ruan Mei before she took a single step forward. A mere step, as if some invisible law suddenly tightened within the air. Madara felt as if he had collided headlong into the frozen depths of the ocean. His forward momentum ceased instantaneously, his limbs utterly immobilized midair. You! Madara's pupils constricted as he desperately sought to summon his chakra, only to find his power suppressed by some superior, overarching force, rendering him incapable of unleashing it fully. Ruan Mei lifted her hand, her fingertips gently resting upon his forehead. The gesture was even elegant in its subtlety. Then bang! Madara was propelled backward, crashing violently into a distant mountainside. The cliff crumbled, stones cascading down. When the dust settled, the formidable Shura of the ninja world lay firmly embedded within the rock face. His Edo Tensei cracks intricately webbed across his body, his chakra fluctuations chaotic, as if the connection might sever at any moment. Victory. And it was achieved with an ease bordering on the absurd. Kuratsuchi's mouth opened slightly, her eyes nearly bulging. Though she had long known that those aligned with Aoyagi were extraordinarily powerful, witnessing Madara Uchiha so effortlessly subdued in such a nonchalant manner still struck her as almost surreal. Having acquired the data she sought, Ruan Mei decisively brought the battle to a close. Throughout the encounter, she maintained an air of serene detachment. Aoyagi was not surprised by this. A genius who casually kept something like a star fragment worm as a pet certainly wouldn't be merely a researcher incapable of combat. On the contrary, people like Ruan Mei defied conventional logic. One could never truly fathom the extent of the extraordinary means concealed beneath her calm exterior. The data was nearly complete. The path these individuals followed was not one purely dependent on chakra to sustain life. Ruan Mei explained, strictly speaking, this resembles a technique that employs existing mediums to temporarily substitute and project the memories and power of living sacrifices. Essentially, it is not a true resurrection. It merely maintains the deceased's presence within a living body for a limited time through an immense chakra expenditure. Her tone finally bore a hint of critique. It is a low-level reincarnation technique, highly resource-intensive, inefficient, crudely structured, and riddled with evident flaws. Not worth recommending. With that, she reverted to her usual indifferent demeanor, as if she had entirely lost interest in the jutsu. Aoyagi felt even more reassured. If Ruan Mei spoke thus, it at least proved one thing: Edo Tensei, in the eyes of genuine researchers, was hardly something worthy of serious regard. He turned to Senju Hashirama and the other. Raising his hand, he gestured. Look, we've fought when necessary, and seen what we needed to see. Now that everyone has a general grasp of each other's strength, why not call it a day and attend to your own matters? Hashirama was momentarily taken aback and had yet to respond when Aoyagi continued. To be honest, we bear you no ill will. But if you insist on prolonging this, many agreements that could have held might no longer be valid. His tone grew earnest as he pointed behind himself to the nine-tailed beasts. You don't want your village dragged into needless warfare, do you? This is not a threat. If I do not restrain them now, these 9 could tear Konoha off the map instantly. Hearing this, Senju Tobirama's expression darkened at once. His step forward almost reflexive as he glared coldly at Aoyagi. How dare you? In that instant, the oppressive aura of the second Hokage surged forth. Yet Aoyagi merely nodded toward Madara's direction, his voice still sincere. The problem is, you can't stop us. You can't defeat us. So, in truth, you have no other choice. His bluntness bordered on cruelty. Tobirama's face soured, and Hashirama fell silent. The brief clash moments ago had already revealed much, and reality often was the cruelest truth. Seeing their silence, Aoyagi ceased wasting words on Hashirama and Tobirama, instead turning toward Uchiha Obito on the other side. And you, Kakashi, still stirring up trouble here? At once, Obito's face darkened. Before he could react, Aoyagi had already spoken again. Let me be clear. I do not wish to kill recklessly, which is why I have given you leeway until now. But if you dare to continue causing chaos, Aoyagi's gaze fixed on him, his tone chilling by several degrees. I will dig your precious white moon out of the ground and package her for sale to an alien civilization. Obito froze, his pupils contracting sharply, his entire body stiffening. Yet Aoyagi showed no sign of relenting, calmly delivering the final blow. Uchiha Obito, you wouldn't want your little girlfriend to live every day surrounded by creatures not even worthy of being called human, would you? At that moment, Obito's defenses utterly crumbled. He tore off the mask from his face and unleashed a torrent of curses at Aoyagi. Throughout, Aoyagi remained composed. When Obito's tirade subsided, he spoke once more. Our time is precious. We have no patience to waste here with you. I have made myself clear. Should you dare to pursue us further, I will regard it as a unilateral declaration of war against us. At that point, I will sell the entire ninja world to the Interstellar Peace Corporation. Aoyagi continued, whether the ninja world temporarily falls under the chakra ancestor's control, or ultimately becomes an asset governed by the corporation, where all become disciplined slaves, the choice is yours. Having said this, he wasted no more words, signaling Kuratsuchi to follow as he turned and left. His departure was brisk and resolute, as if a firm decision had been made. On the spot, Hashirama stood silently for a moment, but ultimately did not pursue. He simply watched the direction Aoyagi and the others had taken, his expression deeply conflicted. Then, slowly withdrawing his gaze, he turned toward Madara. Madara, his voice softened, even carrying a trace of familiar concern. Are you all right? Senju Tobirama. In a single word, he rendered Madara utterly silent. So, was he, after all, merely a link in the strange relationship between these two? Tobirama stood expressionless, inwardly beginning a silent, bitter smile. Very well. As expected, whether alive or dead, he remained the sanest among them all. Elsewhere, after confirming Hashirama and the others did not pursue, Aoyagi finally exhaled quietly. Ultimately, he preferred resolving matters without combat whenever possible. Ruan-mei seemed to sense the shift in his mood, turning her head to glance at him a moment longer before speaking calmly. Do not worry. Although their current states are peculiar and difficult to kill outright by conventional means, if we merely alter the chakra links sustaining their existence to temporarily incapacitate them, it is not difficult. Aoyagi nodded repeatedly. Of course, I know that. Just as his words fell, Silver Wolf suddenly interjected. Is it possible that she crossed her arms? A faint smirk playing at the corner of her lips, as if she found the spectacle amusing rather than troubling, and that this person simply did not want to witness anything too gruesome just now. Aoyagi, caught red-handed, he fell silent for a moment, then immediately turned to look at Ruan-mei with a serious expression and retorted, nonsense. If Ms. Ruan-mei says so, she must have her own professional judgment. You have no grounds to slander me without cause. Silver Wolf raised a hand, first pointing to himself, then to Aoyagi, his expression momentarily quite entertaining. You really are something. He seemed ready to complain, but in the end, uncertain where to begin, he could only click his tongue in speechless resignation. Truly remarkable. Aoyagi decisively pretended not to hear. Engaging in a quarrel with Silver Wolf was pointless. Winning meant nothing, losing was humiliating, so it was better to strategically avoid it altogether. Naturally, he took a couple of steps aside to stand beside Ruan-mei again, then turned to Karajuku and got straight to the point. All right, enough idle talk. Now that the tailed beasts are all gathered and the outer path golem is in hand, what conditions are still lacking? Upon hearing this, Karajuku's expression immediately grew serious. It glanced cautiously at the group, as if weighing its words, before speaking with a blend of respect and obsequiousness. According to the original plan, a sufficiently powerful vessel is still required to serve as the sacrifice for the arrival of the Ten Tails and the chakra of the Sage of Six Paths. Paused, then continued its explanation. The ideal candidate is naturally Madara Uchiha. His physical and mental fortitude make him the most suitable. At this point, Karajuku's tone involuntarily revealed a trace of regret. Clearly, If the situation had not changed so rapidly, it had intended for Madara to complete the entire process. But soon, it composed itself and hastily added, however, given the current circumstances, the requirements can be somewhat relaxed. A slightly inferior vessel can suffice. Oyagi narrowed his eyes. For example, immediately, Karajuku replied, White Zetsu. Let White Zetsu serve as the vessel. He spoke quickly. Evidently this contingency had long been prepared. White Zetsu was a product catalyzed by the God Tree's power, naturally possessing inherent compatibility with Mother. Although far inferior to Madara Uchiha, as a subordinate substitute, it was sufficient. Provided the ritual and power infusion proceeded correctly, it could fully undertake this step. Lowering its head slightly, Karajuku's voice grew even more deferential. Of course, if the esteemed gentlemen have better options, that is also acceptable. I am merely offering the fastest current solution. Aoyagi nodded thoughtfully after listening. The notion of White Zetsu as a subordinate replacement for Madara was indeed reasonable. After all, in a sense, those entities were merely byproducts manufactured under the God Tree system. Employing them as temporary vessels was not too far-fetched. Most importantly, it simplified matters. Aoyagi's favorite thing was simplicity. He lifted his gaze toward the front, his eyes gradually taking on a more meaningful gleam. Since the conditions are nearly fulfilled, the next step is to summon the Sage of Six Paths chakra, sealed away for 1,000 years, and have a proper conversation. The ritual proceeded more smoothly than anticipated. No interruptions occurred, no unexpected events transpired, and none of those old shinobi who should have appeared to disrupt matters at critical moments showed themselves. The chakra of the nine-tailed beasts was sequentially extracted and infused into the outer path golem, ultimately reconstructing the new 10 tails. Meanwhile, White Zetsu, serving as the vessel, rapidly completed its transformation under this surge of power. In a brief moment, a figure appeared before them. A woman with snow-white hair and 2 horns protruding from her forehead. Her complexion pale as death, clad in voluminous white robes whose sleeves and hems exuded an ancient aura foreign to the shinobi world. She slowly opened her eyes, white, pupilless, with a Rinna Sharingan emblazoned on her brow radiating an overwhelming, soul-stirring oppression. It was none other than Kaguya Otsutsuki. Upon revival, Kaguya first raised her hand slightly, flexing her wrists and shoulders as if confirming the condition of her body. But soon she frowned. She looked down at her palms, sensed the power flowing within her, then coldly fixed her gaze on Karajuku. Why is my body so fragile? The chakra of the 10 tails is not even half. Mid-sentence, her eyes shifted slightly to the 9-tailed beasts nearby. In an instant, she understood. I see. Kaguya narrowed her eyes, a chill flashing within her white irises. The remaining chakra is here. She slowly raised her hand. Her wide robes swayed gently. In that case, I shall personally act and reclaim it. At her words, the 9-tailed beasts bristled simultaneously, especially Kurama, who bared his teeth on the spot, chakra beginning to overflow. Hey, you just resurrected and you're already eyeing our power? Shikaku leapt up as well. I knew it. This one is definitely no good. Yet Kaguya paid no heed to their reactions. In her eyes, these tailed beasts were merely differentiated fragments of her own chakra. Reclaiming them or even forcibly reabsorbing them on the spot was only natural. However, before she could truly make a move, Oyagi spoke first. Kaguya, is it? His tone remained polite, at least by his own standards. I know you have many doubts now, but before you act, please allow me to explain the situation. Kaguya glanced sideways, finally truly fixing her gaze on Aoyagi for the first time. Aoyagi, in turn, naturally stepped aside slightly, giving Ruan Mei a more prominent position. This is Ms. Ruan Mei of the Genius Club. The reason you were released from your seal this time was primarily to study the secrets of your Otsutsuki clan. As compensation, you should cooperate with our research first. Then we can discuss other matters. At these words, the atmosphere momentarily froze. Kaguya's face darkened. Impertinent. She waved her sleeve lightly, her white eyes coldly locking onto Aoyagi. When I speak, do you have any right to interrupt? Seeing this, Aoyagi sighed deeply. As expected, he had known from the start that things could not proceed so smoothly. Whether among the shinobi or the Otsutsuki, there seemed to be a peculiar consensus that before formal communication, a fight must first take place. Without combat, there could be no proper dialogue. So he deftly retreated a few steps, making room for Ruan Mei, and casually explained it's a shinobi world custom. Usually, a fight precedes any conversation, and only after fighting can terms be negotiated. But since the Otsutsuki have greater endurance and are harder to kill, you can be a bit more lenient and aim for a swift resolution. Ruan Mei fell silent for a moment after hearing this. Although I do not understand why fighting must come before communication, since it is a local custom, I shall abide by it. Kaguya, listening to their back and forth, completely ignored herself, and the coldness in her eyes deepened instantly. Without further ado, she raised her palm and aimed it at Ruanmei. Divine Sky Strike. Boom! An invisible shockwave suddenly erupted. Yet nothing happened. To be precise, the attack had indeed been launched. Yet when it landed before Ruanmei, it was like a pebble dropped into the depths of the ocean. No ripple, no splash, vanishing silently without a trace. Kaguya was momentarily taken aback. Korezetsu, however, instantly grew desperate, shouting anxiously, "Mother, stop! They are beings from beyond the heavens, not part of the shinobi world." At these words, Kaguya was stunned for a brief moment. As a member of the Otsutsuki clan, she was naturally far more aware than the natives of the shinobi world of how vast the cosmos truly was, and how many civilizations and warriors far more terrifying than this planet existed beyond the shinobi realm. Within the shinobi world, she was the progenitor of chakra, a deity, an unchallengeable god. But on a cosmic scale, she was by no means an omnipotent figure. Moreover, she was currently a defector. In a sense, she had betrayed the Otsutsuki clan, monopolized the fruit of the divine tree, and nearly shattered the entire lineage's succession. If, at such a moment, she were to inadvertently provoke a new force clearly from a higher civilization, only one thought remained in Kaguya's mind. This was truly going to be the end. Yet, while her spirit trembled violently, Ruanmei spoke calmly, as if completely unaffected by the previous strike. It matters not. Change has always been part of the experiment. She fixed her gaze on Kaguya, her eyes serene and untroubled. I look forward to variables beyond the plan. However, merely attacking with chakra alone is something I have already witnessed in previous samples. If you cannot produce a more creative method, Ruanmei paused, her tone still gentle but inexplicably chilling. Then I shall be forced to intervene. Kaguya stood motionless, blinking her pale eyes, her entire demeanor exuding an oddly misplaced dullness. After a long pause, she hesitated, even tentatively probing with a question. Is it still possible to sit down and talk? The others fell silent. Korezetsu was speechless. The nine-tailed beasts were mute. Silver Wolf raised a hand to cover her face, her shoulders trembling slightly from barely suppressed laughter. Even Aoyagi momentarily lost his composure. The contrast was simply too stark. Yet Aoyagi reconsidered and found it reasonable. After all, someone like Kaguya was essentially a classic example of a bully who fears those stronger than herself. When confident of victory, she was the exalted progenitor of chakra, but once confronted with a clearly incomprehensible opponent, she was not the type to stubbornly cling to pride and fight to the bitter end. In plain terms, she valued her life, and those who value their lives are usually easier to negotiate with. With this in mind, Aoyagi shamelessly stepped forward. He estimated that Ruanmei would likely not mind such a breach of etiquette, but to ensure smoother progress for the plan, he decided to set the tone firmly. He sneered coldly, his voice hardened. At this moment, you must be joking. We have been running around for over 10 days, rounding up to a full month, to help you lift the seal. Do you realize how precious 1 month of Ms. Ruanmei's time is? Even if you sold the entire shinobi world, it would not be enough compensation. Ruanmei turned her face slightly to glance at Aoyagi, her expression calm. Aoyagi pretended not to notice and continued with resolute words, his momentum reaching its peak. You have only two choices. Either you immediately apologize to Ms. Ruanmei and cooperate with the research obediently, or, he narrowed his eyes, his voice growing colder, the consequences will be on your own head. Kaguya's face darkened little by little. So there's no room for negotiation? At this, Aoyagi suddenly let out a derisive laugh. Without even glancing at Kaguya further, he turned to Silver Wolf and said, Silver Wolf, send this planet's coordinates to the cosmos. Since Lady Kaguya refuses to cooperate, let her own people come and talk to her. Though Silver Wolf did not fully grasp what performance Aoyagi was putting on this time, she was always highly cooperative. She immediately raised her fingers and began swiftly operating the virtual panel. Received. Stop. At that moment, Kaguya completely lost her composure. She almost instantly cried out, her voice visibly trembling. The noble, cold, and elegant facade she had maintained just moments ago collapsed dramatically. Don't send it. I apologize. I apologize. She hurriedly stepped forward, her expression revealing several visible traces of panic. Let us talk this through properly. The slight quiver in her voice, the flustered gestures as she seemed unsure where to place her hands, and those eyes filled with helpless panic made it clear to everyone that she was on the verge of collapsing to the ground, clutching her head and sobbing. Aoyagi saw this and felt even more assured. Very good. This was easier to handle than he had imagined. Ruanmei simply observed Kaguya calmly, as if reevaluating the psychological endurance of this sample. After a moment, she spoke indifferently. If you are willing to cooperate, many things can of course be discussed. I have no interest in creating meaningless conflict. Upon hearing this, Kaguya seemed to grasp a lifeline at last. She nodded repeatedly, lowering her posture to an unprecedented degree. I will cooperate. I will definitely cooperate. Whatever you want to know, whatever you want to study, we can discuss. As she spoke, she even instinctively glanced toward Silver Wolf, afraid that a careless hand might actually send out the coordinates. Just please, don't let the news here spread.